لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome to Guess the Sound.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Her simply means restriction.
One sound.
Leila. Is it Leila?
Joy? I think Joy. Lolita.
Oh,
Lolita?
Not Lolita?
I don't know.
Ikaw, Chang A yata eh.
No, it's not Chang.
Ikaw, guess ka. Give us a clue. What? I'm Chang A. I guess it's Chang A. I don't know what hers.
Yeah, it's not Chang.
Nana?
No, it's not Nana.
Make user, you don't know.
Kagu. Long time didn't play, was it? Never used Kaguras.
Sorry, I'm not Kagura main.
Hide my rum.
Hide my room?
Ralph.
Rough? What is this? The voice don't even sound familiar. Hide my rum.
EXP hero
Hide my
Is
rum.
it EXP hero? Oh no, we don't know.
The sound is not even relative.
For sure.
Bane. I don't use Bane, so I don't know.
Oh, my, I'm bleeding.
I thought I know this song, but I forget.
I've never heard that voice before. Oh no, I'm bleeding. Cyclops.
You good.
Cyclops.
I don't.
Yeah, Cyclops.
Oh,
Cyclops! Yeah,
That's
Cyclops
what's
voice.
familiar.
Yeah, Cyclops. Cyclops sounds like that.
Dude, wrong item choice.
And ini Diggy.
Diggy.
Diggy? Harry?
Diggy. Diggy. Who is this? It sounds familiar though.
Yeah. What hero
What hero? Maybe it's like got two. Because the voice changed, right? You want to surrender?
What hero
My brain. Let me use my brain.
Apa?
Joy. No, Joy don't sound like that, right?
No.
Glue. Glue. Glue.
Oh,
Glue with his babies. Babies.
That's it, girls. Yeah, thank you so much.
I said.
Welcome to the land of dawn. My name is the Lord. Some might even call me El Lord. Fun fact about me, I love to dance. Sometimes I dance with 5. Sometimes I dance with all 10. Really depends about the game. Hopefully for today, we'll have amazing games. Oh, no.
A little bit too early. El Lord! They took El Lord a little bit too early. Welcome everyone to the second group stage day of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational 2024 at the Esports World Cup. My name is Renmar. This is Lafel. And Lafel, how are you feeling, man? We're now into the second day of group stage and it's 2 different groups.
I need water.
Whoa. Honestly, it's been great. Like, after seeing day number 1, day number 2 is going to be hype. Of course it's going to be hype.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of new faces today. Yesterday, we got to see the members of Group A, Group D. We said bye to some. We're going to have a few tiebreakers later in the day, but a little bit more on that later. Just so that you're a little bit more aware of what happened yesterday, let's check out yesterday's Aramco highlights.
Tagami though trying to get the outplay, but they're already locked onto the base, and Team's Falcons Vega take game number 1. Cloud9 cannot defend. CFU take the win. Cloud9 in trouble. Falcons Vega take the dub. And there's the Minoan Fury. Can they end this? The base standing tall. Now it's down. TLG washing through. The Queens end at 12:22. Nothing comes close to a bait underneath the base. A 1 and a 1 between GGHG and Team Vitality.
Yep, you saw that right. We had heroes such as Bane, Zushin finally making it into a tournament setting. Group A and Group D definitely showed up yesterday. And as we mentioned earlier, it's gonna be Group B and C fighting it out. Lafel, though, you were here joining Eterna. Yes. Anything that stood out for you that you really want to point out about day 1 in the group stage?
I mean, one of the things is that we have to say, even though we saw TLG got eliminated, amazing plays coming in from TLG. I feel like they got promised, so perhaps the next MWI, they will show up. And Team Vitality, as strong as they are, even they face defeat against Gaming Gladiators Homegirls.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure you're happy about that. As the Malaysian between, do a little jig, you deserve that. Gaming Gladiators Homegirls of Malaysia. It was surprising to many that they were able to take a point away from Team Vitality, the longtime queens of MLBB. Seems like they're losing a little bit of that grip on the kingdom that they've reigned over for 3 years. What did you like about GGHG and what they showed yesterday?
I like that they were willing to experiment, because we saw the Bane in the jungle, but for Gaming Gladiators Homegirls, they're like, you know what? The meta, why do we have to follow it? We create it, we shape it to our enemies. And it looks like going up against Team Vitality, having a fighter in the gold lane, making sure that Shell doesn't have a good time there. Perhaps that's the key to victory.
Yeah, maybe that will be the key to victory. And for us to understand a little bit more of the landscape of our groups right now, let's bring up the updated standings heading into the second day of the group stages. In Group A, Team Falcons Vega dominated, no other way to put it. CFU, Serendipity, and Cloud9. So that is why we're going to be seeing CFU and Cloud9 face off in a tiebreaker later today. And in Group D, Lafel, you mentioned it, Team Vitality lording over the group, but Gaming Gladiators and Homegirls brought up a good fight, are going to be going there, but of course, unfortunately, we're going to have to be saying goodbye to TLG. Just so for the viewers who weren't able to watch TLG yesterday, what was your favorite quality of them, and why do you say that they showed a lot of promise?
Oh, for me, definitely when it comes to the draft, as well as how they play the draft. Because again, you got to put this into context, right? In their region, they don't have the same hero or the same patch when it comes to the other countries outside of the China region. So the fact that they're able to adapt very fast, they have like, what, 1 month of training?
Oh, yeah.
Imagine if they had like 6. They're going to be crazy. They're going to be intense because, again, the mechanics is good. Their mid laner, Vermoff, was amazing. Like, Justin is a new hero, but she looked like she's been using this hero for a few years now.
Yeah, even though she came out like what, like a month ago, it's like she's been using it for 3-4 years, the entire lifespan of MLBB. That's just how good they were. But of course, congratulations, or well, thank you to Tidal Legends Gaming for putting on a good show, so that you get to know a little bit, just a little bit more. If you missed out day number 1, let's look for the Aramco top 5 plays, because yesterday 6 teams got to grace the Amazon Arena in the biggest all-female MLBB tournament in history. We're gonna be starting off with this play here.
I would say, looking at the highlights here, right, you can see in a sense of how they're playing the team fights. Actually, most of the teams are playing it very, very cleanly. And I believe in the highlights we're gonna see here, we're gonna start seeing a few Zask even to the point where Homegirls first picked it, right? This is the pocket meta of MWI. Looking at the highlights here, a lot of crazy engages coming in from all the teams, from Group A as well as D.
Yeah, one of my favorite things really about what we saw from the action yesterday was just how teams, especially here in MWI, they got to show off the different kind of fun that we see for MLBB esports, and a lot more innovation on the women's side. Now let's look at the number 1 play of the game. This was the wipeout, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly.
The defense.
This was an amazing defense coming in, and this is where I feel like if you're a Homegirls fans, you're like, yes, no.
Yeah, exactly. That was my same reaction too. I wouldn't say like I'm a Homegirls fan, even though they do have a special place in my heart. But there were some people, and I was even thinking, is this endable? But of course, that was the same game that Gaming Gladiators Homegirls was able to take that point away from Team Vitality, putting them in a good spot. Well, they're going to be making it into the knockouts because of that performance. Any other plays that stood out for you that maybe we weren't able to show in the top 5 plays? Do you remember any?
Honestly, there was a lot when it comes to TLG going up against Homegirls where you see fatal links over fatal links. So we like, I believe the casters call it like a bouncing house fun kind of thing. I forgot the exact term.
Bouncy house.
The bouncy house. It was like jumping here, jumping there, jumping. It's a lot of dynamics when it comes to the team fights where, you know, we usually see like, oh, kiting, like dash here, dash there. Like, no, let's all jump.
Yeah, let's all jump. There's a lot of dynamic. Okay, do we at the same time? All right. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, there you go.
My knees were not ready for that. Speaking of dynamics, let's look at the dynamic reactions from the players yesterday. Because the social media pages were releasing some pretty cool stuff. It was a lot of intensity, but even some cute reactions coming from the players. A lot of heart hands, a lot of like air fist bumps across the stage.
I'm waiting for someone to stand on their chair.
Are we actually going to get that? I hope we can get that.
Listen, I feel like it's one of those things where we have to caution everyone, don't try it at home.
Please, do not.
And almost definitely don't try it at MWI.
Again, these are our top reactions. And one of the favorite things that I saw yesterday was TLG. It looked like no matter what was happening, they were just having a great time. They would get wiped out. You'd see them laughing like, all right, no worries, guys. Even though I don't understand what they're saying. You can clearly tell them all of them were just like consoling each other. Like, don't worry, we'll bounce back.
I'm not jumping again.
You're not?
Yeah, no.
Did that do it? Can you still walk?
Not recommended. But still, yeah, looking at the reactions, honestly, that's great. We only had 1 key crush yesterday. Today, we're gonna see 3.
3? We're gonna be seeing, all right.
Group B, Group C, and Group A.
All right.
3 keys gonna get crushed today, folks.
Yeah. And over there at the end, you saw the key of Tidal Legends Gaming from China getting crushed. Again, I am on the same boat as you. I wish we got to see more of TLG, but of course, kudos to them. It's unanimous. A lot of people really impressed by what they showed off, so hopefully we get to see them more in future tournaments. Now, let's see what we're going to be expecting from today. The second day of the group stages, starting things off with Falcons Vega from MENA different from the Indonesian team, up against VSG of EECA. Then the MENA squad will face off against Xeno Zenith Lilies this time for the second series of the day. And VSG versus Zero Zenith will close out our matches from that group. But then later in the day, we're also going to be seeing the team from Vietnam, the Philippines, and LATAM. Is there a specific match, Lafel, that you're watching out for?
Nah.
No?
Nah.
No? Does that mean that you are watching out for all of them the same amount?
Exacto. Correcto.
Yeah.
You understand how I think.
Yeah, of course.
See, here's the thing. When all the matches are good, you kind of don't care because honestly, after yesterday, it set the expectations pretty high, Remar, right? So I'm feeling for today. If we reach what happened yesterday, if today there's only like maybe just one sweep, hey, you know what? It's great MLBB. I'm a fan. Like, I do this for a job, sure, but trust me, I'll do it for free. But don't pay me. Thank you very much.
Please do. I mean, we're fine. We're fine. And I'm pretty sure you at home is fine right now because I'm about to tell you what our Jamil Motorsport match of the day will be. Let's show it up on your screen. It is gonna be, ooh, this I like. All right, this is where a little bit of my bias is gonna be showing up. Omega Empress from the Philippines is gonna be facing off against DreamMax from Latin America. That is our match of the day. Match 5 later on. And I'm gonna spend this time to just tell you a little bit more about Smart Omega Empress. They are, well, impressive. If there's a team vitality for Indonesia, there's a Smart Omega Empress for the Philippines.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something then.
Okay.
Homegirls, they're cool.
They're cool.
They're very nice.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they are. Like, they're one of my favorite teams here. And DreamMax girls, we're going to be talking more about them later in the day. But for now, it's time for you to find out that the youth fair is here with incredible bonuses and exciting events. You can grab multiple permanent skins for free, just like Sylvana's Classroom Charm and its painted skin, Classroom Glam. The skins are so nice that people are really trying to force Sylvana back into the meta. Please continue so because I like the skins too. More exciting events will be revealed, so watch out. Have you gotten the skin already?
Have I gotten the skin?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
Dude, that is on point. That is a great Sylvana impression.
Thank you.
I'm impressed. The camera's on me. Do I have to do it now? How do you do it? Yeah. All right. So I'm Classroom Charm. That's Classroom Glam. Log into the game and get those skins.
I mean, here's the thing. I cosplay. I cosplay Helker. I cosplay Kagura. I do it all. Don't ask. The Kagura one, a lot of people are fans.
Uh-huh.
For you guys at home, if you guys know, you guys know. If you guys don't know, don't ask.
You know what? Every time someone says don't ask, you just really want to ask. I think we need to find out. We'll pester Lafel about that, because now let's put up the Dr. Sulaiman Al-Abid showdown. Upcoming showdown for you. Falcons Vega Mena and VSG. I think it's time to tell the stories of these two ladies. Yasu summed up the story of Falcons Vega Mena really well.
Mm-hmm.
They are a young group of women who said, let's get together, let's play Mobile Legends Bang Bang, because I feel like we can really shine together and excel. You see the members of VSG also up there.
Yeah.
That's the same story. Falcons Vega Menor, though, what they had with them was the whole thing about, and let's be real here, when it comes to esports, families are hesitant in the beginning and they had to fight for their right to become pro players.
I mean, here's the thing. We heard about stories and such, but again, I'm an analyst, man. I'm looking at the gameplay here. I want to see the technical abilities for both teams, VSG as well as Falcons Vega Mena, because I heard good things. But the thing is, going up in MWI, you're going up literally the best of every region they can offer, right? We see the MENA region now going up against EECA. Like, this is the moment where we start to see. Yesterday, we had a lot of debut picks where we're saying, like, the day of debuts, right?
Yeah.
The DOD. Will today be the same thing? Because I kind of feel like for all the teams, they were paying attention for day one. And I'm pretty sure we might see something crazy in the goal lane, EXP and such, because you got to go crazy to win.
Yeah, Definitely, I agree with you there because the teams that really innovated and showed off new picks, really tried to shake things up, were the ones that got to excel in day number 1. Now here for day number 2, especially now I'm looking at VSG. They have 2 Filipino imports. Will comms be an issue? That is one of the questions. So let's see what the vibe is for everyone with our STC predictions. Who are they leaning towards to? We'll find about that later on, but that's the question. Who will win? Team Falcons Mena or Victory Song Gamers VSG of ECA? Head on to stcplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. Do you have a prediction?
No.
No? You don't want to predict?
I've learned my lesson, all right? Me and Mirko, we got together yesterday.
Yes.
We were talking about it. Like, I don't want to betray any one of these lovely women, right? Because if I say they're going to win and then they lose, they will give me a frowny face. They'll give me a lot of very angry emojis.
Have you gotten that actually? That's actually happened?
More than that, actually.
Oh, yeah. Let's get to that a little bit later on. I feel like we can help LaFell with that. That was the members of Victory Song Gamers behind him. But let's see now the Jamil Motorsports are rivals of the 2 teams. Let's see who's going to be rolling up first between the 2.
You hosts always say they roll up, but I don't see a box here.
I mean, there are
Have
wheels.
you guys seen the box yet?
There are wheels on the bus, on the shuttle that they ride, and that's why we say roll up.
If I wasn't mic'd up, I'd show you what rolling up means.
I am now terrified, so I would just rather say right now that these are the representatives of the host country from MENA.
So now we gotta talk about this, right?
Yeah.
They played together.
Yeah.
It feels great. It feels comfortable. But how are they gonna do it on top of an amazing stage? Like we gotta talk about this stage, man. It's huge. It's
massive.
Vibrant. It's a lot of words that I can't say in English.
It's dynamic.
Sure, let's go with that, right? Now, you gotta, once you're comfortable, it's gonna be good. I'm just saying, this might be a slower game for both teams trying to get a little bit more comfortable on stage.
Yeah.
But when it comes to game number 2, oh baby, that's when it's on.
Oh, yeah. Victory Song Gamers. We want to highlight here Gale and Rian, or Gailey. They were imported before the MWI qualifier, so they've had some significant time together. And I actually got to spend time getting to know VSG a little bit more via the Filipino players. They actually have a favorite player there in VSG. Her name is Minun. She's the EXP laner, and they just love her overall vibe. Like, she's so vibrant, and the word that they kept using was she's just adorable and cute. And that's why the 2 Filipino imports like naturally gravitate towards her, and I think that's where a lot of the relationships come from, like, you know, to vibe with the rest of the team.
Well, we'll see how the opposing team feels like if she's adorable or cute, because usually the EXP laners, they're very aggressive. Because EXP laners, it looks like they have a grudge. Something bad happened in their life, but they can't express it. So they hold it deep down in their hearts, push it down to their stomachs. But then when the game is on, you, my friend, are not my friend.
Yeah.
My enemy. I crush you.
This is usually the moment where I look at LaFell and go, what are you talking about? But I'm an EXP laner, and I totally agree. Let's learn more about Violet with an interview that we got with her.
Hey guys, I'm Eterna, and I'm here backstage with Velvet from Falcons Mena. Velvet, this is your second time here now, coming from ISF and now here at MWI. My first question is, what do you think is your main difference that you feel between both of these tournaments?
It's a bit more professional in here. It's just playing on a stage and having to see a lot of country, every group and every team is from different countries, so it's my pleasure actually seeing different people and faces. So that's it, and it's pretty nervous out here. It's never was that in ISF. It was just chill. We played in our homes, so we never get the chance to see faces or stuff, or even get interviewed. So it's my first time getting interviewed in here. It's pretty much nervous.
Is it okay? Am I making you nervous?
No,
everything's okay,
just,
right?
Yeah.
Okay, Velvet, don't be nervous. You're
I'll
becoming
try
a
my
superstar.
best.
You have to get used to this.
Okay.
And you know, I was wondering, in your group right now, you're going to be paired in with VSG as well as Xeno Lilies. How do you feel about these 2 teams?
They're just good. And I'm not underestimating any of those. Those are actually good teams, and they've played many tournaments so far. And they've done so great in each of them. I've watched most of the games, and they actually have done pretty much good. That's it.
Okay. Are you nervous going against them?
I
Or
don't
are you
know. I'm
confident?
just nervous. Just
In
just,
general.
in general, yeah, exactly. It's nothing. It doesn't have to do anything with the teams. It's just me, you know.
But we're excited for you guys to be here.
Well, are you?
We
Actually,
are.
I'm
We
just
all
happy.
are.
I'm just happy that you guys are feeling the same
And
way.
they're so excited to actually see you on stage after this.
Really?
And they're wondering where Velvet came from. Where did you get your IGN?
Oh, so it was actually pretty awkward. So I played a different game than this. It was called. Should I say the name of it?
It's okay, just skip it.
It just got deleted anyway, so it's good. It's pretty good. It was Creative Destruction, and I had my real name in it, so it pretty much was boring. And I wanted to try something new, so I went for the Red Velvet, the K-pop team. But actually, when I tried to put it in, the characters was too long, so they didn't accept it. So I had to let go of the red and stick with the velvet. So that's how I came up with my IG name.
It's okay. We can tell the casters, guys, whenever we're casting for Velvet, call her Red Velvet.
Okay.
Would that be better
Red
for you?
No, just Velvet. It's just my main name now.
She doesn't care, it turns out.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's okay.
do you have any messages to your fans out there? And as well, you can say it in your native language.
Okay, I get that. أشكر الوطن العربي على التشجيع اللي احنا خدناه منهم، وأتمنى التشجيع ده يستمر للآخر، وإن شاء الله رحلتنا تبقى ممتعة وهنبسطكم معانا، وإن شاء الله تلاقوا منا أداء كويس جدا، وما تنسوش تشجعونا لآخر دقيقة. شكرا. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much, Velvet. Thank you so much, and of course, good luck.
Oh, thank
Hope
you.
to see you in playoffs.
Okay, I'll make sure to do so.
Back to the studio, guys. Bye.
Velvet is such a vibe. She is not like the EXP leaders we were talking about having a grudge, something happened. She's just a vibe.
No, I think this is just the thing. Maybe EXP leaders are just cute and adorable. Yeah. Exhibit A.
And the camera refuses to go to me.
Camera.
Because they don't think it applies. It's okay.
Camera.
It's all right. What other points you want to make about the interview that we saw there?
Oh, there's a lot of great things about the interview. Number one, Eterna found someone her height, so that's great. And the fact that Eterna's like, oh, we'll call you Red Velvet. She's like, no, just Velvet.
That was Velvet of VSG. They're going to be going up against Falcons Vega. Velvet of Falcons Vega Mena. They're going to be going up against VSG. Let's go to the stage.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, right here in the capital of Saudi Arabia. We're here in Riyadh, all gathered here for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational. And of course, now we're here at day 2. My name is Cheryl, and alongside me, I have my partner.
Thank you very much, Queen. أعزائنا الحضور والمشاهدين من أنحاء العالم، نرحب بكم معنا هنا بكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية مع بطولة the MWI Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational. Assalamu alaikum, Cheryl. How are you?
Salam indeed. Now, this is a long time running joke that's gonna be. But of course, being right here at Riyadh, I'm just so honored because I've learned so much about Saudi Arabia's culture. And of course, with Bara as my guide, I am so honored. Yes.
Well, the honor is all mine, Cheryl. A lot of things took place here, but, you know, appreciation to you and the amazing job you did yesterday as well. And all appreciation goes to the production team and everybody who was involved, all the talent. But the thing is, I just want to say one thing. I'm jealous.
Why?
Because, like, yesterday was my first day, right, with the MWI, and got in with the MLBB family, and there is so much a build-up to the story. But, you know, luckily enough, yesterday we saw the debut of TLG. It resonated with me. So the debut for the new team with Cloud9, and I'm sure all the history in the making, there's more history to be made today.
And this is why I absolutely love MWI. It is time for our females to shine, our female pro players, and it's time for them to write their story as well. This is a blank canvas right here for MWI. So speaking of which, we have closed the chapter, and that is day 1, where we have seen Group A as well as Group D. Now today we'll be seeing the likes of Group B and Group C kickstarting the day, or rather the first half of the day, with Group C. Now, this will be the home ground heroes.
Yes.
And Bara is just lit up with excitement right now, so all honor goes to Bara.
Oh, thank you so much, Queen. The honor is all mine, ladies and gentlemen. وأعزائي الحضور المشاهدين من أنحاء العالم. الآن للمباراة الأولى لليوم هنا بكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية لبطولة MWI. And ladies and gentlemen, as coming all the way from Egypt, beating all the teams to be qualified right here for MWI 2024. وأعزائي الحضور معنا هنا اليوم من مصر، بس فوزوا معنا بكل مباراة وتأهلوا معنا هنا اليوم. Not only that, they're here not only alone, with their families, people watching back in Egypt and all the Middle East, the pride of the Arab nation, وفخر العرب. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Team Falcons MENA.
What a pride indeed, especially for the countrymen right here in Saudi Arabia. Now they're able to see, you know, their fellow counterparts, the female pro players right here representing their nation, playing on the international stage. Now being, you know, a fellow countryman, you guys see Renmar, you know, supporting Philippine teams like the Smart Omega Empress, and of course LaFell with Homegirls. Now you have a representation on stage, and that is Team Falcons MENA. Now going up against the home ground heroes, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Victory Song Gamers. Now hailing all the way from EECA, now we have Victory Song Gamers. Now these are not just beauties, but absolute beasts that will be over at the Land of Dawn. So we're very excited.
Pretty much, yeah.
Second day.
Yes, let's go.
But same amount of excitement. So stick around and join us and let us know who you guys are rooting for in the comment section. So without further ado, we're no experts. We're just here to watch the show.
True
so
that.
without further ado, we're gonna hand it over to the studio.
Yalla.
Cheryl, Bara, what do you mean? You guys are experts in your own right. We talk about the games, we talk about MLBB, Falcons MENA, VSG, first match of the day. And you know, LaFell, it's perfect that we were talking about EXP laners. Because looking back at the stats, the most picked heroes in group stage day 1, let me run them down for you. Terizla, Ruby, Arlott, all playable and flexible into the EXP.
We haven't seen the Yuzong just yet.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Right. Oh, you're right.
We haven't seen the Yuzong.
That is surprising.
But the Terizla, though, I gotta say, is a big problem, right? It's an enabler, and I would say it's able to stop any kind of aggressions as well. So it's definitely gonna be something that both teams have to look forward to, either banning it out or prioritize it.
Yeah, he's like the gateway now for assassin jungles. Like if you want to play an assassin jungle really well, you got to have something like a Terizla with you in the EXP lane. Welcome to our draft. Angela will get taken away. Roger is the ban. of Falcons Mina.
Yeah, right now VSG banning out the Angela. I feel like this is a very good ban, and they're banning out the Ling as well. So perhaps they want to make sure that the tempo isn't that fast coming in from Falcons Mena. The fact that Falcons Mena, they batted Roger, perhaps the same kind of idea. Again, like I said, both teams are probably equally nervous. We heard from Velvet where she said it's not really about the team, it's just the entire vibe, because again, playing on stage is much different than playing at home. So I feel like game number one, go for something comfortable.
Yeah.
Get your groove first, and then you can go a little bit more crazy with the draft that you practiced before.
Yeah, I agree with you there, and I'm glad that you mentioned comfort. One of the players here of Falcons Mina has a favorite hero. The reason why she's named Alecta is because she has her favorite hero in Benedetta, named after her sword, Alecto. Hey, we were talking about crazy picks. What if later on, Benedetta jungle, but that's a little bit too far into the future.
I feel like it's fine. I feel like fourth pick Benedetta is great, especially when you already see the mid laner. As long as it's not a Zask, especially maybe a Zask is fine. Yeah. But if it's not a Valentina, then that Benedetta is gonna shred. So I don't know. I kind of feel like fourth pick Benedetta is gonna be pretty good. Fourth or fifth pick, because again, they're red side.
Yeah, that might show up later on. Thrizzle was the last ban hero of VSG, and that's either number one, they're not going to be playing Assassins, or number two, they're going to play a different EXP laner matchup so that the Assassins of Falcons Mena, if ever they do play it, are taken away. And hey, we finally see Yuzong again, but this time still banned.
Jushin.
Jushin is open.
Hayabusa is open as well, and we see both these heroes being priorities.
Yeah. But wait, both of them over Harith?
I would say Harith is a user kind of thing. If you're good with Harith, then you're going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you are amazing, Lafel. Juicin, that's the first pick there of VSG. A hero that takes a little bit of while to ramp up, but really the control that she dishes out is, for the lack of a better term, quite annoying.
Yeah, and in terms of countering this, if you want to go for an assassin, you can go for a Hayabusa to deal with the Juicin. If you want to go for a mid lane, then you're looking at a Kagura, you're looking at a Zask, and perhaps even a Farsa, something that ignores the front line and goes straight onto her, because her Lantern Flare, the range isn't as far as most of the other mages, so they can fight back.
Yeah. And what Falcons Mina do as a response here is that Jushin shines with the longer a team fight goes. So you pick up one of the best heroes right now in the current meta for longer team fights. They go for Edith. This Julian is flexible. It can go either mid or jungle. But the good thing about the lineup of Falcons Mina is they're already covered in the magic damage department because they already have their first two picks.
And now VSG, they counter back with the Minotaur as well as in Harith. So right now, honestly, the team fight for VSG is looking pretty good. They have ways to catch the opponent with the Jushin, with the Lantern Flare. And if they're coming for a team fight, they got a Minotaur. And like we said, the Zaz gets picked up just to face against this Jushin.
Yeah, wow. So this is the meta we find ourselves in now. Zask is coming up more in the pro scene because it's one of the... Would you say it's a direct counter to the Jushin, or just good enough to respond to it?
It's a good counter towards the meta, because as a mid laner, you're very much... defenseless going up against damage dealer assassins or even fighters in the jungle. So if you're a Zaz, you have ways to survive and actually fight back. So Zaz is a mid laner that can take care of herself. So this is one of those situations where, because of the meta, it made Zaz good.
Yeah. And now I'm not seeing any obvious EXP laners, because even though, yes, you can tell me that the Edith is an EXP laner, it's more of a roamer in this recent meta with how well it just meshes. And if those three heroes are together in the mid lane, roam mid jungle, VSG might not even be able to farm up because that scales really quickly.
Yeah, and right now looking at Falcons Mina, and they're banning out the Yuzong, they're banning out the Arlet, so they're making sure that Mina doesn't get a good EXP laner here, especially because they're going to be fourth pick. They can have the priority, and in terms of the priority, in my head I'm thinking of Paquito, but if they want something with a little bit more control, then I don't know, not a lot is coming up on my mind right now. Oh wait, Ruby!
Yeah, Ruby.
Ruby's still open.
Yeah, Ruby's still available in the EXP lane, and that is a viable pickup, not just in the roam. It can't just set up, but especially if it's a Ruby that you want to get good items in right away, the spell vamp is really strong. Hayabusa. So a lot of the heroes that we mentioned leading up into the draft are showing up and making an impact so far. If I'm Falcons Mena, if really they don't have an EXP laner yet, wow, they're really focusing there, I suggest last pick. Just pick whatever's available to match up against the pick of Minun.
I guess especially because this EDIF is technically capable going to the EXP, and if you look at it that way, you have a lot of other roamers available, like the Grok, like the Tigreal. You know, the options are still there, which VSG does not have the flexibility because they've already locked in a Minotaur.
Yeah, that's true. So, Falcons Mena, is it roamer EXP? Because either or would be great. If it's the roamer, Grok, yeah, I agree with you.
You can pick up a gold laner now. The Claude is still open. Or the Clint!
Oh.
Another debut pick.
Yeah, that's why they were taking away Arlott, Yuzong, because they were taking away the best heroes that can dive the backline straight. Are there any really strong backline diving EXP laners?
I was about to say Benedetta.
Yeah, that was in my head.
But not
too.
for Falcons Mena.
Yeah, not for Electa. Well, she's in the jungle, but it will be going to Minun. Let's see what their last pick is going to be. They still need a jungler. Yeah, they still need their jungler here. Oh,
that is the jungle.
Oh, okay.
She's showing out, yo, Alexa, I hear you like the Benedetta jungle.
Yeah.
Hey, guess who can use that too?
Dude, that's a flex.
That's a flex.
If VSG gets a win here, it's sort of like a little bit of it's a huge flex on the Lecta. And it's a CC for Falcons Mena.
Why did I forget about the CC? But again, looking at the lineup here for Falcons Mena, if the Julian is going for a Holy Crystal, it might take too long. So I'm looking for a Genius One because both side lanes are scaling heroes, so they need a little bit of time.
A little bit more time, but who can make time come faster for them? We're going to be seeing Clint make his debut here on the MWI stage. He has a lot of work cut out for him to go up against that Benedetta. Good thing, though, for the lineup of Falcons Mena, you know what I see? Calculated chaos, man. A lot of things could go wrong here for VSG if they are not careful. This is the first series of the day in the second day of our group stage. The home ground heroes, Falcons Mena, up against EEC Ace VSG. Who will be able to take it? Let's go to our casters.
What's up, guys? Thanks for the throw. We're entering the land of Dawn. This is day number 2 of the MWI. This is Trex here along with Mirko on the desk. And so far, the picks have not disappointed Mirko. Right now, we got a jungle Benedetta on the side of VSG.
Yeah, a debut pick on the Benedetta. Something that we were expecting kinda yesterday. Maybe it's gonna show up, but definitely not as a jungler, right? So this is already something new that's technically old too, because back in the day when Benedetta got released, we saw a whole lot of the Benedetta jungle, and I'm glad to see that Kyoe is on this Benedetta. We'll get to see exactly how they utilize this. Seems like for Fevin and you in the mid lane, looking to go for the Lethal Wanderer. This is one of the advantages you have on the Zosk. You have so much zoning power, and just like that, they secure the Lethal Wanderer.
I mean, the Zosk, we saw it a little bit yesterday. There's been whispers, there's been rumors of it possibly entering into the Lambadon, but a little bit of damage in the mid side.
Onward and the Earth Shatter coming down. Synchro trying to deal some damage there with the flare, bringing it back straight into it. Yui flickering out, but Synchro chases all the way under the turret to pick up first blood.
So first blood for VSG. Victory Song Gamer securing a nice early on lead. This is going to send Yui back. It's going to give them a little bit of an advantage in the mid lane, possibly able to rotate a little bit faster around. We got 30 seconds on the clock until Turtle. Taking a look at some of these compositions, I like what Victory Song Gamers is bringing for game number 1. You spice it up a little bit with the Benedetta. You have some quick rotations. You still have that bulky front line with the Minotaur and the Ruby in the EXP lane. So just a lot of possibilities from this composition.
My concern early on the Benedetta is the fact that, you know, how fast does the Benedetta clear in the jungle? And so far, he's actually doing a really good job. Able to clear it as fast as Electa on the Julian. They're both technically on very similar levels here, but up top, again, thrown back there. Pops the Vengeance. Velvet still able to survive for a bit, but will not have a big resource. Up brought back again straight into Minion, who's going to be able to dish out some damage. Don't run Wolfgang, another CC back into the I'm Offended. Juicin
is juicing right now. Getting everything out of these first few minutes. It's only 2.5 in. It's 3 kills for VSG. Sheesh. And not to mention 2 of those kills going to the Ruby, who sometimes has a bit of a slow start, but in the EXP lane, this Ruby's going to be so... Oh my god, another one.
Again, pulled back. She might be able to get another. But Fevin is able to space out in time. Neutral objective number 1 taken for free. And it seems like, at least for Team Falcons Mena, they have a way to actually trade it out. Right? Electa was able to go into the bottom side again, can get caught, forced to use the sword to escape, and now we really get to see the power of this Jusin pick.
Yeah, I feel like no one's played it this aggressive just yet. The way that Synchro's playing it almost like a Lilia, just in their face, zoning them back with that skill. Synchro really showing how it's done right now. And it's exciting to see because we kind of questioned this hero. We wondered how it was going to be able to be played. And I think it's going to work also well against the composition that Team Falcons Mena has brought. Seeing the Julian, yes, there's some dashes away, but still it is not an extreme, like it's mobile in team fights, but when it comes to just moving around the map, as long as Synchro has this lead, can definitely use it to zone away some of these heroes.
No, I think we heard earlier from the analyst, right? Because from what we've seen, yeah, Jusin does get, needs some time. Gaily with a flicker forward. Minus Fury names able to displace himself, but look at that. The chain CC straight into the Zaman Force and the Synchro Vision. Rian able to pick up the kill under the turret. 4-0 VSG.
The rotations right now, they're just going from top to bottom, clearing mid, keeping it simple, never too, they're not just staying in mid lane, right? Synchro is all over the place. Her and Gaily right now are everywhere, and more damage on the bot. Velvet gonna go down. That is 5-0, already a 2,000 gold lead.
I don't think Minden even got an assist there. Did she get an assist? It almost seems like Hyoe was able to burst Velvet down all alone, even with the Vengeance. So the lethal ignition on the Benedetta bottom lane. Still, Rian able to pick up that gold crab here. His name's on the Clint. You expect the Clint to actually be able to shut some damage. You can see again just how much pressure Synchro can put on to Yui. Minion rotating forward over on Wolf King, and I'm offended, but Yui is able to flicker out in time now. Earth Shadow flicker combo straight into the Primal Wrap, but it's under the turret. No, Saman forced to play with the quick draw. Rian still able to escape. Gaily rotating forward, able to disengage and save Rian.
Beautiful timing from Gaily there. Beautiful play from Rian, but we're starting to see Mena kind of pick up the pace a little bit, look for picks of their own. Now it's first turtle. Team Falcons Mena probably not even going to want to contest this. They're too far behind. Taking a look at some of the heroes, at some of these girls. Electa, Fevin, both deathless right now, and I think they're going to need to step up the pace. They're going to need to look for something. We do see the Sky Piercer come in for Kyoei.
Uh-oh. No flicker. Minus Fury knocking, straight into the blades. Kyoei able to take the kill, now going in with a final blow as well. Knocking him down, Kyoei picking up the execute on the Sky Piercer. Dominator's Ascent to try to chase him down, but really for Yui, they can't really go for the chase, not at all.
Perfect timing for a gank like that. Right when she gets the Sky Piercer, let's go in, pick up a couple kills, get some stacks on there, get under the tower, super aggressive, they get the knock-up, you get the ultimate with Synchro. I mean, just the way that VSG is moving around the map right now as a group, looking for their picks, but still controlling their lane, still making sure they're getting their minions. They look like pros right now.
They are, right? I mean, just looking at how they're able to path around the map. Gaily again, just trying to sandwich names. It's very hard for Clint now. If Clint falls behind in the early game, now again, Rian just jumping forward into the knockup now. Names forced to flicker just as she gets it back up. And she loses a turret. Tier 1 in the bottom lane. No trades for now. They were able to get a turret down below before, so technically it's now back to equal on turrets. But if you take a look at the gold lead, tells you a whole different story.
Okay, so we've been talking a lot about VSG because of how well they have been doing. Team Falcons Mena, what is the win con at this point? They do have the Clint. They got to kind of get into some late game territory. Because he took those 2 deaths, it's going to be a while. Without any crowd control in the EXP lane, like I said, a lot of things come down to Fevin and Electa to pop off.
Earth Shatter now with a Minute Fury, and I'm offended, knocking 4 members straight into them. Now with the damage, Crimson Beacon, AoE, Velvet going to be caught, thrown back again. Synchro able to flicker out with a double kill now, and look at the rotation coming from Minion. Going for the dome run, Wolf King, but still with the enhanced sword. Electa able to outplay and getting that one last hit to shut Synchro down.
The tables have turned. Falcon Mena back into the game, and as I said, Electa being deathless, it's at some point you gotta hit the power spike, at some point you gotta roll the dice, and Electa did it and came out on top. They're gonna be able to get a tower out of this. They're gonna be able to get some movement out of this, and look at names as well, keeping a good position back, and at some point Electa knows, okay, they're low, I have the skills, I can make the full engage. Cinco should have probably tucked tail and run here, but the engage, the chains, they get it. He even forces it in, and before he gets tossed up and thrown away, he gets the final shot to lock in that final kill. So now top tier 3 down for VSG, but in the boss side, we have seen VSG take the whole bot lane, which is going to be huge for them.
You see the reaction, though. Straight up. I mean, you saw Synchro. He was like, all right, we got a double, we got a few kills, but that's definitely what they did not expect that for sure. Kyoei taking a whole lot of punishment, and now you can really see that power spike for Names on the Clint mid-game. When you get some of these items for the Clint, I think it's like 2-3 items, that's when you really start to deal damage. On top of that, there's going to be problems for VSG when they try to dive. That's an interesting interaction. I did not know that was a thing. You can actually pick up the little Johnny boy of Zask, throw it away.
Throw it.
Yeah, you can throw it away. So
pick up Johnny boy.
Exactly. Oh, right here. Vengeance used up already. Baits out a massive ability onward. Oh, bring Synchro back again. But Miss Fury comes down. That's a 3-man knockup. Straight into damage. There's from Mina and straight into the final blow. Well played, VSG. Picks up the fight, and now it's just Names who gets obliterated by Kyoei as she picks up a triple.
That's a 5-man knockout. Now you see him, now you don't. Victory Song Gamers. Gaily with such a beautiful response. That fight looked like it was in Team Falcons Mena's hands. A nice Earthshaker just to try to pick one off, but Gaily comes in, gets him no one's Fury, combos it up with another knockup onto 3. I mean, just monstrous right now. The comms from this team are off the charts.
They're a great team-fighting team, but also it just seems like they're a band because they know exactly how to play the song, the victory song. Gaily with the drum smacking down and straight into that beautiful orchestra of abilities. Now, Feb going to be caught, still able to pop in the Primal Wrath, deal some damage. Kyoei in the back, able to survive. Meanwhile, Rion is going to be taken down under the turret, taking too much punishment from that tier 2. And VSG, they fall back for now. They lose one member. It's a gold lane. But still for Kyoei, she's eating real good. Now in the enemy jungle, 2,000 gold ahead of Electa.
Okay, what's going to be big for Team Falcons Mena here is luckily Names is not too far behind. It's only 800 gold. Looks like we're now getting into that Malefic Roar, and I think once she gets that third item in, and she can stay in that box, which is kind of what Team Falcons Mena has built here. You have the Zask who can zone away, you have Fevin who can get some CC, you have Electa who can do a bit of damage, but as long as Names can stay in a good spot, we're starting to see the damage come out. And Victory Song Gamers, if they want to win this, they have to be careful of how they approach these big pushes, because once they get into the bottleneck of those inhibitors, that's where it's dangerous. That's where Names can really just kind of huddle down and get a lot of free shots off.
And now it should be for free here. Team Falcons Mena, they're way too behind to actually contest for this Lord. It's the first Lord of the game. Technically, if you take a look at Team Falcons Mena's composition, they still got a lot of good wave clear, right? They got that Zask, they have the Clint as well, so it's a good decision by them to leave this two Victory Song Gamers, not really go for the contest. Because for VSG, I think at this point of the game, it's the way that they can actually bait these members out of Team Falcons Mena outside of the base, because I think for Team Falcons Mena, that's their key win condition. They need to stay in their base, they need to play with their range, and they need to bait out some of these big abilities from VSG.
All right, now, Ward's going to be coming soon. I think if they can get 2 inhibitors out of this, it's a huge win. They don't have to finish things now. With Names finally getting in some of those third items, it's going to be, they should be able to clear fast. We're already seeing the Lord getting melted down.
With the first Lord, now it's a Force popped in. Rion doing some damage onto the base turret. Electa walking up, able to get out with the enhanced sword. You can see that the wave clear is still there. They're still able to defend for the base turret at least now. But there is going to be another big minion wave coming down. Still buffed by the Lord. Electa standing forward there. Gotta go for the knockup there. Synchro with the Lantern, unable to go for it. Now Min and I'm offended, not connecting. Earth Shatter and the Flicker combo. Straight into the onward, but now it's giving the Crimson Blast into the back. Gaily also with the Minis Fury straight into the damage once again. Min survives. Rion picks up a kill, and now it's just Velvet and Names left to defend. Velvet taking down Kyoei, an absolute beast of an assassin on the Benedetta. Names, one cowboy versus 5 Victory Song Gamers, and you can hear the drums of victory, you can hear the song. They're gonna go straight for the base, pick them up, throw them back, and then execute her in the base. That's game number 1 for VSG.
Execution is a perfect adjective for that one, a perfect verb for that one, because VSG Kyoei, I gotta put the highlight on her, 9-0-3 on a pick, not just a first pick of the tournament, not just a Benedetta first pick of the tournament, but a first pick of the tournament that no one expected to be in the jungle. Showing something different, getting this pick and making it work so well. 9-0-3 Kyoei just got a lot of fans.
she already has a lot of fans. You know, I think VSG, they have a lot of fans already from their performances. And now, technically, with this is a statement to the world now at MWI. We're here as contenders. We're not just here to participate. We're here to conquer. We're here to play our victory song, and we're gamers.
I mean, because the way they played, too, was just amazing. They were able to combo up so many well-team fights, able to do so many great things. But that's enough for me. We're going to toss it over to our wonderful experts, our analysts on the panel.
Team Falcons Mena dancing to VSG song The KOA. The Benedetta jungle was highlighted, but first we have to begin with the Jushin and the Minotaur. Gaily and Synchro were perfectly in synchro, applying the pressure throughout the early game.
I gotta say, honestly, the casters talk about this, right? If you're looking at VSG, looking at their lineup, they have a lot of big ults, like the Zaman Force, the Minnow and Fury, even Synchro with the Crimson Beacon. Like, there's a lot of control when you're looking at this team. And when we're looking at Falcons Mena, look at every single time they engage, especially when it comes from Fevin. She forces the engage. When she has the flicker, she'll go for it, right? That's good and bad. It's good that you have the mentality, the courage to start something, but at some point you have to understand you're going up against a lineup that wants to start a team fight.
Yeah.
So when you, the opponent, starts the team fight for them, it helps them out. Like in this particular clip, you see throwing the Minotaur towards the team, where the Minotaur just has an easier time to set up the Minnow and Fury. So this is one of those cases where you're going up against a draft like VSG, you want to bait out as many abilities as you can. If they use the Electrofiner Blow early, if they use the Zaman Force early, kite away. Use your abilities to escape the team fight. Once the cooldowns are done, you go back in.
Yeah, that's exactly what we saw in that one crucial team fight wherein the members of Falcons Mena started the team fight despite them being quite low. Oh, no, they didn't start it. It was the members of ESG that started out the fight. Then the members of Falcons Mena responded to it accordingly, even though they were down like 3 to 5k gold at that point. And they were able to turn it around, as you said. But then in the end, when they were the ones initiating, that was just great timing and counterplay by Gaily, and then eventually, of course, by KOA on that Benedetta. Because once everyone else has entered, Benedetta says, all right, my time to shine.
Yeah, for you guys at home, if you guys are watching the screen down here, we can definitely see a lot of the plays. KOA, yes, is amazing with the Benedetta, and I kind of feel like she has a lot more in her pocket. There's more heroes that she can use. In this kind of lineup, there's a lot of crowd control that makes it very difficult for the lineups of Falcon Mena to actually really do anything. So it's all about execution. It's easier said than done. But for game number 2, they got to really look at the win condition for VSG and try to get it out of the way, making sure that they don't achieve that win condition, and then you try to fight back. Because looking at the winning condition coming in from Falcon Mena, they have scaling side laners.
Yeah.
You kind of don't have a choice. You got to wait it out.
Let's see one of the main winning conditions of the winning team with our PlayStation MVP. I wonder who it's going to be. Is it going to be the jungler that had 0 deaths? I feel like maybe, but definitely it is KOA. KDA of 12. That is a singular number because, yes, that is no deaths on the side of KOA. If I'm not mistaken, that is a final stat line of 9 kills, 3 assists, 0 deaths. Was it purely just great timing by KOA as to why she was the MVP?
Honestly, she had a lot of room to move around in all of the team fights, because when you see most of the escaping abilities have been used by Falcon Mena, and then she's just like, okay, I'm just going to dash in and I'm going to do my damage, especially when she has the Sky Piercer. Makes it all that much easier for her to secure all of the kills. But again, it's not just the Sky Piercer. She has a lot of penetration coming in from the Hunter Strike, as well as the true damage coming in from the... the name escapes me.
For the Sky Piercer?
No.
The War Axe?
The red item.
Red item, true damage?
Okay, you know what? It'll come back.
It'll come back to us eventually. Endless Battle.
Endless Battle, yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Escaped me for a while.
But, you know, I really agree with you there. It was just, in terms of the conditions, I didn't realize it until we got to see it happen. It was just a crazy amount of crowd control. It looked like this was a lineup that just really didn't allow the members of Falcons Mena to do anything, to play. It was a lineup that Falcons Mena had that was stronger on the counter, but it really doesn't seem like that's their comfort playstyle.
Yeah, it's just that here's the thing, Falcons Mena, they have one idea, and then they just do that one thing. Where going up against a team like VSG, you got to be a little bit more creative. If A doesn't work, you got to go for B.
What's the B? Like a different step?
No, it's like, okay, if we engage, it doesn't work, maybe don't do that. Maybe
force it.
False engages. Make it look like you're going for a fight, but then it's like, haha, I gotcha. I was kidding. And now we're backing off. Right?
All right. I get what you're getting at. Let's see if we'll see more of those false engages. But here's something true. The Doritos reactions, the players' reactions for you up on the screen.
And honestly, there's gonna like, oh, whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you got me, man.
Yeah.
It's fine. But yeah, looking at the reactions, it's like backstage, this is the reaction that we're really looking forward to see, because the excitement there, they can't contain it.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think like someone who reacts in that way, it's, yeah, you're hyped for your team, but at the same time, I feel like it's half, whoa, I didn't expect us to even just be like that as well. Well, Cheryl mentioned that they are beasts, and now I do not doubt it. With how they played that, with how they did not allow Falcons Mena to play their game, it is, yeah, that was terrifying to look at. And now VSG definitely, as our casters mentioned, have made a statement, a grand introduction for themselves in the very first series of the day here in day number 2. We have gave a lot of glowing commentations for VSG. Falcons Mena, other than what you mentioned with maybe instead of just going all in, go a little bit more false engages, is there something maybe that they would want to adjust in the draft?
I feel like when it comes to the draft, it's a little bit tricky because we are not entirely sure the kind of picks that they're used to, because we saw the Clint, and the Clint was, in theory, is an amazing pick because you have a lot of burst damage once you complete 4 items, right? At that point, you can have the possibility of one-shotting people, but again, it takes a little bit of time. And looking at how the trend is for MWI, the mid-game is very important. Transitioning from the turtle all the way to the Lord, that very small time frame is where you're able to set your presence on the map, and then once you set it, then you have a big advantage when it comes to controlling the Lord and then eventually winning the game. So having a side laner that both wants to scale, I feel like the CC is fine if you want if your gold laner requires maybe just 3 or 2 items, and if you want a 4-item marksman, perhaps you need an EXP laner, something like a Terizla, something like maybe even a Yuzong, something that can buy some time. So when both of them needs time, there's just not enough time for everyone.
Yeah, real quickly though, let's go on over to the casters desk. Mirko and Trex, real quickly, what do you guys think, and what would you want to say and add on to the discussion? Let's start first off with Mirko when it comes to game number 1.
I don't know, it really felt like for VSG, they were just so much better in terms of the mechanics as well, individually in lane, because I think it was the XP lane where we saw, again, also technically domination. Velvet wasn't really able to do much in that XP lane on the CC, despite her already being placed on a matchup that should be actually okay, especially with the Vengeance. You can actually go and, you know, punish a lot, but yeah, it really feels like there is a big mechanic difference there.
I think VSG really caught them off guard with the early game aggression. I think a lot of teams might not be ready for those types of ganks, that many offlane ganks that early in the game. So this time Falcon Mena might have a better chance. They can at least prepare themselves for these type of compositions, and not even just the compositions, but the rotations in that early phase of the game. And I think if they can do that, there's some good possibilities to tie this up.
You know what? I'm going to have to agree here with both of them. It seems like aggression is one of the key factors here. VSG, they look like they played a lot better because of the aggression that they showed. Again, it's about not letting your opponent play their game was the biggest factor.
Yeah, no, I agree, because for me, it's not enough to win the game. It's about letting the opponent know that they lost.
Ooh, that's cold, bro.
So I kind of feel like you need that kind of mindset. So for Falcons Mena in this game, you got to figure out how to make them lose. Sometimes just thinking how to win, sometimes that's not enough, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not about achieving your win condition, it's about denying the opponent's win condition.
Oh, that's a great way to look at that. Now let's see what Falcons Mena will be able to do in game number 2 to somehow force a tie to deny the condition, or will VSG deny a point for Falcons Mena, meaning that they are going to be put in the red. This is the beauty of a BO2 style setup. Even just one sweep loss, it's already a massive blow to your chances of being able to advance into the next game. VSG, I mean, I don't want to say that they had the perfect game, but it was somewhat close to it. Are there any errors that you saw from their side that maybe Falcons MENA will be able to take advantage of?
No, honestly, not really. In terms of the rotations, as well as like the caster said, their mechanics are really on point. The fact that they can outplay the team fights is indicative of that. So honestly, for this game, the only way that they could have a mistake if is the mid trio coming in from Falcons MENA was able to punish their rotation, because let's talk about Jushin. Did Jushin really have any trouble going up against his ass? Not really.
Nope.
Right? So the fact that they can go bottom lane, they got a kill. They go to top lane, they got a kill. They go fight around turtle, there's no contest. The mid trio for VSG looked like they had a pretty free time.
Yeah. Now that when you mentioned it, there was something that you mentioned behind the scenes also, was that when in that one team fight that Falcons MENA was able to win, they almost got a wipeout. It was actually the Zask protecting the Clint in the back line, so that was their peeler. I'm thinking then, okay, how does that connect to the rest of the lineup where it's more defensive, their style of lineup. So add to the fact that of condition denial, maybe for Falcons MENA, it's also condition acknowledgement. If your lineup is great for counter plays, you go for the counter plays. Don't be the one engaging it, as you mentioned earlier. So now, yeah, maybe that is the trick there for Falcons MENA.
Yeah, again, we're about to go into the draft, but something to highlight as well, Minon on that Ruby keeps controlling the damage dealer, so it makes it easier for Kyoei to actually go in.
Yeah, and I think now, earlier in that game number 1, we got to see why the two Filipinos on the team, you see Rian and Gailey, love Minon so much, even outside of the game, because inside of the game, they are well taken care of by their EXP laner. So, Falcons MENA says, let's take out a Yuzong. Any team that would prioritize a ban on a Yuzong like this, other than the fact that it's a... Actually, in this current meta, I feel like it's one of those overlooked first 2 picks on the red side. But that's also a sign of, hey, we're going to build another lineup that it's more static on the back line, maybe?
That, or they just know that Minon on the Yuzong is not a fun time.
Yeah, just respect it.
Right, maybe it's like, okay, you know, if Minon has this Yuzong...
Yeah. It's not good.
Let's just wait for 15 minutes and then see what happens next, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's one of those things where Yuzong controls the turtle so well that you're basically not playing the game for the first 7 minutes, right? So maybe that's the kind of player Minon is on the Yuzong. So they're like, okay, we're gonna deny that. Jushin gets banned out as well, which is good and bad. It's good because you're not giving it over to VSG, but it's kind of bad because you're not using it yourself. Yeah. So in a way, you're telling people is like, yeah, I don't have time to train this hero.
Ooh, like it's not yet in
or I train, but I have no idea how this works.
Maybe, or just saving it. There's a lot of questions there, but yeah, Jushin's not going to be a first pick. First pickables, the Rogers and the Hariths and the Low Yis of the world are still up for the taking.
I would say Roger, because Roger is solid going up against the Harith, as well as the Lui. And it's flexible. You can put it in the jungle or goal lane.
Yeah.
Or dare I say mid lane, who knows?
Oh, well, no. I hope that's not a Roger mid lane.
Yeah, no.
It's a bit too high concept for my taste.
Here's the thing, right? We can say whatever we want, just don't take our word for it, okay?
And so with the Roger pickup for Falcons MENA, VSG would pick up the Minotaur. It went really well. It looks like a comfort pickup for Gailey, and most importantly, up against Dashes, you want to pick up the Minotaur to force out Dashes. Julian for VSG, it's their turn to use that hero.
They pick up the Edith as well. I prefer going up against something like a Minotaur for the Edith to be in the roam position, because you can pick up the Minotaur. Minotaur is a tank support. It's not a full tank, right? Yeah. The defense stats is not the same as a full tank, and the passive is not really to make sure that you stay alive that long. So honestly, if you have the Edith and a bursty kind of mage, you can deal with the Minotaur, making so that the Minotaur is delayed in building the items, because usually Minotaur goes for a first item flash, right? The flash of the Oasis. So you're not going to be that tanky. So I still hope that the Edith is going roam, but looking at how Fevin plays, probably go to XP.
Yeah. Earlier, we did see it go into
Rome, yeah.
Rome. Yeah, it was the Rome. And we saw that interaction that you mentioned earlier, that if you toss the Minotaur and you're not careful, you're actually helping the Minotaur to come closer to your teammates. But the thing with the lineups for Falcons Mena is this is not a backline-focused lineup. This is a lineup that will get up in your face and would want to fight under a Zaman Force and would want to claw you up front.
If VSG doesn't ban the Valentina, honestly, they should take it. Falcons Mena, yeah. You can take away the Million Fury, as well as possibly deal a lot of damage in the early game. So I'm thinking Valentina here. If Valentina is not picked up, honestly, another solid pick is the Farsa, but we haven't seen the Farsa so far in the MWI.
Yeah, it seems like a niche pick. Even though it makes a lot of sense for the meta, there's not a lot of teams that are incredibly comfortable yet with either playing it or showing it. VSG, they are taking away the Ruby because, okay, with the Julian and the Claude, I could see why they would be hesitant to play up against a Ruby up on the field. Quick crowd control with the second skill might mess up their entries.
Honestly, Bane is a good pickup for Falcons Mena, but the fact that they have the Harv as well as the Roger means, yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Unless you go Bane EXP, but I think that's too much.
It's a little bit
I think that's stretching too far.
As someone who's tried it, don't. Not worth it anymore. It will most likely be a jungle if we're going to be seeing Bane again later here in MWI. Who knows?
They're going to have a very tanky something in the EXP.
Yeah, that's going to be their lane holder.
Oh,
Trisla's gone. Lapo is going to be going to have a hard time catching anyone. Who else is going to be available in terms of the tanky presences of the EXP laner that has crowd control?
I'm even thinking if they go for something crazy by putting a tank in the EXP, because we've seen a Grok EXP before, but we haven't seen it for a while. And now the Valentina gets picked up by VSG. Even they understand how dangerous the Valentina is going up against the Minotaur.
Yeah, great call there.
Novaria. Don't know about the damage output of Novaria as well as Edith can do in the early game, though.
That's all magic. VSG will just rush Radiant Armors at this point. But the thing is, again, we don't know their EXP laner. The the Minotaur will pick up the, as you mentioned, the Flask of the Oasis. Then you build up the Radiant Armors later on. The other members of VSG cannot. Okay, so they're rushing magic damage. Don't tell me it's going to be another magic. They need a little bit more physical here.
Actually, now that I look at it, as long as the Roger follows up on Edith and Novaria, they should have enough damage. So, never mind. If it's a duo, maybe it's difficult. As a trio, it's fine. Toms gets picked up.
Huh. Usually isn't Toms picked up against like really honest team fights?
No, I get it. Going up against the Claude wants to do the Blazing Duet and he goes Vengeance.
Vengeance, right, yeah.
So you're just countering by staying still.
Okay, so Vengeance now, and there's the Paquito, so you get crowd control, but yeah, duelists on the EXP lanes. This is gonna be scrappy. The way I look at these two lineups, all I see is just chaos.
Honestly, I feel like that's better for Falcons Mena, because I feel like if you say fight, I just fight. They're the kind of team that goes in and then hopes for the best.
And Falcons Mena will be hoping that they seal a point here. If they get swept, that puts them in the red. The beauty and the pain of the BO2 format. If VSG takes this, well, they're going to be in a very comfortable spot with a 2-0 in the very first match of the day. Falcons Mena versus VSG. Mirko, Trex, let's go.
Let's go is right. We're going to be jumping into game number 2. VSG up against Falcons Mena. And Scrappy is a perfect way to describe this comp for VSG. Scrappy is a perfect way to describe this competition. And looking at both of them, I would say Team Falcons Mena, they're fast moving, yes, but with the mid lane, with the, with Fevin as well, I feel like they could also take this a little bit slow if they want. They have some late game scaling. And on the terms of VSG with that Paquito, with the movement of events again to the boss side, bro. The rotations from them in the first 2 minutes.
Man, game 1, you know, I did say Velvet getting out-microed in lane. This time it's not even fair. It's not even a 1v1. It's a 3v1 in the bottom lane. Velvet is going to have to recall again, and that will only give Minion, someone who's already very, very aggressive in lane, even more power now. You can see that Electa is able to actually steal away some camps onward. Earth Shatter comboed in, it's done, locking him down. Kiyoi still trying to run away, getting the healing touch right, the enhanced sword, outplaying the situation. What a move by Gailey and Synchro to help her out.
That's gotta be crushing to your confidence.
Yikes.
Team Falcons Mena set up the perfect little bait there. I mean, they had it. But Victory Song Gamers, they rotate back to mid. Synchro Gailey saved the day for Kiyoi.
That was well played, man. Even for Kiyoi, able to get out just into the vision, out of the into the bush, out of the vision pool for just a second to get the help coming in from the motivation roar, the healing, and then obviously the terrify straight into the combo. And with the enhanced sword, you actually do get a little bit of HP, and Kiyoi was able to completely abuse that there. Goes to show you that she played the Benedetta really well. She could also play the Julian really well. Synchro just sidestepped away from that Astral Sphere too. They are locked in.
They are a well-oiled machine right now. VSG, the way they're moving on this map. And even here with Synchro hanging out down on the boss side a lot because they know Yui's here as well. We see Gailey holding down the mid lane, making sure it's cleared. Everybody knows their job. They know the assignment. Team Falcons Mena, though, needs to find an answer. They gotta break through this aggression. They brought the Thamus this time, a nice aggressive early gamer. They have Electa. I mean, they have some possibilities here. They just need to pull it off.
Well played, man. One level advantage on Gailey. She's gonna have the Minions Fury, so, and technically they'll also have the Primal Wrath. Enhanced Chain, knocking her off. Heaven almost taken down, forced to flicker under the tier 1. That's a shot from Yui that does not connect, and VSG, they're just utilizing the fundamentals so much better compared to Team Falcons Mena, and they're outclassing them with it. Poking them down before the neutral objectives, and then obviously getting these level advantage with better rotations. And even the weak side, they're playing it real well. Rihanna in this matchup against the Herod, she hasn't really been fully bullied out.
You know, we talk about this sometimes when we see teams that aggressively rotate like this. At least back in NA we do. You know, it's not always great to just play reactionary. Don't just follow them around the map. I think at this point, Team Falcons Mena, what they need to do is maybe play the opposite lane. If VSG is going to gank EXP, go try to gank gold. You know, play your own game. Look for positions on the map because VSG stays in this 3 group. Their mid is almost always moving together. So there are weak points on the map that Team Falcons Mena could attack. They cannot just follow them around, because if they do, they're never actually going to gain any space.
And this is real bad. We were talking about how Rian, at least in the early game, she was being bullied. His Fury flicker forward, knock up straight to the Blazing Duet, but is still able to survive onward into the front. Not able to find the Earth Shatter to really connect onto anyone. He got Synchro, but Synchro was just able to Primal Wrath and deal out more damage, sustain back up too. She didn't really lose any HP in that skirmish with the sustain back, and even in the bottom lane, Minion, you can see the confidence already in VSG. That's a lethal ignition, Paquito. That's a full damage, Paquito. That's an FDP.
FDP is right. I mean, it's a FDT, full damage team. Everyone is ready to put someone down.
Except Gailey,
I mean,
unless...
Even Gailey, I mean, with those Minolan's Furies,
all right.
we're causing mayhem. Bevan now in trouble.
Forced to use a Primal Wrath defense, so Gailey still wants to go for it. You're right, at least in the aggression. But Gailey will be forced back. Synchro jumping in. Electa go for the damage. Yui sniping her from downtown. Rian forced to use the BMI defensively as Electa pounced on her.
But a beautiful defensive BMI, because a good wait. Didn't use it too early, waited for the Lycan Pounce to connect. But now Electa.
Boom, bang. Into the knockout strike, knocking her up into the enhanced chain as well. The combo is perfect. Minion picking up the kill now. Velvet running them down with the vengeance. But VSG knows better than to take on Athamas with the vengeance still on. Kiyoi in that bush, great immobilization. But Velvet's able to step out just in time. Remember though, Minion full stacks. Go opening it up. Knockout strike to bring Fevin back straight into Synchro. And Synchro actually utilized that to take the Primal Wrath. It's a big ultimate now in the hands of Synchro. And even then, VSG say, you know what, we're a bit too low, we'll take the slow route.
Okay, so it's about a 1,500 gold lead for the side of VSG. Definitely not end game material. 1,700 to be exact. Math's hard. Team Falcons Mena, they should be getting somewhere soon. Names has been deathless. This time the gold lane is keeping up, and the trades aren't even too bad. Rian is about a level up. But Names should, I think, get that after this wave down on the boss side of the turtle, though.
Great position by Gailey, knocking up Electa now. Her Shadow Shades into Mayo Wrath as well now. Then his Fury already used up earlier. Gailey's still able to find another knockup, and now it's Velvet all alone, isolated in the front. Gailey taking a big shot, but says, nah, I'm good. Minion getting the shielding, winning out in this brawl, or duel rather, against Electa, and Rian is on the turret in the mid lane. Kyoe is on the turtle in the bottom lane. There's a trade in objectives at least for Team Falcons Mena, but still, it's so much better for VSG.
It's extremely better. Getting a mid lane tower at 6 minutes in is huge. I would trade an off lane tier 3 for that mid lane tier 3 any day, because what's this gonna do is open the door even more for VSG to be as aggressive as they want, because now they're not just rotating through the bottleneck of the mid lane, they're rotating through your jungle if they want to. They're able to invade and escape easily. Gailey maybe in a little bit of trouble here though.
Lycan pounds as well. Gailey's still able to survive, and just like that, she's brought in enough attention to give Rian space. Up top, enhanced sword by Kyoe. Looking for a dive. Velvet already using a vengeance now. They're going to go on to turret first now. As Minion gets the shielding earlier. Now into the immobilization. Enhanced sword. Locking her down. Strom. My goodness, these combos are ridiculous. VSG are styling on Team Falcons.
You know what we call that? Punching Thamus in the face. Quick left jab. Putting them down. Putting them out of their misery. VSG right now. And here they go again.
Brutal punch,
right back down to the bot side. I mean, it's troublesome. It's looking like a problem. Team Falcons Mena, again, I think the saving grace is going to be Names, just like last game. Names has got to do something here. Needs to hit a power spike. Got to start taking names, man. Got to start, you know, punching the clock a little bit, doing something, because if they don't get it together, and at this point, it might be time for Team Falcons Mena to just stay grouped up. Even if they lose one of these tier 2s in the top or bottom, they need to be a bit more grouped up, because the game that Victory Song Gamers is bringing is we're going to run around, we're going to find picks here and there, we're going to guerrilla warfare you, we're going to run 3-1, 3-2, 4-1, we're going to be all over and always coming at you. So if Team Falcons Mena isn't together as a team, VSG is going to pick them apart.
Oh, Minion up top. Oh no, Kevin unable to find the onward flicker out of the Earth Shatter as well, but still she will be taken out up top by the Zaman Force. Use up Gailey, fighting the play with a knockup. Lycan Pounce to dodge away, but whoa! Great enhanced chain to catch the Lycan Pounce right after she used it. That's
Even
a kill.
if the Minoan's Fury doesn't get you, we got something else in the pocket.
Yeah, there's an elephant that comes out of nowhere.
We got another skill in the clip, ready to pop off. VSG just always has a plan right now. Team Falcons Mena. What do they do here, Mirko, right? It's First Lord. You definitely don't contest this, I think, at this point. They're about, it's 5,000 gold lead at this point. We're right back to the same story as game 1. Yui this time, they do have some possibility with some, we saw some nice snipe shots early on, but they need to not take any fights. Even this, maybe give up the purple.
Yeah, I mean, for Names, she's still able to secure with the Synchro Vision. That's a big plus. They didn't really want to go for, you know, the full contest, but as long as you can secure it on one of your members, this is actually the best case scenario for them. They give it over to Names. Like you said, she's probably the last hope, technically, for Team Falcons Mena here. Now VSG, though, they already have LaFell, I mean, the Lord, right? They're coming down in the bottom lane now. Rian has the Golden Staff. It's a big power spike, too, for this Claude. I wonder if she went for a different path. I wonder if she went for the Corrosion Scythe into the DHS and then the Golden Staff, because 3 items in the 8th minute would be quite ridiculous. I don't think so. I think she's still on the second item,
it's
right?
9 minutes now.
Yeah.
We're breaking on 9 minutes.
That will be insane, though. If she actually does have 3 items in for the Claude at 9 minutes, that's...
I don't know.
Crazy timers.
This was 0-0-1. I don't think so.
Exactly.
Maybe if there was like a bunch of kills. But wait a second, nice pick off. Kyoe goes down, and that's going to be huge. That's going to be a shutdown right there. 3-1 and 3. Team Falcons Mena now. Kill goes over to Yui, so it's a little something. Should be able to clear this ward safely and just lose the tier 2 here.
Velvet's trying her best to actually try to defend this here in the mid lane. She actually built the Thunderbolt.
3 items in.
She has 3 items in 9 minutes with 1 assist. That's why, you know, I looked at the assist and I'm like, there's no way, right? Yeah, there is a way. If you are Rian, there is a way to farm up that fast with only 1 assist through the map. And technically, she has been taking the mid wave too, right? So that explains it. She's been farming up a storm.
Yeah, farming 2 lanes at once.
Maybe even 3. She goes bot, or even the jungle, lanes. Right? And now she's getting the purple buff.
She's everywhere. All right, let's take a look at Team Falcons Mena. We did see Names working on the 3rd item, almost to 3rd item, had Feather of Heaven, had Starlium Scythe. So getting there, we know the type of damage a a Harith can do and how much dancing. I think if there's a hero that they want to be able to scale towards the end, it could definitely be this Harith. You have possibility to dance around Kyowe, win those chains in. If you have the mechanical gifts, you need to be able to dance around these fights, get out of range of these Minoan's Fury, and not get cut off like that. Fevin, a bad spot.
Ow, she got knocked up and she still went onward. But then she found 4 members of Victory Song Gamers just standing there menacingly, obliterating the HP bar. Oh, Fevin, she wasn't even able to pop the Primal Rash. She wasn't even able to react to the 4 members in the bush. That's how much damage they have. Minin, Synchro, Rihanna on Claude with 3 items in 9 minutes. That's kind of crazy. And then now she's probably going to go for the Malefic Roar. But honestly, if I were in that spot, right, 3 items in the first 9 minutes, I would just go for even more damage. Or Wind Talker. We've seen a lot of those Wind Talkers. Considering you're that far ahead, this is the problem though, technically for them, right? If they're just so squishy, Minin can take a whole lot of punishment. They all can take a lot of punishment from the poke from Yui.
I mean, Yui's been definitely packing a punch, but at this point, it's even there. The heal comes back from Gailey immediately. They got to find their target. Fivin needs to be the one to be able to find these targets, but as we just saw, Fivin can't even face check bushes right now. There we go, though. Possible play.
Earth Shatter catching Synchro, still able to pop in the Primal Rod as Minin Fury's knocking them up now in the backline. Minin still doing some damage, placing to it from Rion, able to demolish them all. The damage is enough, and Kyowe cleans them up. She shot the Astral Sphere, now she's back to normal form. She can't fly anymore. Rihanna and Kyowe looking for the end. They have a mini wave here. Get shot down with the Astral Sphere, but it's not enough to really take the mini wave down. Rihanna on a Kyowe as well. They can go for the straight dive right now as Yui pops in. The Astral Recall shoots it down, gets the wave out. Oh. Kyowe taking down the last shot from the turret.
All right, maybe a little too scrappy. Maybe a little too scrappy, but VSG still, it's a huge win there. And that's what 3, maybe even 4 items at this point does. And especially when you have this much of a gold lead in the tanks. Let's take a look at the items. Rion does get the Wind Talker in. Taking a look at the side of Team Falcon's Mena. Just, I mean, practically no defense there. We've got the Dominance Ice. We've got the Dreadnought armor. A little something, but still it is a problem. Electa now, though, going to start working. I'm surprised they're going to be the ones to start this. Don't know if it's the right plan.
Velvet all alone. Didn't even pop the Vengeance Gailey. Getting a 2-man knockup. Fevin, Primal Wrath, able to space out just in time onto Synchro. Also has a Primal Wrath, dealing some more damage, even more than Fevin. And now she pops to Onward. Oh no, it gets canceled out. Rion, blazing duets. Now chasing Electa. Now Synchro with the flicker forward, and Rion picks her up. 3-4-0. Play the victory song of the gamers now, because it's an enhanced Lord and 3 kills over to VSG.
They take no prisoners. If you're in their way, you're going down. VSG right now, I mean, they just feel unstoppable. Team Falcon's Mena, everything they try, maybe rushing Lord at the wrong time there, but Falcon's Mena are kind of playing this like the gold is even, right? When they need to kind of be a bit more on the back foot. In the beginning, maybe not be as reactionary, but now it might be time to be a little reactionary. Hope that VSG overextends a little bit. Hope that someone goes a little too deep and Fevin can find the pickoff, because I don't think they can force an engage. And now with Lord marching down and the way Rion's been playing 4-0-5, just got the gold meteor in as well, Heart Gold meteor in as well, it's gonna be a problem.
Enhanced Lord in the mid lane. 2 big waves in the side. Good pull from Velvet and Electa, trying to stop this from happening, but VSG are already taking down the base turret up top. Now straight into the bottom lane they go. Rion gunning that turret down real quick. Minion trying to go for the assassination. Will take a whole lot of punishment now. Minion's Fury knocking him out. Names gonna be caught in the back. Gailey gets the solo on Names, and everybody tries to dive. But victory song gamers, they take names and they sing songs.
It's a 1-2 punch. A quick finish from VSG. You said it in the beginning of these 2 matches, Mirko. They're showing that they are contenders right now. And I'm excited to see how they move forward in these groups and possibly in the group stage. Team Falcon's Mena, they got to go back. They got to regroup. They got to figure something out, because we're going to run through this whole group today. and you are on the pace, right? You don't have a whole nother day to think about your strategy. So they got to get back to that drawing room and figure out how they're going to fix these mistakes. VSG, on the other hand, just needs to keep figuring out how they're going to keep up this aggression.
That wasn't even just a 1-2, right? It was 1-2 was a boom bang, but it was a boom bang bada bing, man. That was
Boom,
a
bang, bada,
1-2
bing.
uppercut straight into the knockout. That was brutal.
Bing, boom, bada, boom.
Yeah,
exactly.
what Trek said.
And what was great as well from VSG is we got to see all the players kind of have some star moments. In Game 1, a lot of it was Kiowe, Gailey. In Game 2, we got to see Rion really pop off. I mean, just the whole team seems to be bringing their A game. Synchro, always on point. That final flicker into that last fight, just to really make sure you're not getting away from us.
Yeah.
I mean, no hesitation at all from VSG right now.
They're on point. They played it so well.
Now that's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Ranmar, as well as Lavelle. Now, earlier on, you guys mentioned the grudge in the EXP lane. Now we do have our EXP laner right here with us, Minan. All right, so now we have our translator right here to answer some of our questions. Now, in the EXP lane, Minan, can you tell us who is the EXP laner you are super excited to go up against here in MWI?
С кем тебе из эксплайнеров некомфортнее всего будет вообще стоять играть? Да, против кого?
Дариус.
И если про игроков?
Про игроков? Я не знаю.
Ну, тогда
Вообще никого. Дариус.
Darius.
Darius.
It's in English, Dairot.
Diroth.
Yeah.
But the player in
She don't know
MW.
about any players.
Ah, okay. But she's excited to face off any player playing Diroth. Ah, okay.
All right.
Interesting.
So, pretty much a lot's going on over here. So I think going to even another question taking place here. How did you prepare for the MWI 2024?
Как вы готовились к турниру?
К этому?
Да.
Мы...
конечно. Oh.
Yeah, you can translate.
Oh,
2 months. Wow, that's a lot, man.
Thank you.
So pretty much like we would like to know, like, you were preparing for the MWI 2024 before, you had a lot of strategies, a lot of practice. How did you do that?
Ну, у нас был буткемп в Азии, потом мы прилетели сюда, очень много готовились, буквально чуть ли не 2 часа сна.
Ты можешь туда смотреть.
Ну,
Okay, she said that we were in Indonesia, in boot camp. We were practicing a lot there, maybe for some 10 days.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, we especially come there from Moscow.
Okay.
And then we had a lot of practice here versus some teams.
Okay.
You know, it was difficult because they slept bad, slept little bit, you know, just 4-3 hours. But now we see that practice was good, and we are ready to show the best game.
Amazing, they are
Wow,
ready.
with a 2-0 clean sweep, best bet you guys will be sleeping super well tonight. All right, so congratulations once again, our amazing friends right here from VSG. Once again, congratulations on this superb 2-0. Yeah, 2-0
Let's
win.
go.
So yes, moving on to the next match, we're very excited. But before that, let's head it over to the studio to break it out for us. Yalla!
Well, okay, that explains it. They spent significant time in Indonesia to boot camp, practice, and they got a lot of practice here. And yeah, the practice is paying off by a lot, Lafel.
Yeah, because we definitely see that they have a very good understanding of how to push the fights, right? Because we've seen that, okay, they made one crucial mistake where they tried to force the end with one minion and then Kyoe died, but, you know, it's neither here or there. We got to talk about how, look at this, the timings where they understand, all right, the Lycan Pounce is coming up, the iframe is going to be there, we know where you're going to land, and we're going to execute you. And here's the thing, looking at how they play as a team, it does show that they have trust with each other. Yeah. So making sure that when Falcons, Mena engage, everyone was ready to fight back.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to talk more about VSG or find out more about really how they communicate in game, because they have been open about it that the in-game comms might be one of their biggest hurdles, with majority of the players from EECA not that comfortable with English, and then Rian and Gailey being very comfortable with English. With how it looks like, it seems like VSG just have members that innately understand their individual jobs and what they're supposed to do overcome any sequence.
Here's the thing, Raymar. You don't need to talk to communicate. Just express your emotions with the various voices that you make in game. It's like go, go. You understand what's going on, you know?
I get you.
Right, you get me? And here's the thing. Looking at Synchro, she's an amazing player. Casual 400 stars, something mythic.
Casual 400.
Yeah, casual 400
It's
something.
a casual 400, not a
400
sweaty 400.
Yeah, so it's pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, and really seeing VSG not just for game number 2, but even for this entire series, it's just a full understanding. As we go to the reactions of the players, we see the intensity of it all. I really wanted to pay close attention to the player camps, and really it's like they don't talk until there's something happening. It's like everyone's just minding their own business until here, go. Exactly as you mentioned it.
Just say the hero's name and they're like, we got you. It's like Edith. We know what you mean. Destroy the Edith or be careful of the Edith. Like either way, just like up, down, here, there, go in, exit, go back in.
Yeah. With Falcons Mena here, it's the same story as game number 1, because game number 1 we saw that they couldn't play a nice early rotation to set themselves up for the mid game because of the aggression of the Jushin and the Minotaur. In this game number 2, it's VSG it wasn't even just an overly aggressive rotation, it was just a rotation. A simple EXP first rotation into the EXP lane, pressuring, almost getting a kill, and then just snowballing from there because your EXP laner has advantage. Little things like that, those aren't easily taught.
Yeah. And again, honestly, looking at how Falcons Mena was playing, they just got to understand the timing. When to fight, when to not fight, how do you engage and how do you disengage? Because again, for them, it looks like one press and go.
Yeah.
Like when you move forward, you don't move back.
Yeah.
You got to look at the map as a wider scope of POV, right? You have a lot of avenues. You have many different ways to start a fight. For example, picking where you fight. Sometimes you want to fight at an open space. Sometimes you want to fight at a little bit cramped space, right? Try to figure out which one is the best. And understanding that when you're going up against a Minotaur, engaging against the Minotaur is not a good idea unless you can burst the Minotaur down super fast that he can't use his Minnow and Fury. Honestly, looking at how they play going up against VSG, I feel like it's easy to force the Minotaur to use the Minnow and Fury because the Sugar Finger is very fast. So just like a pounds in and then get ready to dash back out. Once the Minotaur's Fury is over, then you can fight if you want to fight.
Yeah, the most valuable analysis from LaFell. Time to find out the PlayStation most valuable player for that game number 2 with how well they played together around their Claude. Rian, low-key for majority of it until eventually, boom, pops off out of nowhere. 13 KDA, an immortal performance as a Claude, and even though a little bit early on we didn't really feel her, it's just she knew her condition. Again, the difference between Falcons, Mena, and VSG, they know their conditions, they know their timings, and they respect their rotations around that.
Yeah, like we heard the casters talk about how fast she farms. 856 gold per minute is still very fast in the game, and honestly fast movement as well. Like when she has full stacks, she's like, oh, Claude's not that tall.
Yeah.
He's alright.
That's not accurate. Yeah, they just made Claude a little bit taller because I'm here. Very, very funny. But, wow, Dexter's huge.
That's a big monkey.
That's quite terrifying. Let's look at the results of the STC prediction as we try to move on from how massive Dexter was. But the audience predictions, of course, I'm not surprised because it's the home team.
Yeah.
Falcons men 88% over VSG's 12%. Going back to what the casters mentioned earlier, statement, man, pure statement. You, after what you saw from VSG, what would be like your sales pitch for them? If you're gonna tell people about VSG, how are you gonna pump them up to other people?
Look at their predictions and just post a picture of you like,
ooh,
yeah.
Dang.
I wanted to, but yeah. VSG, how do I sell the team? We're Beauty and the Beast.
Hey.
Just like Cheryl said.
Yeah.
Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah. Beauty's outside
the Beast
game.
is the gameplay, not,
Yeah, the Beast. Well, I mean, the gameplay is beautiful as well. More beautiful gameplay coming up for you here in MWI 2024 at EWC. Again, my name is Renmar, still here with Lafel. We will be right back. Let's take a breather and do that little nice transition thing to go for a break. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Let's go. Hey, we haven't seen you guys for a long time. Welcome back to MWI 2024 at Esports World Cup. Renmar still here with Lafel to bring you the second best of series of the day for Group B. It is our, great matchup coming up next. It is the Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib upcoming showdown. Team Falcons MENA. Not a lot of time to refocus and re-strategize, but they have to. Up against Zeno Lilies of Vietnam. You've had experience with pro teams before in the past. How massive is this that right away you're gonna have to now fight for tournament life? Have you ever heard or been part of that?
Honestly, I kind of prefer it.
You prefer it?
Yeah, because it's like if you have a break in between, you're like cool down.
Yeah.
Like you're hype, your adrenaline is here, and it just goes back down. At least if it's back-to-back fights, you maintain your adrenaline spike, so that you're more warmed up going for this matchup. But going up against Zeno Lilith, honestly, looking at the names, we've seen some names that has competed at MWI before, and I feel like this is one of those situations where you went up against VSG, it was a hard game, it doesn't get easier for this one.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Falcons MENA, and let's tell you to show your support for the teams with the STC predictions. Again, don't forget to vote for this upcoming match. www.stcplay.gg. That's where you can send in your predictions. I wouldn't be surprised if the hometown heroes even goes up from 88% now closer to 100. Energy ball of everyone to give them all of the love. As we look at the Jamil Motorsport player arrival. So Team Falcons MENA, we know how important this is for them. Let's talk about Zeno Lilies from Vietnam. I like that bag. You've been here for quite some time in our scene, Lafel.
Yes.
Maybe too long, a little bit. But what do you remember about Vietnam as a region?
I'm too low. Wait, what are you saying?
No, I'm not saying anything. So, what do you think about Vietnam as a region and how they evolved throughout the years?
They're great.
They are.
Why
they are
are you being aggressive?
I'm not being aggressive right now.
I'm here for too long. Oh my gosh.
No.
I've been attacked.
I didn't say that's not an attack. But yeah, what do you think about Zeno Lilies?
No, again, I feel like they're great. I feel like, in general, when we're talking about the region playing in Vietnam, in terms of their play style, it is quite aggressive. Honestly, almost the same as how Falcon MENA played just now, where if you want to fight, you just fight. You don't doubt yourself. You don't double guess. Like, if we go in, we go in.
Yep.
But again, they're experienced. They've been in the scene for quite a while. I kind of feel like they've understood that there's multiple ways to go in for a fight. So going up against Falcons MENA, they might be able to actually have a better standing here going up against them, where they saw right now it's just that Zeno Lilith, now they can be like, we can do the false engages. You guys are going to be the ones to attempt it, and we're going to counter back.
Let's see if they will be able to counter back. Tournament life here for Team Falcons MENA up against a team that you saw earlier, Zeno Lilies. It's sort of deja vu for them because they're going to be going up against a team with two Filipino imports in key positions. If I'm not mistaken, this time it's a roam and jungle. Well, we'll see. Xeno Lilies, Team Falcons MENA. Two regions that are not quite familiar with each other again, but they have a little bit of history. The stakes are high for the hometown heroes, while for Xeno Lilies, there's going to be a lot to show off here. 2PH imports, their performances. Vietnam, will they be the dream breakers? For MENA, for Team Falcons. Let's bring in Bara and Cheryl to introduce our teams.
And welcome back أعزائنا الحضور والمشاهدين من أنحاء العالم. نرحب بكم معنا مرة أخرى بكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية، وخاصة هنا بفعالية وبطولة MWI مع Mobile Legends Women's Invitational Bang Bang. And we are here with another bang. Cheryl, how you doing?
I'm super good. And of course, I want to ask, how are you feeling instead? Match 1 opened up with Team Falcons kind of taking a nosedive with a 0-2 against, EEC A region.
Yeah.
So anything you have to say as a representative of, Saudi Arabia?
Okay, you bestowed upon me with this beautiful title, the representative. Well, I would say, still proud. They gave it all, but we are still here for another one. I guess pretty much we're here with another match, and they got another chance pretty much to rise it up and fly like the Falcons they are.
That's right. So it is nothing but a warm-up for the first game, and right now they're going to jump into the second match. So of course you will have the honor of introducing the home ground heroes. Take it away, Bara.
Thank you, Queen. وأعزائي الحضور المشاهدين من أنحاء العالم هنا بالمملكة العربية السعودية بقلب الحدث هنا برياض مع كأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية. فتحية خاصة لجميع المشاهدين واللي يرحبون لنا ويشجعون فريقنا. فأعزائي الحضور, and ladies and gentlemen, right now with Team Falcons MENA.
Absolutely amazing. Even though facing their defeat earlier of a 0-2 clean sweep, against the ECA region. Now, what we know about pro players is their high adaptability and their ability to come back. But are they able to come back against their next opponent? Going up against Falcons MENA, we see the Vietnam representatives. So coming all the way from Vietnam, presenting to you the wonderful faces of Xeno Lilies. Now, incredible stuff. Now, stakes are high, Bara, just to remind you.
Yes.
Because hearts might be broken or someone else might get sent home.
Pretty much. Speaking of breaking hearts, what about keys? Each team has a key. In collaboration with the EWC, pretty much each team will come in with their own representation as a key. And then only one trophy will be made out of all these keys that will be crushed and broken.
Yes, so far right here in the tournament, we have unfortunately seen TLG keys be crushed. But right now, the keys signify the tournament's life right here for each of the teams. Now, will there be keys crushed today, or will we be throwing it to a tiebreaker?
Okay.
We will find out more right here in match 2. And without further ado, let's head it back over to the studio. Take it away, guys. Yalla.
Will the Lilies prevail against the home ground team who are fighting for tournament life? Most expect Xeno Zenith to come out on top due to Sa and Daisy's experience in MWI 2023. They have added 2 more Filipino imports with them. They have Taro alongside with their jungler, if I'm not mistaken, it is Ramichi, who have a lot of experience. So experience, again, seems to favor the opponents of Falcons MENA.
Yeah, I can't remember where I saw Ramichi before, but she's pretty good.
Yeah,
she's actually quite insane. And honestly, to answer our host, yes, we'll be seeing keys crushed today. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see 3.
Yeah.
3 keys crushed.
That's a sure thing.
That's a sure thing.
That will happen. But to who?
It's indeed.
Yeah, indeed.
3 keys will be crushed indeed.
Alrighty. Now, for Falcons Mena, they can still potentially force tiebreakers. But if I'm not mistaken, what needs to happen here is they need to at least tie.
Yep, 1-1.
Zenith, and they have to hope that the Lilies will get swept later on by VSG. So if you're Falcons Mena, you just need that one win. That one win to make sure tournament life is still somewhat in your hands.
Right now, looking at the bans here, Angela's still getting banned out, but it's coming from Xenolith. And for Falcons Mena, banning out the Terizla, this honestly sets up if you're going for a damaged jungler, which we've seen Electa being able to use quite well. The question is, will she actually bring out her signature Benedetta? Or maybe she hasn't been using it for a while because, again, the meta doesn't call for it.
Yeah, it was surprising that the Benedetta came up, even though we sort of floated the idea at the end of the day. I was like, well, Benedetta jungle, really? And, well, VSG made it work. Edith taken away by Zenith. I feel like that's also somewhat respect to Feven, who played quite a tremendous Edith game. She really knows how to dish out the crowd controls with the flicker combos.
Yeah, now that Jushin has been banned out, I don't know. I feel like for Falcons Mena, maybe they could delay a little bit and maybe pick up like a Bane. Because honestly, the Bane has been pretty good coming in for this tournament. And perhaps for Falcon Mena, pick up the Minotaur early. Because we've seen that the Minotaur kind of counters their playstyle. Not the heroes, but their playstyle.
Yeah, and if Feven is already so good at dishing out crowd control and she times everything really well, I'm pretty sure that means she can play the Minotaur really well. It provides heal, so I agree with you. Minotaur in the first 2 picks on the red side might be doable for Mena if ever it will be a power pick up by Zenith, something along the lines of a Harith and Lo Yi. However, since we're floating around the idea of Minotaur, do you think maybe Zenith is thinking about floating the idea of a first pick Valentina?
I feel like first pick Valentina is pretty cool. Hayabusa is open as well, which if they want to pick it up, is honestly very strong. Because I do agree, if you pick up the Valentina here, it's going to be pretty solid. But it looks like they're going to prioritize the Lu Yi. So for Falcons, now that they see the mid laner, they don't have to force their mid lane pick for now. They can go for a Minotaur and a Hayabusa if they have practice on it.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I like the Minotaur pickup. Or at the same time, we don't see Chip. Falcons Mena will have to, Falcons Mena will float the idea of picking Chip just because, well, Chip and Lo Yi are a little bit too overkill, and not a lot of teams can pull off that combo together. So they do pick up the Minotaur, as you mentioned, but it will be the Harith. Still, power picks available here for.
I forgot about a Chip. Are we gonna see a chipless game?
Oh, we might see Yuzhong here. Yuzhong Lo Yi is a combo I love. Moskov, it's open too.
And they need to pick up a gold laner now because if not, it's definitely going to get banned out. The question is, what do they want here going up against the Harith?
Moskov, man, just go for a little bit more macro. I mean, if they're not going to focus too much on like how it happens in the laning in the 1v1. Oh, okay, they go for Claude. Oh, and they go for Chip. Okay, yeah. So it's that big macro play thing where you leave Dexter.
Honestly, this is a good game for a Bane.
On Mena?
Yes, because the Claw wants to go in, and the Chip, once you open the portal, just deadly catch.
Yeah. Oh, great point there. If you're gonna pick up a Bane, do it now. Well, I don't think Zenith will expect the Bane, so...
Yeah, so maybe you can wait a little bit.
Hold on.
Honestly, for this one, even the Benedetta might be fine, because if the Chip wants to invade you, you have a lot of damage in the early game. And as we saw just now, the clear speed is relatively okay. The Zas is gonna get picked up now. A lot of magic damage here. But I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
Yeah,
as long as the jungler has physical damage.
Yeah, and I think that's where they're going to be leaning towards. They still have assassins around on the table. As I mentioned, the Hayabusa. If I'm Falcons Mena, the first 3 picks don't scream split push. That screams team fighting, but they ban it out themselves.
Oh, they themselves don't want it.
Okay. I'd want to see a little bit more macro presence from Mena because right now, Zenith, we think of them as like macro, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, the team fighting is not bad on that side.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I feel like for Falcons Mena, they need at least one hero that can dive. An EXP laner that can go towards the Lu Yi, try to create a little bit of a distraction. Yuzong gets banned out. The other hero that can The meta one is Ruby. Lapu as well as Benedetta can dive to the back line.
Yeah.
Lapu's not really meta though. Like the damage isn't there, the tankiness isn't there anymore.
Yeah, it's here or there for Lapu Lapu. It's very rare that we see like a pop-off Lapu Lapu game a la Sanford of Team Liquid Philippines. So Assassins are really the focus of Falcons. What are they gonna play in the jungle? They took away the big three. What? You're not gonna Lancelot here.
Because I'm thinking, going up against Chip, the jungle is going to be very dangerous, right? Because all of a sudden, after minute 2, between the first and second turtle, you might get ganked.
Yep.
The Julian gets banned as well, so now a lot of the assassins are out, so maybe we're going to see a fighter. Or finally, the Benedetta.
Yeah, Benedetta jungle for Electa. Get her namesake in. If it's not, then we're gonna... Is it gonna be a return to what we veered away from? The Bakshas?
Alpha as well,
Alpha still open. Yeah, Alpha would be great. I would not be mad at an Alpha pick here for Falcons Mena. They, as you mentioned, they need that physical damage, and at the same time, the true damage will help greatly. Especially since Loyi can sustain herself so well with she. No, we always forget.
We always forget the Nolan. I mean, here's the thing. Nolan
He's an absent father, so.
Yeah, he forgot about Layla.
Yeah, he forgot about Layla, so we forget about you. Who forgets about Layla, Nolan? But yeah.
Who's Layla again?
Are you serious? His daughter.
All right.
Yes.
Want to continue talking about the draft?
Sure. Yeah, I'd love to. EXP laner and
maybe pick up a Ruby here.
Jungler. Oh yeah, Ruby up against Nolan Harris.
Or Xborg. Xborg is good against the Minotaur.
Don't they need a little bit more control?
Control. If you have more damage, doesn't matter.
Yeah. The best defense is true damage.
Yep.
That's a true.
That's what my grandfather used to say.
Oh, he played MLBB too?
Yeah.
Oh.
Alice? Okay, now that's...
Okay. You're right about the Ruby. But
I'm right about Ruby, but Alice, woo!
Okay. Alice jungle.
Okay.
Without an Angela is surprising to me. Because usually that's a combo, right? Angela, Alice,
and then now the Arlet. So, okay, this time, Falcons Mena, they have more crowd control, right? So if they want to force a fight, they definitely can. But it's Alice, though, like... I don't know.
Yeah.
Because here's my thing. I feel like she doesn't deal enough damage and she's not tanky enough.
Yeah.
I want to be proven wrong. I want to see when will this Alice be strong. After the first item with no items, what's going on?
You know what? I like the Alice because now I realize Falcons Mena fight around a lot of things. They fight around the Zaz, they fight around the Minoan Fury, they fight around the Zaman Force as well. Maybe that's the line of thinking there, but I'm on the same boat as you. A lot of questions about this Alice pick. Tournament live for Falcons Mena. Xeno Lilies, Zenith. They are making their first showing here in MWI 2024. Let's see what happens. Mirko, Trex, it's your time to shine.
Mena on match point right now, on final life. They gotta get a game here, and let me say, once again, the picks have not disappointed. Ramichi with the jungle Alice. Last time we saw the jungle Benedetta and it performed, catching Falcons Mena off guard. Do we think Xeno Lilies is gonna do the same thing here?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how the Alice is gonna play out. Last time I saw an Alice, it was always paired up with an Angela. You always need some more sustain on top of the sustain that you already have. But technically, if you get a snowball in the early game, that definitely does put you in a better spot, right? So I think for them, definitely, they are going to be looking for that early game snowball. And Chip Loyi fits the description really, really well to actually get the Alice into a spot where she's very, very comfortable. But the thing is, it's going to be really tough if Yui continues to use these laser beams. Shiromi already taken very low, forced to run back. And Sa can't even get a single skill landed on Yui.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, Xeno Lilies has some potential here.
Look at that.
In the early game, but I think their real moment to shine is once those Lords start coming around, right? Once they can really capitalize on the Chip, using those portals around the map and everything, getting vision in multiple spots, they can send Chip to the long lane, to the off lane, and just kind of hang out, make sure things are controlled, and he pops up any minute he wants. Also, giving them vision throughout the whole map as long as he's checking those portals periodically. So it's definitely an interesting composition from the side of Xeno Lilies. And also, I can already see the possible, teleport with a diversion, Alice right behind you, blood flow in, get the eye. I mean, lots of possibilities. Team Falcons Mena, though, trying to take it aggressive early on, which I think is the right route.
Great maneuver from Saab, getting the diversion up top and then bursting names down. Again, this matchup, Harith versus Claude, it's very one-sided. It should be very one-sided. It should be the Harith win in the lane, but the fact that Taro was able to outplay also the Flicker, by the way. Shout out to Wolf King onto Velvet, making her take 2 turret shots, and Kao will still be able to take level 4 now as Shiromi zones Fevin away. Ramichi gets the turtle for free. No retribution now maneuvering into the enemy purple buff. Yui rotating as well, electing to be caught in the blood as well, and the blood. Ramichi able to dislocate him, but now the shortcut comes down. They're all going to be trapped in towards him in his fury. But Taro with a blazing duet wipes them up together with Ramichi, who's still able to survive. But Yui again is able to get some of these trades down with the little descents.
It looked great for Xeno Lilies, but then it quickly turned around. 4 members down. Team Falcons Mena now looking sound. They're able to kind of, I mean, let's look at the replay real quick, right? Electa gets taken out. It looks like Ramichi has this, but Fevin with a beautiful Minoan's Fury. Taro shows up in the nick of time just to kind of save the day here and make sure it's not too much destruction for them. It could have easily been a 4-for-1 or 4-for-2 trade. Taro's able to kind of even the playing field, but Mena definitely wins out on that trade there. Here comes a diversion, though, already early on in the game.
Spots Pevin up, out in that bush. Taro will continue to push here on the Claude. Having a bit of a lead here on names. Able to use the BMI to get a few good shots onto the turret. And you can see this is what you do on the Alice. This is good and bad in a way. Hiromi gonna be poked out. Even the red tree committed with the fracture too. Electa really disliking the fact that Hiromi was roaming around in her jungle. But yeah, back again to the point, Alice. You want the Alice to clear out a whole lot of the waves, and sometimes in your team, especially if you have someone like a Lo Yi, it'll be kind of tough because Lo Yi does need a few of those resources in the early game at least to get into the mid game. But now that it's all given to Ramichi, they're really going to have to rely on her to carry the game as we get into the mid stage.
Ramichi just locks in Clock of Destiny. We see the Corrosion Scythe coming in onto Taro. So a little bit of something to get things started. We're 4 minutes in. Second turtle going to be coming up in the way that Team Falcons Mena now maybe have a little bit of confidence. This could be the time that they actually want to contest a turtle here. It is only a 800, 600 gold lead for the side of Xeno Lilies, and having something like this Minotaur gives them some opportunity to make a play happen. Electa has showed she's got some moves on this, but wait a second, up in the mid side.
Yeah, Crash Course, Flicker forward with the final slash 2 and the Flicker 2. That's a 3-man knockup straight into Electa, picking up the retribution, but now gets caught in the yin-yang reaction. Sa able to bring them back now into the blazing duet. Velvet gets the vengeance, gets a reset, but now Ramichi with the flowing blood, and he gets the outplay. That's a double kill for Ramichi.
Ramichi is disgusting right now. It's 4-1 and 2. And you know, we talk about sometimes teams playing inside of a box. Right now, they are playing inside of the circle. You got the duality procced, right? You match that up with Ramichi getting the Blood Ode. I mean, it's just a lot. And then Shiromi at any point can bring Taro into the fight. At any point can bring KO into the fight. Team Falcons Mena gotta find a way to kind of play around this because they have the perfect answer to Electa, who wants to dive in. Ramichi risks it there, takes the chase down, and KO's happy about it. I love the reactions from everybody. A good, secured lead for the side of Xeno Lilies.
For sure. I mean, those reactions, I thought the reactions would be a bit louder too, right? Because that was certainly an interesting outplayed names. Able to dash out of that one. Good diversion. Now Shiromi, this is part 2 of the rotation. Minions Fury able to catch 2, but no follow-up. She actually decides to go in, gets caught in the shortcut now, and caught in the blood as they gun down Names up top. Ramichi with a dive, Names with the Zaman Force flickering out to safety now. Flowing blood, not going to be connected. Shiromi now looking for the Crash Course, will be isolated. Dominator's descent from Yui to pick herself up a killing spree as Electa goes and split pushes in the mid lane. Will be able to take the structure down.
Okay, so Team Falcons Mena actually, I feel like, get the win out of that trade. It becomes a 1-for-1 plus a tower over to the side of Mena there. I love the Fevin thought about it, decides to go for the re-engage, but Names was not on board with it. And I'm just, you know, just some of those moments right there. I think if Team Falcons Mena can get a little bit more on board together, because sometimes it feels like they're going opposite directions. One of them wants to fight, one of them wants to back off. So I think if they can get those exact decisions, we could definitely see them pull this game off. They now have a lead. They're about 300 gold ahead, and we're on to this third turtle.
Shiromi with the crash course. Not gonna crash onto Velvet just yet. Flowing blood. Trying to reveal them. Diversion does. Electa, Fevin, and Yui in the bush right now as they go in. That's a flicker forward. Minus Fury not gonna get the Jedi offended. Connecting straight into the flowing blood. And now with the retribution, Ramichi, no mana left. Doesn't have enough to go for the blood. Oh, but they have already secured a neutral objective and 2 kills and another structure down below.
And that's exactly what I mean by the circle. Xenolilies wants Team Falcons all to just come in, and they're okay with taking a Minoan's Fury to the face as long as they can get that big I'm offended off, get the duality proc, get anything to bring them as close to Ramichi as possible. The damage just starts stacking, and we haven't seen. Oh,
I'm offended, bringing her back straight into the flowing blood. Now chasing under the turret. Name still able to get the shielding now. Gets knocked up. Ramichi caught in the fracture, takes all the punishment, gets out with the flowing blood. Names is still somehow able to survive. Some rotations now from Velvet, rotating in with the final slash again. Should be able to bring Shiromi back, but she is able to flicker out and conceal out of the way as Taro continues this solo mission down below.
I like the conceal just for good measure, and I think it could have been a good call for sure because they definitely might have chased them down. But the back and forth, both teams, Names showing some great mechanical prowess, kind of dashing through tower, able to dodge out, and even Ramichi waiting for the right moment to get that blood flow to be able to flicker away and get out of that bad position. But now Electa looking for a play on Taro.
The Blazing Duet, now Blood, trying to catch her, but Electa will be taken out by the crash course. Shiromi was there to catch her. And now they're gonna go for the siege on the tier 2 down below. Fevin in the bush. Shiromi's trying to read it out, will be able to do so. Spots her out in the bush, forces her back. As Kao continues this push up top as well. But now that you mention it, Trex, Xenolilies, they are a team of circles. Literally all their skills are circles too. Yeah, Blazing Duet.
Exactly.
Flowing Blood, Blood Ode.
The second skill from
wow.
I'm having a mind blank.
Me too. Now I'm just like, wow, that's impressive.
Let's bring him into the circle, baby.
They love circles. I love circles.
Their logo almost looks like a circle.
Yeah.
I mean, if you curved out the edges, the corners, you know?
That's a hexagon, right?
And since Fevin's ult, the Minoan's Fury, is a circle, could we say it's working with Xenolilies?
Oh, I think it has been working really good for Team Falcons. The Velvet. She's hovering over right now. Shiromi's in that bush. That's a scary bush for Team Falcons meta. If they don't know the chip was there, but Shiromi decides to rotate back, and they're just going to play with the Lord Dance. Remember, the Lord acts a bit different. Diversion up top. No one's going to take it. Fevin reads it out really well. Shiromi zoning the front now, trying to bait out some of these abilities. Will be able to do so. But just onto Noah Krabs. I don't know about this Lord Dance, man. It's going to be really tough. Oh, final flash into the stun now. Blazing Duet was canceled. Now Taro going to be taken down. Minus Fury knocking Kao up. And now it's Xenolilies who lose it out. Ramichi, though, still in the midst of it all earlier. Able to get the flowing blood to disengage. And now we see the power of the Lord. That's why you don't Lord Dance.
That's very true. That's exactly why you don't Lord Dance. But I really want to point out Electa here, because Electa was able to maneuver, dance through that fight a little bit. And even with Ramichi, I mean, amazing positioning, getting to the backside, hitting the Blood Ode, and just kind of sitting there waiting for the Lord to come down at the same time. Doesn't have to click a lot of buttons. Electa, on the other hand, is moving, still gets the retry off in time. So very well done from the side of Team Falcons Mena. Let's take a look at some of the in-game equipment, at some of these items right now. Someone that I do see falling behind here is Yui on the Zax. Just got the crystal in, got the glowing wand in, but I think needs a little bit more in terms of gold lane though. Names definitely has a little bit of lead. We're talking about 700 gold, has got the blood feathers in, third item, working on the fourth. I mean, definitely gonna be a huge member. We didn't get to see Names pop off last game, and even in some of the previous games, but this might finally be the time for Names to shine.
And that's interesting, considering the fact that Taro has been the one alone in these lanes just farming up a storm, right? But still, for Taro, she isn't able to replicate what Rian did on the Claude. 9 minutes, 3 items. She's still on the way to that third item now in the 11th minute still. So this is the normal timing, by the way, to get the 3 items. That's why I was pretty shocked. I was like, whoa, 9 minutes? Is that like gold stamp, or is that, you know, did they go for a different path? But this time, she will be able to secure it. I don't know if she wants to go for Windtalker this time around, knowing that there are a few tanky members there. She might need the Malefic Roar, or at this point, she might need a defensive item, right? She might go for the Rose Gold Meteor even.
And what do we think about Ramichi here? We got Clock of Destiny and we have Dominance Ice. We have Oracle getting tankier, getting more sustainable, and that's only going to become more and more of a problem as this game moves forward. So I think Team Falcons Meta kind of got to find an answer to that at some point. They don't have a Shredder exactly. They don't have a Claude, right? They have this Harith who, yes, can burst and may be able to help, but Ramichi is just going to get tougher and tougher to kill, and with the possibilities of Taro being able to get free shots off because of that, it could be Xeno Lily's answer. Even though they're starting to fall behind a little bit, they still have some, you know, they got some options in the trunk ready to fire back on.
We'll see how they utilize this 1,000 gold lead, because technically, yeah, it is still Team Falcons Meta who are holding on to it despite the early aggression, and the early stage of the game is really being held down by Xeno Lilies. Scaling-wise, Taro's going to scale up really well. Ramichi's going to scale up really well. I don't know about Sa, though, on the low E, right? You do see a bit of a fall-off when it comes to that burst damage. You aren't able to really 100-0 burst people down in the later stage of the game, especially if Velvet, Fevin, and even technically Names now. She already has a the Bloodwing, so she'll be able to take a lot of that punishment that she wasn't able to take before. Enhanced Lord spawning in the Land of Dawn 12 minutes in. This is the good thing, I guess, for this composition. With the low E, with the chip, you can always just play in the side lanes because you have that global presence. But still, that control is going to be really tough. And maybe that's why we're seeing a bit of a fall-off when it comes to the low E's and the chips here. Because Lord Dances aren't as effective anymore.
It's true. I mean, and you can't buy as much time as you used to be able to, which means if Lord Dances aren't as effective, controlling the off lane isn't as... I mean, it's still important. Don't get me wrong. Macro is peak, but it's not as crucial, right? You can get away with rushing a Lord and not have to worry about the wave for a second. So let's see exactly how they play this out. They are going for the classic lineup of, you know, holding the chip on the long lane, letting him sit by this portal, so at any moment he can come up on this top side or come up on the bottom top side. So Team Falcons Meta gonna start it off. Lord down about 40%.
Ramichi flowing blood. Gonna go in. Velvet unable to catch him with a vengeance now. Able to use the final slash. Venus Fury knocking him up as well in the midst of the Lord. Electra finds the retribution. Blazing it from Taro, but it's not gonna be enough to take anyone down. But it's Ramichi who cleans them up in the team fight. Now moving forward, Yui. No Dominator's descent. That's a shutdown and a triple for Ramichi.
What did I say? Ramichi is gonna become a problem as this game moves forward. Ramichi was able to just blood flow into 4 people and just hang out. No worries at all. Electa does pull off getting the Lord, but they might try to end this here.
They might. That's a cannon minute in the mid lane and another wave. Names popping into Zaman Force. There's another wave coming down, but Xeno Lilies, they decide, you know, it might be a bit too much to go for that base. It was so risky. You know, some of these members are coming back up, so they'll decide to go for the purple buff and clear out the Lord. That, unfortunately for them, they weren't able to secure in that neutral objective battle.
And then it's like, oh yeah, we have the divergence, so we can always catch Lord anytime we want. We just jump over to the top lane. And that's where we're seeing the macro work out for Xeno Lilies in some of these fights. I think the real thing they're going to be able to do is deal with Electa, because Electa has been amazing at securing these Lords right now, has been able to dance around and just pull some amazing things off, even while Ramichi is coming in. Electa did just get that Rose Gold in, so it's going to be able to help her out even more in terms of sustainability, help her dance around some of these fights a little bit longer than usual. Xeno Lilies, I think the only way they're really going to be able to clear this game out, get a full 5-man wipe, or get a Lord. So they gotta, I think, take Electa out before a Lord comes, and this might be it.
Diversion, Electa gonna be caught! My goodness! An amazing catch with the diversion. The value of the Loyi.
Whoops. I said catch Electa off, and boom. Electa's gone, and a little bit more of a fight on the bot side now.
Against Fury, it's a good retaliation. Now to knock up 2, straight into the damage coming in from Names, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Yui, but the Dominator's descent just gets melted down. Fevin tries to run away, but the flowing blood together with the yin-yang reaction will catch her. Ramichi's chasing Velvet down. Velvet does have the flicker. Hiromi, crash course, immobility as well. Diversion coming down too. Velvet still able to flicker out to safety, but the flowing blood catches her once more. It's a slow death, a painful one. 4-for-0 trade on the board. And Xeno, technically, they can't even get any objectives. That was just a brawl.
No, they haven't been able to get any objectives since before the last Lord, and they had to really output a lot of effort for that one, sending 4 members up to the top just to secure that tier 2. It's becoming tougher and tougher for Team Falcons. They had some opportunity, I think, in the early game having this Nolan, but the farther this goes on, the harder it's going to get. Fevin is doing everything Fevin can, landing big Minoan's Furies with 3-4 members, right? But it's just not enough because nobody's really able to, capitalize and output the damage that they need to take out a few members of Xeno Lilies.
Oh, you can see the frustration build up as well, though, from Team Falcons Mena. This is one of the concerns that we have, honestly, every single day when these teams have to go back-to-back, especially after a loss, right? How's that going to affect them? Going back-to-back, technically even in match number 1, losing 2-0. Seems like it is getting to them, but still, they're playing it really, really well, Team Falcons Mena. They were able to equalize once in this game. They're looking for that again. Flowing Blood. Michi doesn't go for it. She has the winner crown, so she technically can go for these big initiations alone.
Yeah, I think Falcons Mena big play here is Electa has to pull off another great Lord take, right? It's the only way they're going to survive this out. The play into the backside, though.
Yui, Dominator's Ascent going into a winner crown, going to be used up. Dominator's Ascent now defensively in the midst of it all. Yui going to be caught in Taro's Blazing Duet. Jerome gets the crash course. Names gets caught by the I'm Offended, and there's no Purify. Another Flowing Blood and a Retribution from Ramichi to try to catch up to Electa. But Electa does the same thing. She has the same Retri. That's a slow one.
Xeno Lilies catches him off guard, and Team Falcons Meta, once again, Fevin tries to get the Minoan's Fury off, tries to fight back. But Taro, the Blazing Duet, just too much. Ramichi, the Blood Ode, just too much. The circles are too much.
Xeno Lilies, Xeno Circles. As of this game, right? 18 minutes in. And now the winner crown too from Taro. So I think that was what she was able to utilize in the team fight, right? She used the Blazing Duet. She knows that her Blazing Duet has been cancelled many times before in these team fights. So she decides, hey, winner crown. I can use the Blazing Duet, I can winner crown, and I can still get that damage out. It's the same for Amici. It's the winner crown, foos.
It's a winner crown, foo. And there's a couple of them there, right? Ramichi's got that thing, and I mean, Ramichi's going to be able to... Now it's literally almost impossible to kill Ramichi at this point, because what you can do is you win a crown, you have enough time to maybe wait for your blood flow skill to come back, and then you flicker away to safety. And Falcons Meta doesn't really have a way to catch it. They don't have any real big backline dive in terms of that, unless Electa gets a really big flank, but... Going to be hard. Lord now coming in. Can they finish this here?
Oh. Now I'm Offended. Electa, final Flash Flicker combo from Velvet, trying to save Electa, and she does so. But Velvet's going to be caught, buys Immortality. It's Electa who buys Immortality. Velvet's going to lose Immortality. Now she is able to survive just for a bit. Taro continues with the Battle Mirror image as well. And we'll be able to find the kill. Winner Crown as well to try to bait out some of these abilities. Electa losing Immortality. Fevin as well. Now it's going to be Taro trying to go for the Kai, but the turret takes her out. Another Winner Crown. Fevin is low. Pops into Winner Crown. Double kill up top for Sa. But game number 1 will be taken by Xeno Lilies.
Xeno Lilies, once again, we see a team bring something spicy into the jungle. Ramichi on fire, Taro on fire. Team Falcons Meta now truly at match point, at last life. Their best hope is winning the next game and then hoping, depending on how the next series go. That's going to be for us for now. Let's throw it over to our wonderful analyst.
Well, that Alice jungle worked wonders, but watching LaFell throughout that entire game number 1, I'm sure you have a lot to say. What's on your mind right now, man? Seems like there's a lot.
Yeah, I don't know where to start, but let's start with the draft here. I feel like Falcons Mena, they have one big weakness. Crowd control, man. Because Ruby is good going up against the Hearth, a lot of crowd control. Names couldn't do much, right? They got a Minotaur, a pretty good engage, but we saw just in this fight, Minotaur free out. All right, good. Now we engage in. This is how you approach a team fight going up against a Minotaur. Just use the big ults, and then you go back in, and then you go one at a time. So looking like Falcons Mena here, their timing for the fights is a little bit off. Fevin is aggressive, but sometimes unnecessarily so. The same can be said about Electa here, where she was aggressive, but again, the timing wasn't right. To the point where I kind of feel like, instead of picking up the Nolan, a very high mechanical hero, try to make things simple, right? Try to keep your draft simple, something that does well against a lot of crowd control. Again, pick up something like a Bane, where you just have to aim your first kill and then just chunk the enemy down bit by bit, and then if they want to engage, just use your deadly catch or something. Try to keep the draft a little bit simple and try to figure out how to fight against a lot of crowd control.
Yeah, and usually that's the response when you're going up against a lot of teams, a lot of players who like to bring out high concept stuff where you go back to the basics, you go back to the fundamentals and lineups that are easier to pull off, can respond to an Alice jungle of all pickups, different kinds of varying playstyles. So instead of, we'll take a quick little pause on telling Falcons Mena or suggesting Falcons Mena things that they need to adjust on. Let's look at Xeno Lilies this time around. Impressive showing from them in the beginning. The Alice stood out, but you also mentioned to me that you were quite impressed with Taro's entries as the Con.
Yeah, honestly, like, all of them are pretty solid. There was one fight, I believe it was around the Lord, where I believe Ventrex was saying, like, this is not a good time to go for the Lord. Mirko was saying the Lord dance now is very, very dangerous. Yeah. But the Winter Crown on the Alice is legit, is very good, because we saw that both teams are fighting for the Lord. The Lord was particularly low, even though at the end of the day, Electa was able to get the Lord. But the fact that they were able to stay in the fight, Winter Crown not absorbing any damage from the Lord. And again, like I said, Falcons Mena, go big or go home. They're gonna, I think it was this point here. When we're looking at the Lord fight here, look at Ramichi, able to survive a lot of damage, goes back in, able to tank quite a lot. Actually, no, didn't even use the Winter Crown, just dodging all of the damage and then still fight. And this is how they win the fight.
Yeah, it was dodging a good amount of the damage and really just spell vamping everything else and getting life from the others, because as the game went on, we saw that the lineup of Falcons Mena didn't have the right response to what Alice brings to the table. So is the Alice the MVP, the PlayStation MVP of that game number 1? Another one of our unique picks for MWI 2024, and it is Aramichi 24 on the KDA.
And the build is very defensive. Having the Clock of Destiny afterwards, it's all about defense. Having the Oracle as well as the Queen Wings to make sure that you have a lot of spell vamp, you have a lot of sustain.
Yeah.
I still feel like this Alice pick is very niche. It's not something you can force though.
Yeah. So in a way, it's sort of like, okay, the performance here of this Alice, not taking away Ramichi the player, but looking at the hero itself, sort of deceptive.
Yeah.
It's niche because now looking back at it, one of our points earlier was that the lineup of Falcons Mena like to play around their own things. Their Minoan Fury, their Zaman Force, the Nightmaric Spawn of the Zask, they're around an area clumped up. It just so happened to be that Xeno Lilies was like, oh, we have a hero that we like to use in the jungle. We have the Alice, and it is still a very niche pick. And I also agree with what Mirko said earlier. Usually when you see this hero with... when you see this hero with you, I don't want to get hit by her wings, you have the Angela paired up with it.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know. Looking at this game, it looks like it's fine. Able to dance around the team fights, making sure that you're avoiding a lot of damage. And we got to talk about this. Harif, third item, not Holy Crystal. Right? The damage is not going to be there.
Yeah, this is something that LFL brought up behind the scenes while we were watching the series, and as we were watching the reactions of the players, is that the Hariths that we've seen so far seem to prioritize the Bloodwings first, and then Holy Crystal. But then you're sacrificing the damage.
I feel like when your composition kind of have a lot of ways to protect the Harith, just go for the Holy Crystal. Your composition needs that damage. It needs that intense power spike to surprise your opponent. So I kind of feel like it's just wasted opportunity. You have a chance, it's going to be a little bit late because yes, the item is expensive, but it's worth the wait.
As we see the frustration though on the members and the worry on the members of Falcons Mena, we see joy, happiness, and let's give a little bit more focus this time on Xeno Lilies. We know because we are in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the main characters of our narrative right now, Falcons Mena, but we need to give a little bit more focus as well for the members of Xeno Lilies. There's one member there who has been a long-time professional player in the Filipino MLBB women's scene. Her name is Taro, and she was with Eterna.
Hey everyone, we're backstage. My name is Eterna, and with me right now is Taro from Xeno Lilies. By the way, Taro, the last time I saw your name, you were with Onyx Zol. And apparently coming to Xeno Lilies, you've only been together for a month. Now, a lot of people are wondering, how has that been? And how do you strengthen your bond in only a month?
First of all, Coach persuaded
the Xeno management to get me to fly in the Vietnam so we can practice more effectively, even if Ramis is not there because she has school, and we go there. Then in my perspective, I wanna close them so the chemistry is not only inside the game, it's also outside the game. So I like teasing them like, oh, I like imitating them like that. Yeah.
Oh, what about what else do you like to do together? Do you like to watch things together, TV shows maybe?
Sadly, they don't like to watch horror movies. Every time I and coach ask them to watch horror movie, they always say, no, 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 no. We want Doraemon.
They want Doraemon, so they don't like horror movies.
Yeah, but
It's okay. I love horror movies. We can watch together, right? Maybe
Can.
after the game,
Can.
right? Okay. So this is gonna be your third consecutive MWI. You've been here 3 times, 2 times before. How does it feel to be on the stage at this magnitude? And what do you think is different, maybe in terms of competition or just the vibe in general?
I think this is the biggest opportunity for the female leagues because it has a biggest prize pool and it has many regions compared to the other MWI before, because there are only 2 teams or 4 teams that go in stage, and the 2022 MWI is only it's only online, full online because of quarantine. But I like playing on the big stage and it makes me excited, and I'm that
Nervous, maybe?
no
Honored?
extra emotion.
Oh, okay. Extra emotions.
Yeah.
Okay. It's very understandable.
Yeah.
Now, Taro, before I let you go for your next match, what do you have to say to your fans? And you can also speak in Tagalog.
Okay. Thank you sa mga nanonood and yung mga sumusuporta sa akin simula pa nung brand days ako. Alam ko nandyan kayo palagi, and kahit saan man ako napunta na team, nanonood pa rin kayo, and sana manalo kami mamaya para sa inyo tong laban na to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Taro. Salamat, Taro. And we're gonna send it over to the studio. Pasok.
Thank you, Turna and Taro. Just to quickly sum up what Taro mentioned, she used to be a member of Brand Victress. She thanked the supporters who's been supporting her for, I think, around 3 years now, a little bit longer. She started playing in the pro scene at around 14 or 15. She's now 18, and no surprise as to why she is emotional. Again, it's so important for the ladies to have this kind of platform.
Totemo daisuki Doraemon. Apparently, they like to watch Doraemon.
Yeah.
I hope I got it right. I could have botched it, but who knows?
Maybe. Is it a calm show?
Is it what?
Is it a calm show? Like, is it just... Like, what kind of anime is it? Is it just vibes?
Do you not know Doraemon?
I know Doraemon. He's like that alien cat thing. That's blue.
With no ears, because the ears got eaten by rats.
Okay.
You don't know that?
No.
Oh my goodness!
And they say they don't watch horror movies. All right, sure, but Team Falcons, let's focus on them. Zeno, Lilis, you're gonna have to tell me about the Doraemon one of these days. Team Falcons Mena now have dropped 1 game against a team behind LaFell, and it's high stakes. And you're still judging me. You're still judging me.
I'm judging you, but you know what? We gotta talk about the game. That's correct. Because again, I kind of feel like at this point, I wouldn't even mind seeing a Diggy. You know, it's like
Diggy, yeah.
All this crowd control is making it difficult for Names to do her job, for Yui to do her job. So it's like, it's risky. But again, at this point, what other options do you have? You need to win this one for a possibility to go for a tiebreaker.
Yeah, it seems to be that Zeno Lilies has understood the assignment. And you're right, you mentioned earlier, Falcons Vega, their team fighting, decision making, kind of shaky. So what you do to exploit that is dump out a lot of crowd control heroes. Even though Yui at some point had a really good experience with the Zask, I think now they need a high crowd control mid laner just to dish out a little bit more extra.
Maybe the Alice was the answer to the Zas. Zas not moving anywhere. neither is Alice. But when we're thinking about the prolonged damage, perhaps Alice has more damage than the Zaz. So the Zaz is getting countered. It's very interesting that MWI has a pocket meta here, and it's evolving. It's like, oh, Zaz is a problem. We got Alice. Maybe there's more after this because we see the Claude. Honestly, the Claude is a good... Now that I think about it, now that I see more, there's so many counters on the side for Xenolith against Falcons. Like Ruby is good against the Harif. The Claude is good against the Zaz. The Alice is good against the Zaz. Like, yeah, now that I think about it, Falcons, man, it just needs a better draft.
Yeah, and weirdly enough, that's so weird to say because, right, we're used to saying that the red side is the countering side in terms of the drafting. But it was Xeno Lilies countering from the blue side. That just goes to show how well prepared they are for these drafts here at MWI. Of course, shout out to their head coach and, well, analyst or one of their coaches who's a fellow Filipino as well. Angela's the band here for Xeno Lilies, and Jusin, I feel like it's a good start for Falcons Men in terms of bans. If they can't play it, then take it out because, again, the crowd control's been messing them up.
The question is, who do you want to play for, right, for this game?
Yes.
You want to play around Velvet, Electa, Yui, or Names? Because I feel like, again, I am a core believer of keeping it simple. The more you're trying to overthink this whole process, you're going to sabotage yourself. That's all I'm going to say about this.
Yeah, I agree with you there. So for Falcons Mena, let's use that as our framing for this draft. Who will they be playing for? Who will be the focus of their draft? Which hero or which role? Which position? They take away the Ling, so no strong assassin combinations here. Let's see what they're going to be prioritizing. The Harith was given difficulty, popped off eventually, and is now much more attractive for the first pick since the Loyi is gone.
It's so weird for me not to see a chip ban, and perhaps it's going to be open here as well. Right now, Falcons Men, they are going to be first pick. If the Trizla is open, might as well pick that up. Because the Trizla hasn't been banned so far. Could be banned here, though. Chip ban. Trizla, kind of good first pick.
Yep. They have the crowd control, a strong tanky presence.
Yep.
It means one lane is safe. If the others will be put at risk and Trizla will honestly just be okay, you're going to have an anchor. Still have the power picks available, and what a prediction, LaFell. Amazing.
I would say here, the Hayabusa is up if they want to pick that up. If they don't, they can go for a Harif and maybe even a Valentina.
Okay. Oh, wait, whoa. All right, so if this team don't overthink for Xenolith, let's overthink everything.
No. I think when you see the Selena, it's like, oh, wait, it forces you to overthink.
Yeah.
Out of every, Selena could be 4th or 5th pick.
Yeah.
I never thought it'd be first pick.
And I'm not turning off the idea that this could be one of those... Okay, I was just about to say Selena roams, but okay, it's Minotaur roams, Selena.
Mid or jungle?
Selena jungle? Has it been popping up in scrims?
No.
But?
You said I've been here for too long. I've seen Selena jungle before.
Okay.
It's not the best, but... She used an Alice jungle. Can you really say that there's no way the Selena is going to the mid? Going jungle, I mean.
Yeah, you get that point. I can't completely shut off the idea with everything that we've seen so far in this tournament. So I feel like this was purely reactionary with picking up the Novaria, just so that you can get equalize the vision.
I wonder if they still want the Harif, because again, the lane, the Holy Crystal, I don't know. Matilda, though. Okay, this is very interesting. They should have a very strong mid trio prio. Now that they have this, they just need a very damagey jungler that can do the job very well in the early game.
Yep.
Claw gets picked up here.
Okay. So they'll be playing more around the map. Map presence could be killer here for Zenith with the Claude and the Selena if they hit their marks. Going back to what you mentioned earlier, LaFell, where who are you playing for as the big question for Falcons Mena. Having the Matilda Novaria paired up with Trizla feels like the question has been partially answered because these first three picks are clearly playing for the Trizla and the EXP lane.
Yeah, I feel like going for that angle is pretty good, but honestly the meta is around the jungler. I want to I hope that Electa is able to have her best hero. Whether it fits the draft or not, doesn't matter. If that's what you're most confident with, just use it. Because again, having the Matilda means that you have a faster rotation in the mid.
Yep.
Use that to your advantage. Now, in terms of the bans here, because of the Selena pick, it's going to be a little bit iffy about what to ban. But it looks like they're thinking the Selena is going to the mid, which, again, higher chance of the Selena going to mid. Betting out the junglers is a good idea. Betting out the Hayabusa here.
Yeah, but we can't turn off the idea of that.
Not gonna lie,
jungle.
I don't mind if Falcons Mena, they even pick up a Boxia and then just have a very strong gold laner. But again, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's something that Zenith was floating the idea of, which is why they took out the Claude. Because if you go back to that thinking, a little bit more 6 months ago meta, but I feel like could still work depending on the circumstances. If those three on the side of Falcons Meta were paired up with a Baksha and it had the Claude, that's a good, well-rounded lineup. So maybe Zenith was looking into that. In terms of the gold lanes for Mena, if they want a strong gold laner, I mean, the carry's still there.
Harith is still open, I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, oh right. Yes, you're right. I'm so not used to seeing Harith not being picked up all the way up until the second phase.
Not saying it's a good pick, just saying it's a pick.
It's a pick. It's there.
But yeah, I feel like the carry is solid, honestly. Carry is a pretty good pick.
Considering that you have those three already with you, the carry should be very happy. And as expected, there'll be a Julian for Zenith. That's the trend right now. If your magic damage seems to be lacking, you pick up Julian for the jungle.
I feel like I'm starting to become you. I'm really wanting a Bane here.
Bane? Ever since you mentioned it, I agree with you, man.
Pick up the Benedetta. Why not?
Even a Bane, even a Bane. I would not mind Bane for Mena. They already have the Novaria, so that's a huge area for the Sharks. The hitbox will get bigger, even bigger.
Again, I feel like even the Boxia is going to be okay here, having a fast tempo as well as being able to have basically the life bin effect.
Yeah.
Without having the items, you can deal with the Minotaur, and the passive is going to be good. Oh!
Okay.
Okay,
Whoa.
not a Boxia, but a Fredrin.
Okay.
I'm on the right track here. But the Natan here, the Natan needs time.
Yeah.
So this draft, honestly, is playing around names. I hope she goes for a third item, Holy Crystal.
Yeah, gotta rush that damage. Hopefully she doesn't overthink the idea that Zenith has a lot of threats for that Nathan in the early game. Because you can't delay your late game. You need to rush the process if you're Falcons Mena. Last pick?
Yuzong is still open.
Oh, that would mess up the Nathan.
The Nathan, the Novaria. Honestly, it messes up a lot.
Yeah.
If not, you can pick up an X-Borg. It's like a easier thing to handle the Fredrin as well as the Terizla.
X-Borg into a Fredrin, you're right. Fredrin do not like that, but yeah, as best as possible. Ooh, a little bit of a throwback for Falcons Mena to 5 to 7 months ago in our meta. Zenith showing what it means to play MLBB now in this current stage. So it's a battle of styles and a battle of 2 goals. On the right side for Zenith, just secure the 2-0. For Falcons Mena, make sure that you do not get eliminated here. It's a best of 2. It's match, tournament point for the hometown heroes. Xeno Lilies will still have a match later on. That's it for me and LaFell. Because now as we enter this game number 2, we'll pass you on over to our 2 casters who has been with us ever since Series 1. It's Mirko and Trex. You two, just put on a show.
Thank you so much, Renmar and LaFell. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're gonna be jumping into the possible last game. This is match point essentially for Falcons Mena here. They gotta step it up if they want to get out of groups here. Xeno Lilies once again bring something spicy to the table. This is 4 games in a row. I think we've seen a new pick pop up for MWI here. Selena in the mid lane. It's been a long time since I've seen Selena in the land of Dawn. I'm excited to see how Xeno Lilies is going to make it work for them.
Yeah, same, because usually Selena, when you pick it up, the best combination in the roam position should be a Grok, right? Someone that can actually clear the lane really, really fast. If it's not the Grok, usually it's the Cho. So the fact that they went for the Minotaur, I get it. It's also still okay clear. You got the concussive blast shot. Gonna go in for some damage. Good chain 2 to immobilize Bevan. forcing her back. Abyssal Trap also connecting, dealing a bit of damage to Electa there. Great lethal Wanderer take, but what do you think about this, Trex? Now that Team Falcons meta, they're fighting for, this is tournament point, like Renmar said earlier. Electa back on the Fredrin. This is the old style of MLBB. Velvet gonna be caught in the enhanced chain. Well, not the enhanced chain, just the chain. Doesn't seem like she will use the enhanced version of the skill, not just yet. She will just back away. She does damage to Velvet.
Not only the Fredrin, right? Not only like on the Fred, which we also have the Matilda paired up with it. This is definitely something we saw, you know, back in M5, you know, and it could be comfort for them. It could be something that works, and in a time like this, it is something you can fall back on when all the other teams are getting crazy with their compositions. This could be the answer here. They did secure some late game possibilities as well, right? They have some decent early game aggression with Velvet in the XP lane when it comes to some of these first turtles having the Terizla. They have good movement as long as they use the Matilda correctly to rotate around the map. And since Xeno Lilies is weak on their mid lane clear, this could give Falcons meta a little bit of space to buy time, right? So if they can buy that time, make sure Names gets online, make sure Yui gets online, there's a lot of possibilities for them.
Black Dragon Farm used up very early, a bit too early it seems. You know, that's a big resource for the first neutral objective. Velvet's gonna have a massive advantage now coming into the next turtle, and again, like you mentioned, Team Falcons already have an advantage when it comes to the mid clear, so they're not using it actually. It's Sao who's clearing out the mid lane. They're actually going to lose out a whole way penalty zone with Astral Echo into the back line, getting a few hammer swings down. Shiromi walking forward, Minis Fury knocking one up there. That's going to be the combo coming down as the Guiding Wind, or the Circling Eagle rather, comes down as well, but Electa is still able to secure the neutral objective. Sa dives in deep right there as the chain connects, so Electa almost getting the Appraiser's Wrath down, but gets taken out before she can get it down. Ramichi lethal on the Julian.
If there's anything I've noticed about these two teams, Xeno Lilies almost always comes out on top in terms of kills, but Electa is so good at always securing that neutral objective. Taking a look at this replay, Electa able to get it, able to almost turn things around here, unable to make it to Shiromi and get that final hit. If Electa could have just got that, it could have at least evened the playing field, maybe even put them in the advantage in that big trade since they secured Turtle as well. But they fall back, and we can see the reactions from Mena. Electa, man, rubbing her eyes there, just frustrated with how things are going. And I feel it. It's got to be tough when you're in this kind of situation. You're on your last life right here. There's no comebacks. There's no immortalities for tournament point here. They got to figure something out. And like I said, they're able to get these objectives. They just need to translate that into something else or be a bit more careful in how they approach it.
This is the problem, though, I would say. If we're talking about Xeno Lilies, the fact that they've been able to find a lot of wins, good Petrified Furious Dive into Ramichi with the chain and the enhanced scythe. Even with the body of Smith, the passive doesn't do anything. Not to the burst of Julian, yikes.
Yeah, Ramichi's just going to be a monster once again. It's 2-0-1 already for Julian this early in the game. Yui's now rotating up top. Gets the vision on him, but it's not going to save the tower at all. And Zen, now that they found a moment, you can already see them now rotating around. Taro's hitting the cross lane farm, trying to redo what we saw from Rihanna in earlier series. Maybe get that third item in at around 9 minutes.
Maybe she can do that there. I mean, to be fair, Names already forced back. Taro's doing a whole lot of damage. And by the way, all right, let me ask you a question here, Trex. Natan versus Claude, who wins in that matchup?
I think there's nice wave clear from Names. There's nice poke from Names. The good thing about Claude, though, is... Ooh.
Good take there. Now Minis Fury knocking two members up. Shiromi unable to find Velvet just there. She is able to flicker out to safety, but not too long. Ramichi able to find the kill spree. Appraiser's Wrath deals some damage. Also the Astral Sphere connecting to the back line, but Kao is able to just walk away. Sa executes Electa in the front. Oh man, again, Xeno Lilies. This time they don't just win in the fight. They win in the neutral objective. Ramichi with a flank, trying to go for the enhanced chain, unable to connect it. Good guiding win from Fevin to get out, but Sa, look at her, just scratching the turret down. Now with Ramichi too. That is tier 1 mid lane taking down. Names in the bottom lane, trying to go for a trade. But Taro walks up, deals that damage, chasing her down. Still, Names will use the entropy.
Yeah, Names definitely is going to have the ability to deal with Tara, right? And even has decent wave clear, as we were just talking about. The good thing about a Claude, though, is just about anybody, as long as you're mechanically gifted on the Claude, you can at least stalemate. And if your team is helping you out even more, you can get to the other side of the map. And that's the thing. It's not exactly just about the gold lane versus gold lane. It's about Xeno Lily's constantly putting pressure on these off lanes, right? And making sure that KO does good. Wait a second, a little bit of damage on a Ramichi.
Names as well there with the guiding wind. Ramichi gonna be taken down, unable to find anything but the abyssal trap. No arrow connects Names. One last chomp of the trap will take her down. Sa picks up a double. Was that Bevan that flew over as well? And she got taken out. Now Velvet in the bush trying to stop Xeno Lilies from going for the purple buff. And this is why we get to see the Selena. Sa's been brutal with it, connecting every single arrow, and that's another. Straight into the damage. Velvet gonna be chunked low. That's a frontliner. And she got taken that low from the damage of Sa.
Xeno Lily is right now 3 steps ahead at all times. Ooh. Team Falcon's mana might be able to take a Knight or take a Rook, but Xeno Lily's takes 3 more pieces in return and consistently takes the lead. And now, another gank.
There you go. She finally gets punished for it. Tries to run away. The shutdown, though. The bounty is on Fevin. Out of all the members that could have taken it, Electa was there, Names was there. It would have been great if it was Names, but they lose out the purple buff, and I'll have to say, that ends up being not worth it, even with the shutdown.
Hey man, Roams need gold too. Roams need love too.
Yeah.
It might not be the best decision, but you know, yeah. Fevin got a little greedy, man, wanted the kill, and I think at this point, Falcons meta just want the kill, right? They need to try to even the playing field. Taro in trouble.
Able to get out just to save the Shiromi. Great disengage. Now Ramichi in that chain to knock Names up. Oh, the spear not connecting Electa. Moving forward. Ramichi, she could go for the 1v3, but she might not even need to because a dragon is coming her way as well to try to help her out. Yui, you can go out of the map, but still get Cal. Immobilization with the chain. Electra trying to run away. Whoa. Penalty zone from Velvet. Catching 3. That's a furious dive. Not with the Petrify just yet as Ramichi is going to be comboing hand sword. Brings her back all the way to the back, and that is a double with the help of Sa's abyssal arrow that is ever so accurate. My goodness, the synergy.
The synergy is definitely beautiful from Xeno Lilies. I mean, just all over. And while that's happening, you got Taro on other sides of the map, putting pressure on the mid and the top. So even when 4 of them are making something happen, it's problems elsewhere. Golden Staff just locked in for Taro here. Team Falcon's meta getting more and more pushed into the corner. The abyssal arrows are constantly firing off, so it's using as a zoning mechanism for Team Falcon's meta onto the items. 3 items in 8.5 minutes, Mirko. Is that the new record?
I think it is. And I think for Shiromi, she is going to be taken down. No, she flickers out, and Ramichi is there to body block the spear. Wow. Even in disengages, Xeno Lilies are so clean with it. And like you mentioned, that's a new record. You were already hyping it up. You know, Taro's taking waves, Sa's taking Names though, but not Names as in the player, Names as in Velvet the name, who's going to be stunned up again. 2 abyssal arrows connecting there, but she is able to escape. I guess that's the value you get with the Terizla, even though she's 0-4-0. She's still super tanky, still super hard to actually go and assassinate. But man, oh, she hits an abyssal arrow again, by the way. Just Names.
Consistently doing it. Taking a look at some of the items. Lord just gets taken. It's now almost a 10K gold lead. We're at 9,000 gold pretty much for the side of Xeno Lilies up right now. And I just want to put it into perspective as well. Some of their positioning has been phenomenal in this game. Even earlier when that gank was happening up top, when that attack onto Velvet was happening, we have Kyle just hanging out in the bush by Lord, ready to set up the position on the Lord pit. Even though they have this huge lead, we still play by the basics. We still know exactly where we need to be at the right time, and we don't go too far from that. So Xeno Lil is just showing prowess in many different aspects of this game right now. They're going to be trying to possibly end this here, take an inhibitor to do something big against Team Falcon's meta.
Let's see if they can. They technically still have the Natan, right? With the Black Dragon form, it's going to be used up to try to zone them in the back line. Electro walking forward, getting the taunt down, but gets caught by the abyssal arrow. Penalty zone onto 2. Tara gonna be caught right now. Unable to go out. Pops in a battle mirror image. Behind her, she does damage. Sa again just diving deep with Cal. And they were able to find in a ton with Namesake. And now, who's there to clear out the wave? It has Sora BT with a mega kill and a dive again from Sa. She picks up a double and another Abyssal Arrow straight into the chain. And Sa is an absolute monster on the Selena.
That's a 5-man wipe up, followed up by the 2-0 win for Xeno Lilies. Showing dominance with multiple different heroes, showing dominance with multiple different styles of play. Sadly, do you know what this means though, Mirko?
I know what it means, man. That Abyssal Arrow will just shoot them down.
Not exactly where I was going.
Oh,
Team Falcons Mena is going somewhere, and it is not to the bracket, sadly. Team Falcons Mena will be taking their exit there. They had a good effort. They were able to put it up, but Xeno Lilies were just a little bit too strong. Xeno Lilies just monsters on the field and playing aggressive just like VSG did.
It was just such a dominant display. I think even more so than game number 1, right? The fact that Falcons Mena, they tried their best to go back to what works. The fundamentals, utilizing the Fredrin, trying to play the calculated move, the safe, take the safe route. And it still wasn't enough. They get shot down by the Abyssal Arrow, down to elimination.
Down to elimination, and Xeno Lilies tie up the scoreboard with VSG, and we're going to get to see that tiebreaker in the next series. And that's something I'm excited for because there are two very aggressive playstyles from these two teams. Xeno Lilies just being extremely dominant all around.
For sure. Every single step of the way, I think for Xeno Lilies, they were able to just control even the aggression. And it's definitely going to be a very interesting matchup now that we know how Xeno Lilies play, how VSG play. Both of them love playing these assassin junglers, damage output all the way, even in their roams. So I'm really excited to see exactly how they utilize that. By the way, Taro has been amazing with the items.
Most definitely, and that's going to be it. Let's send it over to our interviewees. They got somebody on stage.
Thank you so much, guys. Now, xin chào right here from our friends all the way from Vietnam, and congratulations on that 2-0 win. First up, is this a result that you guys are expecting to sweep Falcons Mena 2-0? And also, did you guys expect to pick up that Luo Yi as well as that chip, which is usually banned right here in the tournament?
Và Louis và Chip là thường là những cái nhân vật tướng hay bị ban, thì liệu đây có phải là trong kế hoạch của bọn em hay không? Trước đấy thì chị sẽ chọn được.
Can I answer in English? Actually, Louis and Chip, before that we already have team talk about that, and we planned everything before. And 2-0, we already like very confident when versus Falcon that we think we will 3-0 and 2-0, sorry. And we play with our confidence, and we win it. And Logi and Chip, yeah, we already have the plan before, everything we prepare for today, yeah.
Wow. She's so happy that she can speak English fluently today.
And now we're wondering, like, why we're here, right?
The dopamine is this high.
Yes, they're ending on a high. And of course, yes, we still have much more questions right here for Sa.
Definitely. Like, you know, one of the things I would like to know as well, not only me, but even all the viewers, how does it feel to play in a multinational team?
Because we have two import players from the Philippines. So how does it like work together?
Answer English also. Actually, that one quite easy because we communicate in English. The two imports, they can speak English well, and the local player also can speak English well. So we just normally play and communicate in English, like how we play and how we improve together. Yeah, actually not hard for me and my team also. That's quite easy.
Amazing.
Oh, wow. Okay. Now, the next one is also a team that took a 2-0 clean sweep, and this is VSG, all the way from EWC, which also has imports as well. So what are you guys going to do to approach that game?
Of course, we have preparing for VHG when versus VHG, but can I see it now? And I already say we play with our confidence. We very confident. We stand here. We play here today. We play in this MWI 2024. We're very confident that we can win every game. Yeah, we even that team very strong. We also play with our confidence and our yeah.
So the team spirit and the confidence are our weapons, secret weapons.
Oh, wow, man. Confidence all the way. Let's go.
That's something that we're definitely very excited about.
Yeah.
Kamung, thank you so much for this wonderful interview. Now we're gonna let them go because timing is super tight. They gotta prepare for VSG even though they are already prepared. But let's find out what's going to happen next from our casters. So we're gonna pass it on back to the studio. Take it away, boys.
Let's go.
Call her Selena. Bringing it back here in MWI. What do you think about that mid-lane Selena pick?
It's all about the mindset.
Mindset?
Because they say they play with confidence. And if you have confidence, you can pick up anything. A Selena, an Alice. Dude, the world is your oyster. I'm allergic to seafood, but even I would take that.
Yeah, when it's up there in front of you, just go ahead and take it. And that's exactly what Xeno Lilies did, not just for this game number 2, but for game number 1. I love that you mentioned it takes an amount of confidence, an extra amount of confidence to make a Selena work. Because Selena is just happy if her abyssal arrows hit. It causes damage, and it's a pretty long crowd control. And considering that this is an older style of the meta that was played by Falcons Mena, which are usually around together, high chance the Selena's gonna hit someone.
No, the crazy thing is, this Selena is encountering anything.
Yeah.
Right? It was first pick.
Yeah.
You saw the Terizla. What makes you think like, oh, Terizla, you know what? Selena, right? Like, that shows confidence. Again, because we gotta talk about what they said during the interview, right?
Yeah.
We don't care who we're going up against. We don't care how strong they are. We believe in ourselves. We don't like horror movies, but we're scary.
Yeah, that is true. It was
and thought again. Go ahead.
Is that? Oh wait, no, yeah, that's the Rain one again.
Yeah,
I feel kind of left out. I really need to know more about that. But what we do know is, yes, as confirmed by the casters, we'll have to bid farewell to Falcons Mena. Again, relatively newer roster just coming up. They're just slowly starting to build more of a name for themselves. They are also the national team for Egypt, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So thank you, Falcons Mena, for everything that you showed off here, and we wish you the best. Go back to Xeno. Oh, is there something you want to say?
No, I'm just saying, like, we heard during the interview how Xeno Lilith, technically they played with this roster for 1 month, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, with this new patch, I feel like most of the teams, they only have 1 month to prepare. And it's amazing to me to see how quickly all the female teams here in MWI, they're adjusting to the new patch. They understand it's a new meta, it's a new landscape for MLBB. And the execution, honestly, fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic execution. And let's see who will be the PlayStation MVP for Xeno Lilies. It's none other than that Selena with a rush on the Talisman and then the Starlium Scythe.
Oh, yeah.
That
a lot of
just
damage.
2 items? 2 full items? And she
that
was
shows how fast the game was.
Yeah.
This is one of those games, if you go to the toilet, you come back, you're not going to see the game. It's the end of everything. And again, I like that this is more or less them showing the world. We don't care what's the S tier picks, A tier picks, B tier picks. It's our picks, right? Because again, showing the Alice, showing the Selena, they might have much more.
Oh, okay. You got the pose down. As we try to do our best Selena impressions, let's see the STC predictions results that we mentioned at the top of the series. I cannot get my legs like that, man.
I've had practice.
You've really? Cool. That's great. I wish I could stand like that. wonder how many of the viewers supported Falcons men earlier. It was 88%. See, it did go up.
It did go up.
It went up. As I mentioned earlier, it went 91% to 9%. Just goes to show how much this meant for this region. Pretty sure they would have loved to see the win, but well, you know what I love is that I hear a lot of support, especially from a lot of the locals of the teams here, especially
Yes.
even in MSC. So now we are going to be heading into our third match of the day. That's going to be happening in just a bit. More MLBB action. We'll come your way after a short break. Don't go anywhere. MWI 2024 at the Esports World Cup. We'll be right back.
Hello everybody, Quick Shot here, host of EWC Central. I wanted to take a look at how the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational will impact the standings in the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by SDC. Now, the MLBB Women's Invitational features 3 clubs with strong aspirations in the club championship. First of all, and obviously, Team Falcons is here with 2 teams trying to further extend their lead. Reminder that only their highest scoring team will actually secure points for the club within the context of the championship. So in the events Falcons would place first and second, they would only gain 1,000 points for that first place finish. The thing is, it's going to be hard to come out on top of Team Vitality because they are clear favorites coming into the MLBB Women's Invitational. They've set their eyes on first in this tournament, hoping to secure 1,000 points, hoping to climb the ladder, because right now Team Vitality only have 60 on the board and they are in dire need of a big score. And finally, the North American powerhouse Cloud9 would love to finally secure their first points, but they have to win their tiebreaker game versus CFU Serendipity later today to be finally on the board. Now, for more updates on EWC Club Championship, as well as all the other games and tournaments going on at the Esports World Cup, join us here on EWC Central every Thursday to Sunday from 2 till 6 p.m. at twitch.tv/EWC. That does it from me and the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by SDC.
You're back here with us at MWI 2024 at EWC. A little bit on a rush because it's time to see who will be ending this group top 1 in the seedings. They're already secured. But for this Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib upcoming showdown, it's the 2 teams that got a sweep victory so far today. Xeno Lilies going up against Victory Song Gamers. Hype is what I'm feeling for this matchup.
Oh yeah, hype actually describes it quite well, you know? Yeah, that's good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's hype. Speaking of hype, VSG, Xenolive, again, both coming with a 2-0. And again, we're looking at both teams that have really showed up different picks when it comes to the jungle. VSG bringing up that Benedetta really shows that in terms of mechanics, VSG has a lot of it. And something that we do have to remember is that VSG, they've been boot camping in Indonesia. So they've been having a lot of experience in the Southeast Asia region.
Yeah, with that experience, they are allowed to show up more unique picks. Let's show up the Jamil Motorsport arrival of our 2 squads for this marquee showdown. The winner of this match will be securing top 1 in the standings. And first up, we've got a team that shocked a lot of us, shocked and awed Falcons Mena with their aggressive, controlling playstyle.
You know what's great about being a player?
What?
You get to use the cart.
Oh, yeah.
I've never used the cart.
Wait, no, that's impossible. Never?
Never.
We've been here for quite some time. Yeah, we went back home for like a week, then came back a month.
I've never been on a cart.
We're going to have to change that. Let's see if you have any predictions. Vote for the next game. This coming up right now at www.stcplay.gg. Will LaFell be able to ride the cart? No, I'm kidding. That's not what you're trying to predict. You're predicting the winner of this match. Xeno Lilies or Victory Song Gamers. VSG was aggressive. Xeno Lilies, real quick here, LaFell. What do you like about them?
They're very nice people.
Very nice people.
I smiled at them. They smiled at me back. They're very good MLBB players. I think VSG has this one.
All right. I asked you about Xeno Lilies, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Xeno Lilies versus Victory Song Gamers. You got LaFell's prediction dropped down. He said VSG. Don't forget to predict there. Let's see who will be able to take the cake. But let's welcome our teams. It's Cheryl and Bada. Xeno Lilies, VSG coming right up.
And we're back. وعدنا عليكم من جديد. You know, Cheryl, it's a different vibe today. I mean, it was exciting yesterday, and even today, things are heating up. But I feel that it's just different energy. Is it only me, or do you feel it as well?
No, it is really a different energy right here in day 2 because, you know, when it comes to the different groups,
Right.
it's all about who can survive the group stage, right? But for this time, you know, the results are clear. Unfortunately, the keys for Falcons MENA has been crushed. But for this upcoming game, they're not playing to survive, they're playing to flex.
Let's go.
Who will come up top off the table for Group C? And this is what's gonna happen right here for match 3. Starting off, let's take a look at the wonderful faces from our ECA region, Victory Song Gamers. Absolutely amazing. Now, all of these beautiful ladies are practically on par with their upcoming rivals over at the Land of Dawn because they also have 2 import players and also very domineering fashion over at the Land of Dawn. So going up against VSG, we have...
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Xeno Lilies. Man, it is really happening over here. They're warmed up. They're ready to go. Let's see who's gonna make it happen. All that details and hype, of course, with our beautiful and amazing talents.
Take it away over at the studio.
Yalla wal'uha.
Thank you so much, Cheryl and Bada. You know, when you said VSG earlier for your prediction, LaFell,
yes.
I've been thinking about it during the intros. I realized there are certain aspects of VSG's game, a little bit more cleaner in the execution, I feel like, that would give them that edge over Xeno Lilies. I don't know right now, though, how big that edge is, but VSG in their series look a little bit more polished.
Here's the thing, Remar. I'm gonna ask you a question, serious one.
Sure.
Look me in the eye.
I'm looking
and
at
tell
you
me
here.
honestly.
Okay.
Have I ever been wrong in my predictions?
Is this a trick question?
Yeah.
No.
See? So, hop on board the VSG train, but
let's go.
Honestly, Xeno Lilith, again, I feel like going up against teams that have established a power standard, right?
Yep.
All you gotta do is sweep the rug right under their feet. Use something different. What's gonna be different? Use on goalie.
Well,
okay, maybe that's a bit much.
Yeah, that's a little bit much.
But Paquito is fine.
Yeah, but I mean, though if any of them are gonna decide to go for that, double fighter side to speed up something like a Granger in the jungle, which I've been hearing that people are trying out again.
With the new temporal rain, makes it so that you can actually use your rondo and everything very, very fast. So you can zigzag inside of team fights, but Let's be real, probably not. Going back into the draft here, Ling as well as Lee has been banned out, same as Roger as well as Jusin. So here, again, it's all about QA, whether you want to pick up your jungler early because the Hayabusa is still up, wonder if she wants to go for that, or just wait a little bit, see what the mid laner is going to pick up, and then go for that Benedetta again.
Yeah, what I can tell from these two is that they like to prioritize two things, the roam and the EXP, which actually shows their Filipino coach DNA. For the longest time, that's always been something about Filipino teams, the priorities in the EXP and the roamer matchups. First pickup without the Roger, Terizla. Yeah, now I'm starting to get why teams aren't always rushing to first pick the Harith.
Yeah.
I'm okay with the Terizla pickup, especially with how Minun plays. How it seems like her nature is to heal
Hayabusa
and
is
take
up as
care.
well.
Ah, yes. You mentioned that earlier.
Oh,
but it's a Yuzong.
We have to remember, this has been banned.
I think we're about to see why.
Yeah, we're about to see why.
But this is a give. Zenith decide to give this to them. They gave the Yuzong, meaning there's a response coming up.
I would honestly say go for the Terizla. And the thing is, you kind of want to pick up an assassin, but it's kind of not good going up against the Yuzong. It's hard for you to position yourself, especially during those neutral objectives. It's hard for an assassin to go for a turtle or lord fight in the first place, but having Yuzong, much more difficult. So since the Yuzong is picked up, oh, Angela! Okay, Angela's okay. The claw's a bit early for me, though.
Yeah. I honestly thought that they'd go for their assassin show already, because we are in that meta where you can show your cards early, like your main condition, and it's fine. Because usually those power picks control the early game so well. So now VSG, they're going to be thinking, ooh, what are they going to be pairing with that Angela? Because an Alpha will be open, so they go for full crowd control. That will give Alpha a difficult time, if ever that was the idea. Zenith is floating. It's Edith and Vexana.
Think about it, perhaps they pick up the Claw because the Claw can actually survive against the Yuzong. So now that I think about it, it's alright. It's alright. It's cool.
So they immediately went for the safest gold lane in the matchup.
Before he gets banned or picked up.
Good call. Good call. I agree.
So now I feel like, yeah, Assassin is going to be quite difficult here. The Benedetta could be okay because it's hard to catch in the Electro Final Blow.
Yeah.
You can dodge the Onward and the Earth Shatter. They're going to pick up the Terizla before it gets banned out and still hiding where this Angela is going. Could be mid, could be roam.
Okay. So with the Terizla pickup, a part of me was thinking maybe CC, but then earlier... Oh yeah, Julian in the jungle is possible. By the way, quick update for everyone, very important. If VSG goes 1-1 against Xeno Lily, so if this results in a 1-1, there will be a best-of-1 tiebreaker that will be played on Stream B to decide the top seed for Group C. Our friends Abstract and Husky, our fellow casters, will be on Stream B to cover that for you, a potential BO1 tiebreaker if this series now ends up in a 1-1 tie.
Sounds very fun. But going back into the draft here, Herv as well as Alice has been banned. Herv makes a lot of sense. Something else that you may consider, we haven't seen a lot of Moskov. But again, Moskov is one of those very risky picks. If you're really good, you can 1v9. But getting to that point is very difficult.
Yeah. If ever the Moskov here will be a little bit more conservative, wait for the Yuzong to entry, and then really time if you're gonna go in with your Spear of Destruction teleport, because it looks like this Edith and Vexana makes a lot of picks more difficult, but yeah, take it out. Oh, you were, excuse me, I mixed up the teams there for a moment.
Yeah, Moskov banned out here.
Moskov banned out, yeah.
The Julian is still an okay pick. The Joy gets banned out.
Oh yeah, Joy Jala was pretty...
Oh yeah, that's so good.
Yeah, it's
that
a really great matchup. And that will make the Vexana struggle. I don't remember. Okay, before we forget him, if ever they want to go on Assassin,
Alpha?
Nolan is still up. We mentioned Alpha earlier.
I feel like Alpha Angela is quite okay.
Yeah, but again, into an Edith and a Vexana, it's so difficult.
It's difficult with that kind of mindset.
So it's a mindset thing. And we know Xeno
They play
Lilies,
with confidence.
They play with confidence. But if ever, Carry might be the pickup for VSG later.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And it's not gonna be like a vengeance on it.
Oh, fairness.
I am leaning towards Alpha now even harder.
It's like we will die, just eventually.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Oh, it has to be Alpha or another tanky presence because so far it's only the Terizla, and I feel bad for this Terizla if it's the only frontliner.
Yeah, they need a lot of damage too.
Yeah.
Faramis skills up after 2 items. Before this it was 3, now 2 is enough for the Faramis. But yeah, not a lot of early pressure for now, unless you solve it with the jungle pickup. So now for VSG, the Benedetta again. Again, Benedetta 4th pick is pretty strong.
Yep.
And the Beatrix. The Beatrix will do well against the Faramis.
Yeah, she has the Bennett's Rage to take out, and well, even the Nibiru's Passion to take out the ultimate of the Faramis quickly. The effects of that.
Echo Altar.
Netherrealm.
Netherrealm. I've been in this scene for so long. I remember the old names.
It's okay. No, that was stuck in my head too. That's why I was
Altar.
pausing. It's like, wait, it's not Cult Altar anymore. So it's like you heard what I was thinking. Alpha makes sense. Barrett's too difficult and will just get poked down like crazy. Nothing's gonna happen. They need to match the damage and they need an extra front line. I think Alpha's the last pick. If they go anything else, it's such a risky composition.
Nolan Hayabusa is up, but then it's like, what's the Angelus going to be using? Martis!
Right, there's another one too.
Yeah, but we haven't seen this for ever.
Yeah, Martis jungle. We've seen Martis mid. But not jungle.
That's crazy. We've seen Martis mid more than Martis jungle.
Yeah. Oh, how is this going to fare?
This is old school MLBB.
Yeah, for
look at the draft.
Xeno Zenith?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that is
old school.
Old school. That is the same time frame earlier.
Season 10?
Season 11 or 12.
11, yeah.
Yeah. It's a bit of a throwback with the lineup here for the Lilies. Let's see if they'll be enough to go up against VSG and get that win early on in this BO2. Mirko, Trex, what y'all thinking?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's me, Naisu, with Mirko.
Wait, you're not Trex?
I'm not Trex, man. Trex is on the rest. He's getting some rest because he's going to be back on desk with us later. But yeah, welcome to the desk here, the English desk for MWI here at EWC. It's me, Naisu, and Mirko bringing the action to round out the group here. Group C, and like we had it broken down, of course, from Redmar and the Fell, this could imply a possible tiebreaker later on, depending how the series goes. But, you know, Mirko, you've seen this now, the past 2 matches. Who do you think has the better draft here?
Oh, man, it's really tough to say that, but honestly, I'll have to go with Victory Song Gamers. I feel like, especially with the Benedetta, Kyoe was able to perform so well, Kaylee as well, and you can see the mid-prio already. Look at how they're utilizing this mid lane. Actually not going to go for the shove, but actually utilizing the shove from Xeno Lilies against Xeno Lilies to try to go and poke them out. But unfortunately, didn't really go too well for them there. They get chunked a bit, but I do want to give a shout out, by the way, to LaFell. I agree. Taru sounds better than NetherRealm. I agree.
Hey, you know what? Either way, I feel like some people, you know, NetherRealm, Cult Altar, whatever you want to go with, too. Oh, hold on. Actually, good poke for Taro here. One thing, too, it is almost a throwback, man. Looking at this lineup that we're seeing here, it's a throwback to, what do you say, Season 10? I think it was like around that time. It's been a while since we've seen this, and yeah, I've been so stuck on the fact that when we saw Martis picked up, put in the mid lane, it was such a good answer to things, you forget that, all right, originally you see Martis so much in the jungle. Now, matching up, let's talk about the matchup because, like we said, Kyoe on this Benedetta jungle had a massive performance already. I think she got even more fans than she already has. How does that matchup work against the Martis jungle?
I don't know. It really comes down to, I would say it's just execution, right? Because when it comes to clearing, this has been the biggest issue with a lot of the jungle matchups, right? Because pathing is so important. Yeah. Clear speed is so important. Benedetta, my main concern when Kyoe picked the Benedetta in their first game was how is it going to perform up against Julian? That was the matchup before. And she did amazing. She was actually clearing the jungle way faster. So the Martis also really, really good at clearing. I feel like they are kind of on the same boat in that department. Both of them also have anti-CC. Eye for an eye. There's a Mortal Coil there. Yep. You can see both of them level 5. So Kyoe actually still ahead. So maybe because of the gank towards the bottom lane, able to pick up that gold crab, getting a bit more gold, getting a bit more damage. It seems for the setup. Earth Shatter, Gaily, gonna poke Kao down. Ramichi on it as well now. Both of them trying to dance around a turtle.
Still very kind of testing the waters here. Also, Manon has the Black Dragon form, can use that, but they're going to go in actually now.
The penalty zone now, Kyoe able to dash out to safety. Kao still in the midst of it all. Gaily popping a Primal Rat, deals some damage. That's Ramichi winning on the retreat battle. Good disengage with the final blow. Ramichi, one Decimate, looking for another, now with a Mortal Coil too. Shiromi with the sustained synchro, gonna be caught. Flickers out to safety, but gets tied up as Kao finds the kill. Saw in the mid lane, able to dash out. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Blazing Duet, Taro winning on the trade, but Rian will still be able to survive.
Xeno Lily's just got everything on that whole exchange, and they might still go for another kill here on the bottom side, but man, talk about the power of this Angela pick and how it fits so well into the lineup that Xeno Lily's brought to the table. You saw how strong that hard guard can be. Even the focusing mark, you know, that's a little extra boost. That's 6% that helps with that. And, you know, that poke potential was already very impressive with what they had in the fight. You add that to the table, and it works wonders here. Eyes is still set on this bottom side, though.
Ramichi with the retreat. Good flicker out from Rian. Really just respecting that Mortal Coil used up. She has the stacks, does a bit of damage onto the turret. Kyoe, low, final blow to the front. Gotta be careful. She does use the eye for an eye, but it's a bit different here when you don't have a Petrify up top. Kao swinging the hammer down. Almost getting the kill on Minin, who's still very comfortable in that lane. Just pops regen, acts as if nothing happened.
This is interesting too. I can't recall the previous game that we saw with the Yuzhong pick, but this is a Warcry Yuzhong. And you know, because typically I would say, what do we see the most of? Quantum Charge Yuzhong?
Yeah.
I think that's the kind of default that we see. So I'm wondering if this will be, this little boost of damage is going to be big of that much of a threat, because if you look at the lineup here from VSG, they're all about damage. You know, for the most part, it's like your main tank for this is obviously Gailey here on the Edith. But once that Primal Wrath is used, it's like, all right, now we have an Eternal Guard be in the front line. You know, and that's kind of all we have. So I'm wondering, again, with the Yuzhong, maybe a little bit, you lose some of that sustainability, some of that movement speed you can work with. So you're really trying to overload the damage when it comes to these fights. But it looks like, hey, they're just going to give up the objective. You know, they don't want to fall further behind than they already are, as Ramichi gets the turtle.
Clean, and this is usually why the Martis is used up in the jungle. You clear really fast, you have an amazing, I would say, early game skirmish power that you can utilize to force a lot of these team fights, and the execute obviously makes it as though you already have a Sky Piercer from level 4 onwards, right? It's even crazier. It's like a Sky Piercer plus a great Dragon Spear in a way, because you get that movement speed, you get so much more pressure, and I love the fact that she has gone for the Hunter Strike. Usually on the Martis, this is kind of the gamble you play when you play the Martis. In the early game, you win out the fight, you go for Hunter Strike. You lose out the fight, you go for a more defensive build, and luckily for Xeno, they got the fight in their way in the first, turtle, and they are able to just snowball off of that.
Just build up from that point, you know, and at the same time, it's kind of like, if you're looking at VSG and you guys watched their matches earlier, you know, they can still obviously get a lead in this game. It's still early on, but it's more so of like, where do we find the pickoffs here? That's where you start to have to utilize the Yuzhong pick that's brought to the table. Gailey has to land those combinations that we see these Ediths do all the time. And then even to round it out, I mean, for the most part, Beatrix, we haven't seen her too often. She's still a great pick, I would say, you know, for most gold laners, but it's almost in a sense where you see so much Claude's picked up, the Harith's picked up, that Beatrix has been slept on a little bit. So I think even for Rian, you want to have that gold lane experience. Farm up, get the items that you need, lock those in, and then contribute to these fights. So I think for VSG too, that might be where we see them again, just give up an objective, give up the next turtle even. But look at this, Ramichi goes up top. It's a flicker.
It's always a flicker, the response to any sort of gank, and that's why the Beatrix is so vulnerable.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'll take your point there. It's very tough. As a gold lane player myself, this is why I personally don't like the Beatrix pick. Even in MSC, when it's picked up, not a fan of it, because especially up against the Claude, there's so many more ways for the Claude to outplay you.
Yeah. But like at some point, you get that spike, you try to turn the tide. They're on the fight for the turtle, though.
Penalty zone. Oh, Ramichi again winning it out now with a good Petrify down. Eternal Guard connecting on a cow, still able to flicker out to safety. The final blow does some damage, but Kyoe is going to be caught by Taro, who slows her down for the Decimate. Gailey, Primal Wrath on a turret, another Decimate. Ramichi finds it again. Might be looking for more. Oh, he finds the Maniac. Ramichi. Time's under tier 2.
Oh, Pro, man, again, you know, when you saw this Martis picked up, this might not be what we expected, because for so long now we've seen Marches in the mid, but this is what you have to remember. The Decimate is such a big threat. The reset after reset. And this is, yes, it's so fitting. It's the Levi Ackerman. Boom. Boom, the triple, and goes in. And you know what? Why not take the Maniac? Worth.
I don't know. It's worth. It definitely is worth when we're talking about the numbers here, right? Because that's for one, technically. They also got the neutral objective. But that's a big shutdown. That's a massive shutdown. 5-0 she was before getting shut down, and that gold is going to go. I think if it went to Rian, then we would be a bit more concerned. But even to Synchro, that's actually going to help her quite a bit. She was way more behind than only 1,000 compared to Sa.
She's still down, 1,000 gold here, but yeah, that is going to help out a little bit. Still working on that second item too. You also saw, at least now Gailey's a little bit more tanky. She's got Dominance Ice working on the next, but that's also a Thunder Belt picked up now for Kyoei. So she has a little bit more, and I feel like this is, in a way, it's like you're forced to now stick together. That's kind of the game plan because of, how do you deal with the sustainability with the Angela? Because he's going to be used.
Good reaction. Oh, the onward, just a pixel away from hitting. Taro gets out.
Yeah, look at that, hovering over too with the hard card. So they're like, nope, I got it. They just give the signal, she's fine. They put pressure on top. So now look what the play is here from Xeno Lilies. Go put pressure on top, do that. Wings are also now picked up by Kao. Even more tanky is this Terizla to help even to work in conjunction with the Body of Smith passive. So they'll go ahead and start the Lord here. Again, for VSG, they're still, I don't know, it doesn't look good if they force a fight in this first objective. I'd honestly like to see them just go ahead and be a little more defensive and then just farm up a little bit longer, because even so, Xeno Lilies, with the lineup that they have, very strong in this portion of the map. You're going to see that too. They're going to play around the Netherrealm that they have. They'll start it up still very slowly here, working on it. Going to spot out Kyoei as well, pushing her back. Ramichi, very confident once again on this Martis pick, but still neither team committing just yet as they kind of feel out the territory here. But eventually, Xeno Lilies will go ahead and play around the fact that they have some macro advantage to this. They've got 3 turrets to VSG's none, and so they can go ahead and take their time with this. But so far, respect. Cow.
Penalty zone. Gailey goes over to onward. Now Eternal Guard in the midst of it all as well. Good Netherrealm to actually dish out a little bit more damage. Ramichi finding Gailey in the back line, now diving as well with the help of the hard guard. The Eternal Guard almost getting rid of Kao. The glowing wand proc as well, not enough as Kyoei is taking down Rian. Getting sawed down, doesn't go for the Renner just yet. Meanwhile,
I think they can hold them off. Possibly if they work through this, it's a quarter of the health here. They're gonna have to do something unless they just watch this play out. Renner's gonna be used. She's gonna find a target.
Finding Ramichi, but she still finds the retreat into the Decimate. Minion gonna be caught despite getting a good Furious dive. That's why the anti-CC, the Mortal Coil of the Martis is so annoying to deal with.
Just a massive game here from Ramichi, 7-1 now. Even if she was shut down earlier, now you can see it too. She picked up that Hunter Strike early on, and this is what I liked about the Martis. The build is very flexible. It's very adaptable. She is now going that tanky, because now she is, even with the hard guard, or without the hard guard, her alone is tanky enough as a frontliner, and the Mortal Coil, the way that works, it's kind of finicky. You really, it's almost a feint in a way to deal with that. But look at this damage.
Wow,
the damage dealt here. This is still, it's crazy to see Fairmist still do this kind of damage.
I guess because for the most part, VSG, this is something that I think Xeno Lilies did a great, read on VSG in their game against Team Falcons, because VSG, they are known to go for these big team fights where they clump up together.
Yeah.
And that's why the Fairmist is finding so much value. Every single time VSG look for that combo, they're the ones to get punished by the Netherrealm extending the HP bars of every single member, and obviously the Ghost Bursters. That finds a lot of value when you are clumped up.
Now they're going to have to deal with this Lord push, top side, trying to hold on to these base turrets the best they can. It is only the first Lord, so they'll make quick work of it. They get poked, though, still under the base turret. They'll see for Xeno Lilies if they can actually put some pressure more. They still got a tier 2 on the bottom side to work on too, so they'll go ahead and send down Taro to clear and push that wave in. Surprisingly too, they hold on to that tier 1 still, even at this point in the game, with VSG only having that 1 turret. So really, even looking at the items here, as things kind of fall into place, it's still up in the air. You know, where are you going to find that initiation, that frontliner? Because right now in this game, Kyoei can't do it.
No.
You know, she shined earlier when we saw her play the Benedetta because of the lineups that they had at the time, the way that they were able to move around the map and play front side. But at this point, you're a Benedetta where it's like you just got to kind of wait for your moment. And it's the opposite for Ramichi. Ramichi on a Martis can just kind of, you know, swing around the way that Mortal Kombat, that's the sound that Mortal Kombat has for me, you know, and it's like, you can
specific skin.
Specific, yeah. So the specific skin. If only, you know, Levi was flying around too, but unfortunately that doesn't happen. So buffs are going to be choked out, of course, but really this is the downtime until this next Lord. And I don't know, Miracle. I think even now, VSG isn't really capable unless somehow they get a setup of a lifetime to go ahead and contest this next objective.
It's really hard to, I mean, like, say what VSG really need to do, because technically the easy way would be, yeah, bait out some of these resources, but it's way easier said than done. You need to bait out Netherrealm, you need to bait out the Hard Guard, and while you're trying to go back and forth, there's a Martis chasing you down. There's Taro, who can constantly put down some utility with the slows from the corrosion side as well. So it's really hard for you to even kite back. It's way easier said than done, and even then, I don't know, it almost feels like this is why. Oh, Kaylee! Goes over to Onward, doesn't find it, gets the Earth Shatter, but Sai just walks out of the Bennett's rage. And now they've used all the resources. Oh, Shiromi unable to survive right there. Good final blow to the back line. Gotta zone them away with Shiromi taken down.
But that was everything. They used everything for that just to get Shiromi. So, you know, Xeno Lilies, they know. They have this information, and even down a member, they might just kind of poke, get the information they need, and start up this Lord here. Kyoei does pick up a Malefic Roar at this point, and you can see Lord is hurting, right? You can't just sit there and tank it. So they might even have to wait for the Netherrealm to be back up, even down a member. But as soon as Shiromi gets close, you know, she can just hard guard into the fight if she wants to. Still respecting the damage here too. You know, interesting maneuvers earlier from Gailey as well.
Yeah.
Utilizing that flicker, goes in again. Trying to get that Netherrealm. Not going to happen though. Eternal Guard drops though too. You can see Hard Guard being held on top here for Taro. This might be the time. I mean, they're very disciplined, very taking their time with this. Actually, they still don't want to commit to it.
Yeah, I don't think they need to commit to it. Again, knowing how much the Lord hurts now in this patch, I think we saw Xeno Lilies actually do that against Team Falcon's Mena earlier. They try to go for the Lord dance. The Lord new passive kicks in. They start getting melted down by the Lord, and then they lose the fight. So obviously for Xeno Lilies, they definitely want to utilize the advantage they have in the side lane. They have an Angela that's going to be constantly pushing these waves towards VSG.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's just really tough. They were able to bait out Sauce Purify, though. So that's already a really good setup for Gailey. So perhaps go for something. Conceal, onward, Earth Shatter, into the Terrify, into the Eternal Guard. The combo is massive, but Sa comes in with the Netherrealm. Mortal Coil from Ramichi. Gailey gonna be taken down. No, just Immortality. Kao losing her life. Now Kyoei jumping in the midst of it all. Good knockup from the Lord Rian. Guns are down. Taro with a crown. Straight into the nature of Rian. Looking for some damage. Taro able to use the BMI backwards. Rian going for the chase down. Trying to look for the read as to where they are. Ramichi.
Oh, they're gonna find her?
Goes for it now with the Mortal Coil 2. Doesn't want to go for the Decimate. Sa comes back up, almost gets rid of Rian and Minim. But now 5 and 11. VSG, they found a way.
They found a way. That's what I was going to say. You know, I was like, man, I don't know if they can contest it, but hey, they actually just played the tune that Xeno Lily set. They didn't commit to the Lord just yet. They were waiting earlier before that whole fight broke out. They used all their ultimates. They waited for them to be back online. And then, in a very similar fashion, they started the fight up after Xeno Lily started the Lord and end up winning. And that's also just because the positioning of Rian was on a point here. And again, this is where, you know, Beatrix, she takes a while to get to this point. She's got 4 items now, make it 5, just gets the Blade of Hephaestus, has that, picked up the Wind of Nature earlier. Oh, and they're actually gonna go run it down mid a little bit further.
Black Dragon form, great zoning, just to enable the charge to happen from the Lord. Mortal Coil gonna be used up. Gailey forced to use the Primal Wrath bottom lane, though. This is why the Benedetta gets a lot of value when you are ahead, when you have the proactive maneuvers. No Purify to Terrify connects onto Sa. She actually already has a Purify, and that's some crazy patience to have knowing that everybody could collapse, Sa still holds on to the Purify, which is great for her.
Hey, man, I would say, you know, this is that extra inning that VSG needed in this game. They waited, you know, quite some time. They were down quite a bit. They had some pretty bad team fights earlier on in the game. But through their discipline, they've managed to get this point, which is essentially it's even now. Like, it's an even ball game. They've got the items that they needed. They're locked in now. And so all that does, yeah, they got some turrets that they desperately needed to be able to move around the map. But really what that does is allow them to be on even footing for the next Lord, which is usually most likely going to be a game-winning Lord, depending on how both teams kind of play that out. Also an Immortality being picked up, a couple more defensive items here locked in too, because again, Killway also has to be, you know, it's different in the sense of when you are this Benedetta, you have to be very careful in your placements or how you enter those objective dance-offs. And with this, all she has to do for now is push these side lanes, you know, and you're going to see them respond. Oh, top side.
DPZ flicker backwards too.
Hard card.
Hard card was used up in the bottom lane. That's a 1v1. Ramichi versus Kyowe, who still has the immortality. Can actually look for it. Let's see how this 1v1 goes. Good eye for an eye. Another dash, perhaps. Ramichi knows that there will be a lot of ways for Kyowe to outplay. Good Stampede. Kyowe very low, still wants to go for the purple buff. Will try to go for the steal.
Wow.
Seems like she will be able to secure it. Ramichi got terrified.
Yeah.
Great timing for Synchro.
She got that, and she'll have to go ahead and heal up, of course, but they're going to hold down this the space, of course, around the Lord here. And once again, they're going to find themselves dancing it out. You know, it's not often that we see this anymore. It's not often that we see teams really kind of take this a little bit slowly, and they still have to be mindful of the fact that, yeah, Lord, especially with this one, 20 minutes in, it's going to hurt. Conceal going to be used, though.
Good Stampede, Gaily. Waiting for the Onward. Doesn't find Onward, but does get the Earth Shatter. Ramichi already using the Mortal Coil earlier, waiting for that cooldown for the anti-CC to be back. Xeno Lily is doing a good job with the sustain. This is the Angela's value. Long team fights. Keep on poking, because we can keep on healing.
And they still go ahead and dance this one off. Hardguard just hovering over Ramichi. Gaily, though, already using that Primal Wrath, so she's not going to have that just yet. They've got the information for Xeno's Lily, so they'll go ahead and start this up. Not sure if they can fully commit to it yet because of the Immortalities. I mean, we're looking at, what, 3 Immortalities for VSG. But still Saw also holding down that front side. The poke is there. Look at the damage from this Paramis. It's 100,000.
Oh, there you go again.
And that's why a lot of it is just going ahead and using those bursters to the potential that they're meant for. And, you know, they always talk about the power of having a Netherrealm. Well, talk about the power of poke as well. Even the build that she went here is why it's working so well. And she can still play around the fact that she has the Purify. So, you know, wave management, this is where you also have to take that in consideration. You have a big wave up top as well for Xeno Lilies. And this is something, like I said, that you don't see teams have to do too often. So this is where you have to see the macro level. Conceal, once again, from Gaily.
Good Onward into the Earth Shatter. Petrified Furious Dive. No Eternal Guard just yet. Immortality can be used up. Eternal Guard plays down. Netherrealm coming down as well. Cal finds penalty zone into the backline. No Kyowe with the final blow. Able to escape now. Gaily with the Primal Wrath. Deals some damage to Taro. Gets rid of the HP Marsa. Gets rid of Rian with the Ghost Bursters. Gaily forced to flicker out. Saw chasing her down. And again, she's able to just go with the Stampede to take her out. Synchro. Tied up. Good maneuvers by Minion. A good Terrify down too, as Sao will be zoned back. But it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Xeno Lilies. Taro looking to get that value from it. Will still have to jump back to the BMI placed behind.
Okay, and that's exactly what they needed there. Xeno Lilies will go ahead and take this Lord, start it up. They can't probably just go for it because Kyowe is just around the corner. She might be able to go ahead and threat them off from fully committing to it, trying to buy 30 seconds or so for the whole team to be back up for this. The rest of the team's going to have to support her in this whole decision. Once again, this Lord is quite beefy and tanky. Minun also has an Immortality, and they can't commit to it, so that is exactly what VSG wanted, and they'll get it. So they're going to find themselves once again at that situation where it's a dance-off. You can already see 2 items are fully locked in. Start locking in the potions next.
It's another stalemate, technically, because really, if we take a look at the items even, I mean, they're literally just swapping items back and forth at this point. No boots for Rian. She's going to go for the Rose Gold Meteor instead, but the main problem is, I think where Victory Song gamers find an advantage, Xeno Lilies can use another advantage, right?
Yeah.
Xeno Lilies, the sustain has been helping them so much in these skirmishes. Every single time, you know, VSG win out on the poke battle, they get healed back up. Meanwhile, for VSG, they don't have the same sustain. But what they do have is good wave clear, good side pressure.
Yeah.
Every time they do that, Angela's there too. So you got the healing to counter the poke coming in from VSG. Got the Angela to counter in the side lane pressure coming in from VSG. And it's the same. Every single time Xeno wants to initiate, there's a lot of good in disengage tools from VSG too. It almost seems like it's a stalemate. They're going to have to find a way where they team fight and they need to get 3 or more members. Even then, it'll be tough.
It'll be tough, you know.
It's an evolved Lord.
It is. And in the meantime, they can have a break. They can have a Kit Kat while they figure this out to prep up for this because, yeah, man, it's not often. I mean, even back when we were watching the games and going through the games of MSC, like, it's not often that you see these games get to this point where they're, you know, 20-plus minutes in. And also the unique part of this is the lineup that they have. Very interesting lineups that they're both playing around that you already kind of hinted at the strengths of them. And I think that's why I was saying, you know, especially your sustainability is going to help you a lot here, but really either team can put pressure on the side lanes. And part of that has to do with, like, if you can play around putting pressure on the side lanes, and that means even an Angela. Like, an Angela is almost enough to just go ahead and manage the wave, push it in. And the same can be said, like, on the other side. Like, who do you send if you're VSG? Typically, when you used to see Benedetta so much in the XP lane, it's like, well, just send the Benedetta. But right now, she's the jungler, right? You need her in that pit to deal with. So I think part of this, for VSG especially, is winning this Lord fight. And that's so much easier said than done because who is going to tank that Lord? Who is going to get who is going to tank it? And then who is also going to be able to set for the team? And I think that's why, once again, I have to see this Yuzhong pick play that role. You need to be able to get the setup that you're looking for, multiple targets if you can. And part of that is just getting through the fact that there is a lot of sustainability, NetherRealm alone. But like I said, Beatrix, it's her time to literally shine. She's got no boots. She got rid of the boots. She's like, I'm going to pick up another item, and we're going to make it work. And also, last time that she swapped it out for was it Rose Gold? I think it was Rose Gold. Last one she got.
Rose Gold was the last one.
Yep. So, you know, a little more defense because, man, you saw the damage, the poke damage that Sa's been doing here. And that's part of it. Really, if they somehow can get rid of Sa, I think VSG will have the fight. They'll have the game most likely too. But then you have to take into account the stacks, like how many stacks does she has, because that I'm not sure of.
Like, respawn.
So if you take her out and she instantly respawns, you got to do it again, you know? So a lot here on the table, I think, for both teams and how they want to execute it.
A lot of things to talk about, to think about for both these teams. But yeah, I think, I don't know, it's a give and take with the Beatrix. Obviously, you're at your peak currently in this game, going 22 minutes.
Yeah.
You have all your items, but when you sell your boots, that's the double-edged sword that you're kind of already playing with. The fact that you will have more sustainability, but you won't have enough mobility. For Beatrix, mobility is crucial, right? You need to always be able to space yourself out, and that's why you go for QC. That's why you go for Flicker. You can only go for Flicker. You don't go for Purify. But now with no boots, it's going to be so easy for Sa, for Taro even, and honestly, even Romichi. If she gets a Decimate, if she gets that
you ain't running away.
You ain't running away, especially with no boots.
How do you outrun a Levi Ackerman?
I don't know.
No boots.
A Levi Ackerman that can spawn swords from the ground.
That's true. That's true. I mean, even, like, already with that part of two is, like, you're talking about the matchup between Beatrix and Claude. Like, Claude already has the advantage for the BMI, you know? And then you take away the boots. And so part of that is just, like, you're really relying also on the fact that you're going to have to rely on your team possibly to peel for you. If that's their Eternal Guard, that might be the case too. And we're back into the game here again for this crucial Lord take.
Mortality.
Most likely the game-defining Lord for either of the teams that's able to get it. Yeah, there's still multiple immortalities available here for VSG. Now on the other side too, same thing with Xeno Lilies. And once again, yeah, the gold difference at this point, you know, doesn't really matter, but they're all farmed up, even Playground like we talked about before.
Winter Crown back again, this time for Taro, so she will swap that immortality for, and this is why, by the way, the Claude is just so much better when it comes to these item swaps, because, hold up, Mortal Coil, used up, Kaylee, able still to find Onward and the Earth Shatter down on the cow, but now they bait out the NetherRealm. That might be it. That might be their win con right now. As they go in, good mortal coil. With a crown of the blazing duet, Rion forced back, using with the nature and immortality still there. Kiowe, but it's good for Eye for an Eye as Minion is going to be caught, is able to get the defensive Fury's dive. Ansa with a chase and finds the kill. Minion going to fall. The sustain still too much for VSG to handle.
It's too much. Look at the nice push up top, though. But that is most likely just going to be the Lord taken. I mean, you already talked about this in when we had that little break. The sustainability is too much. I mean, interesting the way that Winter Crown's been played in the hands of Taro here, because she goes, she pops the Blazing Duet, and then she Winter Crowns. And she just sits there, and then eventually the Heart Guard comes through too. So you have to expend so much if you're VSG against this lineup from Xenolilies. And that massive damage, once again, you're taking a look at it, 142,000 locked in here. And it's funny, because there's the Sea Albert. Yep, Giveaway's like, you know what? Sustainability, we need some more to deal with this. So she picks up the Sea Halbert, but it might be too late. Lord in the mid lane. This is a strong one, possibly ending game here. But they'll go ahead and push in. Let's see if they can defend.
It's evolved. Bottom lane, Kiowe trying to deal with Taro, but she's still going to be able to just siege that down. Kaylee onward, Earth Shadow. Ramichi still able to survive now. Pops into Mortal Coil. Eternal Guard baited out. Penalty zone coming down, not able to connect onto anyone. Kiowe with a final blow into the midst of it all right now, still able to get out. Petrified and Furious Dive, connecting on a cow. Meanwhile, Gailey with the Primal Rat won't be able to stay sustainable. Has the Immortality pop. Sa again. Finding the mega kill. Synchro getting the Terrifying down. Glowing one tick onto Cow is burning her down, but she's still able to survive. Synchro getting the Ghost Bursters down. The Glowing one, but she gets the healing. Now Eye for an Eye. Kiowe still able to run away. Ramichi with the help of the Hard Guard goes into the base vicinity, looking for the damage. Rion gun Sa down. Picking up a shutdown. Now as a Black Dragon form charges into the midst of it all. Once again, Taro has the Immortality. That's Minion. No Petrify to be used up just yet as the Blazing Duel will come through. Eye for an Eye and the Thunderbell proc coming down as the final blow will be used up by Kiowe. Ramichi disengages for the team, but 3 base turrets have been taken down.
Hey, VSG, they stay in the game. I would say what a successful defense against, it's not often that you see that Lord, that push, what is it, the third one, being able to defend here. And as you take a look at the STC replay, this is, I thought it would almost end, but they cleared out the minions enough to keep that one Canyon minion just outside of the range and able to work around it. So VSG, they've bought themselves time in this game. Again, we're going to see some item swapping going on. Earlier, we saw 2 Winter Crowns picked up for VSG. And even then, also switched in for Xenolilies. Now that Cal picks one up as well. So given how that whole situation went, I mean, Xenolilies couldn't cap out the game just yet. They're going to go back. I mean, it's going to be exactly what we saw previously, where it all comes down to the next Lord dance. I mean, we're talking 3 Lords we've gone through. This is rare, I would say. We don't often, like I said, we don't often see the Lords get to this point. So all that means too is once that 4th one comes up at nearly we'll be close to the 27-minute mark or the 28-minute mark, this is going to be even more crucial on how they approach the fight. Juggling the items even, if you will, is going to play a big part of it because, as you see, Rion earlier had the Immortality, doesn't have it now. Might switch for it later once that cooldown does come available. But I'm not sure if it will for the fight. So far, they're going to kind of just wait things out. You can already see that territory established here for Xenolilies. And maybe this is a time to make a cheeky play from VSG. You can see them already kind of setting things up here. Multiple times we've seen Gailey use the Conceal, try to set something up. And if that means just baiting out the Netherrealm, that could be a part of that. Because look at this. I mean, wow, look at the massive damage taken as well. This game is breaking numbers here, I'd say.
Absolutely it is, man. This is why the Terizla is just so much more valuable. This is why usually we always see the Terizla pick even more than the Yuzong, right?
Yeah.
Because even though Yuzong technically can make more plays happen, Terizla's just so consistent with it. And the Lord is also very consistent with that damage from Ichi. The thing is, for Xenolilies, they can afford to have their jungler, their frontliner, take that much damage. Shiromi's always just back there, sitting, waiting for the call. Hey, you want heals, brother? Just call me. Yeah.
At that point, too,
Satu walks up.
I was going to say, you can do that. And this is the Lord. Like, if I envisioned a Lord, this would be the voice line that we heard earlier from LaFell.
Yeah.
L.
Sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 10.
Sometimes.
I like dancing.
even with the sustainability they have, you can see that they still don't want to fully just kind of sit there. They are still going to respect the fact that VSG can pull something off, but one thing that VSG has to do that's tough for them is managing the waves. All 3 waves pushing into the base is an extra kind of chore that they have to take care of before they can actually do this. So they might... Oh, hold on. Gailey, though. Eternal Guard already going to be dropped.
And the armor and the shatter now, penalty zone, locking them down. It's Dr. Vitaro again, jumping to the back line, able to get minions so low. Meanwhile, Kiowe isolated in the back, all alone. That's the jungler, and it's an amazing execution from Xeno Lilies.
70 seconds. That is a long death timer for Kiowe. It looked like, you know, they wanted to start a fight. They wanted to do something. Gailey went in. They dropped the Eternal Guard. But ultimately, Kiowe gets trapped in a position she doesn't want to be in. And that is Lord going to be taken by Ramichi.
The desperate attempt to go for the Lord. Ramichi just decimates through Gailey. And now with another member having to deal with a 70-second death timer. An involved Lord. 2 members down. Only Synchro Rian. Technically no frontliners.
No frontliners here. Minona might be the only one. She doesn't have Dragon Form. Now she does. She has it available. They could try to buy as much time as possible, but even 50 seconds on Gailey, 30 away for Kiowe. VSG is going to find themselves at a numbers disadvantage for this push. Lord makes its way down the mid. The pokes from Saw alone will send them back to the fountain to heal up. It's looking grim. It's looking dire. It's been 30 minutes, and Xeno Lilies will go push it.
Even with the dragon, she's getting gunned down from the sky. Saw again with the Ghost Bursters. Good Petrify and the Furious Dive. They've done it so many times this game, but not anymore. That miraculous defense will come to a halt.
Whew. That was a long one. I think that so far that has to be our longest game.
30 minutes?
Yeah, 30 minutes. Just a little bit longer than the 30-minute mark there, but man, just great discipline. You know, that's an endurance test right there, but I know our analysts are going to have something to say about this too. Let's go ahead and throw it to them in the studio.
Over 160,000 gold split between the two. 30+ minutes, and the clincher of it all, no other way to put it, it's Saw, dude. It's a Faramis.
Saw, dude. I mean, like, the damage, the sustain, she will protect, but she will also attack.
Yeah, she protect, she attack, she got your back. The damage, everything brought out by the mid laner.
Here's the crazy thing. She dealt over 100,000 damage before completing the Holy Crystal.
That was before the Holy Crystal?
That was before the Holy Crystal.
Ooh.
After we saw that damage numbers, then she got the Holy Crystal. Now, looking at the team fights here, it's all about the sustain, man.
Yeah.
Like, this draft was like 2 years ago.
Yes.
And 2 years ago, the problem is, how are you gonna kill them, right? And now with the addition of the Winter Crown as well, Taro can set up her Taro Tori.
Taro Tori?
Taro Tori. Like, she goes to the front, placing duet. You can't come in.
I love that.
Right? It's her Taro Tori.
It's their Taro Tori. And because of the Taro Toris they set up for their gold laner, the brunt of the damage just fell onto Gailey, onto Minun, even the Eternal Guard of the Vexana, and not enough damage. Just felt like the story. Way too much healing. And yes, you're right. Around 2 years ago is like the right amount of time frame. Our 4th World Championship around that era. VSG, though, they handled as well as they could.
Yeah.
As well as they could.
Honestly, looking, like if someone just look at the stats, 17 kills to 7, you wouldn't know how close this is. Saw almost did 200,000 damage. Wow. 199,000 damage. Now, we got to put this into perspective, right? 30 minutes, VSG, what they did was incredible. Honestly, their macro play, their decision making, especially around the Lord, they understand. Like, if you look at the fights here, it's all really for Xeno Lilith. But the thing is, VSG understood. If they pick off one by one, more specifically Kyle gets out, they have a chance. They can control the Lord, and we can definitely see Xeno Lilith sometimes having some hesitation around the Lord area, making it so that there's opportunities for VSG. With that being said, VSG, they learn from this game. Sustain is strong when it comes to Xeno Lilith. The Faramis, the Angela. You take out one component, maybe you can deal with it.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit more easier to deal with. And one of the things that I realized also as we were talking about that, mentioning the so-called hesitation that Zenith would show sometimes, is that with the Faramis and Angela, you've essentially canceled out what a Yu Zhong first pick and dish out. Yes, in the beginning, if ever you could get those pickoffs, but they didn't. As it gets to the mid to the late game, what we saw mostly was the Yu Zhong flying around in dragon form because Minun had no possibility of going down from dragon form, bringing down a Petrify full combo, because it wouldn't result in anything. It'll just be damaged and it'll eventually be healed through.
As impressive as the Yu Zhong is, getting it first pick, probably a little bit too ambitious. Where again, even the caster was talking about it, Terizla is higher rated now just because you can survive a little bit longer and your initiations is instant, right? It's very easy for you to initiate with the penalty zone. So again, I feel like with the draft that VSG got, which personally for me, not too big of a fan, it shows that they know how to play the macro game very, very well, and they know how to pilot themselves around the team fights. So if game number 2, they have a better lineup that has a more straightforward kind of gameplay, they could do well. But something that they do have to consider, they got to either ban out the Angela or just don't let the Angela Faramis combo come again.
Yeah, that sustain is a problem. And let's see if the sustain was the key. The PlayStation MVP for Xeno Lilies, it is none other than Sa, dude.
Sa, dude. Again, 3 items, right? Yeah. Having the glowing one, Enchanted Talisman, and I believe it was the Lightning Truncheon. I believe those were the 3 first items.
First 3, yes.
Yeah, first 3 items. Already enough to do over 100,000 damage. And again, it's all about poking. It's about zoning them away, giving the Taro Tori to do what they want. Like, again, look at what Sa is doing. She's just going in front, making them low, making it so that they're hard to go back to their base. It's hard to reset.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you, wherein if you're Xeno Lilies, you have to consider one or the other, the Angela or the Faramis. I am leaning a little bit more towards the Faramis now as the priority ban. Because, again, one of the biggest things about Faramis, and let me know if you agree with this, that why he already had a good spot in the meta. And the spot got even better because suddenly he'd already have an item, a 2-in-1 item. Remember what happened? Necklace of Durance, merging with Glowing Wand, 2 effects into 1 item. It's a strong power spike for this Faramis.
And again, having the Cult Altar.
The Cult Altar.
Now it's Netherrealm, which is...
We know it's Netherrealm, yes.
Netherrealm. Cult Altar sounds better. But either way, what was that accent? Either way, honestly, for this one, it does seem like the... I would say power scaling for both teams, honestly quite equal, even though in terms of the kills, it doesn't really look like that. The kills is really about the draft.
Yeah.
Right? Because imagine this. You have to kill someone at least 3 times.
Yeah.
The Faramis, the Angela. I'm not even talking about the Winter Crown, the Immortality. Right? You have to kill them so many times.
Yeah, it's always such a long team fight that VSG needs to get through, which is why the Beatrix pickup for me, well, for both of us, it was perfect. Other than taking away the Netherrealm, it's just that if you are in a matchup with long team fights, you want the basic attacks of the Beatrix with Nibiru, because that's just constant damage coming out. But it got to the point where Sa and the other members of Xeno Lilies looked like they didn't even care about the front line. They just did what they could to bring the Beatrix low as much as possible, just so that the Beatrix isn't there to help out the frontliners, which leaves the frontliners and even from time to time the Benedetta on Kiowa just helpless.
And if I remember correctly, I feel like Taro didn't die.
Oh no, death on Taro.
Yeah, so again, Taro on this Claude is a game changer, right? Especially when you have the Winter Crown. She becomes the engager. She goes in, sets up the Winter Crown, makes a circle that no one can really get into. And then sometimes that's all the team needs, just a little bit more space for Sa to deal the damage. So in a way, Taro with the Winter Crown almost playing the role of an EXP laner just to create a zone so that the mid laner, Faramis, goes forward. Ghost Bursters, baby.
I like that. You know, that's going to be the official hand sign now for Ghost Bursters. Ghost Bursters, baby. And it wasn't just along with the fact that you mentioned multiple times where you have to fight, lots of healing that you have to get through. they have multiple conditions. It wasn't just all on the Claude, wasn't all on the Faramis, wasn't all on the Angela. It was a lineup that if you really play around your tools very well, anyone at any point can be the carry and the main condition of the sequence.
Yeah, Ramichi was quite a problem in the early stages of the game, and that's the strength of a Martis, right? This is why the Martis was a really strong pick before, and the reason why it dropped off as well. If in the early game you get 2 kills, the game is essentially yours. If you don't get those 2 kills, it's gonna be a bit difficult for you to set a tempo for your team. So honestly, it is about execution as well, right? Having the Martis we haven't seen in a long time, Ramichi played it pretty much to perfection.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen a Martis game like that from the jungle in a while. Again, recently we saw it in the mid lane, throwing back. It was just a lot of conditions sticked really well, and now it felt like VSG. Especially with the last 2 picks, with the surprise Faramis on the 4th, with the Benedetta and the Beatrix as the last 2 picks over on the blue side, that at that point was reactionary. Their first 3 picks became, all right, we're setting the tempo. Suddenly, oh, we're up against a Faramis and an Angela. Now we have to be reactionary with the Benedetta and the Beatrix. But honestly, I don't have massive problems with the draft of VSG. It's just that they were outdrafted by Zenith with that 4th pick Faramis out of nowhere.
So game number 2 here, we gotta remember it was a 30-minute game, so it's gonna be mentally exhausting. For game number 2, both teams have to reset very, very fast.
Yep.
Usually, my experience, after a very long game, the next one, not gonna be as long.
Yeah.
I'm looking at sub 15 minutes kind of game.
Oh, that's true. That's almost always actually no, I'll just say it's a sure thing when it comes to MLBB esports. When you have one really long game, the next game is most likely just gonna be half of that time frame. So let's see if that will be the case, as a VSG will try to force Xenolilies into a tiebreaker later into the day, because these 2 teams, again, they're already secured for the knockouts phase. However, they are going to be fighting for the number 1 spot, number 1 seeding in this group. And so far, this series, this matchup has not disappointed. With how they dominated Falcons Mena earlier, we expected, this is going to be a close one. And so far, it is a close one. It's a very entertaining series so far.
Let me just say, we lied. It's not a best of 2. It's a best of 3. First team to win 2 times, they come out as victors.
That's true, yeah.
It's a best of 3.
Yeah, if you reframe it that way, this series is a best of 3. Yeah. No other way to put it, man. You're right.
Thank you very much. So it's really on VSG right now to really push Xenolilith, because again, it's one of those cheese strats. Yeah. Doesn't work all the time. Though we have to say, Xenolilith, every single game, they really change things up.
Yeah.
So they might prepare, I don't know, 8 strats just for today.
Ooh. I'm really hoping that they continue their trend of surprising with the picks. Because in terms of surprise, so far it's Xenolilies with the advantage there. The only surprise we've seen from VSG, other than how aggressive they are with the Jushin, is the Benedetta jungle. Now it becomes a question of, is VSG a team that has a lot of surprises up their sleeve, or are they the type to draft a little bit more towards strong picks that they're used to?
And now we're jumping into draft. VSG is going to be blue side. Xenolilith is going to be on the red side. Louis banned out here. I believe looking at both games, it's really on VSG to have the respect ban.
Yeah.
Either take out the Terizla or try to first pick it, or take out the Angela, or even ban out the Faramis, because I believe after that game, Saw might be comfortable just to have a first pick Faramis.
Yeah, I agree with you there. VSG, I'd want to see them also redistribute their priorities instead of prioritizing Minon right away on the Yuzong, considering that they know what Xenolilies can draft. I think it'll be better if they change their focus towards the mid lane, the roam, and the jungle, and getting their priorities there locked down. They got the roam in mid earlier, but there are power picks in the jungle that they could have picked up earlier instead of that Yuzong. Just a little adjustment from VSG.
So right now, looking at the bans here, VSG banning out the Ling, and Xenolilith banning out the Jushin. Again, I don't know. I kind of feel like for VSG, try to set up so that you have either a first pick Angela or first pick Terizla, because I think they really botched the first pick, that's all. Like, a lot of options were open, and they picked up the Yuzong, which might not even be contested, right? Yeah. So I feel like as long as you get a good first pick, you're actually using the blue side well, because we have to think about the advantage of a blue side. You get prior on the strongest hero.
Yeah. I wonder if VSG, now that they've banned out the Angela, as we were talking about priorities, how about they shake up the priorities in Surprise? There have been some teams that considered picking up Faramis early on in the first phase now, in recent months.
The thing is, you can counter it. Like, the likes of the Lapu Lapu, the likes of the Claude, is able to deal... Minotaur first pick. Strong hero, for sure. But again, VSG, I feel like there's a lot of priority heroes.
Yeah.
And they're giving up the Faramis.
Valentina? Faramis? I'm okay with that. Because
honestly, Valentina is fine,
Valentina would be great. You get the ultimate of the Minotaur. If VSG does decide to pick up the Faramis,
or Terizla,
you're going to take it. Or the Terizla.
A lot of good options for Xeno.
Yeah. I mean, it's not completely out there to see a Minotaur first pick, although it is very selective when you go for that. So this Terizla Claude, as you pointed out.
And then they can just pick the mid in the third pick, because if VSG picks up the Faramis, hello, Valentina.
Answer it. Yeah. There goes the Julian for VSG. This is safe to say it is a jungle. I'd want to see them consider floating the idea of putting it in the mid, though. However, if that is going to be a mid Julian, they will need reach. And reach right now is not that available in terms of the gold laners.
They pick up the Valentina, so they're really trying to ask, Lilith, do you want to pick up the Faramis now? But they could easily just pick up a Farsa.
Oh, yeah? This time Zenith will have the reach. Because it's very divey on the side of VSG. Okay, they pick up the Hayabusa. Which, somewhat makes sense. Even though VSG are going to be playing around the Minnow and Fury, right? The Hayabusa might be able to find a straggler or two. But right now, this roamer pickup for Xeno Lilies later on is going to be crucial. And one of the best things that you can pair up with the Hayabusa, I guess, in this scenario to amp up the process of it being able to farm and be aggressive is something like a Grok, something like a Cho. But the problem is VSG has the Valentina, which sort of makes you think, do we really want to pick those two up? Because we're giving away two really good ultimates.
I like where your mind is at, picking a very aggressive roamer. Again, as a Minotaur player, it's not a good time if people pick on me, right? I don't like to get bullied in early game.
Yeah.
Late game, you can try.
Yeah.
So if Xeno Liz gets a very good mid trio, they could punish this Minotaur. And we've seen when we're watching Falcons Mina, if the Minotaur is not having a good time, the entire team will not have a good time.
It's gonna struggle. See if that'll be option. Edith gets taken away.
Good ban.
Very good.
Very good ban.
A lack of magic damage right now on the Lilies. If ever, they're gonna be stuck with one magic damage.
What if they pick up a Zask?
Too singular. I'd want to see AoE instead. But then, again, my mind keeps going back to Valentina will be happy with whose ultimate you get. And if ever a mid lane can go last, I'd want to see a roamer picked up already.
Honestly, even the Ruby is fine-ish. They still respect the Faramis, though. Yeah, I feel like for Rome, there are a lot of options where you want to go a little bit more aggressive. I like the Grok shout-out, but maybe they want a little bit more crowd control here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Ruby. Grok is solid as well, but again, you're going to give a pretty big ultimate. Oh, wait, a Tigreal.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, Tigreal.
But then again, Valen will just steal that. I mean, it's not always that if ever Valentina's there, you don't pick up a hero with a big ultimate. Yeah. At some point, you're going to have to decide.
This Valentina is a problem.
Yeah. And then if it's Purify on the side of the Valentina, then oof.
Yeah. Ruby,
Ruby.
There
Great call, man. On point right now. The Terizla earlier, now the Ruby. So that should make things a little bit more difficult for the Julian and the Valentina.
I feel carry should be pretty okay here if they want it.
They just need something like with really strong, fast basic attacks to lock down. Earlier was the Beatrix, so yes, I agree with you. The carry would be really good because you already have two sources of magic damage. You go physical, good call. Come on, try it. Try to get it. Try to get the last one. Go for it, man.
The Yuzong is still open.
Okay.
Just saying, the Yuzong is still open. If they want to get it, they can. If not, maybe something like an X-Borg.
All right, that's your two calls. Yuzong and X-Borg. Hold it B.
What? Oh, Arlet.
Okay, Yuzo, Exborg, Arlot. Pick one, real quick.
Yuzong.
Oh, let's go, bro. I'm thinking maybe Lilia? Oh!
Kagura! It's okay.
I wish they went for a bit of a longer.
No, I feel like it's because of the Valentina, right?
Oh yes.
Yeah, it's because of the Valentina. You're running out of options. So it's like maybe your job is just to handle the carry.
Ooh. All right, LaFell on fire with the predictions today. But has VSG found the right fire to make sure that they will be going into the tiebreakers later again for a chance to secure top 1 in the seed? Or are the Lilies from Vietnam gonna say, nah, it ends here, no tiebreaker later, and we're gonna secure that top 1 spot in Group C? My name is Renmar. Again, LaFell is the analyst here. But we're now going to be going to our casters, and let's see if I'll get it right this time. It's Mirko and Naisu. Let's go, boys.
There you go. You got it. You got it, Renmar. Thank you so much, guys, breaking it down. The draft here at LaFell as well. Great calls, man. I feel like, you know, there's a part of, too, LaFell that's happy that Kagura's back on the table. A lot of times we've seen it pop up many times now for these games. And I like what you guys did earlier, too. You know, dude.
Dude.
The game that she had earlier was a huge component to that damage potential that we saw earlier. And I think that's also what warranted the ban that we saw against that Faramis. But taking a look at it this time with the lineup here for VSG, we know that, you know, if they can get the 1-1 in this series, then we're going to have, of course, that tiebreaker potential there for later on. Which, again, just take note that everybody watching that the tiebreakers are happening on Stream B. There is going to be a Stream B for you guys if you want to watch those. So looking at this, you know, Mirko, what do you think of the lineup this time around for VSG? Is it better for them in this one than what they brought to the table in the previous game?
I would say it's very, very similar, but in a way, yeah, I do like it a bit more. I love the carry. I like the carry way more compared to the Beatrix last game.
Yeah.
Especially in lane against the Claude, right? Because at least this time on the carry, you have many ways to beat the Claude in lane, get a lot of that kill pressure up top, and you can already see it from VSG, utilizing the kill pressure on the Claude, rotating up top, trying to get that lead to be even bigger as we get into that first neutral objective. But even for the side of Xeno Lilies, I feel like they're coming at it with a bit more risk, right? The Kagura pick,
yeah.
I really like it. The Ruby pick too, great way to actually try to shut down a few of these very short-ranged heroes. Because even Synchro on the Valentina, she's ranged, but she's very short-range. She can actually be punished a lot by the Ruby. But we haven't really been seeing a lot of Ruby roams, huh?
Yeah, it's good to see that. I mean, she works either way, but yeah. Also I'm wondering, like, for Synchro, what ultimate is your best option to take here? Most likely, we can even see her take Shiromi's ultimate, the I'm Offended, for setup potential. She actually takes the penalty zone now from Kao. Oh,
Fierce dive, straight into the Petrify, and the penalty zone side going to be taken out by the passive damage overtime there. And man, holy moly, that was so much sudden damage. Dude couldn't really handle that Shiromi back enough as well. This is why the Yuzong is special when it comes to the instant initiations. If you're in range, you're in for a lot of trouble. You're not going to go for the turtle. They're instead going to go for the purple buff. Instead, Gaily right there. Rumichi, Retribution already baited out, so they can go for the turtle for free.
Yeah, just go ahead and take that turtle. They already got the Retribution out. This is going to be objective. So this is a whole lot of good happening in the early game for VSG here. Turtle secured, objective secured. And, you know, that had to feel bad for Cal earlier because, yeah, penalty zone was in the hands of Synchro, and she didn't have hers yet. You know, she was still level 3, and she could do nothing but watch as that penalty zone was used. So they'll go ahead, of course, speeding up some of the farming here for Taro. Also taking a look, Fury Hammer now locked in for Michi. Still working on these first items to lock into place here. I think also when we talk about it, it looks like the Enchanted Talisman is going to be the first item for Synchro. And when you have to kind of break down the mid laners here, Kagura is still in a position where a lot of teams, you know, they will draft or they'll pick her. We see our pickup yesterday as well. And the burst is actually pretty good. I think it does pair up well, especially if you can synchronize it with your setups, like the penalty zones or the I'm Offendeds. It's just, at the same time, I feel like it's good playing against a Minoyan's Fury, you know, from Gaily here. But the burst damage that comes through it, and also the outplayability, that's what I love about Kagura. The outplayability that her kit brings to the table. might be enough for Xeno Lilies to kind of rely on, or going back to the question, you know, for Synchro, best ultimates to take. You know, she's got a couple options here across. So I'm not sure if she'll ever take the, of course, the Kagura ultimate, but for the most part, the I'm Offended, the penalty zone will be her go-to. And so once again, the focus on this purple buff, the resources, they want to choke it out. Oh, that I'm Offended is not going to land. So, but penalty zone is held on from Synchro. And this could just be VSG. Again, leading now almost, you know, 1,500 up, and Enchanted Talisman locked in, waiting for the objective to pop up here.
Yeah, slowly but surely. Gold difference, you can see right now, it's being held by VSG, and even in the bottom lane, it's completely different from what we saw previously. Previously, it was Kao getting the better of Minion here in the lane constantly, but even in the mid lane, Synchro, you can definitely see how much more comfortable she is on the Valentina compared to the Vexana, because she is a playmaker. She wants to dash back and forth. Yin Yang overturn. Gonna be used up by Sa there, actually, in the mid-bush, so a resource already spent, and Synchro can just regen back up. VSG on the turtle, holding it down. Gailey's trying to zone them away as Shiromi looks for an angle. Black Dragon from going to use up right now as Kyoei secures the turtle with a retribution. That's a penalty zone from Kao, but now gets caught in the penalty zone as well. Good petrify. Shiromi able to flicker around. Kao not able to do the same thing. Just a few more hits for a minute to get the passive down, but Shiromi will be able to walk away. Ramichi, though, up top. Zoned away from the team. Has the quad shadow. She goes for the farm. Shadow kill even used up. Goes back to the quad shadow. Still sandwiched.
She's sandwiched. I don't think can they actually get a kill under the turret here?
Oh, it's scary. And has Shane knocking her up now into the Yuzong damage, and Kyoei picks her up top.
Good juggle.
Yes, she can.
Yeah, good juggle. Utilizing the lineup that they had. Wow, okay, Sanko's in again. Not going to be able to get the kill on Synchro. She is still going to spot them out, but here comes Kyoei. Okay, she just forces her back. But Shiromi.
Good chain. Really good enhanced chain right there to stop anything from happening.
Yeah, Conceal used as well in the exchange. Purple buff is back up, and I think you just see VSG do the same thing. Put pressure there. They're looking to get that tier 1 now on the bottom side. Put the pressure in the side lanes for now. And at the same time, man, I gotta say, this is a much better start, I would say, for VSG than what they had to do in the previous game. And really, you pointed this out earlier, I think it's just so much better, even when you're talking about the gold lane for Rian. She's been able to just farm up and kind of have like a very peaceful time. Taro has as well, but look at the damage difference on the turrets, right? That alone shows that Rian is having a better time pushing this in. They will get that tier 1 down finally. And so that's going to be the first turret now in the hands of VSG.
Well played. Utilizing the siege, utilizing the winning lane so well in game number 2. Now into the mid lane they go. Interesting, Yin Yang overturn now. With him in his fury. Good shadow kill, but not enough damage to take anyone down. Gailey just stops the ground, gets grabbed by the scythe, and will be taken out. Perfect timing. Whoa, that's a shadow kill steal. Synchro is looking for the kills now. Oh, Petrify! And the Furious Diving enhanced chain knockup! And the fadeaway kill with a damage overtime minion! Now with the Black Dragon form, stunning Shiromi, forcing to flicker out. Synchro shadow kill! That's what she was waiting for! Kao getting obliterated in the splash together with the last few hits from Rian. 3 for 0.
3 for 0. And you know what? In the last fight before that broke out, I was like, man, Xeno Lilies did so much to set things up. But look at the STC replay here.
Wow.
It's airtime for Namichi, and I mean, she gets thrown in the air, and even the Dragon Form to zone out Shiromi was a great placement, and then they clean it up with Kao. It just seemed like the space that they had to work with for VSG and the lineup that they have, they played it to a T there. So once again, Shiromi's going to go in with the I'm Offended, but yeah, Kyoei, that's the power of the Julian.
Yep.
Go ahead and enhance out of there.
So annoying. The Julian. Every single time he can really just step out, enhance sword, fool, or enhance chain, fool, or if you're ever, you know, stunned up, enhance sight. That one deals the most damage. That one is a big ouchie. We didn't see that, Rian. It's okay.
Yeah, we didn't see that. Let's take a look at the items here. All right, we got the, now the second item's locked in. Also, speaking of it, you know, Kyoei has the Genius Wand, now the Starlium Scythe. So the Power Spike is definitely going to be at this point, too, for VSG. And looking at Rian, I mean, she's got the Trinity. She's got the 3 items locked in. She went a little more defensive, too. Has the Wind of Nature. But that's enough. I'm Offended going to be used again, but then even the response with this, the Flask of the Oasis also just got picked up. And this is what I mean, that mid-game power spike with this lineup.
Uh-oh.
It takes quite a bit of damage, though.
Whoa, she's still coming back. Minions Fury gonna be used up. Cow with the penalty zone, not connecting to anyone. Kiyoe obliterating that HP bar. Where did she go?
Oh!
Penalty zone from Synchro. But I'm up and it catches him right now. It's asking me Kiyoe still in the midst of it all. Dealing some damage. Looking for Taro. She watches there. Good in that sight. That's a maniac for Kiyoe.
Oh, man. I mean, she had some troubles last game. With this game, it's not happening. Locks in the Julian, gets a maniac. We're going to take a look at the STC replay. Talk about a setup here for a success for this maniac. It all broke out in the jungle. They get a kill on Cow, but look at this. Under the turret even. Talk about a play from Gailey. Goes in, jumps in, cleans up. They don't care about the turret. They'll take all the kills. Huey does it cleanly too. Oh, again, you can see just, you know, the reactions from the players, of course, with that. Getting set up under the turret like that doesn't feel too good.
Yeah, you can definitely see the nod and the smile of like, you got us.
Yeah.
You got us on that one, man.
Well
that was
played.
a good play. Because, man, Kiyoe played that so well. Enhanced chain on one. Oh, sorry, the chain on one, enhanced sword to chase the others. That was beautifully done by Kiyoe. And you can see now Rian just reaping the benefits of all of those kills. Taking the turrets for free, and this is all without the Lord. It's still down below. It's going to build up quite big into the base turret push right now. And even then, VSG, they're doing such a good job at manipulating the waves, because now it's going to be slow push down below, waiting for that 40-second timer, like 1040, for the next mini waves, and then they're going to have a build-up wave bot with the 2 waves pushing in.
Big waves. Not only that, but also
BW.
Feather of Heaven. Yeah, big W. Feather of Heaven picked up. You thought you got the enhanced locked in more, but now it's going to happen even faster.
Oh, man.
So this is very tough for Xenolilies. I know, you know, last game we saw, what, 4 Lords go through, but with this lead that we're seeing from VSG in the lineup that they have, they can actually force a fight here under the turret, and they might actually do just that, depending. Keep an eye on Gailey, how they go in count. Oh, Synchro.
Synchro with penalty zone, gets caught by the Amphina. Taro able to demolish her in the backline. Gailey with Minions Fury right now. Kiyoe still dealing so much damage. Rian is free, hitting in the back. Taro able to escape with the BMI. Ramichi taking a whole lot of punishment just from a fadeaway basic attack of Rian, and that passive ticking down on them. Base turret taken down with the first Lord.
Okay, Xenolilies pretty successful. You know, they only lose that 1 turret despite being down by 6,000 gold when that fight broke out. Now down 8,000. So they'll have to go ahead and kind of farm back up. Again, they don't have anything on the map, guys. Like, they have no turret to work with. They have no turrets down. They don't have any space to make these moves. So what happens for Xenolilies is they're kind of stuck to play together. You know, they kind of have to just hope that, all right, Taro's going to pop off at some point in the game, especially when she gets the items that she needs. You can see, you know, Saw's still doing respectable damage. But unfortunately, it's just kind of they're outscaled right now in terms of firepower and even defensively. Being able to withstand those forced initiations. We saw Synchro do it earlier with the penalty zone. The same thing can happen with Gailey here with the Minoan Fury. So Ramichi will go ahead, take her time here, because of course, you know, she's just not sure. This is what I was saying, you know, the team kind of has to stay together, and anyone by themselves is at a risk. Oh no. I don't think, okay, she's gonna be fine. Has the quad shatters get out, but just trying to manage the waves. Again, scrape up any farming that you can here, any gold and XP that you can grab.
You're just trying to get, you know, the farm, but this is why, by the way, I think at MSC, Wolf is a big hater of the Assassin plus the Claude, because both of them need resources. Both of them need to go for farm, and if you do fall behind, this is why it can be a greedy pick or a greedy choice to go for the Assassin plus the Claude, because now you can see it. Taro's looking for gold, Ramichi's looking for gold as well, and in the end, they're going to have to divide it, and it's going to take them way more time to get online, especially in a game like this. 12-5, Enhanced Lord taken down for free by VSG. They've taken a base turret for free there. And yeah, I mean, it's tough.
You know
at this point of the game, 13 minutes, she has the 3 item power spikes. Usually it's like 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even this Saw, like, she gets the Holy Crystal. I was going to say, is she going to lock in another item before this defense? Because right now she's just got the boots, she's got the Lightning Truncheon, and then she's got Holy Crystal now. So I'm wondering if that's enough even burst to help with this fight, as now the eyes are set here on the top side. They're just forced back, though. Once again, they still have to deal with the Lord, the push there on the bottom side, waiting for these waves to push in. Xenolilies will go ahead and work it down. It is half health. This might be enough for them to hold on, but the waves now come in. Keep an eye. Dragon Form going to be used.
Flicker into the front, Sang trying to go for some damage. Jinyang overturned there. Rian able to flicker out. I'm offended to bring them back, and the Furious Dive connects, but the penalty zone does too. They're fighting under the base, and they are going to lose their lives. Minion still in the midst of it all. Still Kiyoi somehow winning in the fight, going for the few slashes. Kao doing some damage back. Penalty zone to go for the chase. And half sword. Kiyoi still survives. Rian going for the damage now with the Wind of Nature as well. Forced to back off. There's a quad shadow there, but she doesn't take it. They got 3 base turrets. PSG won that.
Kiyoi, I don't know how many times she has done it so smoothly, man.
That was insane.
That was insane. So clean with this Julian. I thought the Benedetta earlier today was clean. This takes the cake for it. This is it. Kiyoi on the Julian. Yeah, she is. And man, at the same time, Xenolilies, they stay in the game, but they lost all their base turrets. And it was more so a decision from VSG to be like, you know what, we'll fight here. But Rian went up, cleaned up the turret on the top side. And at the whole point, Kiyoi actually kept the attention of Xenolilies and just outplayed on the Julian pick. And that's why we were saying, you know, this is such a strong hero with the ability to juke, to bait things out, to just maneuver around these skirmishes and these team fights. I don't want to find it out.
Yeah, not onto Gaily, right? That's a Minotaur. Riichi now going to be caught by Synchro. Terrified down. Oh, the shadow kill! The assassination! Gaily finds the kill. She waits there onto the last quad shadow.
I said, I don't know what, you know, the quad shadow would work or not, but I'm surprised they went for Gaily in the exchange. And so now they're down the member. I think VSG might just go ahead and run it into the base and try to end this one.
No Romichi. So their backline is completely safe. Rian doesn't really need to kiss Synchro. Doesn't really need to care about who can dive back, but they go for the safe route.
Discipline route, yep.
Is obviously going to be the Enhanced Lord. 16 minutes in. That shadow kill, man.
That shadow kill. You know, when you see it happen, you're kind of like, too bad, you know?
I'm the ninja now.
I'm the ninja now. All right, Lord secured here. Xenolilies, they've been through this multiple times up to this point. We're 16 minutes in, but 3 Lords down already. And they have to just watch and get prepped up for this defense. Because once again, with these items all being pretty much locked in, that was a Winter's Crown 2 actually now for VSG. They're once again going to go for the outplay and just try to punch this one in. It's 4,000 ahead in terms of gold between the junglers here. Absolutely massive game for Kiyoi. Picks up the potion as well. And so they actually still might try to make a play here. Wow, Synchro. Okay, she didn't get the one she wanted, right? No. Lord, though, mid lane, Xenolilies, are they going to be able to defend this? Can they stay in the game a little bit further? 17 minutes in, Dragon forming to go down.
Great waves as well, placed down. Kao gonna be terrified, taking down a quarter of his HP now. Midas Fury knocking up 3 members there. That's gonna be Grumichi completely taken out of the board. Victory Song Gamers equalize. And now there's gonna be a tiebreaker for first place.
The victory song plays loudly in this game at number 2 here. 1-1. Man, what a just adjustment.
Wow.
That we saw from VSG here. What a performance again from Kiyoi and just the team as a whole. Very synced up, very synchronized in this.
It was phenomenal to see, right? I mean, those individual mechanics really shining. Naisu, that outplay against a Terizla penalty zone while you were so low.
Yeah.
Unlike a certain fraud on the Julian, she didn't even need Maharaga.
She didn't need it. She is she.
She is her.
She is her. You know, at this point, very impressive from VSG, especially opening up to day number 2 here. They're looking very good for contenders even, I would say, you know, as they go through here. So interestingly enough, yes, this will lead us to another tiebreaker match to fall through. And even for Xenolilies, man, their performance overall has been good. It's just they couldn't actually go against this very interesting lineup that we saw here brought to the table from VSG. So again, great game here, great matchup. We're going to be throwing it over to the stage, though, to have a breakdown of the game. Again, I'm Naisu, that's Mirko. Let's throw it to the stage.
And ladies and gentlemen, what an intense match that was, especially right here, ladies and gentlemen, with Taro. So just want to know, how do you feel about the second game, especially that the first one went up to 30 minutes?
Because I'm not scared that we're gonna lose because we have scaling hero and coach said it's okay to scale, just don't die on the early game.
Okay.
That's right. So another question that we have for Taro is in terms of VSG's composition, it's pretty similar in terms of the players. We also have imports over on the other side. So question is, going up against another gold laner, which is also Filipina, and after all, in the Philippines, they always say, Pinas ang malakas.
Oh, wow.
How do you approach this game here today?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's also a Filipino gold laner. So, is it difficult? Is it something that you expected?
I already expected it, and I matched up with the gold lane many times, and we're teammates in Onyxol.
So you know her inside out.
Yeah.
Ah, interesting.
Definitely, I can always feel like, I know how you think, and you know how I think. Let's match.
Okay, so what's gonna happen is it's going to be a tiebreaker game. All right, so how are you going to approach this game? Tease us a little bit without leaking too much information because we're on the broadcast live. But what are you going to do different?
I think just think positive. Don't be scared to lose because the pressure will affect your gameplay. Just play it like a scream.
Just play it like a scream right here on the international stage.
Let's go.
That's what coach saying. It's upgraded scream.
Upgraded scream. It's all in the mentality right there. So yes, ladies and gents, right here we have heard from Taro herself, and this is going to be a fight for pride, a tiebreaker match to see who will be graduating to the knockout stage, to the top of the table right here for these two teams. So we're gonna hand it back over to the studio. So guys, we wanna ask you back at the studio, who do you think is gonna graduate top of the table right here for this group? Let's hear it from you.
Who's gonna be? Let's go.
I don't know. These two have broken expectations and any preconceived notions of what female MLBB esports is. What a showing. VSG has forced game number 3. You said it earlier, it's a BO3 between these two. And now we go back to the draft. I put up the idea that just change your priorities a little bit. Roam, mid, jungle. That's exactly what they did. They lock in 2 really strong last picks on the blue side that you mentioned, the Yuzhong and the carry. What do you think about VSG's performance in this game number 2?
I feel like game number 1, perhaps they were a bit overconfident going into this match because they haven't lost, right? So it was their first loss going up against Xenolithis, so it's like, okay, this time we got to bring our A game. And the A game is that them having the Valentina does well against the Hayabusa. Hayabusa honestly doesn't do well going up against a Minotaur because the healing number 1 and the Flash of the Oasis, it makes it so that the Oki Shadow Kill doesn't have enough oomph in it unless you're really snowballing in the game. And again, we're talking about resources here. Mirko was talking about Hayabusa as well as Claude. Talk about the Kagura. When Valentina had 3 items, Kagura had 1. Oh. Because your second item was going to be the Holy Crystal, so it's not 2 people that requires items. It was 3. And speaking of the numbers as well, at one point when Minun on this Yuzong has 5.4k gold lead, right? The opposing EXP laner only had 3,000. So it was over 1,000 difference between EXP laners. And that makes it so that Kao can't really be the beefy frontline for the team. So they can't delay the game.
Yeah, and it's perfect that it goes back to the idea that we posed, that VSG are a team that goes back to basics with the drafts. Just change up your orders and priorities a little bit and you'll be able to make the most out of that. Xenolili's a little bit more on the wilder concepts, the bigger ideas that are also still fundamentally sound, but you quite 50-50 and will be heavily reliant on the execution. So those are our takes. Nice Sue, yeah, still getting it right. And Mirko, what do you guys think? Oh, y'all are there, right? You guys are there?
Yeah, we are. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello, gentlemen.
Yeah. What do you guys think?
This was a heck of a series, I would say. Very impressive. You know what? That's almost it.
That's why I call him Trex.
I was about to say, you know, like, you corrected Naisu, but I don't see Naisu here. I don't know what you guys see over there. I only see Trex.
How do you feel about the games?
No, I think the games have been amazing, by the way. These individual plays as well, just happening left and right. Kyoe on that Julian synchro on the Valentina has been amazing. And like you mentioned, Lafel, that Kagura, yeah, that was something that I was thinking of as well. But in the later stage, I was just thinking about, like, all right, Claude and Haya, they really need to get those items to maybe go for it, yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Naisu and Mirko. Those were their takes on that. So I think it goes back to the pain point, which was that Kagura pickup. So instead of focusing on like what could have been, let's focus on what has been the MVP brought to us by PlayStation for this game number 2 in this what has turned into a best of 3 between 2 teams. It's Kyoe. Best Julian in MWI so far, and I can say that with no hesitation.
Give her the MVP of the day, man.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
again, like, the plays, like Rico said, she doesn't need Mahoraga. She is her.
She's her.
She'd win. And she won.
Yeah, I fully understand that reference to haha anime. That entry by Kaylee and Synchro to set up Kyoe to get those kills under turret. And the caster said it best. If that happens to you, like under tower, and it's already a crazy goal lead for the opposing team, you know it's like, we'll pick up our ball and then just do our best, defend, maybe we'll find a turnaround, but your eyes are already set on that game number 3.
Oh, I'm about the same height as Julian. Nice to know. And here's the thing, man. The thing about the Julian, the changes coming in, making it so that the passive is a little bit more usable, having a longer duration to make sure that when you're doing your basic attacks, you're actually pulling the opponents closer to you, and having that reliable heal makes it so that the Julian feels like a fighter inside of the jungle. And if I'm not mistaken, is a fighter. So technically, the Julian playstyle, because of the itemization that you use, feels like an assassin, but really it's a brawler. You want to go in, have a lot of attacks. That's why most of the times we see Julian players saving that enhanced sword just to get out of a sticky situation.
Yeah, that's your main escape tool, exactly. So playing like a fighter as a Julian, a little bit surprising, but makes a lot of sense. Let's see though if the predictions and the people who voted to who would win this series were surprised. On his predictions is Zeno Lilies.
Hey!
For the series, 66 to 34%, but VSG coming in for their surprise and saying, no, it's a little bit closer to 50%.
Both of them are correct.
Yeah.
So it's like a, you know, double L becomes a W.
I can't ruin the shot right now to go over there and give you a high five. I really wish I could, so that's a high five for you. Clip that. That is something that we will remember now. Bam, 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 bam. By the way, the Group A tiebreaker match between CFU Serendipity and Cloud9 is now live. You can check it out on Stream B with Abstract and Husky. So go ahead, leave us. No, don't, please. I mean, like, give us a little bit more time.
There's 2 tiebreakers now.
There's 2 tiebreakers. It's so easy right now with modern day technologies. You just whoop, whoop, two windows, 2 screens. You can have both of us.
You can buy 2 Honor phones.
Exactly, you can do that too. So again, it's the tiebreaker match in Group A between CFU and Cloud9. Wow, what a start to this day 2 of the group stages. Jushin looks really good, and all the teams so far look amazing. More MLBB action will come your way after a short break. Don't go anywhere. MWI 2024 at EWC will be right back.
Hi guys, backstage again with me, Eterna, and this time I'm joined with Kyoe alongside with Oleg, and he will be helping with the translation right now. So Kyoe, earlier on you guys displayed a magnificent game, and apparently people are saying that you guys were boot camping in Bali, Indonesia. Can you tell us what that was like, and what were you doing in Indonesia boot camping? Were you playing ranked games? Were you maybe scrimming with other teams?
В Индонезии мы играли и ранг, и скримы, конечно, но в основном мы практиковались в ранге, потому что в этом регионе ранг достаточно сильный. Вот. Буткемп был очень классным, мы посетили очень много разных мест. Вот.
Короче, мы кайфанули.
Yeah, bootcamp that was so good, so important for us. We play rank, we play scrims, but I think we play more rank because rank games on Indonesia, that's next level. So yeah, so we had a good experience. So rank game, that's most important for us.
Can we have a little bit of info to who you guys were scrimming against? Is that okay to share?
Можем ли мы узнать, против кого вы практиковались? Типа, это ничего страшного, что вы можете сказать. Ну, вспомни, против кого мы практиковались. Ну, мы против МДЛ команд играли. Ну, скорее, против топ МДЛ команд.
Мы играли, на праках мы играли против MPL команд, несколько команд из женских, да, женских команд, несколько женских команд и Сиюсун, микс Сиюсун, без АО, другими, короче, да.
In Indonesia, we played versus Siusun, MPL. Yeah, that was hard games. We played a lot of, we have scrims a lot of MDL teams. So that was hard, yeah, we had good experience.
Okay, so that's why you guys were so great. Okay, next question is, so some of these players have actually mentioned about Minun. Minun is very cute and a bubbly personality, but what do you think about Gay Lee and what do you think about Rian? Can we get some info on that?
Лиза, да, что ты можешь сказать о Риан и этой?
Риана очень взрывная, эмоциональная, вот, очень веселая девушка, я ее очень сильно люблю. Она мне напоминает из мультика «Вверх» бойскаута по ее, как сказать, энергии, вот. А Гейли, она очень спокойная, серьезная, очень серьезно относится к играм, вот. Пока что я еще не успела ее хорошо узнать, но, как по мне, она очень сдержанная.
Yeah. She about Jelly, she need more time for know this player, but she think she's very good, good like player. But she can talk about Rihanna. That's you know, that's very that's powerful of energy. That's very energy girl, very professional girl, and she think Rihanna that's like hero on the some anime, but I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's мультфильм anime. Я не помню как. Yeah, that's anime like up to что там на русском?
С шариками воздушными, типа, и там бойскаут.
I don't know.
Okay,
Anime.
so she's very powerful, she's also very energetic.
yeah.
Okay, so that's what we get to know a little about her. And last question, what do you have to say to your fans? And you guys can also talk about it in your native language.
Что ты можешь сказать своим фанам?
Да, я поняла. Спасибо большое за поддержку. Мы читаем все комментарии, все пожелания. Это очень большой буст дает для игр, перед играми. Так что да, спасибо большое за поддержку.
VSG, let's go. Dixone.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Thank you guys so much for your time. Thank you so much for you, KOA. And of course, good luck on your next venture. Hopefully we get to see you in playoffs. Back to the studio. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to MWI X EWC 2024. My name is Reptar. Oh, wait, sorry, I'm not. Sorry.
You're not Reptar.
Sorry, I forgot. My name is Eterna, and I will be your desk host for the next 3 matches of the day, alongside with Leo. I am not alone, so there we are.
How's everybody doing? I had my eyes glued to the screen, then to the bottom of the screen, then to my phone as I was walking down, watching the previous best of 2s. And I gotta say, previous group did not disappoint. I'm wondering what our final group for groups will do. These 3 teams, DreamHack Girls, Omega Empress, and of course Net Angels. I wonder if they're gonna step up to the plate.
I mean, I was surprised as well, right? I mean, that's a big bar to set, especially now that we're shifting over from Group C, I believe, into Group B with the teams that Leo mentioned earlier on.
That's
For
right.
some reason, my head keeps thinking Reptar. I don't know why. he's left a mark.
He's got something.
He's got something, man. But the upcoming showdown earlier on by Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib as we now enter the rolling in of the players by Jamil Motorsport. And here they are. The teams are flocking in. Net Angels. Now, Leo, this is a very new team. If I'm not mistaken, this team was only founded last year.
Yeah, they have a sister team in Blade Angels, which they also faced off in multiple local tournaments from Myanmar. And to prepare for MWI, they reshuffled, got the best of the best from both, and sent out Net Angels here to MWI 2024.
It's a wonder how they've prepared, right? Hopefully we get a little bit of an insight into that later on. But for Dreams Max Girls, on the other hand, man, they have La La Land.
I started out knowing her as Lala. I'm gonna be a little bit hipster here, but she was actually just called Lala back in MPL Brazil at the time, in Season 3, wherein she won Rookie of the Season, multi-time MVP of the Week, and as well, here's my favorite part about Lala La Land now, mid laner. She's also a caster in her downtime.
Oh, I spoke to her earlier on.
Charming.
That was a spoiler.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
She's charming. She is lovely.
She's very vocal. Oh, that's why.
Yep.
That makes sense. But what are you expecting in this next matchup here, Leo?
All right. I have high expectations of Net Angels, given that, you know, when you get the best ingredients from two very different teams, sister teams they may be, there's very little information on Net Angels, because if you're going to watch a few of the VODs available online, whether you go on social media or your favorite streaming platforms, you can only really assume, right? Net Angels is what you would akin to a fantasy draft of the best Burmese female teams right now. So imagine that in your favorite sport. Imagine your favorite athletes on the same team. For the Burmese, that's what the Net Angels are. So I want to see that. And if we're going to be getting that, they're going to have to put their best foot forward, because they're going up against DreamHack Girls, who, by the way, is from one of the biggest esports franchises in all of Latam. So, got a chip on the shoulder for the ladies there. But I trust that they'll be well, especially with the Lala Land at the helm.
By the way, Net Angels.
And we're back again. وعدنا عليكم من جديد أعزائي المشاهدين. And here we are. Another group with a lot of exciting things happening. How do you feel about that, Cheryl?
I'm like literally out of breath just watching the first three matches, because it is an absolute bloodbath over at the Land of Dawn. Crazy, crazy stuff. Now, what I'm super excited right here at MWI is, you know, in the movies, Beauty and the Beast are separate entities. They're two different things. But right here, they are Beauty and the Beast.
There we go, Beast mode with a beautiful look.
Absolutely crazy. No way, Kyoe earlier with that maniac. Absolutely crazy. And right now, we're cleaning up the battlefield and deploying a brand new group. So I'm super excited. What about you?
It's over 9,000 with it. Let's go with this match.
So yes, with that being said, Beauty and the Beast. Now we're gonna bring you the Burmese Beast, all the way from Myanmar, presenting to you Net Angels. Incredible stuff. Now what's something that I'm gonna share with you? Do you know what's my favorite flavor of ice cream?
Oh, okay, let's go there. Is it camel milk with chocolate flavor?
No. My favorite flavor is gonna be vanilla, because that's gonna be who's gonna be in the jungle for Net Angels, and she's all the way from Indonesia, coming into this Myanmar team, and she's gonna be someone that you want to look out for. Now, who do we have on the other side of the ring?
Oh man, oh man, oh man. They dream big, and all the way to the max. They actually contributed to the MLBB scene in South America. Ladies and gentlemen, here they come right now is Dream Max Girls. It is happening. Oh my God, I love the Beauty and the Beast part. It's still resonating right here. I'm getting goosebumps.
Let me tell you something special about
go.
DreamHack Girls, right?
Yeah.
DreamHack Girls, acronym DMG.
Yeah?
Damage.
Ooh,
let's
go.
So what will happen over at the Land of Dawn? Guys, I'm shivering. I'm gonna ask our friends at the studios a question.
Yes.
All right, sometimes it gets a little bit easier for them to get away as the match progresses, for them
Right.
to see who's at the top of the table.
Right.
So since we're here with a brand new group of Group B, guys at the studio, we wanna ask, before all 3 matches commences, who do you think will come up at the top of the table? Let's hear it from you.
Let's go. ولعوها.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Bara. I'm gonna, catch that and I'm gonna throw it over to our analyst here.
Wow.
Leo, what do you think? Who do you think is gonna come out on top?
Yo, just tag team me, really, huh? Eterna, Bara, and Cheryl. It's like that. Okay.
That's my role.
Okay, put me on the spot, but I'm ready. Again, we talked about what we expect from Net Angels, what we expect from the EMG DreamHack Girls. I like to think both of their ecosystems, the tournament scenes that they come from, are both relatively developed. Like, to present, right? DMX, they come from parallel to MPL Latam, one of the biggest in the world. You have Net Angels coming from Myanmar. Despite everything that's happened and an MPL pulling out from there just a few years ago, they're still competitive. The Burmese are still very strong and respected in the world of MLBB esports. So with that said, I think it's going to come down to their variety, diversity, how much they prepared, and the influences they're getting from wherever they're getting them from, which now I'm going to bring the answer to Net Angels. Net Angels actually has an import, an Indonesian import in vanilla, and just being Burmese allows for you to have access to more scrimming partners. So with that said, I think I'm on NA.
Okay, Leo's for NA. Then I'll play the devil's advocate here. I'm DMG.
You DMG.
I'm DMG, and we're going into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 in this best of 2 series as we shift our focus on to Group B, rather. And here it is, Angela, Luoyi already taken off the bat, Chip and Ling. This is something that we've seen already so commonly. Is this a shift in meta, or is this specific to MWI?
Partly it is specific. You still do not want to open up the Ling, one of the most dominant junglers in the game right now. Angela, quite the menace, changes the math involved when you're counting bodies, when you're counting heroes. Chip and Luoyi actually folds the map in half. Matilda, this is a specific call. I think there is something that Net Angels knows. That's why they're taking that out. And then, of course, the Jushin. The Jushin, which, by the way, about 24 hours ago, I stood here saying, hey, Jushin is a factor. Jushin is showing up. And here she is, about an 80-90% contestation rate.
No one believed you.
No one
believed
named Miracle. He said, nah, I don't think the teams are going to, I hate to put you on blast, buddy, but here is Jushin.
Yeah, I mean, after yesterday, after we saw the potential that the Zusin could offer, it's uncanny, and it really warrants that first phase ban.
She is a force to be reckoned with. A mage unlike any other right now, honestly. She has some level of protection, great CC that's easy to access, and continuous damage. Like an Alice with CC, imagine that. Like an Alice with CC. Opening up the draft, on blue, they're on the play. Net Angels picking the Terizla. I'd say, bar none, number 1 XP laner in the game right now. Great pickup. Put it on Hlang, and that's it. Bob's your uncle, or at least maybe Bet's your aunt. Specifically for MWI. But yeah, you can start so many fights. You can hold down lanes, take control of half the map, and early, mid to late, she's a factor. The answer, though, Ruby Valentina. As far back as a week ago. This is a great first 2 picks, right? Ruby, Valentina, the best of the best teams all around the world would pick these. And yeah, I love that DMX Heroes are on that, which is par for the course. Looked at my notes, looked at the research. For a team that was built just relatively recently, they know what they're doing with the metagame.
Definitely Ruby, right? Ruby has definitely risen in popularity. I think it was amidst the Terizlas as well. Being a really good flex, right? I mean, Ruby can try flex. technically,
that's right.
EXP lane, roam, and we've seen the Ruby in the gold lane. Conditional, but we have seen that come through. So
one of the few fighters that can actually do well in gold.
Exactly. And well, an argument could be made for CC.
When did you see that? Do you do that?
Fnatic Onyx, CC
That was
in
a while
the
ago.
gold lane. Yeah.
That was a while.
You know, with how fast everything progresses in esports, I would say a month ago is a while ago.
You're right. That's like 2 patches back.
Yeah.
Here we go, closing up the first phase. Minotaur and Harith for Net Angels, and the DMX girls picking up a comfort in carry, throwing it on the hands of Aslan here. All right.
Okay, so up until this point, they actually completely left the Roger untouched.
Yeah, this is coming down to taste. If Net Angels could have gotten the Roger for no question, right? Yeah, but they chose to put Sikoshi or maybe Vanilla, rather clearly Sikoshi on the Harith. So I guess they're leaving it up to Vanilla. They're protecting Vanilla in that way, like letting her play what she wants.
And that's the thing, right? And if we're thinking down to predictions of the games and of the roles and of course the heroes that these queens are going to be bringing into the Land of Dawn, can we really do that? Because even today alone, we've seen so many debut picks. Benedetta jungle, we saw the Alice in the jungle. So give us an intuition here, Leo.
All right, I think this is a sentiment that Coach Nadia of DMX will share from one coach to another. When you're drafting and when you're playing for a team, you have to respect the fact that, yes, there is a metagame that you have to play to, but also comfort plays a huge role. When you tell a player, hey, this is the right hero for this moment, pick it, chances are that player's going to struggle with it. Not just in the moment, but also in the long run because they're going to have to pick it up. That's why here in MWI 2024 specifically, teams are either comfort or meta. Comfort or meta. There's a third one that kind of is an asterisk there, breaking the meta. But here, I think with the way that picks are coming through, comfort plays a very big role. So you listen to the players and you say, okay, if that's what you think we should pick up now to protect you or to have you play a good game, then let's do that.
So with the Yuzon being banned out now for DMX, do you think an Arlet could be picked up here?
Yeah, you got Arlet. You also have the Ruby still sitting. That might be your XP laner. So we might see an actual roamer here or the jungler come up. And there you go, locking in the Ruby roam. There's your CC. But I'm pretty sure it's an XP CC.
Yeah, no CC gold lane for Eterna today. I mean, luckily so. I'm not really sure how it will fare in this current matchup, but carry on the other side, who do we have for the gold lane here? Harith. So we're lacking a mid laner up until this point.
And a jungler.
Julian.
Looking at Net Angels, I'd say a physical jungler. So the Roger came through. Look at that.
Roger's
still
up?
open. Yeah. Net Angels, again, we didn't mention it, folks. The Fredrin got banned. They took out the Fredrin. This is something that is curious because usually I would say that's a wasted ban, but there he is. There's a Roger. But DMX did not react. And now to close it up, Net Angels pick up the Nana. So there's your solid mid. A lot of burst there, and then the cleanup from Vanilla. And they close up with another utility jungler. All right.
That's
looks
why.
Like DMX, DMG, they're playing to a very specific meta. This is a I wouldn't want to say old meta, but this is a meta that they're comfortable with.
So Net Angels, maybe with the Fredrin being banned out and with the Boxia pickup, is Angelus more comfortable on the utility jungle?
Yes, they know something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Coach Knight of Net Angels knows something. Had breakfast with him the other day. Such a charming dude. They know something.
They definitely do. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Both compositions have been set in stone by both of these teams. No debut picks just yet. But of course, that Nana is going to be an interesting mid laner to watch out, especially in her lane with a Valentina. So we're going to ring up our casters. You there?
We are. Thank you very much, Eterna, and of course to Leo again. I'm Naisu, and I'm joined on desk here with Mirko, and we're heading on into Group B now. Last group, of course, to get through the group stage. How we feeling, Mirko, about the lineups?
I'm feeling good about the lineups, you know. I definitely got to clarify some things here. You know, Liam and Jonathan Green mentioned earlier that the Juicin has been doing real good.
Zusin?
Yeah, the Juicin, according to Naisu. But, at this point, I think I've just been playing with the wrong Juicins, right? Because, yeah, the Juicins have been amazing. Not my Juicins on my team, though, for some reason.
Hey, I don't know if you got to blame the RGs here for that or what.
No, I'm not. I was not playing solo.
Oh, so whoever you're playing with, that's what. Well, who was that? It wasn't me. But look, I would say this as far as the lineups here that we have for this game number 1 between Net Angels and Dream Max Girls. This is a lineup that we don't typically see often. I mean, Nana from Cassie is here, and you see this pop up once in a while, but it's really for certain lineups. This one can work though, because if you think about it, you've got a great setup potential with this. You play down into the Zaman Force, the Z Force, you drop down the Blitz. Whoa, oh, early aggression already from Vanilla. By the way, Vanilla from Indonesia, an import. I'm surprised with this. I was actually, when I saw that, I was like, man, how did they end up even getting Vanilla, to compete for this? But great to see from Net Angels bring in some import as well.
It's really, really cool, definitely, right, to see an Indonesian player playing for Net Angels here from Myanmar. So technically, this is the first time I think that Myanmar has like an import going on for them, right? Because even for the men's team, we don't really see imports from the Myanmar region. So really, really cool to see that already. Net Angels in the early game, though. You can see that aggression. Vanilla definitely has that signature Indonesian aggression as the Roger in this game. And it seems for now, Keria in the mid lane will have a bit of a tough time flying, doing some damage. Back Angelus. Able to get the shield unity now with the Poisson's hybrid going in as well with the current call. Pops in a vengeance penalty, so stolen away. La La Land locks them down. Halang still able to survive. Cassie turns it around. Vanilla scratching them down with the Lycan form. Angelus trying to run away. Vanilla gets it to fade away. She runs away. Keria trying to go for the pick up. Flicker forward. Dora won't keep with the dog coming. Vanilla with the Lycan pounce gets away. Great response from Koo.
Hey, that import's looking pretty good right now, right? What a play. What a just a showcase of the mechanical skills here from Vanilla, as we were talking about. But the team, too, I mean, even from Koo, able to get that knock up there with that jump to keep her alive, basically, and help play that out. We're going to take a look at the STC replay. Look at this. This is masterful. Great setup, though, also, from a DMG. But, man, Vanilla goes in. It's 1 versus 2 here. Cassie's like, I'm gonna go back, never mind, we're going. And then Keria jumps in under the turret, but look at that. That little knock-up was enough to buy some time to go ahead and cap on it. You could see the reaction there from Keria. Now Turtle, though, for the taking.
Good Menace Fury by Koo, now with the penalty zone from Lang as well, locking him down for the boomerang to do so much damage. Angelus will just be taken out. And now it's Cassie who gets traded back. Good vengeance there from Hybrid, going for the chase on the Vanilla, who's on the Lycan form. Good disengage again from Koo. Lycan pounce ready up. Don't run Wolf King canceling it out. La La Land trying to go for it. Halang one more swing. Oh, Hybrid gets out with the dash in time.
Oh man, I gotta give it up to Koo again. Time and time again, she's there. She's playing the part, playing the role. This Minotaur is a nuisance because every single time DMG wants to go for a kill, it's like, man, Koo's in the way. And as they go on from the game, I mean, no one's been able to get the turtle just yet, but they just want to kind of duke it out. They just want to fight for this. Still, both teams kind of waiting for the junglers to get in position here. So Angelus will go ahead and start this up. She's got the Molten Essence too, gonna help damage the turtle just a little bit, very minuscule for now, but still kind of pushing and pulling between the turtle pit. Gonna heal up from here too. I've already joined, so now Keria on the front side.
Oh, the full target onto Vanilla, the current call, the penalty zone, but now they're all gonna be caught in the Menace Fury. 2 members knocked up, the turtle gonna be secured by Angelus there, as Cassie goes in with the boomerang, picking up a double kill. Keria running away, as Koo and Cassie will disengage, going back into the mid lane, and now maybe go for a few shots on that turret.
Gotta respect that damage. You don't see Nana often, but when she does come through, the damage potential is quite surprising this early on even. Now the fact that Cassie's got 3 kills in her hands, she's gonna scale it pretty well. Starlium Scythe also being picked up here by Sakoshi, has that available. Oh, Cassie able to survive. Flickers, burns the flicker, but that's all right. You avoid pretty much death here. And so with that, again, when you're talking about the objectives and fighting around it, the lineup that Net Angels had gives them the small advantage. So if you are DMG, you really want to play against that. And also for La La Land, you know, great movie, by the way, but La La Land, you want to be able to pick the right ultimates here. And when you're thinking about it, what do you take? Is it a penalty zone? Is it a Minoan Fury? Do you take your own Melina Blitz? I mean, you have a lot of choices here.
Definitely a lot of choices to go for. That's true. I think still it's either Minions Fury or Penalty Zone. Great moments to set.
Yeah.
Unless your team already gets a combo in. And I think right now, she actually does have the Melina Blitz. So really trying to hope for carry or at least Angelus there. Angelus to really look for a big set or pick. By the way, also love that movie. Ryan Reynolds and Emma Watson, right?
Yeah, that's great. You know, check it out if you guys haven't. But, you know, I'm sure that maybe the next person to interview, if they ever get a chance, ask La La Land if that's her favorite movie, right? Going back to the game here, you can already see Melina Blitz is being held on, but I think it's more so like, let's make a play here on the bottom side. We go in.
Catching Ku, she's still able to just heal back up. Motivation Roar. Sakoshi, though, in the bottom lane, does get chunked quite a bit, and she has the Vengeance, so going to be very, very susceptible to a lot of the CC, but she's going to be happy taking all that damage from the carry. Technically, for Aslan, she's going to be she has to be very careful when it comes to a lot of the initiations, because even if you get the pick, once she pops into Vengeance, Sakoshi, no one can really go for the all-in instantly. La La Land.
Okay, she was actually in a good position there, too. She might still drop it down for this. Oh!
Carrier winner for I'm offended. Unfortunately, not able to connect Lang there with the penalty zone. Locking Angelus down as the Melina Blitz does a lot of damage. Terrified down Lang. Gonna be caught in the shred. Coming down from Aslan. Minus Ku steals it away. Gets a two-man knockup. Now Vanilla walking forward with the Lycan forward and the Lycan pounce. Now scratching. Leo will say, grrr. That's right, Vanilla. Clawing through everything.
That's right. Leo would say grr. And Ku, man, talk about a performance on this Minotaur. They're still going to battle it out here in the mid lane, pushing them back a little bit further, but already the objective secured for Net Angels. And at this point, once again, they're going to play with it power. Look at this, under the Z-Force, they'll just take the turret. They'll take La La Land on top. Sakoshi, gone.
Oh, man. Just like at the Oscars, man. When you think La La Land is about to win it, Moonlight comes over and wins the Oscar.
Yeah.
Sakoshi's Moonlight.
Sakoshi's Moonlight. That's pretty much it. And, you know, with that, the kill that Sakoshi just got, too, against La La Land, it's going to help Sakoshi build up. Already the Feather Heaven locked in, working on the third item here. And this is where we see, I mean, how many times have we seen that matchup, actually, between the two gold laners where it's a carry and a Harith? And a lot of the times, especially when you get to the mid to late game, the Harith is still shining. But if carry can actually survive, we're talking about positioning, because if you're talking about range or position-wise, carry's got a lot to do a lot more work. You know, for the Harith, you just drop down the Zaman Force, you bob and weave through it with the Sync Vision, and you're popping off, you know, at that point.
Especially when there's not a lot of, like, lockdown CC.
There isn't. Oh, hold on, top side.
Wow, great escape still. Even though there's some damage down there, that's a three-man knockup straight into the Zaman Force, like you mentioned, popping the Vengeance and Vanilla. Now with the Lycan pounds onto Aslan under the turret. Goes back to gun form, goes on to La La Land. Oh no, she's trying to go for it. She's trying to survive, but Sakoshi again. Moonlight strikes again.
Moonlight strikes again. La La Land has to dance, but unfortunately will not be able to move on from that position under the turret. Turret secured as well. Man, Vanilla, super impressive, of course. And they're going to take a look at the STC replay. This was a great choice to try to set things up, but time and time again, Ku on point with Minoan's Fury, and then the cleanup crew comes in. Vanilla and Sakoshi. Gonna miss a couple shots, but then it cleans it up anyway. Exactly what they need, plus the objective is secured. You know, so I was talking about that. The scaling potential with this Harith is going to be at a crucial point already. We had the two items already locked in. Now with that whole interaction, you know, you're much better in a position now for the objective once it comes up here. And, you know, the Lord's already up. Endless Battle also picked up here. It looks like the Holy Crystal is going to be worked on. Usually we see it picked up, before the 11-minute mark, I would say, and you're on to a good position already. And it looks like she's going to do just that. So Lord's up. They're going to start it out. Looks like Vanilla's going to go ahead and pull up the Lord. For Dream Max, how are they going to do this? How are they going to approach this? You're gonna force it in. It's already a quarter of the health. It does go through a reset. Oh, but Carriad really trying to struggling here, trying to find an opening. It might be all up to her, because Angelus also kind of waits in the backside just to get the information. But look at Halang, the threat alone for herself. That might just be a free Lord.
Whoa, Hybrid trying to go for the steal. It's very tough to do that on a CC. And you can see it, you know, Hybrid got to pay the price there. Also using a Vengeance, by the way.
I felt like she thought she was more tanky. With a Vengeance.
With a Vengeance.
But, you know, and it was kind of like we didn't have much of an option to do anything there if you're DreamHack girls, because they were kind of just watching the Lord get taken. Then it was like, you know, Carrier can't find an angle. So, you know, what's the plan there? And unfortunately, that wasn't it. So now they're going to work through this Lord, take it down. They run back to the tier 2 in the mid lane, but this is going to get taken as well. And they might still, again, force a fight, force a situation under DMG. Lord should be taken care of even before it gets to the turrets. But keep an eye, Net Angel still could possibly fight under the turrets, get these shields popped. It looks like they're going to make their way top side too. You got La La Land holding on to the penalty zone. So actually, that might be enough. But here goes the shield in the mid lane. Melina Blitz, this is where it's super deadly too. Definitely. Down at the straight end into the lane. Wow. Okay, again, she holds on to it, but shields are all going to pop in the base.
You can see the boomerang as well. The poke that Sikoshi has with the synchro fission even, because technically for DreamHack girls, they're all really short ranged, right? So they're all within the range of the poke that usually wouldn't be able to catch them. If you're on, you know, longer range heroes, Sikoshi wouldn't be able to use the synchro fission as poke, but because of the short range, they've really been bullied by Cassie, Sikoshi. Definitely. I would say even Hwang, throwing out that first skill and getting a little bit of physical damage in. Some good reads here from DreamHack girls. They're able to spot out just a bit there. I don't know if they know, but it seems not Angels. They just want to occupy the Kumar bush here, you know, recalling. There's some sorry ooh-woos. There's a Rebellion one too.
I don't know. Maybe Vanilla also influenced that. They're going to go ahead and go for this. They crash in though.
Vanilla running back to the team right now, gets certified down. That's a good penalty zone and the curtain call, but now it's another penalty zone coming in from Hwang, and that's Sikoshi with the Zaman Force going back and forth. La La Land still able to dash out of the synchro fission, flickers out too. Meanwhile, Vanilla somehow still surviving, despite her being the first target that DreamHack girls went for. Hybridy, she wants to go for a trade. Oh no, Vanilla goes in for the clear, onto the wave, now goes in for the chase. Hybridy, can you run away? No Vengeance. Now knocked up by the Minotaur, gunned down and scratched down by the Lycan.
Is this a tank, Roger? Like, what is going on here? She got crashed in and still managed to be okay enough. She's not. She's damaged, of course. She's only got that War Axe too, but man, talk about just items locked in across the board for Net Angels, well on their way at 10,000 gold ahead from DMG. And you see that even when DMG tries to make a play, they try to set something up, try to get anything that they can. Ultimately, they can't because they're outgunned, they're out-itemed. You know, and at this point, we're talking about they don't have any space to move around with. They have no turrets down. This objective goes in the hands easily of Net Angels. So DMG, you know, we've seen this before in the past, you know, where teams are behind and they have 10,000 gold to work against. And really, when you have to kind of break it down, like how do they stay in this? How could they possibly turn the tables here against Net Angels and what they've been able to do? And also with the idea that they're going to get forced to fight even under the turrets. It's more so of survive the best you can in your base, hope that you withstand the push from this Lord, and then slowly turn things around. These kills also have to go to Aslan. But now Lord already on top side. They're going to have to defend against it. Keep an eye also on Halang. Flickers aren't available just yet. Turret's going to go down though.
Good Lord charge there with the enhanced Lord. Taking one, taking two in the bottom lane. Vanilla doing a whole lot of work there. 2, 3 base turrets now taken down. They're looking for the end game. Carrier really needs to go for a big play. Melina Blitz stolen away. Aslan gonna be able to pop or get out. Midas Fury 5-man knocked up in the air for the synchro fission to wrap things up. Net Angel secure an amazing victory.
I don't know who I would pick for MVP here, man. Koo's Fury. That's pretty much what it was. How many times did she get that setup? How many times did she enable the lineup here from Net Angels? and even Vanilla, down to the micro level, the skills that she showcased in this game one, absolutely phenomenal here. Showing already a massive win under the 15-minute mark too. Very impressive, very fast-paced as well.
Personally, I would definitely give it to Koo, right? I mean, all the saves in the early game to that final set.
That was beautiful.
That final set was, I think if you're a Minotaur player, that is the dream moment.
Yeah, that is definitely, and I'm sure our experts will have a lot to say about this. Boys, why don't you break this one down?
Thank you so much, Naisu. Thank you so much, Mirko. Man, that was a steamroll from Net Angels.
Hey, that's one way to put it, but just to throw it back to the start, what really led to Net Angels flying away, get it? With
Got
the
it.
victory. Yeah.
Because angels have wings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was the start, I'm talking like first 1.5 to 2 minutes. DMX girls, they tried to pick fights wherein, yeah, your lineup does spike up relatively quicker than Net Angels, but I think it came down to the mechanics. So DMX, you were looking for fights, and Net Angels, were they ready to serve it up? Like, they also wanted to fight, and well, eventually 8 minutes in, 9 minutes in, they were at 4K, 5K, 6K, 7K, and then eventually just snowballed out.
Yeah. At some point, they were 10K plus, right? I think we'll get a little bit more of a read on the data and the numbers later on. But again, I like that you mentioned that earlier on, right? Even though DMG, they were far behind, they still were so aggressive in these team fights, still looking in for picks. There were so many moments that even Ruby, right, went in very aggressively, but was unable to get anything. So 14 minutes, that's how long that it took. And it felt like naturally, Net Angels, with the composition that they were given, with the Roger, with the Harith, it felt like a snowball from the start.
Yep. Talking about that Harith, Sikoshi here, our lead damage dealer, you'll notice she was rocking the Vengeance, right? She was rocking the Vengeance, which you rarely see in most competitive MLBB pro matches. You would see the Harith rock Flicker.
Purify.
Or Purify. Very rarely a Vengeance. That's more of a rank game thing, but I mean that in the sweetest of ways. I think this is a genius stroke by Net Angels, because check this out. It's very rare that this happens. Both teams ended up with a draft that are both dive. This was evident to me in the 5 or 6 minute mark, wherein I literally whispered to Eterna, ask her, how did they do this? They ended up both drafting dive, and whenever someone walks away or runs away, they can't finish. It's because the range is so short. So that's why Sikoshi here rocked the Harith Vengeance, is because as soon as this fight starts, both teams want to commit, like all in. If I can put 110%, 6 or 7 ults in a single fight, guess what? The Harith's catching all of that, and the Vengeance helps, which is maybe why the CC was also a great pick for DMX girls, but that's where the tempo break comes in. That's where the whole flow of battle changes things. And again, when a team is snowballing and when a team is 10K, 11K ahead, even deadly bush checks like the one that happened to Vanilla earlier could be possible. If that was a matchup that happened at parity, if that was a moment wherein Net Angels were just like 2K, 3K ahead, best believe Vanilla would be dead. But no, Joseph, Mirko, no. That is not a tank Roger. It's just literally Vanilla's farmed out of her mind. She's just like 3 levels ahead of everyone, and she can stand in, get a bush, iframe, jump out, fight again.
And so on that note, let's see who will be crowned our queens of that game, right? Who will be crowned the MVP by PlayStation, and it's Koo. Mirko mentioned her in the game earlier on. And on the Minotaur, what did you think about that performance?
I'd say she just understands when and how her team wants to fight. Here's that moment, see? 2 minutes, there you go, 2 minutes in, we get the first blood, we get the massive trade, and you see that Koo was just about ready to come in to help out. She was instrumental in making sure that Vanilla was able to continue snowballing, and this was just the start. This was her warming up to the situation, understanding that DMX girls wanted to fight to this level, and now she's gonna start jumping in, healing up, setting up massive Minoan Furies, and this is the second turtle, if I'm not mistaken, and then they go from there, over and over and over again. Koo understands that this is a dive comp. This is a team that likes to fight. I'm gonna go jump them.
So in that regard, right, with the team wanting to fight so much, is this the reason why Vanilla opted for Quantum Charge? Because usually when we see a Roger these days, sometimes they opt for a Warcry instead.
Yeah, I'd like to think this is just how Vanilla plays. Regardless of it being a dive comp or a team that likes to fight over and over again, what I read from her playstyle is that she just understands the flow of battle unlike any other. I would see moments wherein, yeah, you get a face check in, she's fine. She'll walk out, maybe Quantum Charge a few heals here and there, and then jump back into the battle, just like this. Check it out. Jump in 1, jump in 2, jump in, playing around with the range, and then jump in 3, as Mirko would so affectionately call gun form.
Gun form.
All right, I'm over here. All right, there you go.
There we are.
Thanks, Key. All right, so yeah, oh, look at this massive beast.
I hugged him yesterday. Do you want to go for it?
I want to touch his horn.
Okay, I'll let you do that.
Hello. Straight from the...
Don't scare him, don't scare him.
He's fine. Okay, so, yeah, Ku used Minotaur very well, and I think it's a perfect complement to the aggression that Vanilla has.
So let's take a look at the predictions, right? I'm pretty sure everyone is wondering, did everyone get their predictions right? Or did they get their predictions wrong? Because we want to know what you guys think. Please let us know. Vote for the team that you think will win in the next game. All you have to do is go to stcplay.gg to put your predictions in. But by the way, we do have an update from Stream B about the tiebreaker.
CFU C9.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to know? Do you guys know already?
All right, break my heart.
C9-1.
Wow.
C9-1.
Really, I was watching it off camera, prepping for the broadcast with our good friend Herbert Trex Wagner, and best believe he was sitting on the edge of. He was.
I saw that too.
Yeah, like an eighth of his, But the first 5 minutes, it was CFU ahead. Wow. All right, breaking news: C9 makes it to groups. Makes it out of groups.
Yep.
My heart goes out to the Kamai, but GG well played.
I'm back now. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. And this is why I don't like second shift.
We jumped off the group A a little and then back to B.
Yeah, I don't like second shift because
so
this is the shift
happening.
where you'd have to say goodbye to a lot of these teams. See, Renmar came in with that Cassie's face, right? All happy and smiles, opening up the day.
Very Renmar.
Talking about highlights from yesterday, and I'm here and I'm just like, okay. We have to say goodbye to this team, and we have to say goodbye to this team, and we have to key crush this team, and we have to key crush this team. I can't handle it.
Someone's got to do it. We were put here because we are trusted to do this, and we'll see the ladies of CFU Serendipity soon again, for sure.
Because they did show a lot of promise.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. Again, you can never count out the Kamai, whether it be their men's teams from the MPL or CFU Serendipity and the other very promising teams from their women's division. But today, here, or tonight for some of you guys watching, it's C9. NA moves fourth, so hey, at least one NA team gets out of groups for at least this competitive split.
That's true. That's true. I also feel the same way about the Indo representatives, right?
Yes.
Finally.
2 confirmed up.
We're not getting grouped this time. But anyway, back to this matchup, ladies and gentlemen, right? DreamHack does still have a chance to come back in game number 2. Now, if we were to break it down, what do they need to improve? Did you think it was a draft diff? Did you think the execution had to be repaired a bit? What do you think, Leo?
All right. I think you already mentioned the obvious. But I think mainly, number 1, you gotta make sure that La La Land gains control of the tempo of her team. They picked fights so often, and their lineup is built for that, yes. But you also have to understand, it takes 2 to tango. You have to know when your opponent is ready, how they fight, and I hate to tell DMX girls to, put their tail between their legs and hide. Maybe they should start respecting what their opponents bring to the table first. Because in game 1, what I saw was first failed fight, okay, let's go again. Second failed fight, okay, let's go again. Up until they're down 5K, 6K, 8 kills down the line, and they're still fighting the same way. I think I did see a good amount of hybridity trying that push down bottom after they lost a massive fight. Like, they lost 2 or 3 players already, and she's like, I'm gonna take this turret. Maybe it takes more than just a reminder after the game or before the game to always remember your fundamentals. So always remember that. Takes 2 to tango, temper your aggression, and then maybe we'll see this go 1-1.
Okay. Okay, and that makes sense, right? Because of course discipline is very important. If we're here at MWI, we're going against regions of the very best, right? The best of the best from every region are stepping through. So when you make small mistakes like that, it eventually becomes a large snowball. And of course, all these teams and all these queens in their own right, they are fighting for the main prize, which is that trophy.
Yeah, all these little decisions you make snowball into the tangible trophy that is the MWI 2024 championship. And with that said, it's not like these girls are a stranger to a victory. It's not like success is something that they never tasted. Again, at the Copa da Freya, which translates to Cup of the Lady, in the qualifier for Latam, they 3-0'd the competition. SDMN girls, if I'm not mistaken. So they know what they're doing. So I think maybe coming in from their league, they can get away with being super aggressive. But now, in the tourney of tourneys, right? In the Copa da Grande, if I'm saying that right. I don't know. But in this big tournament, you can't just be aggressive. You gotta learn how to tank. You gotta just float like water.
Like water, not like a tidal wave.
It still hurts, all right?
Okay.
Don't remind me of what happened to ELG.
I always bring them up because I miss them, man. I thought they were gonna go far in this tournament.
It's just overnight romance. I actually fell in love with TLG as well.
Me too! It's so sad. And remember, in this group, we do still have to say goodbye to some more ladies.
Don't remind me.
I know. Yeah, okay. Maybe LaFell's right. Maybe I'm a little bit too negative. It's all about mindset.
Let's get back to the match.
And let's go into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2, the final game in this series. DreamHack now need to figure a way out of the predicament that they are currently in if they still want to grab as many points as they can to move forward to the playoffs. And this time around, both of these teams have actually opted to go for the different side. So now DMX, they have first pick.
Yeah, the win rate for Blue Side is, I don't know, approaching unhealthy. It's getting to that point wherein, is Blue Side really that strong? But we'll see here. Again, Net Angels, I know that they understand the tides of battle a little bit. I said it again. They understand the flow of battle a little better, that they know that aggression can be tempered. But now that DMX has the power of the first pick, we'll see. They take out Vanilla's Roger, they take out the Ling, as you should. Net Angels, they ban out the Angela, they ban out the Loyi. Chip still at large. You have Jushin still out there. I wonder. First pick Jushin, maybe.
It's definitely possible, but do they really want to risk it?
Does Lala want to do that?
That's the thing. Right? I mean, last time we did see a Matilda being banned out. Minotaur respect now, though, coming through.
That's cool.
That's cool.
That's cool.
But now they're facing a certain situation where they have to choose and pick their poison. Unless, of course, they just want to let both of them go and go for the contest, right? Because
wait.
Roger, Harith, Terizla.
Terizla's still open. Chip's still open.
Chip's still open, you're right. Zusin is also still open.
Jushin,
so there's
Harith. 4. Oh. All right, there's a Matilda.
There
all right.
you go.
Something tells me they just don't want to give it to Keria. It's like, you're never getting the Matilda. First pick, though we already mentioned the big ones. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Or is it a he? Chip's a he. Angela's pet is a little fox boy.
Wait, have we seen Chip being played so far?
This might be the debut of Chip at MWI, yes.
We'd have to double check that, but
he's been
for the
constantly
most part,
banned out.
Exactly. For the most part, he's always been banned out. So the Chip comes through finally, boys and girls, as we enter the first phase. And now, with the Chip being picked up, what would you go for here? Because technically, Roger, Terizla, they still okay. So there's so much emphasis on this Valentina.
Yep.
Terizla makes sense. We've been talking about how important and just imperative the Terizla is in that EXP lane with absolutely no counter yet. But why Valentina? This hero just keeps coming through.
She's just very reliable. Again, we now know that these two teams have a preference for dive comps. And Valentina, again, much like how Lala showed us in game 1, at least some potential of it, some sliver of it, it's very good in fights. In and out, steal the perfect ult, and this will put DMXG and Coach Nadia in a very specific position where, all right, we have to choose the ults we open up. And I guess that's why Net Angels here, go pick it up.
So what would be the right way? Oh, Susin, okay. how would you approach this? Because if, like, in this day and age, when we're talking about meta picks, a lot of these meta picks really revolve around that big resource in their ultimates.
Yep.
So would you rather overwhelm them with a lot more choices or just completely stray away from it?
I think you're losing if you pick the latter. If you react to your opponent's Valentina, much like how NA forces DMX girls here to do, that's a losing fight. You're not able to play your game. So what I think DMX you should do is just forget about it. Like, don't
Forget
care.
about it.
Yeah, just don't care. And I think they did here, even if, for sure, Valentina with the IMU will still get a solid chokeslam. Doing the math in my head, I think after stealing the Crimson Beacon, you will be able to get at least one chokeslam off. One Soul Snare trigger to at least slam one hero. It's going to happen. There's enough time in that transformation phase to be... Oh, no, never mind. No, there's no transformation phase. Oh, never mind. The interaction between IMU and Crimson Beacon, it's a non-starter.
So it can't be utilized at all?
Nothing. It's a relative waste to steal that ult.
Okay.
Your stacks do nothing.
So then that's definitely more valuable for DMX now.
Correct, yes.
Right? And for Net Angels coming into the second phase, we do see the Fredrin once again being taken away from DMX.
They know.
The utility.
They know.
Yuzong also gets taken off?
That Angelis likes utility junglers and that there's a lot on Hybridi. Because think of how Hybridi plays with CC. She likes diving. She likes just, getting in there. That's what Yuzong does. She's also a big Terizla player, but again, NA is not letting that through.
So what else would replicate that? Do you think they're going to go for the CC and the Boxia again?
I'm not so sure about the CC.
A dive hero, Lapu Lapu?
That's the next best. Tams maybe? Tams seems safe. I'm not so sure if a Hybridi has in here to play the Benedetta. That's another alternative. Doesn't have much CC though, like crowd control.
But, okay, right. Technically it could work because I'm thinking about the chip right now, and the chip has so much value, being that it has so much leeway around the map. If they want to go for macro,
that's right.
It's very difficult to go for that split push.
Which is odd because one of DMX's main strengths, at least I'm assuming, is their team fighting. They're really flexing it now if they want to go for macro in game 2.
So what's the plan here?
Collapse. Just shortcut fight. Shortcut fight. Here we go. This
is interesting.
This is one of Sakoshi's pocket picks, the old favorite in Benedetta. You notice how you still have the Harith open, you still have the Claude open.
Claude's banned.
Oh, never mind then.
But yes, the Harith.
The carry open, but she still goes for the Bea. It's just reliable.
And it's interesting, right? Because even if Chip wants to go in for that full 5-man transportation, they have the Carmilla, they have the penalty zone, and they also have the Beatrix to follow it up. So there is a combo that can work, but Akai and Arlet. We were talking about the utility junglers, not the Boxia this time around, but the Akai comes through. Debut Akai for MWI.
Hey, we got 2 DODs now. Day 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
All right, looking at DMXG this time around, something tells me they're overloading on utility. At least they are consistent in the fact that they're very all-in-one. 4 Protect 1 is what this is, right? Look at that. Your only source of damage, truly, is Aslan.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're just gonna utility fight their way into a victory. But for NA, there's the Julian, the JJ from Vanilla. Very on brand. Roger was left banned out, so she goes to the next best thing. She likes to get in there.
I'm thinking, right? Because with the lack of damage from DMX right now, they need to buy a lot of time.
Yeah.
For the Moscow, for Aslan to get to that power spike. And how much time can they buy for themselves? Considering how aggressive the opponents also play, as we saw in game number 1. So with that, we're gonna throw it over to the casters to finalize this best of 2. Naisu, Mirko, it's your time to shine.
Hey Mirko, are you ready to shine?
I'm thinking.
Hey, let's jump into the game here. Last one for this matchup, this game between DreamHack Girls and Net Angels. I'll tell you what, man, if we had the lineup ratings that we're used to seeing in our regionals, the utility marker for this, I think, would be a max 10.
Uh-oh. Oh, the damage mark might be all the way up, man. La La Land on the Jushin. Oh, man, yeah.
DreamHack Girls utility.
They got Chip. They got Jushin. The Akai is the only thing that really stops them, technically, right? With how bad the Akai was at MSC, I don't know if it's going to be the same. I think this time they have a solid lineup to play with the Akai, also the Arlet as well. So it's going to enable a whole lot of the other picks.
But I feel like this is kind of hard because it's kind of like, where do you want to put the enemy team? Where do you want to put Net Angels? Because you can drag them, like we're seeing here with the flare. Boom, boom. You can spin them.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
She's forced to flicker out just like that. Ku had to flicker out. Now Cassie as well. Lane Kingdom. That's what Jushin gives you.
This is the power of utility. But I'm just wondering, like for Net Angels, you know, once your flickers are down, what do? You know, they try to make a play up top too, and maybe this is a chance once again. Vanilla is going to be utilizing the Julian. Interesting too, the fact that, you know, we saw the Julian just do crazy things earlier in the hands, you know, of Killway, but now it's Vanilla's time to make this work. Of course, still going here.
Good vengeance from Hybrid, able to escape from the enhanced chain, walks out of everything else. You can see Carrier also rotating up top. But this is a matchup that is already very, very scary, by the way, for the Arlet, right?
Yeah.
Tarizla taking all that damage and can dish out even more.
Even more. And so at this point, Turtle's going to be up, still planning themselves up this time in the XP lane, trying to get these level 4s available. Cassie doesn't have it just yet, but they'll go ahead, start this up, and they might get this unless Angelus does something here with the Sakai. Carrier there as well to help them out. Shortcut not available just yet, though. Level 4 still taking some time, but actually they just kind of wait. Oh, she's going to get dragged. Cool. Again, but still, neither team able to actually commit. They just want the level 4s. I think once all the level 4s are available, they'll kind of go for something and... Oh no, cool.
It continues there to Vengeance. The Final Slash not connecting, just barely there. Cassie, though, will steal the Final Slash, gets brought back now straight into the Hybridy's Vengeance. Penalty zone locking him down. Vanilla going in as well, carry the flicker forward. That's a good first blood from Vanilla with the enhanced sightless. That's Halang brought back with the Lantern. Oh, Aslan's here, takes the shortcut back. Never mind.
Never mind. Oh, it's done? I'll go back. You know, so, and that's the thing. I mean, we saw so many times. I mean, how many times was La La Land able to get that proc and bring them back? You know, and that's something that we were saying is going to happen here with the amount of utility that they have. And so far from what we've seen, you know, Jushin that's what she does. She's able to burn these flickers, to burn these battle spells, and possibly put enough pressure with that alone. Carrier could be in trouble here.
Very low. Good Final Slash. We get 2 members displaced. Carrier going to be taken down right now, but Lantern once again will be used up. That's the beacon. But again, like Leo mentioned, it does nothing for you. You don't get the passive. You don't get anything with the beacon. Hybrid, good flicker out of the penalty zone, as that would have been very lethal. Vanilla was there to capitalize. Great maneuvers by DMG.
So what's the answer against Jushin? You were talking about your RGs, you know, with her, and she hasn't been able to play like this. So, like, what is the answer that Net Angels needs to do to deal with the Jushin continuously pulling them away and back?
You either outrange her or you burst her down. It's like basic normal control mages, right? I mean, you'd really, technically you do have a little bit of self-heal once you get level 4, but hold up. Angelus, you're able to go for the heavy spin. Vanilla gets out with the enhanced sword. But yeah, it's all about trying to just poke her down before she can even deal that damage. And when you dive, you really got to try to chain CC her. Unfortunately, this composition, not really built to do that, right? Net Angels, and that's why you can see that the spacing is just perfect every time. Cool, can't lock you down. Cassie can't lock you down. She can go and deal a bit of damage, but now you can see that. Airborne brought back. Carrier's right there. Crash course, another knockup. It could have happened if there was the Terrify again. It happens, La La Land. Able to dash out? Whoa, yeah, just she got out.
She got out, and I'm wondering, you know, now that you see Cassie holding on to the ultimate, like, then does this allow her to also get the procs and then drag them back?
No.
I mean, this is not going to work the way that they probably want it to. And, you know, you're already seeing, I'm sure you guys, now that you've seen multiple games of Jushin, you're probably feeling like, man, that's a little bit of annoying. I'm trying to get away, but I just keep getting dragged back and forth from that. And so far for La La Land, she's just been having a great time. Again, it's constant.
Oh my god.
Who's gonna get real tired of this real fast?
I think she's already tired. She's gone airborne twice and now into the crash course. She's forced to flicker again. Now the shortcut comes down. The vengeance is enough. Ku's gonna be taken down. The final slash not connecting onto anyone. That's a penalty zone. Locking 3 members down. La La Land again still doing some damage. Angela's in the back line, able to find 2 on the heavy spin, pinning them down. Cassie very low, pops in a beacon, but gets dome on by Hybridy. Meanwhile, La La Land, she gets the value when she pops the beacon. Vanilla still able to escape with the lantern. The lantern flare again, always just there.
The lantern flare is just, that's the perfect way to put it, man. It's always there. Final slash? Again?
Look at that.
Okay. It's getting ridiculous. The flare is too
ridiculous.
much.
Look at this again! Knock her off her leg! Oh, man, that was brutal!
La La Land's making him dance, man. That's what she's doing. She's putting the flare there. She's pulling them back, pulling them everywhere.
I wouldn't call that a dance. You know, you're getting slammed to the ground.
Hey, you know what? It is. Look at this. This is an air dance. There you go. You're back. You want to run into the turret? No.
Nah.
Oh, man. This is tough for Net Angels because they have not had an answer to deal with La La Land. She's 4-0-1. We got to take a look at the items to fall into place for her. That's a golden staff now picked up for Aslan. Has that available, but man, you know, this is the thing. This is like, if you want to talk about the overall utility of this lineup, they're able to do that because of what they have. She's only got the Clock of Destiny, working on the next item here, and you know, with that already, this kind of lead, it's like you don't even want to be in lane. From what we've seen her being able to do in the mid lane early on, you don't want to fight against it.
See, the way you actually try to bully the Jushin in lane is, again, oh, hold up, final slash on the 2 members. Good enhanced chain to try to disengage there. And they will be able to do so, but look at Keria. Already rotating over, no turret there, so they can actually go for a good shortcut into the crash course. The lantern, man. Lala just putting the lantern in front of them. That in itself has zoned them away. Look at that, look at that. Oh, Q, no! Stay out of it!
Stay out of it. The light is bad. Don't follow the wishing lantern.
For once, don't follow the light.
Don't follow the light. Stay away from it. And, okay, mid lane, they're going to try to keep it together. They actually survived quite a bit down in the bottom. Cassie holding on to the heavy spin herself. And, you know, so this is back to it. Like, Sakoshi, at least Sakoshi's probably just hearing in all the comms. Like, stay away from the lantern.
Stay away, man. They're like
man.
vampires, you know. You cannot get, the light can't touch you. You have to run back.
The light, the lantern is lava.
The lantern is lava. Oh, the heavy spin actually got them out. Now the 2-man pin down.
What a pin down.
He's going to be brought back there. Good penalty zone to lock them down. That's exactly what they need. What a combo from Net Angels.
Sakoshi, the perfect, I mean, I was admiring the heavy spin, but then look at the setup they go, and that goes, oh, final slash.
That's a 1v4. We've seen this before from Hybridy on the CC. Not able to find Vanilla. Now stun down Sakoshi. She got the triple kill. She has a chance to go for the unofficial maniac. There's a flicker forward from Cassie. Straight into the sun. Hybridy able to get a few of those resets on the vengeance. She has the stacks properly down. She doesn't have the flicker. But it seems she wants to go for it. Vanilla puts down the field there of the chain to stop that from happening.
Hybridy just stopped them from taking Lord. You know, I mean, she went in with confidence. We're going to look at the STC replay. Look at this. This is perfect.
God.
Heavy spin,
Beautiful.
Great, but look what happens after.
Oh my goodness.
That was, if you're Beatrix as well, that's what you want right there, right in that pit. Oh, you can see, you know, of course, the frustration because they went in for that. They had a good lead and everything else. But man, talk about the clap back. The answer right there coming out from Net Angels, of course. But still, even after that happened, I still got to give it up. You know, Hybridy, she stopped them from taking the Lord after that. Just going in 1v4 with the final slash. And real quick, taking a look at the items, of course, falling into place once again. You know, at this point in the game, very crucial. You got the Genius Wand, Starlight Scythe already here for Vanilla. You got, whoa, flicker in.
And the shortcut, I don't know if you want to take this. It's Aslan in the front. Cassie able to space away from the lantern flare. There you go. DMG now going onto the Lord. Still first Lord though. Cool. Walking forward. That's a Curse Blast. Onto the back as well. Able to find the Curse of Blood there. Lying in the backside. Doing some damage. Trying to isolate them. Meanwhile, Hybridy going to be caught. Angelus able to find the heavy spin. Sakoshi flickering out now. Cutting them down slowly but surely. La La Land. Oh no, the lantern flare resists. Koshi's trying to go and stay out. No, she gets brought back again. It's a good shutdown. Cassie with the Terrify and the final slash, but Cassie needs to run away. Gets away. La La Land again with the flicker and the flare. Slowly but surely.
Slowly but surely. And no one's going to get the Lord off of that. It was a push and pull for both teams.
Uh-oh.
Oh, mid lane.
Playing. Flickers out. Has the Athena shield popped up there? Aslan just follows through with a few more spears.
Talk about this. And I don't know, man. Maybe this is the power of that utility lineup. The fact that they can go ahead, engage, disengage, re-engage, go back, and pull this off is the highlights of the fact that they have so many options to do that. And although they're going to keep Ku here at bay, no one's going to go for the Lord just yet.
Oh, that's a good curse of blood. Lala going to be very low. Penalties are not connecting though. Meanwhile, Hybridy getting the vengeance stacks now. Carry going to be taken down. That's a Mirror's Faction now as the shortcut gets deleted. Ku in the midst of it all still able to bait Aslan in with the Abyss Walker. Stepping out, Cassie again, going for the splash of damage, finding the double. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, they will go and not chase Aslan. They're forcing out the heavy spin. Angela's gonna be caught in the knockup, and again, a few shots down. Sakoshi with Nibiru takes her out.
It's just Aslan. Lord's gonna be started up. It's most likely gonna be taken. There's not much Aslan could do here. No Spirit of Destruction either, so that's gonna finally be the first Lord of this game after we've seen a whole-on team fight after team fight for this objective. Net Angels will go ahead and take the Lord here. Man, what a fight for that. And again, you know, as I was talking about the utility for DMG, it looks like even in that fight, you know, it almost kind of bit them in the behind there because of, oh, Aslan goes in with the Spirit of Destruction, goes bottom side too, yeah. But the turret's already gone, so they got that tier 1 down in the bottom lane. Ku, though, put some pressure. I'm not sure if they want to fight this. You see the rotations already happening too. Hybridy makes her way there. But Lord is spawned now. It's making its way down the top side, up the top side, working towards that turret. The eyes are set here on this mid lane as well. They need the space to work around. Net Angels, though, they might. Do they have the answer now for the Wishing Lantern?
At this point, right, for DreamHack Girls, they have still a lot of ways to clear the waves. They got a Moskov. They still have La La Land on the Jushin. Aslan taking the whole enhanced sight duration there. Force back Vanilla. Tried to go for the mobility. La La Land getting a little bit more, getting knock up as well. Onto Ku. Gonna go on the Lord. Ku still in the midst of it all. Now, right now, gonna be airborne. Caught in the pin as well. That's a good penalty zone into the Mirror's Passion. Straight into the beacon, still able to survive. Halang taken down, but so does Angelus. And they get another turret. Slowly but surely now, looking to go for the mid lane. Good enhanced sword to escape. Hybridy unable to go for that final slash. And now DMG, they are able still to... Oh, that was close. Yep. Almost connecting onto Ku.
Almost connecting there, but I would say for Net Angels, you know, they're going to have to do the work because if that Lord, what they were able to secure is any depiction, you know, DMG is going to make them work to get into the base. They hold on to the base turrets. Great for them. Items as well. They got 3 Radiant Armors over here to deal with some of that magic burst that we're seeing. Now, the question is, do they have enough to deal with the physical damage? Of course, now, because in this part of the game, Sakoshi, she's exactly on the path she needs to be. She has the BOD, Malefic Roar. She's got a little defense, too. She's even got, you know, a little magic defense to deal with La La Land, who's been shining with this Jushin pick. Interestingly enough, too, Cassie is holding on to the heavy spin. They might want to go ahead and set things up. Oh, boy.
Penalty zone now baiting out the heavy spin. Curse of Blood finding 4! Right there, La La Land pops to the beacon. The Mirror's Passion gets popped up, but look at the damage bouncing back and forth. Now the air bomb, bringing Vanilla back. Still great shutdown. La La Land putting the team on her back, but unfortunately, it's still so value for Net Angels. The flare almost catching Ku, but you saw the 4-man Curse of Blood. You saw how much damage the bounce kept on doing to the rest of the team.
Take them to the funhouse at that point. We're going to take a break here and have a Kit Kat while they figure things out. But man, even that last team fight that we saw there, Curse of Blood, pretty deadly, of course. And as I was talking about the Beatrix, and now that that's online, they got to be careful fighting into those like closed areas. Also, before we had this break, La La Land, great pull into the turret, but then she picks up her Wishing Lantern item. I don't know, maybe there's like a hidden passive when Jushin gets the Wishing Lantern.
It's her lantern.
It's her lantern. You know, maybe, and at this point, like,
does she have 2 lanterns? Can she do like 2 flares then with the Wishing Lantern?
Imagine if there was, I don't know, that'd be too strong.
That'll be broken.
That would be broken.
It's already kind of broken.
I was gonna say 1 lantern's enough, man. I would say at this point, it gets to the point though where you have a glowing wand plus the wishing lantern. It's really easy to get that proc off. So even if you just stand there for a little bit, not only are you worried about the stacks, but you're actually worried about the damage output, the throughput too, from La La Land. And that's why, again, you see, you know, some of these defensive magic items being picked up by Net Angels. And that's just kind of to help deal with that. Their best bet for Net Angels, if they want to go ahead and win this game and cap it out, it's to avoid that, avoid La La Land's potential to drag them onward, but just set things up the way we saw previously. If that's a penalty zone from Halang, do that and then get that Curse of Blood off from Ku. Ku's probably, you know, the early game was not fun for Ku. Ku was constantly in the air, getting pulled around. So you know what, if you can get one great Curse of Blood landed down on multiple members, that's gonna do wonders for them. She's even got the Athena shield for that extra magic defense. But also at this point, Lord is up. Feather of Heaven gonna get picked up by Vanilla. They're gonna go ahead and start up. Look how fast they're doing it.
Yeah, I don't know about this. They go up top right now. That's a good crash course and a shortcut as well, but I don't know if you want to go for it. Carrier gets bursted down. Vanilla capitalizing on it. They take the shortcut, but they're all split up. The Mirror's Passion all the way. They're taking all of the damage free. As with a Nature Abyssal step 2, but it's not going to be enough in the back line against 4. Now it's just La La Land. You can see Ku with the flicker forward, getting the stun down right now to La La Land. The gun down from Sakoshi. It can be chaotic. You can throw Ku around, but Sakoshi is free.
Sakoshi just pops off. And man, talk about a quick lore take, and then they win a very decisive fight. This might be it. Net Angels working on this mid turret.
You can see the corpses right there, the built up frustration as well. They were in the lead, but the Net Angels fly high here in game number 2. What an extremely phenomenal comeback. Started with that big combo, and then it all clicked. They're like, all right, let's keep on going for these combos. Let's keep on splitting the Jushin from the rest of the team.
Hey, it's like Leo Jonathan said. You know?
Leoman
Jonathan Green. He was like, you know, there's a whole lot of utility here, but your only damage is Aslan. And that's what that last fight was.
Exactly.
You can throw them everywhere. You can displace them everywhere.
Heavy spin.
Crash drag. Yeah, crash course. But man, talk about it. Like, what are you going to do after that, you know? And Aslan came into the fight and then gets just dragged into a gunfight with Sakoshi. Sakoshi popped off 6-1-9 she was. And, you know, it's just, that's the thing. Beatrix, like I said, hasn't popped up as much, but in situations like this, we have great setup potential, especially the Terizla pick, who has been, I don't know if he's, actually, I think Terizla's probably the highest picked hero right now. It works wonders here. So great execution.
Don't bring a spear to a gunfight.
That's right.
Marco does it.
Bring a lantern.
Bring a lantern. I don't even, the lantern did okay at the start of the game, but towards the end, yeah, it really came down to them just not having enough damage, not as much, and meanwhile, damage overload, really, for the side of Net Angels. Cassie was dealing damage, Sakoshi was dealing damage. Even Halang, she had a War Axe, so she was actually dealing quite a bit of damage as well with the penalty zone, with a few hammer swings.
Yep, it was all good and great here to see from Net Angels. But that's going to be it for On the Desk just for now. We're going to throw it over to the stage to hear from our hosts and our winners. Let's go ahead and hear what they have to say.
Thank you so much, guys. Now, earlier on, we have seen some ridiculous performances. Now, as I said, my favorite flavor of the jungles is now vanilla. Now, it is no wonder that Roger, someone called Dr. Sulaiman El
Let's
Habib.
go.
Absolutely crazy performance. And of course, we have vanilla right here beside us. Now, I know you have questions prepared for her, so you kickstart, Bar.
Well, thing is, seeing your performance, amazing job. I'm just curious to know, like, how did you readjust yourself to play for Net Angels?
Okay, because for Net Angels, they're a Burmese team, and then you're from Indonesia. So what do you have to change, you know, to communicate, you know, with them?
We always communicate with English, yeah, and we always training so much, and that is for today.
So it's like muscle memory already. Like you know, like how they're going to do their rotations, and then you know everything just works accordingly.
Totally. You know
Okay,
what I
I'm pretty
noticed
sure
as well? Like pretty much what happens is that it always comes down to the fact of how to communicate.
Yeah.
And it's using English as well as a form of communication, and going with that, it really forms this, I would say, sisterhood that takes place in the family. So
It
amazing
really
stuff.
is. And after a while, there's no like different languages. There's just
Right.
one MLM language like Lord, Turtle, Turret, you know? So it's pretty universal.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next question is, you know, being Indonesian, you know, the people to beat, the queens to beat is Team Vitality. So the fact that you're Indonesian, how are you going to approach this given what you know about the queens, Team Vitality?
We will try our best, and we will do all for win.
We're very excited as well, and it's no wonder, all right? Even though for game 2, you guys look like you're on the back seat, right? With DreamHack girls really causing a lot of chaos in the early game, you guys come back, and that proves why, you know, they have won the series with a 2-0 clean sweep. Now, we're gonna throw it back to the studio. Was this outcome something you guys thought would happen? Let's hear from you.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara, as well. And thank you to Vanilla with that interview. But oh, man. You know, before we give our flowers over to NA, obviously, for them being able to win that 2-0, I really just want to appreciate La La Land, right? Because for the most part, in the early stage, up until that mid-game, even, you know, getting closer to that late game, she caused so many problems. Because, in my opinion, of the fact that the composition that NA went, they were very combo-centric,
Yep.
right? And the choke slams, the displacements, that caused so many problems before they were able to get to that power spike.
It was problematic for Net Angels and hilarious for everyone watching. And I'm pretty sure this is how they envisioned a majority of their early to mid game. This is the game plan for DMX girls walking into game 2. Because it was close to going to a 1-1, right? Already, while watching this match, folks watching at home, Eterna and I were already calculating, okay, so this is for sure a tiebreaker, or, you know, if this goes 1-1, what are the odds for so-and-so? But, yeah, no matter how well DMXG did in the first 7 or 8 minutes, you gotta as well acknowledge the fact that Net Angels know how to get out of these situations. All it took was that one fight in their side of the jungle, in their purple, to turn things around. That, to me, was the creme de la creme of game 2.
So, Hein creme de la creme, right? That penalty zone into all the combos and the burst damage coming in from the Nibiru's Passion. Oh, that was peak.
Yeah.
That was like, okay, this might end up differently to what we were thinking that it might. So, with that being said, we're gonna crown our PlayStation MVP, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see, drum roll, please.
Sakoshi on the Beatrix. I'd say that moment was made possible by 3 different plays. And I'm not counting out the fact that everyone played in that moment, but we're going back to game 1 here. You're seeing moments from game 1. Sakoshi was the Beatrix in that turnaround fight. The one we're talking about. You'll see it in a moment, folks. But truthfully, the start was Cassie with the heavy spin, Vanilla with the knock-up, the full combo on the Julian, and then Sakoshi with the wipeout. That was, I'd say, it's accurate to say that if you want to beat Net Angels, you watch out for those 3, and then Hlang. Ku's a role player. Ku just do whatever you need her to do.
Yeah, she's very reliable. We've seen it time and time again.
This
after
moment.
The first game. This was when we were screaming backstage, and that was like really the big moment that everything turned around for them.
Colossal.
The start of the end.
I like that. And eventually, no matter how you flip it, and let me just make some space for our key here. No matter how you flip it and you think about it, it was going to come down to this, because unless, and it happened maybe once or twice, unless DreamHack Girls gets to Sakoshi on the Beatrix, it wasn't going to go well. Because again, their only real damage was Aslan. There were multiple damage dealers for our players in Net Angels. So with that said, it came down to the draft. I think the draft was something that they needed to work on too.
So they do still have one more match ahead of them. So let's hope that they have time to, repair, as we are going to throw over to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So before we get into the second match of Group C, or Group B? B. We're going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to MWI x EWC 2024. We have 4 matches done and dusted, but we still have 2 more to break it down. And this is it. Smart Omega Empress gonna be up next, ladies and gentlemen. Their debut on the stage at this MWI as being the powerhouse of the Philippines. It's gonna be tough composition, but a lot of things have happened so far, and unexpected things have also happened so far.
These are my Cebuana Palangas, which is in translation my Cebuana loves. They're from Cebu. It's another province in the Philippines that's far off from Manila. And it's amazing how, as a team now for about 2.5, 3 years in counting, they have been the almost singular dominant force in Filipino women's MLBB.
So let's see who they're going to be up against with the Dr. Sulaiman Al-Habib match of the day. We're going to see this Smart Omega Empress and Dreams Max girls. After losing 2-0, it is almost imperative for them to at least get 1 game. Is the math right?
Okay, if that's the case, if they won this, their hope is that maybe Net Angels get swept by Omega. Yeah. Yes.
So yes.
I think so. It's not over just yet. That's what I'm trying to say.
Because 2-0, earlier on, 1-1, still at 0. But then NA have to face Smart Omega Empress as well.
Imagine that. We're here figuring out the math, and these ladies have to do not just that, but as well face the Titan, the Colossus that is now decked in pink and that's pretty. I like the jersey that Smart hooked up the Empress squad with. It's pink and white. They have to deal with that after a crippling loss 2-0 to the Burmese squad.
That's why. So let's welcome them once again, ladies and gentlemen, as they're arriving here.
Hey.
Sponsored by Jamil Motorsport. And there it is. I really liked how Reptar put it earlier on when he was on the panel as well. He said, Indonesia has team vitality. The Philippines have Smart Omega Empress.
Oh, yeah. And not just. They have at the helm King Salman, a veteran of multiple MPLs, served in MPL PH, served in MPL MY, as well now the coach for Omega Empress. And I'm excited to see what they bring to the table now. It's been a while since we last saw them. They had a tournament or two, if I'm not mistaken, between the qualifier for MWI, C-Lab, and they never missed a beat. Like, if you're talking about just Philippines, right? Might even come close to a number 3 worldwide. That's who Smart Omega Empress is.
I mean, they put up a big fight. The last time we saw them was internationally was SPS, right? The qualifiers to MWI
That
were
was the right
Vega.
between.
Exactly. And they were also proving that time and time again. We've seen them over the course of the years, obviously, but the way that they've developed as a team, and they're definitely big contenders to be able to make it all the way, perhaps, in the grand finals.
Yeah, I got eyes on Keishi right now, given the way that the metagame has shifted. In prior years, it was very Amore-centric, and then after that, it was Shinoa. They're going to be doing a lot to challenge La La Land and the rest of DreamHack Girls, which I'm hoping, by the way, here in this matchup, it's not just La La Land working. That's got to be step 1.
So I'm actually curious to hear what the audience has to say about this match, right? Obviously, we've talked about it a little bit here. So what do you guys think? Don't forget to vote and put in your predictions to stcplay.gg as we are, ladies and gentlemen, preparing to get into the nitty-gritty. But we'll welcome the stage first.
Well, guys, welcome back again to the Amazon Arena. And عدنا إليكم من جديد. This will be another interesting match. How you feel about it?
It is indeed. Now, coming into this group, honestly, I didn't think that it would be so close. Even for the first game, even though it was a 2-0 win right here for Nat Angels. Honestly, when it comes to DreamHack Girls, they had a significant sign of life earlier for game 2. Yes, so we're very excited. Perhaps it was nerves. We can say that perhaps it was nerves and maybe they'll double down, but they're not doubling down on anyone. They're doubling down on the Philippines' best bet.
All right.
Yes, a full Cebu team all the way from Philippines, and this presenting to you is Smart Omega Empress. Now we're very excited, and the Filipinos in the crowd is buzzing too.
Oh, yes, they are.
We're feeling the energy, and you know, when it comes to Philippines, I've been in the M5s. They are absolutely insane, and they are rooting behind their empresses.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yes, Smart Omega Empresses. Now tell us a little bit more about who they're facing.
Oh man, they're gonna pretty much, they dream big and they play hard. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it right now for the DreamHack Girls. This will be a good one. Let's see if they can turn their dream into a victory. And I've seen what's happening even in the last match. You were like so next to the screen and all of that. I'm just learning, taking notes from you. It's like, oh, what's gonna happen next?
Yes, wait till you see this one. When it comes to Philippines, they have different strategies coming over to the land of Dawn. So, how will they fare? The Brazilian meta is going up against the Philippine metas. Let's take a look and hand our time over to the studio to break it down for us. Take it away, guys.
Let's go. ولعوها.
Thank you so much, guys, over at the stage, man. It's looking very interesting, right? Because as you guys were talking, we got a little look into Dreams Max girls, right? With how they're faring. We're looking at the emotions on their faces, and they are regrouping. 100% they're regrouping, right? They were all listening to La La Land earlier on, maybe with some input, maybe with some key ways to try and prepare for this next match.
Gotta reset.
Yeah.
As well as Coach Nadia, which was, by the way, heartbreaking at the first frame. When we first saw them, they're like, not so good. But now, seeing La La Land kind of, smile and encourage the teams to go back to zero, reset, hopefully that's enough. A lot on Aslan right now. We were just talking about how everyone has to start doing their part. I think Aslan, there was a lot of pressure on her game 1 and 2. She was the main damage source against Net Angels. Maybe this time put a little bit more on Angelis. I don't know. This might be something that Coach Salman, King Salman, just drives heavy on. They can start banning out the utilities and then say, now what?
Yeah, that was something that I was about to mention, right? What happens if you ban out the Kai? What happens if you ban out the Fredrin, the Baxias? What do you do then? Do you once again rely on Aslan for being that core source of damage? But with the Suxin being banned out, technically La La Land with her experience and her expertise, maybe she could carry on that core to help Aslan out in the game.
Yeah, she could rock like a Vexana. Put her on a Valentina, still open, by the way. And look at how DMXG is attacking Keishi. This is something I alluded to earlier on, prior to their entrance. It's Keishi's turn. It's Keishi's turn. Year after year after year, it started first with Amore, you first. Next, Ayanami when she debuted with the team. And then last year it was Shinoa, which I, by the way, dubbed as the most developed player in their team from year after year. Now, it's Keishi they're attacking in as well. Look at that. Mirai's signature Minotaur.
Yep, it gets taken off right away, but here the Ruby gets taken off the board as well. DMX now with first pick. A lot of people have found success. A lot of teams have found success on this side. So what do you think they're going to be prioritizing here?
Oh, that's the draft from earlier. There we go. I was going to say, Terizla's open, Harris open, Valentina's open, but they go with the Rizzler. So they're going to put that into the hands of Hybridi, which, by the way, signs of life from game number 2, right? Game number 1, Hybridi was almost unnecessarily aggressive. In game number 2, she definitely put her best foot forward. Now maybe she's heating up and she gets to pick up a solid hero. The answer from Omega Empress, of course, the Edith, still a solid flex, and they're not wasting any time. Keishi, pick up the Julian.
So you don't think that this Julian could be flex at all in this current meta?
You could say that, but I think the Julian is just so much more effective in the jungle because you could count in one hand the number of players who can play a Julian mid solid.
That's true. And Keishi's such a versatile player, right? When it comes down to it, she can pick up these kinds of heroes. She can pick up the assassins. She can pick up the junglers. And I'm wondering if at some point of our shift that we're gonna get more fighters in the jungle or something crazy like a Bane in the gold lane.
Hey, you said the B word. That's
I'm sorry.
Don't excite me too much.
I'm sorry.
But here's a B word that I think DMXG appreciates. It's still left open. The Baksha, right? So you put that into the hands of Angelis. It's a signature pick for her. And then, all right, you put Aslan on the Moskov again.
Okay.
Again, it works. They're relying on what they're comfortable with. But we don't know yet what is going to the hands of La La Land. So with that said, I'm not going to call it just yet. Like, yeah. I'm open to options.
But the Vexana gets taken here by Smart Omega Empress.
And then they're going to ban the Val!
So, let's think about it. Zuxin's banned out, Vexana taken. If Valentina gets banned here, what are our options? We've seen an Aurora being played yesterday. Is that a good source of damage that can aid Aslan?
I guess, but it's not the kind of hero you want to see on La La Land. It's a very one and done kind of hero. It's a very, okay, I'm ready or I'm not ready. I don't know if the Lilia, Nana,
Kagura?
She showed up a few times already in MWI. There's a hero we didn't see get banned out and we didn't call out to, the Lu Yi. All right, that's a La La Land hero. That's a hero that I think she would do well with, because again, the potential to just spam all the damage. But yeah, if the Val doesn't get banned out here, Omega Empress is ready to play with that. They're ready to open it up and counter it one way or another.
And that's definitely something that is a good pick, a good priority for DMX right now, right? Seeing as you have the Vexana on the other side, you also have the Edith on the other side, and there we go. Out the window, Valentina gets eliminated.
Fundamentally speaking, that was the right call.
So, what about DMX now? X-Borg eliminated. Is CC going to be next? It looks like they're trying to protect this Terizla, trying to give Terizla a better lane. Do you think Arlet maybe would be the choice?
Arlet and Pac. Those are the other XP laners that you want to lock out. And we don't even know really if this is going to be a XP lane or a roam Edith. So either way, Omega Empress can just, pivot. They can just switch it up, which is what makes such a red side pick solid. Like, you're still very flexible.
Claude. Claude is the answer now.
They're attacking Shinoa.
Okay.
Shinoa still has a carry. Shinoa still has a Harith. And I actually like the Harith. But that might be magic damage overload, so I would suggest stick to the carry.
Carry.
Yep. Especially of a Terizla and a Baksha. Yeah.
Okay, so Edith is going to be flexed into the EXP lane.
There it is.
That's for sure. And now with that flexibility now, DMX, they have to figure out a way to close it out. And again, we were talking so much about the mid lane, how to help Aslan in the gold lane as one of the core damage dealers.
Yep.
Nana, Aurora, Kagura.
Yep.
It couldn't be anything crazy like a Xavier. Zask is an option.
Zask, we haven't seen DMX girls pick up the Zask, yes. But we did see Zask a handful of times already in day one and today alone. But I don't think it's the right kind of damage. It is a slow DOT, it's a tick damage. This I like. I don't know how we forgot about good old Farsa. There she is. The blind birdie mage.
Carry. You called it.
There it is.
Shinoa pickup on the carry, but I understand the importance of that burst damage from DMX with the Farsa pickup, but this Farsa is going to have to deal in with so much CC and dive, right? You have the Julian, you also have the Lolita, you have the Vexana knockups.
And the Edith.
Earth Shatter.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
I like DMX's odds here. The fact that they adjusted and they're doing good homework to have coverage now compared to how dive heavy they were and very 4-1 from their first series. But let's not forget, this is still Smart Omega they're playing.
So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to throw it over to our casters for the opening game in this series. Let's have it.
What's up, guys? My name's Mirko. Key-Boy!
You mean Chi-Boy? No,
Chi-Boy.
Chi-Boy's not playing either, but...
Just kidding, guys. It's Trex here, along with Leo, jumping on the desk now for these last two... jumping on the desk for these last two series. It's been a long day. DreamHack Girls up against Smart Omega Empress. Now Naisu. DreamHack Girls on the edge right now, and it's been so sad. I love how Eterna put it. The longer you stay for these games, the more teams you have to see go home, and right now, they are on the edge. Can they compete against the Filipinos?
Well, I think so. I guess you hope that they made a quick enough adjustment from what they just went through in their previous match, of course, because... I know there wasn't like a format video for this, but this is also brutal and legendary, man. Like, I mean, the whole MWI format itself, quite interesting on how this has all been playing a part, especially now that we're nearly done with groups. And like they mentioned on the panel stand too, some of the information going out there, of course. I just want to say congratulations, C9. They made it through. You're feeling pretty good about it.
I'm feeling pretty good, but we're not here for that right now, Naisu. We're here for this pick that I want to point out right here. We got the Moskov. We also have the Farza in here. Two picks that haven't really been popular so far in the group stage, especially for me. It was so... Wait a second, a little bit of damage.
All the damage coming out, but as you were saying.
Yeah, the Moskov hasn't been a really popular pick in the MWI so far, which to me was kind of surprising because Moskov was hugely favored in MSC. He was a game changer throughout tournaments, but he can be risky, right? You really got to be able to know how to keep your distance. You got to know how to move. You got to know how to groove, and you got to be able to farm to get to that point where he can pop off. And with how aggressive some of these girl teams have been, it might not be the answer for that early game aggression that they want to bring. So DreamHack girls this time going for a bit more of a front-to-back classic utility jungle, and they have a lot of late game potential with the Farza and the Moskov, so let's see if they can pull it off.
Murray already go in, start the fight, but a penalty zone comes in from Hybrdy. They're gonna have to fight it off once again. Murray will flicker out. Still, Turtle for the taking here. A lot of ultimates expended. DreamHack girls once again with onward into the Earth Shatter, but Kyria gonna flicker out. Won't be enough though as Amore picks up a kill. First blood. Still, once again, Turtle will reset. Not sure if Hybrdy can actually keep them at bay, but that is going to be it. Keshi will go ahead and grab that turtle.
Omega Empress able to take a little bit of a lead here, almost 1,000 gold already. We're about to be 3 minutes in. Aslan holding his own though, and I think as long as Aslan can hold her own, things are possible for DreamHack. The game's still in their hands, and we're still early on. We have this, we have the Lolita pick. Here comes Anumi on.
Angelus, yeah, she's going to roll on out, so she's fine. Feathered Airstrike also from La La Land, but yeah, I think that's the point, you know? Aslan, she's got to go ahead and just farm up because she picked this also in the previous matchup that they had, and, you know, she has some good placements and positioning with the Moskov pick, but I think, you know, the work is still going to be there, especially with the lineup that they have. Hopefully she can land the proper Spear of Destructions. You know, that's part of it. You kind of have to be like an Olympic level spear thrower, javelin thrower when you lock in the Moskov here.
Long distance spears. I actually used to compete in that in high school.
Did you?
No. Let's look at these items though. Moskov falling a little bit below. In the jungle is something I want to point out here. Angelus keeping up right now with the Julian, and this is one of the few utility junglers that we actually see that's essentially still pretty viable, the Basha. And I think having the Farza as this more of backline, stable, feathered airstrike, you know, just stable damage dealer, very positional. It's going to be important to have this utility jungler that can kind of help out with Hybrdy.
Whoa. Look at the damage. Penalty zone are going to be used, luckily for the body of Smith. Hybrdy doesn't go down just yet. Feathered airstrike also. Keshi will go down, and now next on the chopping block, not Ayanami, but she gets taken out by Angelus. What a response from DMG.
Beautiful response. I mean, Smart Omega Empress felt like they had it. They are going to be able to get a lot of gold plating here, possibly a tower, but still DreamHack girls showing that maybe they were just, maybe they were just getting some of the rust off in the last series. They're showing that they do still have some mechanics, some things to play. Aslan getting some gold plating for himself in the mid side, and the rest of DMX sitting here helping out.
Okay. Again, if it wasn't for that passive with the Therese of the body of Smith, Hybrdy would have gone down, but this flips things in their favor, at least for now. A little bit of momentum to work with. Onward in, they go in, and now once again, Carrier going to be taken out now. Hybrdy, Angelus will go ahead and get the turtle. They're on the retreat here. Keisha also there, but the damage just isn't enough. Murray going to jump in, gets the stun on La La Land, and Primal Wrath already going to be used as well, but not Ayanami might be in trouble here. Two tanks unleashing on her, but she gets back into the form and she'll be all right. So once again, 1-1 for the objectives here, the Turtles for both teams.
2-2 in kills, 1-1 in objectives. It's feeling pretty even. Smart Omega Empress, they are holding a little bit of a gold lead, but still the game could go either way. Now, I do want to say, the longer this game goes, I do feel like DreamHack girls start to gain maybe a little bit of momentum, a little bit of an advantage, especially with the Moskov. Yes, Smart Omega Empress does have a lot of late game potential having this carry, but I think after time, the Julian will start to become a little less effective. We'll start to become a little more of a CC utility than exactly just straight burst damage. Something that Smart Omega does have going for him, we just saw a little bit of it from Mireille, was that Numion Blast. We even saw a little bit of a sidestep there, a little bit of that flicker to make sure we get the stun in. Taking a look at some of these items right now. Julian has the wand in, able to start stacking up, get more penetration on the other side of the jungle. We have we have a little bit of burn. We have the Radiant Armor, a little bit of defense to help especially deal with the Edith whenever the primal form comes in. So a little bit of possibilities though.
Oh, and talk about the burst. Spirit of Destruction going to be used. Aslan joins the fight in the mid lane. Now Yanomami will go down, and now Eternal Guard going to be dropped. But Keishi gets out. Man, the battle, once again, Murray could be left alone. She's fine, though, quite tanky. And as you were talking about the items, I think she is going with Flask of the Oasis first item, helping out with the shields, of course, for the team. Turtle's going to spawn, though, third one now for the game, but that top turret will be taken out by Hybrid.
You know what I just noticed? The lettering for DreamHack, it's DMX, man. Are you a DMX fan? Rough Riders?
Rough Riders?
Rough Riders. And they're going to try to ride on through, try to get this dub. And they're actually, I feel like after seeing some of the moments of the last series, DreamHack girls are definitely stepping up their game. We knew that La La Land was going to perform, but now the rest of the team is starting to perform. It feels like the whole team is actually working as a team this time and keeping up with the Pinoys, with the Philippines, with Smart Omega Empress, a favorite, but here we go.
Look at the damage. Once again, Keria has no time to even pop the implosion. She's just deleted. And again, this is the interaction with that Julian pick. Already able to just burst people down. Turtle secured here for Smart Omega Empress. And once again, they'll make their way now down the bottom side, looking to get these turrets down, because you already saw, you know, DreamHack girls are doing a pretty good job through the macro level, putting pressure on these side lanes, putting pressure even on that tier 2 turret. They got a little bit of damage up here on the top side, so Omega Empress is going to have to deal with kind of keeping that under control, of course, you know, at this point. But so far, the fact that they've been able to get these objectives, they get themselves a very minor lead ahead. But this is where the items also start to fall in place, you know, once we get to that mid-game.
Yeah, Glowing Wand just gets secured for Shanoa. It's going to be huge. Start making sure that passive gets procced quicker and quicker and quicker. And look at Shanoa even. I love the movement across the map now.
Oh, wow. What a throw. I'm not sure if Shanoa is going to be able to escape. Aslan will go ahead and get a kill, and now fighting off with not Aniyami. With the rest of the team going to try to get here in time. Aslan running for her life, but she will get taken down by Amore. And now Neural Blast charged up, finds a couple of targets. Amore trying to stay alive, but Angelus will pick up the kill. Eternal Guard there on the front side, but they've lost the damage. But hold on, Keshi looking for another possible. We'll find Hybridy. And that's a pickup once again. Smart Omega Empress still going for more onward into the air shadow, but the feathered airstrike enough to cover down the line. Murray will fall, and now it's Angelus. A bloodbath here on the top side.
So I think that ends up an even 3 for 3. I think it ends up an even 3 for 3 overall. That was a long fight. Aslan with, as you said, the Olympic throw spear to help at least secure the kill and
She's got an arm.
down Shanoa. She definitely has an arm. And speaking of the marksman, let's take a look at some of these items. Shanoa already has, we got Golden Staff, we have Corrosion Scythe, and it looks like we're going into a possible Rose Gold a little bit early on maybe, or at least building the first half of it, and then maybe switching over to DHS. Kind of depends, but building the first half is still, you get a little bit of a passive there, you get that little bit of shield, gives you a little bit of sustainability, but Aslan...
Oh no, Aslan, Numenor Blast already going to be dropped down, and there's too many light wheels as Aslan will fall. Great decisive decision, pick off there in the bottom side. They're going to get the turret too, and in mid lane, Turtle Guard already dropped down, and Keria has not been able to pop the implosion multiple times at this point. She's struggling on this pick.
You know, Smart Omega right now, following the typical go-to of what you see in so many great Filipino teams. We don't have to win early on. We can wait for that first Lord. We can wait till that big mid-game 8 to 10 minute spike and then pop off. And as DreamHack girls, the game starts to move on. They seem to be a bit more spread apart. They seem to be a bit more prone to getting picked off. And Smart Omega was just getting started in the beginning, and now we're starting to see them kind of catch that groove. They've got a Lord. They found a couple extra kills. They've taken about a 3K gold lead. DHS finally locked in for Shanoa. So yes, just built the first half of the Rose Gold to get the passive, be a bit more sustainable, and then finishes out DHS. An interesting item build that you don't see all the time, but definitely is going to work out, especially on a carry who wants to get up close and personal, who wants to be ready to fight.
Not only that, but also you have the advantage of, you know, relying on this Lolita to kind of set things up for you with the Numenor Blast. You, of course, have the shields in consideration, too. So there's a lot to kind of play around with. And right now, they're going to march in with this Lord. It's top side. Winner's Crown also picked up here. They might try to push in for more. Keria, if this is her time, it's time to get an implosion, to set things up. Aslan also picks up the DHS. The shields will be popped. The turrets still stand, though. Right now, Smart Omega Empress still looking to set their eyes possibly on that tier 2 in the bottom side.
All right, so 4.2k gold lead. Smart Omega still not rushing it, playing it patient. They got the Lord push. Should easily be able to take this unless DreamHack Girls really want to try to force it. But look at Shanoa just shredding. Just a couple more hits, should be gone. Taking a lot of shots to the face from Aslan, though. The passive getting through, definitely even still doing damage without the direct hits. Back to these items. We've covered on these gold laners. Tanks, Flask of Oasis is locked in for Murray now. Oracle as well. Shanoa just finished out the Rose Gold Meteor. Wondering what the last item is going to be. If it's going to be maybe something defensive like the Immortality. Do you go for Wind of Nature? You know, something along those lines. Something to, you know, the juggling item, right? Yeah. In terms of jungler, Winter Crown just locked in for Keshi. It's going to make him even more sustainable, even more possible to go for these dives. So now the Smart Omega has starting to get that balance with aggressiveness and sustainability. It's going to become even more of a problem for DreamHack Girls.
Ooh, Genius Wand also picked up here by Amore. So she's going to be able to provide a lot, even if it's just, all right, we dropped the Eternal Guard down. That can help, especially with Keshi. You can see the damage potential already. You know, this is the thing we've been seeing so far. Whenever Julian's locked in, the damage is great alone, but once you start to pair it up with a mid lane that either or picks up that Genius Wand and gets that magic resistance down, that's where you see these burst potentials. And that's why, again, Keria, she hasn't been able to pop up any game-changing or team fight-changing implosion ultimates with this Tigreal pick. Right now, Conceal going to be used. They don't spawn anything, though. Interesting.
I think it's just to get some ground, right? Just to maybe claim back a little bit of land. Just try to figure out exactly where they are. DreamHack Girls also not like overreaching. Some of the problems in the previous games you guys said was, you know, trying to pick too many fights all the time. And this time they are kind of taking a bit slow. And I think having La La Land on the Farza gives them some range.
Oh, there's Keria. Goes in with the implosion, finds multiple members as Keshi will fall. A double kill for Hybridy. And now under the turret, Shanoa's taken care of too. DreamHack Girls are changing it around, turning it around. And they will keep Smart Omega Empress at bay. This is their time to take the Lord, take the objective. But can Murray and not Ayanami do anything about it? It looks like they can't. A massive swing here for DreamHack Girls.
A massive swing, a massive play, and a massive implosion at that. Let's take a look at the replay. A beautiful flicker, and what's his name gets pulled in, and then the combo with the penalty zone. Shanoa coming in as well, trying to do something, but instantly deleted from La La Land. They find that one play, and there goes where the aggression pays off.
She's like, yes.
She's like, I risked it for the biscuit, and it paid off, Naisu. It paid off.
You know, that was a sigh of relief because Keria, like I said, man, most of the game, she has been struggling to get that implosion off. And that's exactly what she was able to manage there. And that, you know, that alone brings them into this position where they're controlling things now. You know, they pretty much evened out the game. Even if you look at the gold, it's relatively just an even ball game at this point. Lord is top side now, so it's up to Smart Omega Empress to actually defend this with, you know, the fact that they've been controlling the majority of this game. All the items that they have locked in, obviously, are going to help them clear this out pretty quickly. So we'll see what DreamHack Girls decides to do. Do they actually push this in, put the pressure on Smart Omega Empress? Lord's still half the health here. It's going to be worked on. Feathered Airstrike comes down to forcing Shanoa back under half health. Even with that, the mid lane turret also going to be taken down. Still up for now, a couple hits away. Lord finally goes down. Numeral Blast will be charged up, but won't be committed. They lose that mid turret.
DreamHack Girls take the first inhibitor of this best of two. 9-10 gold lead, not too far ahead, just about 1,000 gold. Smart Omega Empress definitely still in the game, but we're starting to see the scaling of Aslan. We're starting to see the scaling of La La Land. And at this point, like I said, Keshi not as valuable of a piece on the Julian. What's going to be important for Smart Omega is they're not going to be able to just brute force this anymore. They have to find the big set just like Kira did. They have to find that big Numeon Blast or that big Earthshaker, something that can buy them just enough time that Shanoa can unload, something that can buy just enough time that Amore can unload. So let's see if they can pull this off. They're going to go back to just taking buffs. Things all back to a standstill. DreamHack's girls not trying to rush things. They stall the lanes. They move back, get their own jungle. And at this point, it feels kind of like a tied game.
I think if you look at, how the course of this game, the trajectory, if you will, for DreamHack's girls, they're happy with what they've managed to get to this point. 16 minutes in, they're at even footing. Looking at the items too, they're exactly where they want to be. Some of these last items locked in. Also, a little more tanky items, especially for Hybridy and Ikaria, because they have to replicate, they have to emulate what they just did. Going into the next objectives, we're 15 seconds away from that Lord coming up here, and that's why you have both teams, especially for Smart Omega Empress, kind of taking that step back, recalculating things, making sure that there is no pick off here. They want to go full force and fight this one out. Now, the advantage that DreamHack's girls has is, they can keep Aslan in the side lane. She can actually just go ahead and push in and, join the fight if she lands that Spirit of Destruction. And that's the thing. Anytime it's a Lord dance, a Lord take, it's easier to get that Spirit landed. But it looks like she's just going to make her way here for this Lord.
And a beautiful macro play. They push in the top lane. Down comes the Feathered Airstrike. A little bit of action.
A little bit of action. Flicker already used. Keria doesn't have it this time. They had to clear the wave too, holding on to that top turret just barely. Wow, look at that damage again. So it looks like, even for DreamHack's girls, they're like, yeah, maybe we won't push this one just yet. Let's see what else we can find here.
I think losing that Feathered Airstrike that early was a bit of a misplay, kind of. Maybe they thought the real fight was going to happen, but Smart Omega Empress does a great job of just backing off, but still keeping vision, still letting them know, yeah, we're here just watching from outside the Feathered Airstrike. We're ready to jump in on this Lord Pit at any moment. DreamHack's girls knows they don't have a huge lead. Smart Omega knows that they don't have a huge lead. Even though they've taken a little bit of extra gold here, still it is not game-changing, but the big problem that's going to be for Smart Omega is that long lane up top, and Aslan is playing it so well. The macro, and it's like, who do they really send up there? I don't know if Amore is the right choice, because that's a slow mage to have to run back and forth.
Yeah, she's got to do the beauty pageant walk back to the Lord Pit pretty much, at this point. But she's clearing the waves. They're keeping it under control. They know part of it too for Smart Omega Empress. They can let, DreamHack's girls take this Lord, let it start up. It looks like they're just going to keep Aslan here, to go ahead and bring it down at least below half.
This is making me nervous right here. Everyone's sitting in the bush. It is a standoff right now. Aslan, I think, was hoping that he could bait, or hoping she could bait something out there, chipping away at the Lord a bit. But watch for Keshi. Watch for the possible steal here.
Okay, resets once again. Aslan's going to get this. We've seen this. This is like the new
the Tango.
Yeah, this is the new evolved Lord Dance. What do we call it? The Tango?
The Tango. And you know who Tango's the best, right?
Ooh.
The Latin Americans.
That's true. That's true. If you want to learn, head on over there. Because right now it's just, that's what it is. Smart Omega Empress, they have something in mind as well, and it could just be a surprise play, a surprise pickoff. We always have to consider the situations of having conceals and playing the part, because Keria is also going to be trying to do that herself. And so with this, once again, you're going to see Aslan go ahead and make her move on the top side of these side lanes, putting the pressure there, forcing Amore to pretty much answer the call. Someone's got to answer the wave push, and that's the advantage of even just having that one base turret down in the mid lane that they can work around. But still, it's a stalemate for now, Trex.
Man, this game is bringing me back. It's making me feel good inside, because right now it's a slow. I mean, it's a bit of a slow pace right now.
It's bringing you back.
It's bringing me back to the longer games, the good old days.
Hey, we did a 30-minute game earlier.
You did, and it was definitely hype. But that's what we're getting right now. Neither team is rushing. Both are very patient. DreamHack's girls playing the macro game. Smart Omega answering back with the macro game. It's not just two teams crashing for a Lord, seeing who comes out on top of the coin flip. I like it. I like the way both these teams are playing right now. Taking a look at some of these items, we did see Shanoa lock in the Wind of Nature. Expect some possible item juggling there. Some possibilities. On the side of Aslan, Aslan does not go for a super defensive item. It's just a gold meteor, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I saw Wind of Nature or an Immortality in there, anything like that. So a bit more aggressive there. That could be the thing that changes the tide for either direction.
Keep an eye. Keria, placement she's in. Once again, conceal play can be used. And there it is. Conceal already going to be used. Ice set goes in with the implosion. Going to find Keshi. Keshi taken out.
That's huge.
And now Shanoa trying to run for her life. Pops the Wind of Nature. Lord still a quarter of the health down. They could just take it. DMX is going to go ahead and start it up, and now they get the Lord Aslan. What a play, what a decision, and a shot call from Keria.
This is how you tango. This is how you dance. DMX
that was a
showing up. That was a dance. That was a beautiful dance. But remember, the Pinoys created the Lord dance, and this is definitely not over just yet. A Lord is coming down. They still have Shanoa on the field. Let's take a look at that, though. Kira with some beautiful positioning in that side bush, hits the conceal play, comes in and finds the perfect target. Look at that smile. I love the reaction, and you said it. She was having some problems hitting those sets. Well, now she's on fire.
She's on fire, and now the base could possibly be on fire here for Smart Omega Empress. They have to clear out the Lord. The bottom turret's going to fall, and that one hit away from the top. Feathered Airstrike already going to be dropped as well. Trying to clear out the Lord, trying to manage these minions the best they can, and so far the base will be fully exposed. They want to fight back. They find Aslan. Numinum Blast can be used too. They still have to work through the immortality, but Hybrid goes in once again with the penalty zone. She might just be the sacrifice to keep them alive. The base being worked on, supercharged minions through. They got to clear these out, manage the waves, but they got two from DMX.
Smart Omega Empress, don't lose it all that easy. In just a moment, a game could have turned around. If those minions weren't on the base and Smart Omega had the opportunity to chase down DreamHack girls, it could have possibly been GG's. And even now, they're going to try to rush things down. It's a 5v3, Naisu.
They still got 30 seconds on Hybrid. Aslan up in 20. They're going to run it down the mid lane. Keria once again, Feathered Airstrike. Keria goes in with the implosion. Going to find a couple members, but Numinum Blast going to stop her in the tracks. Immortality will be popped as she goes down next. Eternal Guard already going to be worked on, but Smart Omega, they're looking to close out the game, but they don't have the minions just yet. Still, Aslan's back up. Hybrid just around the corner. That might be all they can get for Smart Omega Empress.
Okay, 23 minutes on the dot. We got us a game. Inhibitor down in the mid side for DMX. 3 inhibitors down for Smart Omega. Lord up in 50 seconds. Taking a look at the items. At this point, everyone is maxed out. The only one that needs one more is going to be Kara. I'm guessing we're going into a... what's it called? Magic Defense Shield. Athena Shield. Shield. I had the shield down.
Yeah, you had it.
Guessing we're going into an Athena Shield. Gonna help with some of that burst damage. Already have the Radiance Armor to stack it on top. We got the Blade Armor, but at this point, it does feel like Kira, even with any defensive items Kira brings, Shanoa's gonna shred through. Yeah. So Kira has to make sure that all counts. Just like she did the past 2 times, she has to make sure that implosion matters. And if Kira messes it up, it could spell GG's, right? Because you're kind of all in at that point. You go in, you pop the implosion, you're just a standing target at that point. So if Kira goes in and messes it up, that could be the end, because we're talking 70-second death counters at this point. We're talking a long wait till your tank is back on the field. So a lot of it could come down to this Lord. One of the advantages for DMX, though, is going to be that long lane once again. They have the stronger minions there because the inhibitor down for Smart Omega Empress, and they have Aslan consistently checking in on it.
Yeah, fully exposed base is the advantage that Dream Max Girls have. Again, still going to be used. They go in, crash into the mid lane, penalty zone. Going to find multiple targets. Numinum Blast to answer it through. A couple knockups more, and then the Eternal Guard is there on the front side. Kashi will be able to survive as they find a kill on Hybrid. And that might be enough. A numbers advantage for Smart Omega Empress, but still, Dream Max Girls are in position to make this a tough one to grab.
Yeah, with 55 seconds on the clock for Hybrid, Smart Omega Empress might try to close it up. The thing is they know that DreamX Girls still have a Retribution on the field, and they're not rushing it. And Kashi actually had to go back up to clear that wave. So I'm wondering, does this give enough time for DreamX Girls and minions back on the base? That's going to be such a tough thing to answer. And Kashi's like, do I go back? Do I go back to the Lord? I don't know which way to go. It's definitely becoming a problem for Smart Omega Empress. I think at this point you just commit to the Lord.
Looks like they're going to do just that, even though they take quite a bit of damage from the Lord themselves. Looks like the ladies want to take it slowly here. They don't want to overly commit. Even though there's a flicker not available for Keria, she's still going to put the pressure on them and make them second guess this. The one thing you have to watch out for too is where Aslan lands her spear. And Smart Omega Empress knows this. Concealed play going to be used. They're going to go ahead and find anyone they can. It's going to be Angelus, the one they go. Still have to get through that. Mortality Implosion comes down. Eternal Guard there too. Spirit Destruction. She's not going to follow it up just yet. They get the stun out on Keria. They're chasing her down. They'll find the kill. Shinoa as well backs off, picks up the Wind of Nature, takes some magic damage. La La Land will pick up and clean up the kill.
La 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 Land comes in to even the scoreboard. Kier was down. I thought it was over at that point. You start losing members this late in the game, and like I said, it is trouble, but taking out the marksman for a tank, it is a beautiful trade, and still minions continuously crashing at the base, forcing this from being a 4v4 to a 4v3 or a 4v2.
Oh, this is so tough. They might actually just lose the base there. They're still working on it. The minions have to be cleared.
He's going in, he's going in.
Aslan takes the lead and goes in with the spear and will win the game.
DMX, stop, drop, roll. They're coming in, they take the dub after taking a 2-0 sweep earlier on, take out Smart Omega Empress. But if we know the Filipinos, they're gonna be coming back strong in game number 2, but we gotta give it up to DreamHack Girls right now, because like we said throughout all of group stage, you take a big loss and you either come back weaker or you come back stronger, and today they came back stronger.
Man, what a ending that was. Thought we were gonna see the tango a little bit longer, but you know, Aslan's just like, nope, not happening. And that's hard, man. I mean, that's the thing with this lineup that Smart Omega Empress had. You gotta manage those waves, and that was tough.
All right, that's gonna be it for me and Naisu for that game. Let's send it over to our experts.
Thank you so much, Mirko. Thank you for the casters earlier on. Wow, I'm impressed, right? I mean, DMX, they understand the risk that they are in right now, especially when they lost against NA earlier on before, and they understand that even one game is going to matter, and they won in such a dramatic fashion.
All right, listen up, Renmar. Multiple times in this almost 30-minute bout, Smart Omega Empress were playing very un-Omega Empress. And I don't blame them. Number one, DreamHack Girls, they picked up on the fact that La La Land can't do this alone. That's why Keria stepped up. That's why Aslan stepped up. Hybridy put herself in harm's way multiple times. Angelus was always up to step up and swing. That being said, 26 minutes, 44 seconds, I'd say the first 15, it was all fighting. And at some point, Smart Omega Empress said, you know what, let's just go for pickoffs. When they started to go for pickoffs, that's when Keria went into straight up menace mode. She started taking up all these little bushes and they're just jumping in. Whenever Keria gets her flicker off a cooldown, and you see that she has the implosion on, best believe at least 2 members of Omega are dying. And that is hard to pull off consistently. I think I remember you off broadcast saying, there's no way Keria gets this done again.
No way.
No
right?
way Omega Emperor's gonna fall for it again. But they don't have to. It's because constantly, especially past the 20-minute mark, DreamHack Girls cross the threshold, the point of no return. They were able to clear out the base of inhibitors and put Smart Omega Empress into a very uncomfortable position, wherein we can't fight fully. We have to check all the bushes, and we have to count resources. And I think if you get 2 of those checked off, what happens. They can't defend their base. They have to watch out for where minions are coming from, and the map suddenly turns into a 6th member of DMX.
I agree. There were just so many things that they had to consider, right? With so many things happening all at once, it really put them to the test. 26 minutes. You even said, I mean, this has got to be the longest game. The longest game was earlier against VSG and Xeno Lilies, but this came really close, right?
It felt super long.
To put a team like Smart Omega Empress and push them to their limits, to make them die over because of the MVP minions, the Winions. See, that's not something that we see quite often. So the PlayStation MVP, it goes to La La Land, right? Because there was a certain engage that happened where they had to lose 1 member, right? I think they lost Tigreal at that point.
Keria.
And then we were like, okay, no, this is definitely Smart Omega Empress. Smart Omega Empress can definitely take this. But then La La Land came in and she's like, nope, let's take Shinoa down with us.
Yep, let's clean house. And again, there were several voices in my head and next to me, that being yours, saying, I don't like this Farsa. But hey, look, it's what they needed. They needed burst. Imagine if this was a Zask or a Lilia or something else that took a while to damage, like an Eve. I'm still getting goosebumps. I still remember Eve from a week ago. But you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, this is what they needed. They gave the go signal to La La Land to both play a setup and a payoff MVP, which means in the early game, she put up a solid zone. In the late game, she was such a solid burst mage that even Shinoa couldn't walk away. I think you're right. That was the nail in the coffin. When Shinoa died and traded out for carrier hybridy, that's a losing trade.
You have a bird.
Oh, that's Varys. It's her one true love. That's Farosa's one true love.
Aw.
Yeah.
It wasn't so romantic for Smart Omega Empress though.
No. It was romantic though, the moment wherein there you go, Carrie just sighed a sigh of relief. She was so happy.
Yeah.
And all of Latam was like smiling with her.
And you could even see like La La Land, she was already so, so intense. There were so many moments where the camera panned onto her and then she does that because she herself, she was so happy with this. She understands the risk. The entire team understands the risk. So the plays made by all the 5 members of this team, you can even see them celebrating. But even though it's not over, because I think we were doing the math and every game counts at this point if they still want to make it to the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. That is how risky this group has actually been.
Yeah, ideally, DreamHack Girls is looking to sweep Smart Omega Empress. And at the beginning, we said this was as good as a Dana and Goliath Fest matchup. But no, apparently you could out-tempo and force out a flow from Smart Omega that they're not ready for. So now we're just one game away from Smart Omega going to -2 and DreamHack Girls going to 0.
And before that, we are going to have a little bit of a background story, maybe interview with Reptar. So we'll take to that before we get into the second game of the series.
Hey, Renmar here. I'm currently with Keishi, the jungler for Omega Empress. Now, Keishi, you've had a lot of experience playing on-site, but now you're so far from home. Ang layo mo sa Pilipinas. You're far from the Philippines. How are you feeling?
Actually, okay lang po kasi mas gusto ko po yung on-site and makapag-explore sa ibang bansa. Mas gusto ko yun.
Yeah, so she said that she actually prefers the LAN setup and is very happy being in a different country, being able to explore. Now, we already know a couple of the knockouts teams. If ever your team makes it to the knockout stage, who do you want to face and why?
I want to face the Indonesian team and also other countries. Anyone would do.
Oh, anyone. So for you, it's just like, bring on anyone.
Yeah.
All right, so it's all good for Keishi. So one thing I'm curious about, is there someone who inspired you and motivated you to become an MLBB pro?
Actually, no one because I just got bored and it's a trend. So I joined. Yeah, it's a trend.
So you picked up the game, you were bored one day and said, I think I can become a professional.
Yes.
Yeah, but here you are now, here in Riyadh, and you've made it so far. So thank you so much, Keishi. Good luck to Smart Omega Empress. One real quick though, what's your message for the Filipino fans and the fans of Omega Empress? You can do it in Tagalog if you want.
Thank you po sa mga sumusuporta sa amin and sana suportahan nyo pa rin kami kahit ano man maging result ng laban namin. Yan lang.
Alright, maraming salamat, Keishi.
Salamat Reptar. Salamat means thank you, right?
Yes.
Salamat Reptar Po. Do I say Po Reptar or Reptar Po?
Salamat Po Reptar.
Po Reptar and
At
Keishi
Keishi.
Po?
At Keishi.
At Keishi.
Yeah, at his end.
Oh, it's different. Oh, at his end. So at Keishi Po?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. I understand her, right? Being in an offline event, you guys get to, meet new people and, experience different languages and cultures. So I hope when we come back next time, I'm fluent in Tagalog.
We'll work on it. To be fair, it is funny, but just the same charming to hear that her dream come true was a product of just being bored and trying out a game, and I guess slowly and surely falling in love with it and excelling. That's admirable.
How did you start being a caster?
Good question. crippling debt and the fear of being unemployed.
Anyway, one game away, ladies and gentlemen, for Smart Omega, the tournament, one of the tournament favorites, right? The tournament favorites for, of course, certain regions.
A single win alone is an upset.
They're -1.
A lot of fans watching, a lot of pundits, analysts, even our own very talented casters, Mirko and Naisu, they said that, hey, no matter how far behind Smart Omega is, it could always just be the old Filipino rope-a-dope, right? It could be the macro play, the comeback, and there were signs of that. But you push him to a point wherein, again, I gotta go back to it, the map is against you. That's just fundamentals. Like, you can't... Crazy enough that an Edith and a Vexana could not clear it fast enough from such huge minions. Coming from all three waves. That's a nightmare.
I don't think they expected that either, right?
Me neither. I was just looking at it and then, how is it going so fast?
We were like, what? No, not the minions. Oh man. But Smart Omega Empress, they also need to reset. But from that interview, we see that Keishi, she's also very confident with this, right?
Which is to the fear and I would very much deserve this if you guys throw flack at me. The celebration that DMX girls threw out, that was such a release. That was so emotionally charged. They were so happy. I was happy for them, right? And then you see Smart Omega Empress almost robot-like. This is just another day at work for them. Because again, just comparing the experience and what these two teams have gone through, I think Smart Omega Empress knows exactly what they gotta do. And they understood how they lost, and I have hopes that they know how to address that immediately.
They should. They should, right? I mean, they've been together since 2023.
3 years now.
Because I think were there any changes to the roster?
They were under a team prior that was based in Cebu, Central Philippines, since 2021. LVD Huntress they were. And then they had a few changes. I think this is when Ayanami came in, like late 2022. But yeah, they've been a team for the better part of 3 years now. Yeah.
So
3 years. You believe that? 3 years.
Can you imagine?
I don't know what I was doing. I look at pictures from me 3 years back, like that's who is this person?
Did you have the beard? I don't. This is a new look, right?
I had the beard. I had hair.
Oh,
different person.
You still have hair.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Don't count your hair out, man. It's all good.
It's not what you got, it's how you use it.
Mindset. And it's also mindset, ladies and gentlemen, to put these women and to pull these women through, these queens through the next game in this best of 2 series as we get into the drafting phase. DMX on the same side once again.
Angelus dancing? Angelus just vibing. I love it.
That's good, right? The morale, they need it. So now Ling, Roger taken out. We have Juicin taken out as well. Are we gonna see similar bands coming through? Because so far it's the same.
Yeah, I'd reckon you don't try to block out La La Land. I think it's a losing battle to choke out La La Land's hero pool. She's proven herself to be a threat. That even if you do take out the Valentina, you take out the Lo Yi, you take out the Jushin, maybe even the Vexana, like if it has to come down to it that you have Amore play that Julian, which was an option for them earlier. Just don't. Just let that be. So now maybe I'd say stick to, yes, number 1, choke out Angelus. That's step 1. Step number 2 is the maybe in-game. This is more of an in-game tip. Don't fight him early game. Let him come to you. Let him tempo out into the mid. And then play that clean Filipino style, close it out macro-wise, end it quick.
What do you think about this Edith band, though?
It's solid. I think Ayanami...
the first phase?
Ayanami earlier did such a great job.
Moskov now. I would expect, understanding and like we've been talking about all these factors from DMX, but I think one of the main pillars to their success was Tigreal.
Keria.
Do you think they're gonna let it go again?
I don't think it's a priority to block it out or steal it. I'd say still stick to the metagame. And they could have played around the Tigreal better. To be honest, you could play Tigreal 2 ways. Number 1, let it come to you. The other is to be afraid of it. I don't think they should do the latter. They had a purify earlier. I just don't think they were ready for what came after the implosion. So it's more of what came after, not the Tigreal itself.
Okay. I mean, so far it's sticking true, right? Ruby now. Valentina, once again. Roger is banned out. Harith is still an option. And last time around, Omega Empress picked up the Julian in the first phase.
Yeah, that
And
might
technically...
that might have come too soon.
Hmm.
A little Haya was still open.
Okay.
I like the Valentina though. The Valentina here being an early pickup is much more to my tempo than the early Vexana earlier. You remember like the Vexana came in first phase too?
Yeah.
I don't think that was something that they should have rushed.
So what's the choice for them? Now with the Claude, do they go carry here?
Yeah, I don't think there was anything wrong with Shinoa's carry earlier. You also have the Harith, which I think now you can still pick up. Just put a Purify on. Please just put a Purify on.
No vengeance.
No vengeance.
No vengeance.
Even if DMX is still that same dive fighting comp, take out the vengeance. I like this though.
Yeah.
Make sure that Ayanami is in a winning lane against Hybridy, which now makes just beat down on Hybridy an option.
Yeah, because last time they had the option to ban out the X-Borg, right? So they really couldn't figure out a way to control that EXP lane, but with the X-Borg now picked in, now we all need to just circle back into the gold lane, right? So they already have one winning lane now for Smart Omega Empress. If they want to look for a comeback, how do they approach this? Tigreal is still left open if they want to go for it, but they're still going to go for the same approach, right? Luo Yi, they're trying to squeeze out La La Land.
Yeah. Less about squeezing her out or choking out her hero pool. It's more of just guiding her towards a pick that they're more comfortable
So
with.
picking your poison, essentially.
Yeah. Like, we'll let through the Farsa. I don't know if that's a play now. We'll let through the Vexana, but not the Loyi. Here we go now, DMX, addressing the aforementioned Hayabusa. Trex and I were workshopping a Hayabusa trick earlier, and maybe because of the Julian early pick earlier, they blocked this out. Now we see the Zask! All right. Already I understand. It's because it's a very DOT-heavy lineup. Look, you got a Terizla, a Baksha, Claude. Those want the fight to last forever. That's what you get with a Zask.
And again, like, Angela's been untouched, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
No Angela pickup, no Angela ban.
I don't want an Angela for Omega here.
Can't.
Maybe DMX can play the Angela. Look, you can still put the Angela in mid. Which, by the way, folks, 9 out of 10 times, you want the Angela in mid these days. You can't afford a roam Angela.
Okay.
Very
with that being
rare.
said,
Off stream, I do think Exaya from C9 did win with an Angela roam. Just an update.
I mean, technically, if you have a good setup hero like a Terizla, you could bring the Angela in the roam, no?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a very specific set of parameters that allows for a roam Angela. But here's the Nolan. They're all attacking Keishi now. That leaves Keishi with... What else is an assassin in the jungle?
Julian.
The JJ's back. So yeah, I think it's okay. You have a mage in mid, and then you have the Julian, and then you have the carry. In before Bane. Although they're lacking setup for that. I'm just saying.
Ruby?
Not enough.
Not enough?
You need peel.
Okay.
Setup and peel.
So the Vexana does come through.
But a boy could dream.
For DMX first. It was banned out in the first game. And now La La Land still has her hands on a very core mid laner with that burst damage and additional setup, right?
It was Amore who played the Vexana.
No, it was banned out.
No, she played Vexana.
Oh.
Yes.
So it was taken away from her.
It was Val and Loyi.
Ah, you're right.
That's
you're
why
right.
the Farsa was pushed through. So now you're wondering, there it is!
There it is!
I don't know why that came out, I'm sorry.
I love it.
But it's a roam, Angela. You're right. You have to have a very specific set of things to check off, which is 1, good setup in the Terizla, and 2, chunky frontliners. So Baksha, Terizla, yeah, okay. And the Eternal Guard. Extra
just to
layers.
put it out there.
Extra layers, yeah. So now what does Keishi play?
That's the question.
Uh,
Fanny. No,
Julian.
can't.
Would you?
No.
No. Although there is no hard lock. There are soft locks.
You
but
could go Alpha.
Alpha's good. Fighter junglers then. Bane. Or
Julian.
Just Julian. Stick to it. All right, you got true damage, you got magic, and a solid amount of utility. All right, Smart Omega Empress, maybe they can even out.
How do you feel about this?
I'm scared!
You're scared? What about you casters? Are you guys scared as well?
I've never been scared in my life, Eterna. Last MSC, I was a little bit scared. Shout out to Leo with the roam. Angela! Naisu, are you ready for this game?
I'm ready, man. You know, after what we saw from the previous game, I'm rather surprised from DMX or DMG. You know? DMG. Damage. From Damage, yeah, as Cheryl said. But yeah, I don't know. I think there's got to be some readjustments to this to take it to a 1-for-1. But I do feel like, you know, with this lineup from Smart Omega Empress, they've done that. So let's see if the execution is going to be there.
All right, let's jump into the land of Dawn. DMX trying to claw their way out of that -2 on the scoreboard and even the playing field. Smart Omega Empress, though, you can never count out the Filipinos. They're okay with taking a slow start to things. They've been coming out on top for a very long time. And even last game, they had the game in the bag for a while there, but it just went a little too far. Will time repeat itself? Or will Smart Omega tie this up?
You know, even when you look at that previous game, it's like you still got to appreciate and respect the fact that DreamHack girls were able to go ahead and play around the fact that they were at a deficit. They managed to get it back, they evened things out, and then they trumped the Smart Omega Empress team here with a macro play. You know, they exposed the base, they went in and got it, and so maybe there's going to be a lesson learned there already for this, for Smart Omega Empress. But for DreamHack girls, you know, this lineup that they have here, very interesting. Even with the Angela pick, already in the mid lane, you can see the damage potential that they can do early on. I would say, you know, I want to see, especially with Keria here in the Angela, we've seen her run the focusing mark so much. I mean, just Angela players in general. And this time, again, she goes in pure rage to work through this. And I think that sustainability might be enough to kind of help this lineup. Now, biggest part of this is Aslan has to farm up. She's got to get this Claude online fast as possible because of the timings from Smart Omega Empress for this game.
Yeah, I mean, we got the Impure Rage, Concussive Blast as well from Angelus to help kind of stack up some damage from the whole team. It just shows that DreamHack girls want to be aggressive here. Aslan as well, going to be a fast girl moving along this field. But Shanoa seems to always be kind of getting the better, at least in the laning phase, really showing up in terms of just the 1v1. Aslan seems to be doing a little better in terms of the team fights once they're able to group up. But now, first turtle already going over to Smart Omega Empress. It's very similar to last game, just kind of controlling the map in this laning phase.
Oh, that's tough. Aslan, okay. She's going to be all right. She gets out. She pops the Purify. Just forced out of the lane, too. Flicker from Keria. Penalty zone 2 to catch Amore. They might be able to get the kill here. She goes out, but she can't get away. Hybridy will get the first blood. Good response there from DreamHack girls to not let Smart Omega Empress push this lane any further.
All right, so DreamHack girls make a nice play into the boss side. Push back onto Shanoa here. Still a lot lost. I think a whole wave lost there for Aslan. Gonna give Shanoa a little bit of a lead here. The kill does go over to Hybridy, which is going to be huge. Hybridy rotated all the way from the top side for that. I just noticed, I'm like, wait.
Taking a journey.
The EXP laner came all the way to top side. Gonna need to play catch up a little bit with not Ayanami. So back in the boss side, Omega Empress still looking for ganks.
Oh, here on the bottom side, Murray primed and ready. They're gonna go in with I'm Offended, and the clash down. Keria taken out. Aslan's still gonna be alive. She gets out with her life, but Smart Omega Empress gonna be happy with the 1 kill pick up there.
Aslan's good at surviving, man. No matter what Smart Omega Empress brings down to that gold lane, Aslan has been able to slip through the cracks, and as long as Aslan is able to continue doing that, it may be okay. Yes, they're losing a lot of gold, but we've seen that DreamHack girls is okay with bringing it to the late game. But I want to think that, wait a second, a little bit of action on the boss side. Kira gets taken out off camera. Now, Smart Omega Empress, I thought about it before this game started. I think the big goal is we're not going to let this get to the end game. We're going to get this early game lead and capitalize, and look at the big play onto Hybridy. Last Insanity almost takes her out.
Okay, they don't pick anything up there, but still, what's happening here, Trex, is they're putting pressure everywhere on the map. I'm Offended going to be used too. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down, but now in the battle for the mid lane, Aslan goes in with the Blazing Duet. will push them back a little bit further. They might still go up and follow up through with this. Multiple members low here from Smart Omega Empress. Turtle's still going to be ignored for now. They're going to go back to base, heal back up, and get ready for that objective. But it looks like, you know, Aslan, this is what I was wondering is, how will she play this Claude? How will she go ahead, scale this up? Because it's a little different. I mean, when you have the Moskov, you can always rely on the fact that, hey, you know what? If you guys are fighting it out, there's a good chance I can join the fight. You know, so part of that is how is she going to rotate and push this tempo on the Claude pick?
I mean, it's definitely not as good, but there's still decent rotations from a Claude. As long as you can keep that passive going, you're going to move faster, you're going to shoot faster, you're going to be able to use the BMI to get around, but a little bit of an engage around the turtle pit.
Okay. Again, good usage. This is the strength also of having a heart guard, especially on a tanky hero like Angelus. They know that ultimate's down now, though, so I'm not sure if DreamHack girls actually want to go ahead and take the objective. They're just going to focus on these resources for now, get the buffs. They might still be ready, but Smart Omega Empress, like I'm saying, they've built this gold lead on a lot of the macro decisions they've made so far. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and start with the turtle too, and they possibly just take it as they do. Angelus too late. And this is what we're talking about with timings. You know, the timings of the ultimates, the timings, especially when the heart guard is down, you know you have that information for Smart Omega Empress.
Yeah, and Empress are so good at getting maximum value out of everything they do. Even there, they split up. They send 2 members to the mid tower. No, they don't take the mid tower, but they get about 50% damage onto it. Plus sending up Keshi to go take the turtle. So they get a lot out of that little play there, and they're always min-maxing.
Now they're gonna go for this once again, min-maxing. The damage goes through, and Carrier in trouble too, as it's a double for Shinoa. Heart guard not going to be enough to keep them from going down in the exchange. They get the turret as well. And so this is already the snowball effect that happens here for Smart Omega Empress, now getting themselves a 4,000 gold ahead. They're going to get this mid turret as well. Moving around the map as they please. That's the strength they have.
Oh yeah, patience is out the window for Smart Omega Empress. Shinoa 4-0-0. Aslan can't even farm her own waves right now. She's gonna have to go all the way to bot lane just to get a little bit of gold into her pocket, and that means they gotta sacrifice this tier 2 on the top side, and they're not gonna stop. They're gonna maybe even try to push in onto that inhibitor. DreamHack girls gotta send someone up.
This is 7 minutes. Shield's already gonna pop on the base turret. You know, what do you do here if you're DreamHack girls? I feel like they woke the beast with what happened in the previous game, because Smart Omega Empress comes out in this game just full on force. I'm offended. Ooh. Okay. I think they're going to disengage, but again, this is a very dominant early portion of the game.
You know, I think right now the record for the 3rd item in on a marksman is about 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes. Shinoa's about to get it in at 7:30 maybe. If we see that 3rd item, I think this time Shinoa's not going for the magic sword or whatever, the first half of Rose Gold Meteor.
Rose Gold, yeah.
Just going straight into DHS, and I saw most of it already built, so I'm waiting for that item to pop up any second now.
All right. I'm not sure if they get this. Oh, they do. They get that shield as well. So DreamHack girls hold on to the 1 turret there with the shield. Bottom side, 3rd turtle of the game is up. Smart Omega Empress complete control so far of anything they want across the map. That Lord is going to spawn now, though. And, you know, given that whole situation, you know, you're talking about 6,000 gold ahead. You already talked about the item lead that Shinoa has, and I mean, you can't do anything if you're DreamHack girls at this point except to get ready for the defense. And now when you're looking at it, how do you defend against this? Aslan, like you said, she has not been able to farm up on this Claude much at all, and it's going to be difficult. You almost have to use your Blazing Duet for the defense to clear the waves and hope that you hold on to what you can for the base. Once that Lord starts coming down, taking a look at the items, I mean, just got a corrosive scythe. That's it.
3,000 gold lead, 3.3 thousand gold lead, 3-level lead at that. Shinoa is just doing everything, and hold on, Keshi's just like, listen, this is min-maxing, man. This is min-maxing. We don't build full items. We take the pieces, get a whole lot of damage.
We just go Holy Crystal.
Holy Crystal.
Usually the timing on that, by the way, yeah, it's holy moly time, because 11 minutes is usually that timing on that Holy Crystal. But right now, looking to this base, I'm offended, not going to land on Hybridy, but they're going to watch the turret get whittled down here. Still, Lord hasn't made it even to the base just yet. So they'll go ahead. Turret still stands for a little bit longer, but Smart Omega Empress, they've done this time and time again. They'll wait for the Lord. They'll wait even possibly to start a fight here. Divine Glaive picked up by La La Land. Is that enough damage? Is that enough penetration to deal with this lineup from Smart Omega Empress? There's the pull in through. Last Insanity going to be used, but already Hybridy going to be taken down. Heartguard goes on top. Aslan there, but what can she do? She doesn't have enough items. Lord still has to be worked on. Turret's already going to be down. Smart Omega Empress might just push it in. They make their way to the bottom turret. Still, Angelus holding down the front side, and La La Land will fire back. That might be all they get for now, unless the next waves, they make their move. Murray has the I'm Offended available. If they can get one pick off here, they might end the game before the 11-minute mark. The charge in goes, but they can't find the connection with the I'm Offended, and that might be a defense for DreamHack Girls.
That's going to be huge. A good opportunity, but if we take anything from last series, having an open base is a problem. What makes it even more of a problem this time, Naisu? Smart Omega Empress haven't lost a single tower. Yeah. Haven't lost anything. They've only taken one death at this point, and they've taken all of this material away from DreamHack Girls, only getting 5 kills. I mean, just the macro game, the stepping on the gas here, knowing this is how we got to do this, and they are comfortable with it. They're completely shown. Let's look at the damage dealt. Vexana right now, 22,000. Xborg and Carry falling right behind Shinoa. We give another couple minutes. Shinoa's going to be sitting on top of that board, very likely.
Yeah, I mean, you know, even for not Ayanami, the fact that she's second on the damage department, she's able to just kind of pop the last Insanity, get that damage off, the true damage there, and it's such a threat because, you know, typically DreamHack Girls with the lineup that they have, they want to kind of bunch up, you know, play around even the penalty zone. We saw it in that base defense. Penalty zone was used, but then, you know, you follow up, and what happens? You pretty much get obliterated. So it looks like DMX is going to go ahead and try to fight this one out, and look at that, Hybridy! She's gone!
She's gone. No more. Au revoir, as the French would say.
Yes.
Now, DreamHack Girls, I don't know if that was the play. I was thinking maybe they go for the cheeky Lord steal here just because you're in a really bad position and you might not be able to survive this Lord. But Hybridy isn't the one with the retribution. Angelus is, and I don't know if that was the right approach. It's 8 seconds on the board. Hybridy will be able to get back up just in time, but Smart Omega Empress might not even wait for the Lord.
Couple defensive items picked up here for Smart Omega Empress. They want to go ahead and end the game even without the Lord if they can. They punch it into the base. They're going to go in another penalty zone, but they grab her, and now Heartguard already going to be used too, but Hybridy will fall. Penalty zone from Omore to follow up. Minions still need to be cleared though. Lord is not there. That might be all that Smart Omega Empress gets once again. They wait up. They got the buffs as well from DreamHack Girls. They got 18 seconds for Hybridy to be up. Will she make it in time? A couple low health bars here for Smart Omega Empress, but Conceal going to be used. They push back Carria. Lord gets pulled down to the bottom side. They try to keep it there at bay, but Angelus will go down, and Last Insanity once again finds the mark, and Smart Omega Empress will take the game.
Smart Omega Empress showing that they are not a team to be tampered with, not a team to be looked down on. DMX with a valiant effort in game number 1, but Smart Omega, the Pinoys, come back with the 1-1 tied up. This still leaves some opportunity open for DMX, but it puts the Filipinos in a very secure position.
Very good position to be in. Of course, you know, they still have a game ahead of them, but Smart Omega Empress, I mean, if you look from game 1 to game 2, it's kind of like they went back. They had a little short chat, and they're like, all right, game 2, just flip the switch.
Hit the gas.
That's what it was, man. I mean, they were at one point 12,000 gold ahead. Massive game, massive early game, and with the lineup that they brought to the table, I mean, you know, typically you see the carry needs some time to build up, but yeah, what a game for Shinoa.
I think there's a certain time that you have to just throw all of the discipline out the window, right? You just need to be ready. Okay, let's go. It's go time. And just attack, attack, attack. And that has been seeming to work out. It's also something that really works out in the current meta. It's so aggressive. And these girls are showing exactly how they can make it work from the draft to the play style. Omega comes out in a very, very dominant fashion. Excited to see who we got coming up in this future interview. It's Trux and Naisu on the decks. We'll see you guys again soon. Let's see what they got going on stage.
What an intense match that was. Kept me on my seat and pretty much on my edge. I'm like, what's gonna happen? So, Shinoa, amazing stuff. Just what happened in the first game and how did you address it in the second one?
In the first game, we know it in early game. We're so like, we're in. It was just so hard to decide in late game because there's Moskov. It's a side pusher hero and so difficult to decide. And we're after the game we're not so tilted and we know we got this.
Right, it was really coming on all angles. You have the Tigreal coming in on the concealed play, setting up and taking your jungle. And then over on the other end, the minions were attacking the core. It was a very difficult decision. So adding on to that topic, like what did you guys do to reset and come back? Not just coming back, clapping back. Really coming in super strong, taking 1-1 off of Dream Girls, telling them to dream on taking this game from you.
We just do a reset and we're not tilted because we know we can win the game and we're so good and early and we just need to maintain it.
Confidence.
Yeah,
You girls know it, all right? It's just one game. We can give it to you.
Yeah.
All right. So next question is you're going to face off Nat Angels. Now, Nat Angels did a 2-0 sweep against, Dream Girls. How are you going to approach the match?
You're just gonna play it calm, no pressure at all. Even if it's 1-1 to North. I mean, Dream Max.
Yes.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Just do your best because you guys know you got it. That's a Buono spirit there.
Amazing.
Amazing. So Shinoda's name reminds me of a rapper called Mike Shinoda.
Ah, there
Yeah?
you go, Linkin Park,
So,
everybody.
There you go. They also had a collaboration. It's 5% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 50% pain, but 100% reason to remember the name. That smart
let's
Omega
go.
Empress. Take it away, guys, at the studio.
Let's go. That was awesome.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. That really was awesome. That was cool. I vibe with that.
It's not Linkin Park. That was Fort Minor. That was
okay.
Mike Shinoda's side project.
Maybe she was being like ironic.
No, but she was right. That was Mike Shinoda, yes.
Okay.
The only remaining member, vocalist of Linkin Park. Long live Chester. But yeah, back to the matchup.
The matchup.
Yeah, don't take this away from me, all right? Smart Omega Empress clapped back in the most epic way possible. Nay,
I agree.
legendary, nay, mythic immortal way. Highest rank. I remember, I listened to you yesterday. This is, folks, if you guys are watching this for the first time and you just recently became a fan of MLBB and you're not used to such a low kill count, this is prime Filipino macro. This is the way, as the Mandalorians say. I wouldn't have been surprised if this game ended at 1-3. Like, that's just how comfortable Filipinos are in playing the map, and the ladies bounced back so well. Shinoa was right. Shinoa said, you know what, we weren't so tilted after game one. We knew that it was very difficult to win, but I told you, it's another day in the office, 12 minutes, 43 seconds. Look at the numbers, look at everything they did from the very beginning up until the end was what they needed to do to, even the odds and get back to the position that we were expecting them to be in.
It was very difficult as well, even for DreamHack, right, this time around. I think we were talking about it as well. Having very little chance in the early stage of the game and understanding that Smart Omega Empress are a team to follow through with that macro-centric playstyle. They showed their fangs. They were angry. And they came back, ladies and gentlemen, but this does put DreamHack's girls in even more a precarious of a position. So the match MVP by PlayStation is going to go to Shinoa. So we heard from her earlier on the stage.
I get it. I understand why we're giving it over to Shinoa Perez. It takes a lot as a gold laner, a carry nonetheless, to step on the clutch put it up to high gear immediately and say, we're finishing quick. As a gold laner, you kind of want to have, as Joseph would like to say, a gold lane experience. Yeah, but she didn't have that. She understood that minute 1 up until like the 2nd or 3rd turtle, they're like, yeah, Sheen, we're finishing this. We're ending now. And that's why we ended up with a 12-minute game.
And they understood, right? As soon as Claude would have gotten the power spike, things would have been a little bit different. So they pushed the pedal, didn't even allow that timing to happen. And now we get a picture with Carrie.
Right. I'm giving her the horns. Oh, she has tall hair. She's got the storm hair. All right.
Was this your hair back in the day?
Yeah. I used to rock a faux hawk.
Oh.
Don't look for the pictures, folks. Just don't look. But yes, the carry is known to have a power spike closer to the end of the mid game into the late game, right? You want to have the attack speed to get that passive proc off, true damage. It hurts because the truth hurts. But here she didn't wait for that. She just really leveraged the fact that they are so far ahead, macro-wise and team fights-wise. They had it with DMX's hyper-aggressive team fighting. And she just said, you know what?
What did you say earlier?
Excuse me, where?
Truth hurts?
Yeah, the truth hurts.
So let's see the truth.
Wow.
Of the audience predictions, ladies and gentlemen. XTC plays 71%.
A lot of Latin Americans and South American fans went over to STC Play.gg. And what are the Filipinos up to? Nasan kayo? Kababayans, come on! Why?
Tournament favorites. I'm kidding.
We need to talk.
I'm kidding.
Filipinos, 29, bro, not even close to 50?
Yeah. They were too busy. They were so glued to the game. Because of the groups, right? If you saw it earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I said that this puts DreamSmax in such a precarious position is because since they lost game number 1 earlier, they would require... What's the math again? What did we discuss earlier?
They would prefer for Smart Omega to be swept by Net Angels to force a tiebreak.
Yeah.
That is their hope now.
So as long as Smart Omega Empress are able to take at least 1 game...
It's over.
It's over.
It's over.
For DreamSmax.
So now, Latin Americans, South Americans are best friends with the Burmese.
You're right.
That's just how it works.
So we're gonna throw it over, ladies and gentlemen, to a short break before we begin the next match of this best of 2 series. So we'll see you right after. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to MWI x EWC 2024. And the final game of not just the day, but the final game possibly of the group stage is upon us, because there could still be a possibility of a tiebreaker if Smart Omega don't win this out in at least one game.
Yeah. So even Dream Max girls, after having played their 2 best of 2s, are still glued to their screens and having their fingers warmed up. They still are ready to play. They have to. Again, they're holding on.
And now we have the Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib upcoming showdown. And here it is, the final best of 2 that we'll be seeing. Because even if we do get a tiebreaker, it's going to be a best of 1. So saying final best of 2 is not wrong.
You were correct in that sense.
Thank you. Thank
you. This matchup here is given so much M2 vibes. It's giving M2, Eterna. It's the Filipinos versus the Burmese.
Oh, no. The Jamil Motorsport will be aiding us to see how our players are faring as they are walking into the Amazon Arena. And everything is being put to the test right now. So many stakes in this match, and not just for both of these teams that are playing, but of course for DreamHack as well, who are definitely watching in anxiety for the results of this.
Imagine that. It's Net Angels and Smart Omega rolling in, or at least re-entering in this case. But DreamHack is still very much invested. Those girls are laser focused.
They put up so much of a fight, right? Earlier on, they understood the risk against Smart Omega Empress, but unfortunately in game number 2, there was just too much. It was just too much.
I'd like to think it's less of them running out of gas and more of Smart Omega Empress just locking in. Maybe they needed the warm-up. Maybe they're like a diesel engine that needs to, just get into gear, get into peak form. But hey, that's no excuse, all right? Smart Omega Empress lost the game, and that's why we're here.
And we're also here for the STC predictions. Ladies and gentlemen, I think earlier on, Leo was a little bit disappointed with how things went. So lock in what you guys think for this, right? STCplay.gg, put in your predictions. Do you think it's going to be Smart Omega Empress or Net Angels that take this best of 2? Or do you think it can sway either way? Can you go for like a 1-1 prediction? Or do you have to choose? But either or, we are going to send it over to the stage to welcome both of these teams. Ladies and gentlemen, pasok. Or yala. It's yala, right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Now coming to the final match of the day. Now we're very, very excited. And when it comes to the Land of Dawn, this group in particular, Group B, has shown, incredible mental fortitude as well as tenacity, because even though they were challenged in-game, they have bounced back and taken victories on both sides of the team. We have seen, the amazing Nat Angels as well as the Smart Omega Empress. Now, right here in MWI, you have to respect all, but fear none.
Okay, yeah.
And right here at MWI, fortune favors the fearless. So we're jumping in right here to match 6 of the day, starting off with your Philippine favorites, the Smart Omega Empress. Incredible stuff, even though they were caught in a tiebreaker earlier. The girls have mentioned in the interview that, hey, it's okay, we reset. And we double down. So the Empresses are all fired up, ready to take on this game itself. All right, but of course, they are going up against Nat Angels.
Let's see what's going to happen here, ladies and gentlemen, if they can continue the winning streak. So let's go with Net Angels.
So there you have it, the
Yeah.
wonderful lineups coming up from both sides. Who do you think is going to take this match?
Oh man, well, a lot of surprises took place today, right? But you know what? For me and hearing it from you and all the talents, I'm gonna leave it to you guys, pretty much. In the comments and everybody watching right now, who do you think is gonna win? It is the last match, the final one, the best of two. So we want to hear your thoughts. What about you? Who do you think is gonna make it?
All right, anything's gonna happen. We're very excited to see who will achieve top of the table right here for Group B and which hopes will be crushed right here with the conclusion of match 6. So without further ado, let's hear it from the studio to find out what does the professionals think. Take it away.
Yalla.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Bara. And I'm gonna, you guys have been like tossing the ball over there about predictions. So I'm gonna toss it over to my good friend, Leo.
I love you like a brother. Why would you do this?
You were the chosen one.
Ask away.
Yeah, that was the question. Who do you think's gonna win?
Oh, you slipped it in. You know what? I would be lying if I said I don't think Smart Omega Empress is in killer mode right now. So there's you know the saying that there's nothing, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Imagine that in MLBB terms.
Yeah, that's scary.
That's them now. I mean, I'm not so sure.
terrifying.
I'm not so sure you see it on camera because they are still charming young women, who's living their dream, right? Competing on the world stage. But after seeing Game 2 against DreamHack Girls, I hope Net Angels is ready. I'll just say that.
I mean, for that game in particular, props to King Salman, right? That draft was great. It would really help these girls, these women, these queens.
His real name, by the way.
facilitate.
Salman is his real name. That's his real first name.
So, King Eterna? Oh, that's not my real name. Wait, King Rachel. There you go.
Forgetting.
I'm sorry. All my focus is on these women right now.
Let's
but
go.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen,
Yalla.
to the drafting phase. Yalla for game number 1 in this best of 2, our final best of 2 for the group stages. Ling Luo Yi has been taken off the board, as well as this carry respect ban in the first phase from NA.
They watched those 2 games. They know that Shinoa is lethal with the carry, and they know the truth hurts. So now, Omega Empress closing up their first phase bans with the chip. Mind you, Roger's still open. So if Net Angels don't take care of the Roger here and now, then I'm feeling Omega Empress would be okay with a first pick Roger or a first pick Valentina.
What about Suxin?
Suxin is open, yeah, you're right. Nope.
Okay.
It could open after the swing, though. It could open after this. Because the Terizla's still open.
You're right.
Flying is amazing on the Terizla.
Oh, that would be such a lane winner too. Oh man.
A Hlang winner?
A Hlang winner.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so Terizla?
Terizla Harith, maybe?
Minotaur.
Oh, no, they're putting their eggs in. Cool. Okay.
I mean, she did get the MVP.
Oh, they stole the Valentina!
That's it.
All right, wait. So does Amore go Jushin now?
That's the big possibility.
Oh, there it is!
Analyst Leo.
Yeah.
Coach Leo. Is there a soundboard somewhere on you?
That was you. What do you mean?
How did you do it?
It just happens. I wish I could control it.
Man, I wish Matilda was meta.
You and a few others, yes. All right, so now they pick up the Jushin. We still don't know where the Roger's going because I'm pretty sure Shinoa has this in her back pocket as well. You pick up a Flex Edith. There it is. Ayanami is good on it. Mirai can pick it up too. Net Angels this time around. Terizla, now.
Nope.
They snubbed the Rizzler.
Nope. Hayabusa it is. So Terizla is going to be open for them to ban out unless they want to go for the contestant here. But remember, Roger is also a flex.
That's right. And after watching Game 2 of Omega Empress versus DreamHack Girls, Terizla is not an absolute element. Like, you still could just X-Borg it up.
Yep.
And burn the body Smith. So I understand where they're coming from.
Do you think CC is still an option for the Terizla?
Not really. No, CC right now is an acquired taste. I'll put it at that. It's like that it's like that can of basil you put in your kitchen that you just go for every now and then. It's not like butter or eggs that you always just put into everything.
And rice.
We're Asian. We love rice.
Yes. And apparently a lot of these girls also love the Claude, right? The Claude gets banned out here.
Claude is very reliable.
Harith also. So they're putting these gold laners to the test, right? I mean, technically Omega, again, still can flex this Roger into the gold lane.
They technically have a gold laner, yes. And Keishi's signature Julian is still open too, so that's fine. You know, what else we're looking for is an XP laner for Net Angels.
Oh.
Are they allowing that? Because both teams are already swinging back and forth on their specific angles of attack.
And the angle is to take away Julian.
Yeah, so now we're forced to see Keishi on something new.
So do you think the Moskov could come out here?
Yeah, I think this is worthy of being in a Moskov band here now.
Remember when we saw the Bane in the gold lane?
That was just yesterday.
What was the... Do you remember or recall the opponents?
The lane matchup?
Yeah.
I'm blanking out. I could bring up a stat, but no, there you go. They attack the Riz. Let me get back on you.
So now technically the Moskov is still up for grabs. If they want to do something crazy, they can go for the Bane in the gold lane for NA.
I'm never going to say no to a good Bane.
From the Bane connoisseur himself.
Oh, guilty as charged. With that said, still missing a gold laner actually from both, right? You still don't know. I actually like a Roger now in the jungle.
Beatrix is an option. We saw Clint being picked up as well.
Sikoshi did, yes.
But what would be the best matchup here? Okay, let's focus on Omega right now. Let's focus on their drafts. They go in for the CC. So Edith, Rome, CC, EXP, Roger Jungle? No, Roger Gold Lane. Should be the choice.
Yeah. All right, the Roger Gold Lane was facing off against a Claude. It was played yesterday by GGHG up against Team Vitality in their second game. So it was a Bane Gold Lane versus a Claude.
I see.
That's what it was. And now you ask for the CC, here she is. And Omega Empress wasn't going to ban the Moskov. They were going to pick it up.
All right, so Moskov is going to be the choice here in the gold lane. What's a good matchup for the Moskov?
All right, so what's left is Sikoshi's Beatrix. I actually don't mind playing the Bane. Well, that is Bane jungle, but you can sometimes outplay the Moskov. Like, he still is vulnerable to the deadly catch, and you can out-tempo him as long as you don't get stunned with the Ale. But, then again, this is Net Angels. That was GGHG is a very different team.
I'm nervous.
Why are you nervous?
What choices do we have? Clint?
Yes, Sikoshi can't play the Clint.
Natan! Why did we think of Natan?
No, because he's not in meta right now.
That's true, but we did see him earlier on.
This is a time traveler. All right, Natan went through the portal, went past all the current gold laners and said, you know what? Sikoshi needs me.
But with the Natan being picked up here, that does mean that they do need a little bit more time to get to the moment where they can pop off.
But luckily, you can do what they call a Benny Bomb, which is a burst Nathan move that allows for the Hayabusa to do work. So maybe if they can find a good mid-game power spike, yeah.
What about you, casters? What do you guys think about this Natan in the gold lane?
Well, we came through the portal along with Natan. We're here jumping into the land of Dawn. It's Naisu and Trex on the desk still for the final best of two in group stage. There's some tournament lives on the line here. It's Omega Empress up against Net Angels. Now, if Leo's right, Naisu, and Omega Empress were just getting the gears in. They were just warming up. This could be trouble for Net Angels, but we also saw some great things from Net Angels. We saw them meeting aggression with aggression against DMX, so possibilities are open. Taking a look at these lineups. We got the Hayabusa in the jungle, and we have this Juicin pick in the mid, which a lot of us doubted. We wondered if it was going to be meta, and right now, it definitely is. This reminds me of an Angela, the way it's able, I mean, not an Angela, Lilia, the way it's able to zone people, the way it's able to just stay in their faces and keep them at bay. At least the aggressive Juicin players, that's how they've been running it.
Yeah, and also, you know, the fact, too, that we have to point out that for Net Angels, you know, it's not Ku. It's not Ku playing, it's Namira, right? So this is also a little bit of a change. If you guys watched their previous match earlier against DMX, wow, already in the mid lane, she's gonna be in trouble. Cassie goes down to Murray, gets the first blood early on under the 2-minute mark. Hey, this is all the Jushin. Honestly, I was talking about this with Mirko a little bit on Des too, man. Like, the Jushin in the early game is such a nuisance to deal with. And, oh, hold on. Ku, actually the one to go down. Shadow Kill going to be used. So actually, yeah, let me correct myself. Ku's still there.
Ku's still there.
Namira comes in, though.
Ku's still there. Namira comes into the XP lane, and Net Angels has the space to be able to do that. They got the 2-0 earlier. They're feeling comfortable. They can test some things. Mir brought down to about half health already, but with a 2-0 lead already for Smart Omega, they're showing the aggressive side of what we saw in the last series. And though they maybe lack group crowd control, they still have Mireille on this Edith, something we've been seeing Mireille on a lot, something that Mireille likes to favor. I think it's the only hero we've seen Mireille on so far. Last series, was it Edith twice in a row?
Yeah, Edith has been popping up quite a bit. And, you know, with the change here, hold on, in mid lane once again, still duking out. Ku gets dragged in. There's the final slash, and it's a battle in the mid lane already. Goes in one more time, but Keshi, she won't be able to find the kill she's looking for this time. But, you know, going back to it, I think Edith is a mainstay right now in the meta. And I think, you know, like they talked about our experts with Sakoshi, Natan has kind of in a weird place. Like, as a hero, where does he fit in the best, the scaling, the timing? But I will say this, that no matter what, when Natan is picked up, if you can get to the late game against a team like Smart Omega Empress, then that burst damage, I mean, we saw this in MSC a little bit, utilized by, you know, teams like Falcons AP Brand, for example, and they were able to really pop off late game. But so far, I guess, based on the average game time, not many games have hit that mark. You know, we did have a 30-minute game earlier today, but overall, it's just kind of like, how do you get this Natan online? How do you get that to happen quicker, especially when the pace has already been set by Smart Omega Empress? Oh, Namir could be in trouble here. She goes in with a vengeance, gets the stun off, and actually is going to be able to survive the whole exchange with the use of the flicker as well. So still, Net Angel is going to be okay for now. Skypiercer picked up by Vanilla.
Yeah, I mean, already, it's going to be huge. We saw earlier they tried to get to the Juicin, was unable to really pull through. Wait a second.
Oh, Vanilla just taken care of under the turret, and now Ku takes multiple shots. She's going to try her best to stay alive and make something of it. Shinoa will go down. Here's the answer back as Sakoshi falls too. A trade across, and now Amore in trouble. Cassie trying to pick up the kill, but still gets dragged into the turret, has to flick around on the defensive, and Cassie will run, but here's Keshi. Keshi, is she going to chase him down? Goes in the wolf form and will go for the pounce, picks up and cleans up the kill.
Net Angels just can't find a win right now. They go for the gank up top. It looks good, but Vanilla gets taken out early on in the fight. Let's take a look at the replay. Vanilla got stuck against the wall, unable to even use the shadow kill, gets taken out before the opportunity happens, and Sakoshi crashed up against the partner. I mean, Ku goes down, it becomes a problem, and Cassie tries to pick up the pieces, but Amore is just a huge problem. The Juicin cannot be answered early on, and then just to make matters worse, Keshi comes in for the final Lycan pounce to really just put the nail in the coffin there. Oh, Keshi though in a little bit of trouble. Ooh, able to zone him back.
Oh, Murray, she actually stays alive. Vanilla also one hit away. Both teams might have to just kind of back off for this. Keshi trying to get some health back here too, but Eternal will just go ahead and kind of reset. That could have gone way worse there, but Net Angels keeps Smart Omega Empress at bay. And this is something we always have to point out too, the fact that you have this Monscom in the hands of Shinoa. She can show up to the fight anytime that she wants to. We saw that with the Spirit of Destruction coming down. So still trying to feel this out, trying to get to the position where they have an advantage. Interesting too. Speed boots, the rapid boots here for Amore. Already using it. There's the final slash, but Keshi will go ahead and get the turtle. And once again, they're going to have to win the fight, forcing Ku back here under the turret. She takes tons of damage, and Keshi comes in, cleaning up the kill.
You know, you mentioned the speed boots, and I think it's actually a great item, I think, for the juicing, because you get
away from the lantern now.
Yeah, you're so good at kiting, and you're so good at backing up if you need to run. And one of the things, back to what I said in the last series, Smart Omega Empress, you know, the queens of min-maxing, even in terms of team fights, they're so good at pushing the limits, getting out of fights before they all die, and now...
Look at that. How do you escape it?
You don't.
Flicker's going to be used. Oh, Murray goes in. Spirit of Destruction not going to land on the target. Amora going to be in trouble now. Vanilla there. The ultimate's going to go down too. So I think that's the rapid boots at work, man. You know, just keep dragging them. You're trying to escape it. The stacks go up pretty quickly. And look at the push down on the bottom as well.
You know, I think the answer might not be to escape it. You know what the answer is, right?
Run forward?
No, yeah, run forward.
Run forward.
And, you know, give her a quick punch. Put her down. You got to take the Jushin out because...
Break the lantern.
Break the lantern. Break the borders. Come through. But it's going to be hard because right now Net Angels don't have the damage, right? And Vanilla's been trying. Vanilla's been trying to Shadow Clone in, get some shurikens off into the Shadow kill. But it's just not really working out. And if they keep getting caught off guard like that right there.
That's tough. Again with the lantern. Ku's going to be the one dragged. Spirit of Destruction comes in. There's a follow through from Shinoa. But they might just go ahead and start up this, doing some damage here to the mid lane turret. Open that up before the next objective. Look at, I mean, alone. This is the power of that lantern. Shadow kill going to be used from Vanilla, but it's a CC. How are you going to take down a CC, especially when the Vengeance is there? Final Slash going to be used as well. They go in with Onward, the Earth Shatter combination, and Namira is taken now in an instant. And they'll force it back once again with the drag through. Minoan Fury going to be used, and now the battle under the second turret. Where is Ku going? Gets dragged again. The power of this Jushin pick continuously showing just how dominant it is. Teams will have to definitely handle this on going forward. They take what they want. Smart Omega Empress going to make their way to that turtle. Goes into the Lord now at this point. 2 for this game. But I think this is just a free Lord for them as well.
Yeah, and this is the aggression we love to see from Smart Omega Empress. This is exactly where they need to be at every single game, I feel. I mentioned earlier that you don't want to see Sakoshi get to the late game. Smart Omega Empress know that. They're going to clear things out as fast as possible. They've already taken the whole bottom lane, one from mid, one from top, and they're just keeping up the pressure. Lord's going to be coming soon. Even if they only get the 2 middle towers here, the mid tier 2 and the top tier 2, it's still a huge win because they're holding a strong lead of 8,000 gold right now. Net Angels taking a look at Ku, 0-5 and 3. Practically completely unable to even have time to make a set, and he finds him in the bush.
Oh, Shinoa goes in. Shadow kill going to be used, but has the backup now for the rest of the team. Vanilla in trouble. Wow.
The goal. The goal there.
I don't know.
That's disgusting. I'm guessing, I mean, I wasn't paying complete attention, but I'm guessing Vanilla was clearing wave. And Shinoa noticed it. I wish I could go back and see the replay because I'm wondering, did Vanilla even show face or was that just complete future sight right there?
At this point, it probably was. So right now, Lord making its way down the bottom, the drag up for Namira. This is the thing, you know, how do they defend this? Net Angels down 9,000 gold here at this point. Just nothing in their favor, no turrets, no objectives. And now they're going to stand the Lord in the eyes here. Shields are going to pop and still forcing the situation, even under the turret. They're going to drag him back a little bit further. Shinoa there firing off with the spears, but the Lord will go down. So Net Angels holding on a little bit longer, trying to hold on to this base turret, but it looks like they won't be able to as Shinoa clears it out. Once again, eyes still set on these shields. They want to get all these down from the base.
Man, Shinoa. Not just an empress, but a goddess right now in the land of Dawn. Holding, I mean, we're creeping in on the 2.5K gold lead here, 2.2K gold lead. Already got 3 items in, DHS, Golden Staff, we got the Corrosion Scythe, and now we're going to be working on to the next one. Taking a look at, Ku.
Onward into the Earth Shadow and the drag. Spirit of Destruction going to be used. Shinoa goes in, now joining the fight. Look at the lineup there under the turret. The lantern's still going to be dropped. The flare is there. Primal Wrath as well going to be utilized. They jump in, but was that the right move? Namira will go down as Vanilla goes back with the quad shadows. And now the tier 2 on the top side worked on going down. What more can Smart Omega Empress get here with this push? They're quite low. Still got to respect the fact, but they get the shield, and I think that's all they wanted.
What more can Smart Omega Empress do? What more can Net Angels do right now? I mean, everything lined up perfectly with that play. You get the final slash, you bring him into the base, you combo with Vanilla coming in halfway through the fight with the shadow kill. I mean, they got everything they could ask for practically there and still weren't able to even get a kill, and that is the gold diff that we're looking at right now. There's just no damage, and the major problem is Sakoshi is too far behind.
Yeah.
I don't even think there was a third item on that board for Sakoshi yet. Maybe just getting it in. It was just Starlium Scythe and Feather of Heaven from what we saw in the last item check. And that is trouble. And Sakoshi's only 1-1-1. It's not like Sakoshi's been getting bullied. It's not like Sakoshi's been, you know, taking a bunch of deaths. Sakoshi's just been getting denied the farm that Sakoshi needs.
Trying to farm up.
Yeah, as long as this keeps going, it's going to be a bad route for Net Angels.
Oh no. Again, you know, how do you answer this? That flare, the lantern there, possibly able to drag members even outside of the base. I think that's one thing that Net Angels wants to do. You can see the items, like you were mentioning. Starlium Scythe is only there, plus the Feather of Heaven. Sakoshi's still trying to get that Holy Crystal, you know, but time is running out here because there's a huge difference in terms of itemization from Smart Omega Empress. And they're going to be looking to punch this one in, too. You see Cassie holding on to the Primal Wrath herself. And there's the pull I was talking about, and that's the tank. Ku takes a ton of damage. Will have to get out of there with the Flicker. Still holding on to the ultimate. And Minoan Fury could turn the tide possibly if they get something favorable for Net Angels, but right now they just wait for this lore to push in.
It's so disgusting. Being able to sit outside of your wall and do that.
Yep, and there it is. Ku once again going to be the target, has to just Minoan Fury. That's all she has, but she will go down. Shadow Kill going to be used as well, but everybody's still quite healthy. And now Sakoshi in trouble, gets taken down. Lord still up, Vanilla the next target as Keishi gets that, and they'll take also the game in a decisive favor for game one, Smart Omega Empress.
Smart Omega Empress showing complete dominance, showing maybe that game one against DMX was just a slight misstep, because they came into game one of this series up against Net Angels just showing off. We're going to be throwing over to our beautiful and handsome experts on scene, the analysts, Eterna and Leo.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for that cast. And you know, Leo, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this should officially mark Dreams Max girls being at the bottom of the groups.
I think the points do spell the end for our Latin American representatives. But this does show that Smart Omega Empress really did try their best against them, and that now they are fully awake, and that they are ready, and they know what the MWI 2024 group stage means and how brutal it could be, right? Talking about the gameplay specifically, in the highlights that y'all saw, you see Zushin? I'm sure everyone watches when Zushin pulls off the Soul Flare, right? The whole lantern combo. That thing
not fair.
I thought you were gonna say, I hate to be the bringer of the bad news, but Zushin's gonna get nerfed. Likely they have to do that somewhere in the future, right? Like the range on that thing.
It's not fair. And I like how Trex is in the game. It's like, what do you do at this point, right? If you run away, you'd get choke slammed. Do you just, you know, walk up to her and just go, boom, you know?
You can try, but she's gonna pull the Crimson Beacon and get a shield and flicker away. I mean, it's a part of the skill. She dashes, but yeah, look, you can see it now. And a part of me was dissociating watching Net Angels, right? Because I'll be honest, the past few days rather, I've been playing a lot of Jushin. And I know what it feels like to be the Jushin. Honestly, it's a power trip. But to be on the receiving end of that skill and to be living in fear, what did it take? Like 3.5 seconds? Almost from 0 to 10 stacks to be hit with a choke slam? I can only imagine what the ladies, mostly Ku. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was Ku who got hit by the choke slam more often than not. And that's her job. She's the peeler. She's the tank.
But that's so frustrating, right? Because at certain times you want to be as cool, the one to try and open up the map and open up the opportunities for all the rest of your teammates to go in, but as you do that, you get chucked to the side, and basically that.
You get hip
That's
tossed.
how I felt. Yeah.
You get choke slam. You get battered around. You remember that scene from the Avengers 2012, wherein I have an army, we have a Hulk.
You're right.
That's how it feels like. And tip number 1, going into game number 2, right? Let's go to repair mode. Ban out the Jushin.
Ban out the Jushin.
Play to pick it up. I know Cassie has a solid Jushin. She has to have a Jushin.
Or ban out this player who won the MVP by PlayStation. That's an idea. Can we ban players?
I don't think that's possible. But they can play to choke her out of her hero picks and out of gameplay. Amore here on the Jushin. Check it out. See, again, cool, caught out. Forget about it. And then even when she's not actively part of fights, she's out there, again, zoning them out, checking bushes, and that's cool again.
Because like other than the utility that she has, when she has her moments, when she has her stacks, when she gets her items, that DOT damage from the lantern even is also so painful.
Yep. I rather treat it not as true damage or like a reliable source of damage. I like to see it as the kind of damage that makes your opponent think, hey, maybe I can get in front of the Roger. Maybe I can get in front of the other core heroes, which then leads to more pain. And that is something new in the current metagame. That's what the Zask brings, and that's what the Jushin brings. Which is always good, because again, we're always evolving the metagame, and I'm here for it.
And I'm also here for the interview with Reptar, Leo, so let's get into it.
Hey, Redmar here. Hopefully you're not sick of seeing me a turn. I'm here with Sakoshi, the gold laner of Net Angels. I want to ask you, was there a specific player that inspired you to become an MLBB pro?
For me, Penny Cutie from Liquid Echo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he's like your idol? You look up to
Yeah,
him?
of course.
Okay. So was there a specific moment or play style of Benny Cutie that you really like?
I think it's starting from M4.
Oh.
Yeah, she's become my idol since M4.
Oh, so all the backdoors, the split pushes.
Yeah.
So, hey, if ever Benny Cutie's watching this right now, do you have a quick message for him that you want to say?
Thank you for your best play style, and you are my inspiration that motivates me to play as a pro player. So if I have chance, one day I want to meet you in person.
Well, Benny Cutie, Liquid
Yeah.
Echo, let's make that happen, all
I
right?
hope this message will come to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hopefully it gets to you there, Benny Cutie. All right, real quick, let's talk about your upcoming opponents or your opponents now, Omega Empress. Do you think there's something that your team does better than Omega Empress?
Yeah, of course. I trust my teammates very well.
Yeah.
So I think my team is as strong as Omega. So why not we can beat them?
All right, so you're confident that you can beat them. All right. So, do you have any message to the fans of Net Angels? You can deliver it in your native language.
Native language?
Yeah, that's okay.
စီကိုတို့ဒီ MWI ကိုလာဆိုညီမကိုစားပြုအနေနဲ့လာဆိုတာကိုအားပေးနေတဲ့အကုန်တယောက်ချင်းစီတိုင်းကိုကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်ပြီးတော့ဒီမှာပေါ့နိုင်ငံကိုစားပြုအနေနဲ့အကောင်းဆုံးဖြစ်အောင်လို့ကြိုးစားပြီးဆော့ခဲ့ပါမယ်လို့ပြီးတော့ဆက်ပြီးတော့လည်းအားပေးကြပါအောင်လို့ပြောချင်ပါတယ်
All right. Thank you so much, Sakoshi, and good luck to Net Angels.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Reptar, for that interview. But were you the one to mention like Benny, something Benny-esque?
The Benny bomb.
There you go. What was? Could you elaborate?
That's what explains Net Angels pulling out the pocket pick Nathan. That's why at some point you were saying, hey, she's okay. You know, the Nathan going up against the Moskov is okay. That's because Sakoshi, now, after the Reptar interview, proved that she is a Nathan specialist because she looks up to Benny Cutie, who was the proprietor of the Benny bomb, the whole burst moment that you get with a Nathan that's fully built. But sadly, game one, didn't see that happen.
I'm a fan of that team myself.
Liquid Echo.
Previously, maybe.
About M4 era?
Yeah, around that era.
Give or take?
Give or take. So I understand. I understand.
You have a history. Talking about recent history, game number 1, we already sang the praises of Amore and Jushin. Also, we talked about how it's frustrating. I hate that whole bit just circled around how it's painful for Net Angels. Now I'm wondering how they're gonna reset. What could be the play besides attacking it in the draft? Now I'm putting myself in Coach Knight's shoes.
Because, I mean, technically, with first pick, they opted to go for the ban onto Carrie, onto Ruby, onto Angela. That could definitely change. They could definitely go in for a Zusin ban.
Or open it up, assuming that Net Angels will be blue now.
That's the thing. Who's going where?
We'll see. Game 2 is about to begin very shortly. Besides that, I think, again, mentally reset, attack the draft. Truth be told, this is the scariest position to be in when you're Net Angels because, again, as previously mentioned, Smart Omega Empress, they're now locked in. This is Omega mode. It's killer mode right now. They
But you know, technically they don't have anything to lose at this point, right?
Sure, they're in, yeah.
Because Net Angels, with their win against DreamHack Girls earlier, that puts them at 2 points. And Smart Omega now are...
at 1.
So 2. Oh no, wait.
If they sweep this, they're at 2.
Yeah, so right now they're still at 0, right? So the only thing that this would affect would be their seedings into the playoffs.
With this game win, they're at 1. Because they're at 0 after DMX. Now they're at 1.
Right, but they're still behind Net.
Yes, correct.
And this will affect the seedings later
they're
on.
equal with Net.
Not yet.
Net is now...
Because they went 1-1.
Yeah, Net is at 2.
I like how we're having this discussion, guys. Sorry, bear with us.
It's just...
The maths is...
We'll leave it to the
tricky.
experts.
Oh, no, not now! Not now! Not now! Wait, whose key is this? Is this CFU's key? Or is this... It's Falcon's
Who is
key!
behind the hydraulic press? Who pressed the button?
It's Falcon's, Leo.
Who's laughing maniacally?
Oh, there it is. Falcon's Mena, man.
Oh, this is from earlier today.
And we're not stopping. We're not stopping. This is the next key that's going to be crushed with that win from Cloud9 earlier on in that tiebreaker best of 1.
As big as the smiles of the ladies are when they win, there's always on the other end of this dreams being crushed.
Why us?
Quite literally.
Oh,
yeah, that was C9 crushing the keys. But hey, it's a par for the course. This is the nature of competition. It's just now here at the Esports World Cup. It's taken a very physical form. It literally became tangible. The fact that your dreams got crushed and shattered right before your eyes. GG well played though to CFU, Serendipity, and to Falcons Mena.
Man, after that interview I had with Velvet earlier on, man, it feels bad. Because I saw their progress from ISF and then how they were so excited to win. They were so excited to meet the Philippines as well. But they didn't get a chance to.
And they said goodbye to this.
There's always next year, ladies.
Oh yeah, for sure.
There's always next year, queens. But I got a whisper.
What is it?
From a little bird.
A little bird?
A little bird said there's a roster swap. Is that right?
Whoa, hold
For
on.
NA?
Still the same.
Is it still the same?
Those are still the same ladies.
Okay, so there isn't a roster swap. Okay, maybe they were still tossing and turning about it. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen.
But if there is some semblance of truth, there may be a role swap, maybe.
Oh.
And I'm not putting this beyond them. It's because, again, prior to this second half of the broadcast starting, we did talk about how Net Angels is made up of not just Net Angels, but also Blade Angels. So this is a very new team that they cobbled together, and maybe their roles can afford.
Sorry to cut you off there. There is a roster swap. Line is back. Earlier on, it was Namira playing in the EXP lane.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, we got confirmation from Mr. Hubert Wagner.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Trex.
So now it's like... I didn't... Huh. Okay. Well, with that being said, this is Net Angels saying the gloves are off.
For sure.
It's for reals now.
And the Valentina now locked in for Smart Omega Empress. And with the Zuxin banned this time around, the Valentina pickup goes through. NA, Net Angels. Terizla, exactly.
Put it on Lang. Maybe that's why the Terizla came through last game. All right, you can go Terizla. Nah, you wouldn't go Terizla, idiot. That's a little too much. Chips bland.
Oh.
That's good.
Roger.
Terizla Claude. Terizla.
I mean, Net Angel seem to like Mino.
Terizla Mino. That's heavy. That's your front line right there.
That is a possibility, or if they want to go in for their, well, they kind of danced around their gold laners last time they met, right? Yeah. So do they want to? Oh, we were talking about this.
All right, folks, this is.
We were talking about this.
We kid you not. We were literally talking about Kufra off broadcast, is because we were considering what heroes, when you play well, make you look like $1 million. Kufra's one of them.
Yep, I said Kufra. And Kufra does come in. I mean, granted, last time around that we saw the Kufra here at MWI, it didn't do too well.
And this now coming through this early, I hate to say it, but this is a sign of panic. You don't pick a Kufra this early, not in this metagame. Unless this is such a coup special. Kufra.
Ah.
I'm here till Saturday. You're welcome.
Hayabusa now gets locked in. How do you feel about this into the Kufra?
King Salman said yes. So, you know, if Smart Omega's coach approves of this, then there's very, honestly, if you get the shadow kill in, and then you get the quad shadows out of the way of the bouncing ball, I think you're fine. And I need to go back into the lab, but we haven't really seen Hayabusa and Kufra in the modern metagame in a while.
No, we
so
haven't.
I don't know if that interacts any way at all, because that's not really a dash, though, is it? Does that count as a dash, or is that like just displacement?
You have to go into the lab.
Right, we got to go back into the lab, but why go into the lab when you can see it in just a few moments?
Julian, though, picked up now.
That's a Keishi special. Taken away now, going into the hands of Vanilla. I love it. This is an assassin battle of different perspectives. Like,
You know, back in the day, when we talk about the Hayabusa, I know we were talking about the Hayabusa and Kufra interaction, but back in the day, every time we saw Hayabusa, we'd always see a Ruby.
Ruby's open, which was early banned by Net Angels earlier on.
Exactly. And technically, the Ruby can be placed in the EXP lane, right?
Yeah, but don't the Ruby just get kind of stomped by the ball? Like, she is making mini dashes, so she could just bump into the Kufra.
Okay.
Touche. All right, there's the carry ban. There is no clear pick for Shinoa just yet. So they're closing up their choices. Although her lane mate there, Sakoshi, does have her signature Harith, which, by the way, earlier they rocked the Vengeance. So we know that tricks are not beneath them. There's a Terizla. I guess the Angels just covering their bases, like making sure that the Edith is going where they think it is.
Or they want to go for Arlet.
Oh, yeah. Arlet's good. I actually like the Arlet. Does get triggered plenty now. Look at that. You have the Kufra. You have the Julian. So, yeah. Arlo is a solid pickup in the XP.
Oh, they still respected the Ruby, though.
Yes, they should.
They're going to take it away now from Net Angels to pick up for themselves. And with the bans in the second phase already done and dusted, Net Angels are put in a position to think about this, right? Wait, Masha?
They ain't pulling out they're pulling out the stops. No holds barred. The gloves are off, pal. You want to play hardball? I'm game. This is going to the XP lane.
This is Masha debut, right? Have we seen him in MWI?
Yeah, I think
it's okay.
so.
I'll rely on Mr. Hubert Wagner to give us the facts, but I'm pretty sure, well, on my rotations at least, never seen a Masha yet.
Save for the 30-minute game, the Selena earlier today.
Was there a Masha there? No.
Nope.
What do you think about this Masha in the XP
There was
lane?
Jungle Benedetta.
True.
Oh, for sure this is a debut. How about a DOD Part 2? Electric Boogaloo. There's the Melissa. Okay. We still looking for a roamer. There it is. There's the Minotaur. And now, Net Angels. The Veil comes up. What is going in mid? There's still a few picks here. There's a Vex open. There is a... There's a Faramis. Wow. I don't know if you want a Faramis. Faramis is acquired taste these days.
Faramis against the Melissa.
Nah. Farsa! You can Farsa. Blow up the Melissa.
Technically, the Vexana is also still open, if that's
those are your
the
two
direction
options.
that they want to go for.
I think those are your two solid options, but...
Faramis into Melissa.
Okay. I was right at first. Why'd you make me doubt?
I'm sorry.
Make me doubt myself.
It's an interesting pick.
I mean, it is technically a soft counter because once the Melissa goes ham, you can pop the Netherrealm and then boop, re-engage.
Okay. So there's a specific time. I'm sorry. We're gonna hear from the casters real soon, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like Herbert Wagner said, get your own facts, nerd.
That's very
Thanks for
polite.
that.
Very mature, gentlemen.
Thanks, Drex.
Hey, that's just him. Leo, I love you. This ain't about you. It's about Eterna. Trex here once again with Naisu on the desk. You can't see us, but we're hype. Hands up in the air right now. And we're jumping in to the last game of MWI group stages. This match does have a little bit of weight. It decides on the seeding. If Net Angels can tie the score, they will walk out of Group B in first place and get to go against a second place team, which is huge. And if Omega Empress get the sweep here, they will walk out of Group B in first place.
Facts.
Now, we talked about, or Leo talked about this Faramis, and I don't think it's as great as it could be, but it is some soft countering here. I think it's all going to be about how the Netherrealm is used. We even saw it in some earlier series, even against the Minotaur. We saw Cloud9 actually use it in some games of using it as a reaction. When the knockup comes, you use it a little bit after, right? So I think there's some possibilities on how it can work in these fights, but it's definitely got to be used right.
Let me tell you, some teams just pick it up. Yeah, you know, you think of Netherrealm, but do you remember the amount of damage?
Oh, you're right.
Faramis does. I mean, if I recall right, at one point it was like, I think it was in the
100,000.
142,000.
That was earlier today. Me and Leo, the Faramis got picked up, and I said, they've got damage, they've got a Faramis. And Leo goes, no. About halfway through the game, damage also, I go, Leo, look at this. He goes, obviously.
Obviously, look at that. Everyone flying up in the air. They're going to be in trouble now. She's trying to run away, but Murray will not get away from Vanilla, and now still fighting it out in the mid lane. Cassie on the run. One hit. What? Oh, the flicker comes through, but Amore won't be able to clean up the kill. Net Angels off to a good start.
First blood. That's huge. Big difference from last game, because last game it was about 2 or 3 kills into smart Omega Empress's hands before Net Angels even got anything, their only thing on the board at that. So good rotations, very clean, and that's what you can get with the Faramis. You have decent wave clear, you have great movement across the map, you pair that up with Vanilla on the Julian, and Ku on the Kufra, you got a pretty aggressive mid lane, and I think that's where they're gonna have to combat when it comes to smart Omega Empress, because that's where smart Omega Empress thrives. We saw it last time. Amore does a great job in the mid lane and being aggressive, so Net Angels answering back in game 2.
Ku gonna wait patiently here. Not Ayanami gonna spot her out, but still the fight for the turtle. It's gonna be Vanilla that cleans it up and finds it through. Not sure if they still want to fight this. Ku jumps in with the Kufra, but Halang will go up and get the kill. So hey, it's a little bit of a trade, at least for across the board here, but smart Omega Empress, you know, as they work towards this, as they work to try to get control here, I'm wondering especially how this Melissa is going to work. I mean, yeah, this is DOD Part 2. A day of debuts, just like we saw yesterday. And with the Melissa pick, I mean, it's something that's very interesting, even to the Masha to an extent. Like the Masha we haven't seen so much in MWI or even back in MSC. I mean, Masha is still a kind of niche pick, I would say, but it can work out. Now, previously and even leading into this whole tournament at EWC, Masha, we've seen it before with the
full damage, right?
Sky Piercer.
Oh, yeah,
it becomes the Thunder. Yeah, it becomes like the
Thunder Sky Clap.
Thunder Sky Clap.
The Thunder Sky Clap.
The Piercing Clap.
The Piercing Clap. Yeah.
A lot.
3 lives of that. 3 whole health bars of Thunder Claps. It's a great song, I'm pretty sure. Don't remember it correctly, but Sakoshi might be in a little bit of trouble, and this is what you get from Shinoa. Shinoa already is known for bullying in the gold lane, but now on a hero that has some of the longest poke range in the game, it's going to be trouble for Sakoshi. And normally with the Harith, your value is your poke, right? You get that fission, you get that synchro fission, and you can clear waves while poking the enemy, but Shanoa's handling herself very well.
All right, a whole lot of focus here, obviously on this bottom side, but I don't think anything's really going to be forced unless they somehow utilize the Kufra pick for Ku. But they'll just call it off. Turtle's coming up here. They want to get this position. They want to get the favorable position to work around, getting another objective. Like you said, what's at stake here, especially for Net Angels, if they can continue on the lead they've built themselves, 1.5K ahead. Turtles now going to be spawning, and this might be a little bit easier for them to control right now. You can also see here, too, Omore holding on to NetherRealm. I'm going to force them back a little bit, but in the front side, and Murray gets the turtle. She cleans it up somehow, some way. Shadow Kill already going to be expended too, but still looking for the fight, looking for the kills. They go in with a flicker. Amore going to be the first to fall, and now Ku able to get a kill on the roamer from Smart Mega Empress as Ku runs. There's the knockup with the chains.
Keisha?
Ayanami will go down. Keisha trying to get a kill. She goes in with the quad shadow. Halang, I don't think she's going to chase her down. All right, but man, Net Angels coming out swinging.
Keshi at least stops the blood there. Let's take a look at this replay. For a second, Omega thought they had it, but a beautiful Minoan's Fury paired up with that NetherRealm. Amore tries to staunch the bleeding as well with a NetherRealm of her own using the IMU, but that final hit right there, the damage comes in. Everyone gets hit by the chains. I mean, it was just dangerous, and Keshi looks for something in the chaos, but doesn't come out of it okay. But look at Smart Omega still putting pressure on 5 kills behind.
All right, Shadow Kill going to be used. I think they just want to put the pressure in this mid lane, and they're not going to get anything out of it, though. Yeah, I mean, even with that, the way that Ku is playing the Kufra right now, she's definitely playing it to the T. You can see this. Smart Omega still down, you know, still holding on to that lead here for Net Angels, 1.5K ahead, but they have all the kills that they need to work around this. You know, Smart Omega Empress not able to find one, which is kind of, in a sense, with the lineup they have, it's tough because you have a Hayabusa. They might get one here. Sakoshi pops the Vengeance under the Z Force. Under the turret they go. NetherRealm now there to help them out. But now they go in with Minoan Fury and still going to battle it out. Sakoshi finally get a fall here. Ku also taking the blunt of damage. Has to run to the tier 2 turret. Cassie will survive again. Turret finally going to go down here. But at least Smart Omega finds one kill. They get on the board. Net Angels, though, they'll lose some more health here to this tier 2 turret. And now the turtle comes up as well.
Ku so close to turning that fight around, but close doesn't cut it. In Mobile Legends, Vanilla now.
Vanilla
gone.
She's gone.
Vanilla gone.
Yeah, they
Vanilla
got
there.
her. Turret
Vanilla
2.
Gone. Turret 2. Smart Omega Empress, even though they were behind a bit, even though, I mean, they're just getting the gold tied, but they're completely owning the map. It is blue right now.
Ku jumps in, finds a target, not Ayanami. There's the NetherRealm, gonna be the response, and another one in response on top of it. Z-Force dropped down, but Shanoa unleashes on the members of Net Angels. They'll find a couple kills through it, plus the resources and an objective. Just a whole lot going in favor of Smart Omega now at the 7.5-minute mark. Under the turret they go once again. I set on this tier 1. They might want to force it. There's the air shatter combination. They dodge Ku though, jumping in, forced to use the rage. Going Fury from Murray too, and KSC will finally go down. She's escaped death a couple times, but not this time. And this is where the go signal comes in. Onward, over, 2 they go. Nadayami will go down eventually, but Vanilla 2, and that's a double for Keshi. Cleaning up the kill and the turret on top of it.
I'm not gonna lie, when we were talking about the Pheromones, there's one thing I completely forgot.
What's that?
They got a Valentina.
A Valentina.
They got a Valentina, which means they also have a NetherRealm, which doesn't just soft counter your soft counter, it hard counters your soft counter, especially paired up with everything else that Smart Omega Empress has.
That's a lot of counter.
That's a lot of counter. Whole lot of counter space for Smart Omega Empress. And they own it all.
Well, you know, what else they own? The fact that they have
a lot of items.
A lot of items. They got the gold lead now in their favor too. They've been pretty much at a deficit for, you know, the first 6 minutes of the game. But with how the past 2 minutes have gone, look what they've done. Who can charge up? They've got some information, of course, with this. I'm not sure if they actually want to press the situation, but look at all the damage too. We were wondering about Shanoa with this Melissa pick, how it would fit into this composition. It's doing wonders right now.
I mean, honestly, there's been thoughts about the Melissa, right? Because it can survive against a lot of what the current meta brings with the go away and everything. So if you can play it well, like Shanoa's doing, there's definitely room for it to fit even in meta. And my guess is, depending on how gold lane bans continue, depending on how comps continue, this might not be the only time we see this in MWI, especially in Shanoa's hands, because normally this is a late game hero, but Shanoa's been able to farm. Shanoa's able to control the lane. 2 towers down in the gold lane. Shanoa's now involved in these fights. And with Murray sitting there holding down these big sets, you have such great peel. You have this box around her right now with the Edith, with Murray on the Minotaur. I mean, it's a problem.
It's definitely a problem. But right now, it's also a problem for Net Angels to not let this lore just go in the hands of Smart Omega Empress. I mean, they still want to find out for it. They burned the flicker from Ku, though. So that's already a good start here. And like you mentioned earlier, you know, Moray, if they have another realm, we have one too. The work around that Flask of the Oasis picked up too. Sustainability now for Smart Omega's lineup is going to pay wonders here. The fact that they can heal through, and Ku could be in trouble here. Doesn't have a flicker, gonna get zoned in and zoned out. NetherRealm already gonna be popped. There's Minoy and Fury. What a setup as Ku's gonna fall, and there's their own NetherRealm from Amore. Vanilla in trouble. Cassie falls down, runs with the enhanced sword, and will get back to base. But once again, a decisive win in that skirmish from Smart Omega Empress.
That is, I mean, the fact that Amore has that NetherRealm and uses it on the aggressive side, to where on the other hand, Cassie has to use it defensively. I mean, even seeing Ku using the Tyrant just to try to get away. I mean, looking helpless there, essentially, getting caught off, and Shanoa just continues to farm up 4-0-7. Lord just got taken. Golden Staff locked in for Shanoa. This is just going to become more and more troublesome. Net Angels on the brink right now. No, it is not a tournament life, but still, it's going to depend on a lot when it comes to that bracket seeding.
Let's see what they can do, how they can manage this, the push in. You can already see these tier 2 turrets going down too. And you're wondering too, I mean, even for Halang, you know, she's just trying to push in some of these side lanes, of course. But really, like, when is the Masha going to play that value? When is that damage that we talked about going to play its part? Her earlier itemization was a Blade of Heptases, I believe, first item, as she worked on her next. So we'll see if they're able to kind of hold this together, because this is the Lord now marching into the base, and the shields are down. So it looks like Smart Omega Empress wants to possibly get multiple turrets down. They're going to work on this mid win pretty quickly, just with the damage alone from Shanoa. We'll see if they fight it out. Once again, the onward of air. Shadow Ku could be in trouble. Gets knocked up into the air. NetherRealm already going to be expended from Amore. A couple of hits onto the base, too. Keshi has to be careful. Halang waiting on the front side. Now Cassie on the run, too. But that's Sakoshi just getting deleted once again. And as they try to keep it alive in the game, but Ku going to get focused on. Shadow Kill already going to be popped. Halang taking the shots out of the health bars, and they have to run back to base to heal up, but Ku will fall. Smart Omega Empress clean up the waves. Keshi finally goes down. What can Halang and Vanilla do? Cassie back for the point, but look at the damage coming out from Shanoa. Couldn't get the kill on Vanilla, but they'll just focus on the base, and that's all. That's it. That's all it's gonna be. Whoa, Shanoa can't finish it off just yet. She tried to get a couple kills. Cut the base, but it doesn't work. They get wiped out. It's a maniac. Net Angels.
What just happened?
What?
What just happened? Net Angels live to see another day. Vanilla. Not looking very vanilla right now. Looking savage, looking mean. Sakoshi as well. It's 5-man wipe. Net Angels back in the game.
Back in the game. I cannot believe it. One hit away. And as they would say, Song hitting a log. Look at the pop-pop of Kashi. Just gone.
You know, Smart Omega Empress, we had the interview earlier. They said they weren't on tilt, but that dive right there from Keshi looked a little tilting. It's 25 seconds till the Lord comes up. Net Angels have control, but there's still going to be minions crashing at the base. Smart Omega just got to keep their cool. They got to keep their calm. They still hold a gold lead. It's only about 1,000, but it's still control. They still have Shanoa, who is shredding. With the way that went, I don't even know how it happened exactly, but Net Angels hangs on that base. I think had some plates on it, man. That base.
It's got some armor on that base, man.
Armor on it.
What kind of base does Net Angels have? I was sure that it was going to go down. I mean, even Muddles was dropped in, but hey, it's not enough. And you got to respect the fact that Net Angels still in the game, still fighting for it. Now we're looking at an even gold distribution as well between the two teams. That's big for them. You know, they pick up some key items with that, and it looks like they're just going to go ahead and let Halang push these side lanes like she's been doing for the majority of this game. And so at this point, you know, it's kind of a standoff. It looks like they're going to give the go on the Lord, though. Less than half health. Ku's going to jump in. There's a damage from Shinoa. They don't have enough to pop out. Rage already going to be used, but it's Vanilla that gets the Lord. Minoa and Fury going to be popped up. Sakoshi goes down, but that's the Sky Piercer power, and Vanilla falls as well. 3 down for Net Angels. And it looks like Smart Mega Empress is just going to run it down mid. There's only about a half health on this turret. They're going to work through the Lord here and then the base. Ku and Cassie here to help them out.
They do have Cassie for Cell. Ku's going to be down. Cassie should be able to help clear here. They may be okay, but it's going to be hard.
Halang there alongside Casey, trying to keep it together. Halang sacrificial will go down, and the base is going to be worked on. It took a little bit longer, but Smart Omega Empress will finally take the series, take the game.
It started off slow, but Omega Empresses, like the diesel engine they are, got it in gear, and they're riding in the jeepney right now through everyone in Group B. Playing it well, coming out on top. They're going to have a clean seeding when they move on to that bracket. Net Angels, though, man, showed so much promise, even to their last dying moments. We're able to almost turn things around, but lose out after that last Lord.
There was some fight in them, you know? Net Angels had some fight in them. Even with that beefed up base, whatever it was, you can't stop the jeepney coming through, man. No. Buy it, Paul. Here we are. You know, they ended the game when they needed to. Unfortunately, it took them a little bit longer, but great team fight there, too, at the end to deal with that Lord and win the fight.
Beautiful team fight overall. And, I mean, just the fact that they were able to just, you know, have a little bit of a slow start in the group and then just pick up and pick up. And I'm excited to see how they do in bracket. If they can keep this pace as they move on, people talked about them being contenders. Well, they're even more of contenders in my eyes now, but Net Angels as well. We cannot count them out because they are scrappy. They are a team to be reckoned with, and whatever first place team gets put up against Net Angels is definitely going to be in for a surprise.
Yeah.
But that's going to be it for Trex and Naisu today. Thank you guys so much. Let's throw it over to our wonderful host on stage.
And oh my God, what an intense match taking place right here in Mirai. Amazing stuff right now. And I'm being at the Group B's top seed. So the question would be, who would you rather face?
I'm looking forward to face other teams, any teams as well, yeah.
Right. I mean, I'm sure that there's a particular team. You know, when it comes to, you know, the Philippines, is it Team Vitality because they're the reigning queens?
Yeah, we also want to face Team Vitality in playoffs.
At the playoffs, so mainly Team Vitality.
Yeah.
Okay, we need to dig the questions from you, all right? So, okay, so adding on to that, in terms of track record for the Philippines, you guys have ended MWI furthest in 3rd place. What do you think is different this time round? What have you guys prepared to take yourself further than the previous record that you guys have done?
For now, we practice more. We double time our practice because last MWR we are not that prepared, yeah. And we flew to other country and I don't know, we practice more this time. So I think my team now is more confident than last MWI.
Right, interesting. So we're very excited to see how far you guys can go, especially with this preparation. So we're wishing you all the best when it comes to this journey, and hopefully you guys can deny Team Vitality Indonesia that 3-peat win. All right? So speaking of which, right here, our tagline for MWI, it's my time to shine. So yes, it is time for our teams to shine right here in Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational.
You know what? yesterday I was super inspired by the way, and we ended it with this time to shine. But I would like to hear it from you as pretty much like with the same impression and the same act as the character itself. Not only from your side, but everybody, all the talents in all the studios, even in your own language. What's your favorite voice line? Like in my case, it will be Brody, and it's like that line is like, I love it so much. It goes like, pain is the sign that I'm still alive.
Oh yes, it sounds exactly like Brody. Okay, so Murray, what's your favorite voice line?
My favorite hero voice line.
Yeah. Okay, doesn't have to be favorite hero. We don't want to show too many strats. So just your favorite voice line.
I mean hero voice line.
Yeah.
I'll go for Angela.
Okay.
Papi Papi Poo.
Papi Papi Poo. Okay, and for me, well, it's gonna be don't be lazy, Leo. Run. What about you guys at the studio? We want to hear from you.
Let's hear it.
Who was it?
That was Irithel.
Okay. Pop
Come on.
quiz. Pop quiz.
Don't
but
do this to
I
me,
didn't get
Rachel.
to this time. But thank you, Cheryl, for that. And you're gonna have to show us your voice lines later on, unless you want to do it now or you want to go into the analysis first.
Save the best for last.
All right, let's go.
Let's talk about this matchup again. The soft counter to the soft counter to the hard counter, which had some moments, honestly. You'll see here how Smart Mega Empress almost ended, almost at about 12 minutes. But just as Joseph and Herbert were flabbergasted by that moment, I think that Angels saw a little glint in their eyes where they could have finished. But glad that it was just in the early game that they couldn't run it down mid, right? Almost it ended right then and there.
It could have ended really badly for Smart Omega. It actually gave a Maniac over, right, to Vanilla. And man, it was so close. But from the drafts, understandable and very interesting choices.
That was a successful debut, though, for the Melissa.
Yes.
Not for the Kufra, sadly.
Because it turns out that in lane, the range advantage that the Melissa had over the Harris made it very difficult for the Harris to try and look for a snowball
right.
from that early portion when they went in for the laning phase.
Sakoshi was truly out of her breath, like jumping around as a little white-haired boy. She couldn't go through the needles. Like,
No.
It's difficult. So there's that, and then the aforementioned Faramis into Valentina.
Yep.
And of course, just the nature of the Hayabusa, just being so much more mobile than most anyone on the other side. And that's what allowed Smart Omega Empress to kind of spread themselves thin up until it was time to go all in.
For sure. And talking about all ins, man, both of these teams have gone all in. But who wins that MVP PlayStation title this time around? It's going to be Shinoa once again.
And that's a two-time MVP.
What?
It takes one thing to play an early game marksman like the carry, and then another to debut it completely out of nowhere and still play into the counter, knowing that your teammate has the counter. This is some Doctor Strange level stuff right now. You know, it's like whoop, whoop. I saw all 15,400,000.
And only one outcome.
All right, to be fair, I think there was more than just one outcome for Omega
I just
here.
wanted to be like dramatic about it.
All right, I'll allow it.
Thank you. Let me get my moments like them, man. They got their moment here.
They did.
You know, after their first match, maybe there was a little bit of doubt. Even we saw it through the STC predictions, and then they came back, and now we get a victory with Melissa.
She's huge. Hi, Muddles. Is this Muddles? Or is Muddles the one on her hip?
is.
Who's this? Who's the little friend?
See?
Baby
STC
friend.
audience predictions again.
Baby friend.
Leo,
What?
what's going on here? 4% Smart Omega Empress.
I cannot explain what's going on with the Filipinos right now. I've been working hard here. I've been putting my heart and soul into the analysis, and I don't know why, you guys. Why? Bakit? Nyamat. We've been sharing it, right? STC.play.gg.
Maybe?
We're in the playoffs. Omega's in the playoffs.
Maybe they're waiting for the Kadia player play of the day.
Maybe?
Maybe? That's when they're tuning in? to see the highlights of the day, ladies and gentlemen. This was beautiful, by the way.
Check it out. Here it is. Oh. All right, this is that moment that Trex was talking about earlier when I was wondering, where's the damage? Apparently, Faramis into a Martis was enough.
And we were doubting it, right? We were doubting that. But in the early stage of the game, that Martis really was able to take control. And here we see another highlight.
That Taro
DOD,
Ramichi,
bro. DOD,
the
bro.
Taro Ramichi combination.
DOD.
Something else. And we can't get enough of that matchup in group Group C or Group B?
B. C.
Yeah. Wherein
I'm testing you.
VSG and Xeno Lilies really put their best foot forward. KOA, talking about day of debuts, she brought in Jungle Benedetta. And then, of course, there's this moment where
Yeah. There were just so many moments in this game. How do you choose, right? See, this was the moment where we're like, wait, what?
They could end it, right? But no, there's still way too many turrets, and it was 12 minutes 45. But yeah, no. Now that we've seen the Kadia plays of the day,
okay,
I'm gonna ask you now: DOD1, DOD2, which was the better entry?
The groups.
Just all of it?
All of it.
That's not fair. I mean, here's the standings. This is what we ended up with, given what happened today.
So unfortunately, right, for 4 of the teams, they will not be able to move forward, right? We have to say goodbye to CFU Serendipity from Group A. We also have TLG, Falcons Mena, and now the final key crush of the day, ladies and gentlemen, here in the group stage that marks us forward to proceed into the playoffs.
Max.
I know, it doesn't get any easier. It doesn't get any easier, man.
All right. They did fight valiantly. They put their best foot forward, and they showed us a very aggressive flavor of MLBB that they play in Latam. So, GG well played. Thanks for showing up to MWI 2024. We hope to see them next year, though.
And I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that, right? Because the scales have changed, the tides have tipped, and a lot of these regions are finally, showing up. And I'm here for it, man.
Says the Indonesian who has a legit women's league that runs twice a year.
But I don't have something.
What is that?
I don't have a skin. I don't have that Sylvana skin that everyone keeps talking about.
Play more!
I do need to play more through Youth Fair, right? Because finally, ladies and gentlemen, the Youth Fair is here with incredible bonuses and, of course, exciting events. Grab multiple permanent skins for free, just like the Sylvana's Classroom, Glam, and Charm. And, of course, more exciting events will be revealed. So stay tuned and don't miss out.
After you get the skin, will you acknowledge that Indonesia has an amazing women's ecosystem? Will you say that yes?
Yes.
That's the reason why we've won 3 years in a row.
Yes, yes.
Well, 2 years in a row now. I may have spoken out of tune, but yeah, this year might be Omega's year. Who knows?
I mean, yes. And hopefully this also is a wake-up call to all these regions, right? Because technically Indonesia is so developed because they have so many ways to develop, right? We have WSL, we have Unipin. There's so many local tournaments.
That's right.
That they can actually go for.
And maybe more.
And maybe more.
You guys know what I'm saying.
So hopefully all these regions. Because even without that media, look where all the rest are now, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Like even TLG, despite them being eliminated, that was a scary team.
TLG is cooking. I like TLG. I hope to see them again very, very soon. Alongside the rise of teams like XYG and KBG. Very soon, hopefully.
I agree. I'm excited. And, as we were looking at the group standings as well, this also does signify where these teams are going to be. We're going to have a little bit of feel of it, right? Because it affects the seedings when we get into the draw. So it still is going to be a draw, but I don't think it's going to be aired. It's a secret. No, I'm kidding.
It'll come out as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And you will, as soon as possible, find out which teams are facing off against who, so that we have a better picture of what the next stage looks like.
Yeah, so if it's the same as MSC, right? Number 1 in the group should be in the same seed. And then number 2 and 3?
1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2.
1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2.
It's up and down.
Okay, we'll see, guys.
Are you scared?
Yes.
Well, what are you scared for Vitality or scared for?
They dropped a game.
Hey, Omega did too.
So are you scared?
No, I'm Leo. It's been an honor to be at your service for today on behalf of all the other talents here that have shared this lovely spot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, if you guys have more, curiosity as to how the playoffs will go, and if you're excited to see the brackets, don't forget to stay tuned on our social media to keep updated, because I will be too.
I won't be able to sleep.
I don't think I will either.
I'll be playing some Jushin.
That's a stop. No? Before we end the day, give us your line. You promised.
Okay.
Who's that? Glue? Is it? Uh-huh. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen, for the group stage of MWI 2024 at EWC. But don't forget, tomorrow we will already be starting into the playoffs. And of course, it's time to shine for the 8 teams that will be able to move forward. So we'll see you tomorrow at the knockout stage. It's been me, Eterna, alongside with Leo. We'll see you tomorrow.
adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.